and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
Like if you're the person that first discovered a powerful paper and you get to be proud of that discovery, then that would give a huge incentive to you.
That's a big part of my proposal, actually. Where I describe that as, if your evaluation papers is predictive of future success,
Yes.
okay, then your reputation should go up as a reviewing entity. Um, so yeah, exactly. I mean I even had a master's student who was a master's student in library science and computer science. Actually, kind of work out exactly how that should work with formulas and everything. But
so, in terms of implementation, do you think that's something that's doable?
I mean, I've been sort of talking about this to sort of various people, like Andrew McCallum, who started Open Review. And the reason why we picked Open Review for iClear initially, even though it was very early for them, is because my hope was that iClear was eventually going to kind of inaugurate this type of system. So iClear kept the idea of open reviews. So where the reviews are, published with the paper, which I think is very useful. But in many ways, that's kind of reverted to kind of more of a conventional type conferences for everything else. And that, I mean, I don't run iClear. I'm just the president of the foundation, but people who run it should make decisions about how to run it, and I'm not going to tell them because they're volunteers, and I'm really thankful that they do that. So, but I'm saddened by the fact that we're not being innovative enough.
Yeah, me too. I hope that changes. Because the communication science broadly, but the communication and computer science ideas is how you make those ideas have impact. I think.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this is because people have in their mind kind of an objective, which is fairness for authors and the ability to count points basically and give credits accurately. But that comes at the expense of the progress of science. So to some extent, we're slowing down the progress of science.
And are we actually achieving fairness?
And we're not achieving fairness. We still have biases. We're doing double-blind review, but the biases are still there. There are different kinds of biases.
You write that the phenomenon of emergence, collective behavior exhibited by a large collection of simple elements in interaction, is one of the things that got you into neural nets in the first place. I love cellular automata. I love simple interacting elements and the things that emerge from them. Do you think we understand how complex systems can emerge from such simple components that interact simply?
No, we don't. It's a big mystery. Also, it's a mystery for physicists. It's a mystery for biologists. How is it that the universe around us seems to be increasing in complexity and not decreasing? I mean, that is a kind of curious property of physics, that despite the second law of thermodynamics, we seem to be, evolution and learning and etc. seems to be at least locally to increase complexity, not decrease it. Perhaps the ultimate purpose of the universe is to just get more complex.
Have these, small pockets of beautiful complexity. Do cellular automata, do these kinds of emergence of complex systems give you some intuition or guide your understanding of machine learning systems and neural networks and so on? Or are these for you right now disparate concepts?
Well, it got me into it. I discovered the existence of the perceptron when I was a college student. By reading a book. There was a debate between Chomsky and Piaget, and Seymour Papert from MIT was kind of singing the praise of the perceptron in that book. And the first time I heard about the learning machine, right? So I started digging the literature, and I found those books, which were basically transcription of workshops or conferences from the 50s and 60s about self-organizing systems. So there was a series of conferences on self-organizing systems, and these books, some of them are, you can actually get them at the Internet Archive, the digital version. And there are fascinating articles in there there's a guy whose name has been largely forgotten, Heinz von Förster. It's a German physicist who immigrated to the US and worked on self-organizing systems in the 50s. And in the 60s, he created, at University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, he created the Biological Computer Laboratory, BCL, which was all about neural nets. Unfortunately, that was kind of towards the end of the popularity of neural nets, so that lab never kind of strived very much. But he wrote a bunch of papers about self-organization and about the mystery of self-organization. An example he has is, imagine you are in space, there's no gravity, you have a big box with magnets in it, okay? Kind of rectangular magnets with North Pole on one end, South Pole on the other end. You shake the box gently, and the magnets will kind of stick to themselves and probably form a complex structure, spontaneously. That could be an example of self-organization. But you have lots of examples. Neural nets are an example of self-organization, in any respect. And it's a bit of a mystery, how, what is possible with this? Pattern formation in physical systems, in chaotic systems, and things like that. The emergence of life, things like that. So, how does that happen? It's a big puzzle for physicists as well.
It feels like understanding the mathematics of emergence in some constrained situations might help us create intelligence, help us add a little spice to the systems, because you seem to be able to, in complex systems with emergence, to be able to get a lot from little. And so that seems like a shortcut to get big leaps in performance. But
there's a missing theoretical concept that we don't have.
Yeah.
And it's something also I've been fascinated by since my undergrad days. And it's how you measure complexity. Right. So we don't actually have good ways of measuring, or at least we don't have good ways of interpreting the measures that we have at our disposal. Like, how do we measure the complexity of something? Right. So there's all those things, Kolmogorov, Chaitin, Solomonov complexity of, the length of the shortest program that would generate a bit string can be thought of as the complexity of that bit string. I've been fascinated by that concept. The problem with that is that that complexity is defined up to a constant, which can be very large. Right. There are similar concepts that are derived from, Bayesian probability theory, where the complexity of something is the negative log of its probability, essentially, right? And you have a complete equivalence between the two things. And there you would think, the probability is something that's well defined mathematically, which means complexity is well defined. But it's not true. You need to have a model of the distribution. You may need to have a prior if you're doing Bayesian inference. And the prior plays the same role as the choice of the computer with which you measure Kolmogorov complexity. And so every measure of complexity we have has some arbitrariness in it. An additive constant, which can be arbitrarily large. And so, how can we come up with a good theory of how things become more complex if we don't have a good measure of complexity?
Yeah, which we need is one way that people study this in space biology, the people that study the origin of life, we're trying to recreate the life in the laboratory. And the more interesting one is the alien one, is when we go to other planets, how do we recognize this life? This, complexity, we associate complexity, maybe some level of mobility with life. We have to be able to have concrete algorithms for measuring the level of complexity we see, in order to know the difference between life and non-life.
And the problem is that complexity is in the eye of the beholder. So let me give you an example. If I give you an image of the MNIST digits, right, and I flip through MNIST digits, there is obviously some structure to it, because local structure, neighboring pixels are correlated across the entire data set. I imagine that I apply a random permutation to all the pixels, a fixed random permutation. I show you those images. They will look, really disorganized to you, more complex. In fact, they're not more complex. In absolute terms, they're exactly the same as originally, right? If you knew what the permutation was, you could undo the permutation. Now, imagine I give you special glasses that undo that permutation. Now, all of a sudden, what looked complicated becomes simple.
Right.
So if you have two if you have humans on one end, and then another race of aliens that sees the universe with permutation glasses.
Yeah, with the permutation glasses.
Okay. What we perceive as simple to them is probably complicated. It's probably heat.
Yeah, heat. Yeah.
Okay, and what they perceive as simple to us is random fluctuations in heat.
Yeah.
So
truly, in the eye of the beholder, depends what kind of glasses you're wearing.
Right.
Depends what kind of algorithm you're running in your perceptual system.
So I don't think we'll have a theory of intelligence, self-organization, evolution, things like that, until we have a good handle on a notion of complexity, which we know is in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah, it's sad to think that we might not be able to detect or interact with alien species because we're wearing different glasses.
Because their notion of locality may be different from ours.
Yeah.
This actually connects with fascinating questions in physics at the moment, like modern physics, or quantum physics, like, questions about, like, can we recover the information that's lost in the black hole and things like this, right? And that relies on notions of complexity, which, I find this fascinating.
Can you describe your personal quest to build an expressive electronic wind instrument, EWI? What is it? What does it take to build it?
Well, I'm a tinkerer. I like building things. I like building things with combinations of electronics and mechanical stuff. I have a bunch of different hobbies, but probably my first one was building model airplanes and stuff like that, and I still do that to some extent. But also electronics. I taught myself electronics before I studied it. And the reason I taught myself electronics is because of music. My cousin was an aspiring electronic musician, and he had an analog synthesizer, and I was basically modifying it for him. Mm-hmm. And building sequencers and stuff like that, right, for him. I was in high school when I was doing this.
That's the interesting, like, progressive rock of 80s. Like, what's the greatest band of all time, according to Yalaku?
There's too many of them, but it's a combination of Night Vision Orchestra, Weather Report, Yes, Genesis,
Genesis,
Peter Gabriel, Gentle Giant, things like that.
Great. Okay, so this love of electronics and this love of music combined together.
Right. So I was actually trained to play Baroque and Renaissance music, and I played in an orchestra when I was in high school and first years of college. And I played the recorder, horn, a little bit of oboe, things like that. So I'm a wind instrument player. But I always wanted to play improvised music, even though I don't know anything about it. And the only way I figured, short of like learning to play the saxophone, was to play electronic wind instruments. So they behave, the fingering is similar to a saxophone, but you have a wide variety of sound because you control the synthesizer with it. So I had a bunch of those, going back to the late 80s. From either Yamaha or Akai. They're both kind of the main manufacturers of those, so they work classically, going back several decades. But I've never been completely satisfied with them because of lack of expressivity. And those things, are somewhat expressive. I mean, they measure the breath pressure, they measure the lip pressure, and you have like various parameters you can vary with fingers, but they're not really as expressive as an acoustic instrument, right? You hear John Coltrane play two notes, and it's John Coltrane, it's the unique sound, or Miles Davis, right? You can hear it's Miles Davis playing the trumpet because the sound reflects their, physiognomy, basically the shape of the vocal track. Kind of shapes the sound. So how do you do this with electronic instruments? And I was many years ago. I met a guy called David Wessel. He was a professor at Berkeley and created the Center for Music Technology there. And he was interested in that question. And so I kept kind of thinking about this for many years. And finally, because of COVID, I was in my workshop. My workshop serves also as my kind of Zoom room and home office. And
this is in New Jersey.
And I started really being serious about building my own EWI instrument.
What else is going on in that New Jersey workshop? Is there some crazy stuff you built that just or like left on the workshop floor left behind?
A lot of crazy stuff is, electronics built with microcontrollers of various kinds, and weird flying contraptions.
So you still love flying?
It's a family disease. My dad got me into it when I was a kid, and he was building model airplanes when he was a kid, and he was a mechanical engineer. He taught himself electronics also, so he built his early radio control systems in the late 60s, early 70s. And so that's what got me into, he got me into kind of, engineering, science, and technology.
Do you also have an interest in appreciation of flight in other forms, like with drones, quadcopters, or is it model airplane, the thing
before drones were, kind of consumer products, I built my own, with also building a microcontroller with gyroscopes and accelerometers for stabilization, writing the firmware for it, And then when it became kind of a standard thing you could buy, it was boring, I stopped doing it. It was not fun anymore.
You were doing it before it was cool.
Yeah.
What advice would you give to a young person today in high school and college that dreams of doing something big like Jan LeCun, like let's talk in the space of intelligence, dreams of having a chance to solve some fundamental problem in the space of intelligence, both for their career and just in life, being somebody who was a part of creating something special?
So try to get interested by big questions. Things like, what is intelligence? What is the universe made of? What's life all about? Things like that. Like even like crazy big questions like what's time? Like nobody knows what time is. And then learn basic things like basic methods, either from math, from physics, or from engineering. Things that have a long shelf life. Like if you have a choice between learning mobile programming on iPhone or quantum mechanics, take quantum mechanics. Because you're going to learn things that you have no idea exist. You may never be a quantum physicist, but you'll learn about path integrals, and path integrals are used everywhere. It's the same formula that you use for Bayesian integration and stuff like that.
So the little ideas within quantum mechanics, within some of these kind of more solidified fields, will have a longer shelf life. You'll somehow use indirectly in your work.
Learn classical mechanics, like you learn about Lagrangians, for example, which is like a hugely useful concept for all kinds of different things. Learn statistical physics, because all the math that comes out of for machine learning basically comes out of was figured out by statistical physicists in the late 19th, early 20th century. Right? So, and for some of them, actually more recently, by people like Giorgio Parisi, who just got the Nobel Prize for the replica method, among other things. It's used for a lot of different things. Variational inference, that math comes from statistical physics. So a lot of those kind of basic courses, you'll if you do electrical engineering, you take signal processing, you'll learn about Fourier transforms. Again, something super useful. It's at the basis of things like graph neural nets, which is an entirely new sub-area of AI, machine learning, deep learning, which I think is super promising for all kinds of applications. Something very promising, if you're more interested in applications, is the applications of AI, machine learning, and deep learning to science, or to science that can help solve big problems in the world. I have colleagues at Meta, at VAIR, who started this project called Open Catalyst, and it's an open project, collaborative, and the idea is to use deep learning to help design new chemical compounds or materials that would facilitate the separation of hydrogen from oxygen. If you can efficiently separate oxygen from hydrogen with electricity, you solve climate change. It's as simple as that. Because you cover some random desert with solar panels, and you have them work all day, produce hydrogen, and then you ship the hydrogen wherever it's needed. You don't need anything else. You have controllable power that's can be transported anywhere. So if we have a large scale efficient energy storage technology like producing hydrogen, we solve climate change. Here's another way to solve climate change: is figuring out how to make fusion work. Now the problem with fusion is that you make a super hot plasma. The plasma is unstable and you can't control it. Maybe with deep learning, you can find controllers that will stabilize plasma and make practical fusion reactors. I mean, that's very speculative, but it's worth trying because the payoff is huge. There's a group of Google working on this, led by John Platt.
So convert as many problems in science and physics, biology and chemistry into a learnable problem that's deep for machine can learn.
Right. I mean, there's properties of complex materials that we don't understand from first principle, for example. Right. So if we could design new materials, we could make more efficient batteries. We could make maybe faster electronics. There's a lot of things we can imagine doing, or lighter materials for cars or airplanes and things like that. Maybe better fuel cells. There's all kinds of stuff we can imagine. If we had good fuel cells, hydrogen fuel cells, we could use them to power airplanes, and transportation wouldn't be or cars. We wouldn't have emission problem, CO2 emission problems for air transportation. So there's a lot of those things, I think, where AI can be used in, and this is not even talking about all the sort of medicine, biology, and everything like that, right? Protein folding, figuring out like how could you design a protein that it sticks to another protein at a particular site, because that's how you design drugs in the end. So deep learning would be used for all of this, and those are kind of would be sort of enormous progress if we could use it for that. Here's an example. If you take this is like from recent material physics. You take a monoatomic layer of graphene, right? So it's just carbon on an hexagonal mesh, and make this single atom thick. You put another one on top. You twist them by some magic number of degrees, 3 degrees or something. It becomes a superconductor. Nobody has any idea why.
I want to know how that was discovered, but that's the kind of thing that machine learning can actually discover. These things.
Maybe not, but there is a hint perhaps that with machine learning we would train the system to basically be a phenomenological model of some complex emergent phenomenon, which superconductivity is one of those, where you think that this collective phenomenon is too difficult to describe from first principles with the current, the usual sort of, reductionist type method. But we could have deep learning systems that predict the properties of a system from a description of it after being trained with sufficiently many samples. This guy Pascal Fouat at EPFL, he has a startup company where he basically trained a convolutional net essentially to predict the aerodynamic properties of solids. And you can generate as much data as you want by just running computational fluid dynamics, right? So you give a wing airfoil or something shape of some kind, and you run computational fluid dynamics. You get, as a result, the drag and lift and all that stuff, right? And you can generate lots of data, train a neural net to make those predictions, and now what you have is a differentiable model of, let's say, drag and lift as a function of the shape of that solid. And so you can do back gradient descent. You can optimize the shape so you get the properties you want.
Yeah, that's incredible. That's incredible. And on top of all that, probably you should read a little bit of literature and a little bit of history for inspiration and for wisdom. Because after all of these technologies will have to work in the human world.
Yes.
And the human world is complicated.
It is. Exactly.
Jan, this is an amazing conversation. I'm really honored that you talked with me today. Thank you for all the amazing work you're doing at FAIR, Meta, and thank you for being so passionate after all these years about everything that's going on. You're a beacon of hope for the machine learning community. And thank you so much for spending your valuable time with me today. That was awesome.
Thanks for having me on. It was a pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jan LeCun. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Isaac Asimov. Your assumptions are your windows on the world. Scrub them off every once in a while, or the light won't come in. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Brian Keating, experimental physicist at UCSD and author of Losing the Nobel Prize and Into the Impossible. Plus, he's a host of the amazing podcast with the same name called Into the Impossible. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Brian Keating. As an experimental physicist, what do you think is the most amazing or maybe the coolest measurement device you've ever worked with or humans have ever built? Maybe for now, let's exclude the background imaging of cosmic extragalactic polarization instruments.
Yeah, I'm slightly biased towards that particular instrument, but
talk about that in a little bit.
Yeah, but certainly the telescope to me is a lever that has literally moved the Earth throughout history.
So the OG telescope?
The OG telescope, yeah, the one invented not by Galileo, as most people think, but by this guy Hans Lippershey in the Netherlands. And it was kind of interesting because in the 1600s, 1500s, 1600s, it was the beginning of movable type. And so people, for the first time in history, had a standard by which they could appraise their eyesight. So looking at a printed word now, we just take it for granted, 12-point font, whatever, and that's what the eye charts are based on, just fixed height. But back then, there was no way to adjust your eyesight if you didn't have perfect vision. And there was no way to even tell if you had perfect vision or not until the Gutenberg Bible and movable type. And at that time, people realized, hey, wait, I can't read this. And, my priest or my friend over here, he can read it, she can read it. I can't read it. What's going on? And that's when, these people in Venice and the Netherlands saw that they could take this kind of glass material and hold it up and maybe put another piece of glass material, and it would make it clearer. And what was so interesting is that nobody thought to take that exact same device, two lenses, and go like, let me go like this and look at that bright thing in the sky over there, until Galileo. So Galileo didn't invent it, but he did something kind of amazing. He improved on it by a factor of 10. So he 10x'd it, which is almost as good as going from 0 to 1 as going from 1 to 10. And when he did that, he really transformed both how we look at the universe and think about it, but also who we are as a species, because we're using tools not to get food faster or to preserve our legacy for future generations, but actually to increase the benefit to the human mind.
Somebody mentioned the idea that if humans weren't able to see the stars, maybe there was some kind of makeup of the atmosphere which for the early humans made it impossible to see the stars, that we would never develop human civilization, or at least raising the question of how important is it to look up to the sky and wonder what's out there, as opposed to maybe this is an over-romanticized notion, but like looking at the ground, it feels like a little bit too much focused on survival, not being eaten by a bear / lion. If you look up to the stars, you start to wonder, what is my place in the universe? You think that's modern humans romanticize?
I think it's a little because they also took the same. They took the same two lenses and they looked inward, right? They looked at bacteria, they looked at hairs, and another thing at the microscope, and we're still doing that. And so, to have a telescope that serves a dual purpose. It's not only a way of looking out, it's looking in, but it's also looking back in time. In other words, you see a microscope, you don't think, I'm seeing this thing as it was, 1 nanosecond ago, light travels 1 foot per nanosecond. I'm seeing it in that. No, you don't think about it like that. But when you see something that's happening, on Jupiter, the moon, Andromeda Galaxy, you're seeing things, back when Lucy was walking around the Serengeti Plain. And for that, I think that took them the knowledge of relativity and time travel and so forth. They took that before we could really say, we really unlocked some cheat codes in the human brain. So I think that might be a little too much, but nevertheless, what's better than having a time machine? It's like we can look back in time, we see things as they were, not as they are. And that allows us to do many things, including speculate about that. But one of the coolest things, I don't know if you're familiar with, so I'm a radio astronomer. I don't actually look through telescopes very often, except on rare occasions when I take one out to show the kids. But But a radio telescope is even more sort of visceral. I mean, it's much less cool because you look at it and you're like, all right, it looks cool. It's kind of a weird shaped thing. Looks like it belongs in sci-fi. It's going to blast, the Death Star or whatever. But when you realize that when you point a radio telescope at a distant object, if that object fills up what's called the beam, which is basically the field of view of a radio telescope, is called the beam. If you fill up the beam and you put a resistor, just a simple absorbing piece of material, at the focus of the radio telescope, that resistor will come to the exact same temperature as the object that's looking at, which is pretty amazing. It means you're actually remotely measuring. You're taking the temperature of Jupiter or whatever in effect. And so it's allowing you to basically teleport. And there's no other science that you can really do that, right? If you're an archaeologist, you can. Let me get into my time machine and go back and see what was Lucy really like. It's not possible.
So the same thing happens. This is where I learned about this from March of the Penguins.
It's not. Let me get into my calculator. When I take one out to show the kids, but a radio telescope is even more sort of visceral. I mean, it's much less cool because you look at it and you're like, all right, it looks cool. It's kind of a weird shaped thing. Looks like it belongs in sci-fi. It's going to blast, the Death Star or whatever. But when you realize that when you point a radio telescope at a distant object, if that object fills up what's called the beam, which is basically the field of view of a radio telescope, is called the beam. If you fill up the beam and you put a resistor, just a simple absorbing piece of material, at the focus of the radio telescope, that resistor will come to the exact same temperature as the object that's looking at, which is pretty amazing. It means you're actually remotely measuring. You're taking the temperature of Jupiter or whatever in effect. And so it's allowing you to basically teleport. And there's no other science that you can really do that, right? If you're an archaeologist, you can. Let me get into my time machine and go back and see what was Lucy really like. It's not possible.
So the same thing happens. This is where I learned about this from March of the Penguins. When the penguins huddle together, they the body temperature arrives to the same place. So you're doing this remotely. It's the March of the Penguins, but remotely.
You do it from Antarctica too, so there are some penguins around.
Okay, excellent. You mentioned time machine. I think in your book, Losing the Nobel Prize, you talk about time machines. So let me ask you the question of, take us back in time. What happened at the beginning of our universe?
So usually people preface this by saying I have a simple question. So, what happened before the universe began?
Brian Keane, teaching me about comedy. I have a simple question for you. Let's take two. I have a simple question. What happened at the beginning of our universe? There you go.
All right, good. So when we think about what happened, it's more correct, it's more logical, it's more practical to go back in time, starting from today. So if you go back 13.874 billion years from today, that's some day, right? I mean, you could translate it some day, right? So on that day, something happened earlier than the moment exactly now. Let's say we're talking 1 o'clock. So at some point during that day, the universe started to become a fusion reactor. It started to fuse light elements and isotopes into heavier elements and isotopes of those heavier. After that period of time, going forward back closer to today, less 10 minutes earlier, later rather, coming towards us today, we know more and more about what the universe was like. And in fact, all the hydrogen, it's a very good approximation in the water molecules in this bottle, almost all of them were produced during that first 20-minute period. So I would say, the actual fusion and production of the lightest elements in the periodic table occurred in a time period shorter than the TV show, The Big Bang Theory.
Well done, sir.
Most of those light elements, besides hydrogen, aren't really used in your encounter. I mean, you don't encounter helium that often. It's hydrogen. Usually, people preface this by saying I have a simple question. So,
for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Sonos speakers. Activate iHeartRadio within Sonos to access all your music, radio stations, and podcasts. Or even easier, look on the player screen in the iHeartRadio app for the available connections icon. Then you can cast directly to your Sonos network and control the Sonos experience directly from within the iHeartRadio. If you've got Sonos speakers throughout your house, you have iHeartRadio throughout your house too. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home, with the iHeartRadio Sonos integration. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. This is the iHeartRadio Sports Report.
In the NFL, the San Francisco 49ers locked up another key player yesterday. They agreed to a 3-year, $63 million contract extension with linebacker Fred Warner. The deal ties Warner to the team through the 2029 season. The three-year deal also returns Warner to the top of the list of highest-paid linebackers in the league at $21 million per season. The Western Conference Finals in the NBA start tonight. Timberwolves in Oklahoma City, 8:30 Eastern on ESPN. The East Final in the NHL also kicks off tonight with Florida at Carolina at 8 Eastern on TNT. And in baseball, Kyle Schwarber hits 300 career home run, a monster 466-foot shot to help the Phillies beat Colorado 9-3. He becomes the 11th active player with 300 or more career home runs. And also puts the Phillies back in first place of the NL East for the first time since April 12th. I'm Andy West with your iHeartRadio Sports Report.
Need more? Open the free iHeartRadio app for the best sports stations in the country and the most sports podcasts with the biggest personalities in the game on demand.
AM 640. Your studio intro. Gary Chan and KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's that time. It's time to give away $1,000 for saying you win. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Fun. That's fun. F-U-N. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're in an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. That keyword once again goes on the website, KFIAM640.com/cash. Keep an eye on your email inbox, since that's how we notify you that you won your $1,000 spot of the hour. We have a lot of terror in the skies to get to, not just the latest outage at Newark, but some other things that are coming up as well. We'll get into our terror in the skies. You ever have one of those moments when you are trying to solve a puzzle, or maybe something as simple as watching a TV show, a murder mystery, and you figure out who did it before they tell you who did it? There was a study that came out of Duke University at the University of Berlin that talked about these light bulb moments, these aha moments, when a solution suddenly clicks in your head, and it shows it's not just satisfying that you solved this puzzle, whatever it was, but there's an actual physical change that goes on in your brain and how it processes that information and then stores that information, and makes that kind of an aha moment, that solution, so much more memorable than something that you just learn over time that's repeated. They said the researchers refer to these as eureka moments, and why we tend to remember the solutions that we came to through sudden insight as opposed to stuff that we learned through routine methods. New study, Nature Communications. If you get your local objects in abstract black and white images. They're called movie images while they were inside an MRI scanner. After they identified each object, they rated how suddenly the solution came to them, how certain they felt about their answer, and about how positive they felt about solving. And then about 5 days later, they would ask participants to remember those solutions. And they said that those solutions discovered a high level of insight. Aha! That kind of insight were remembered about twice as well as those that found through gradual recognition. Something in there triggers your brain to store it in a specific area that gives it more importance than something you've learned over a routine, certain routine in your life. The brain scans revealed that during those moments, visual processing areas showed marked changes in how they represented information, and at the same time, you get emotional about it. Your emotional center in the amygdala and the hippocampus become more active and better synchronized with that visual area that you're in. And then when we experience the high levels of insight, again, the aha, the eureka moments, there are stronger shifts in the activation patterns within the brain regions that process solution-relevant information, particularly the visual cortex for visual problems. These areas work very closely in the brain's emotional and memory systems that form that interconnected network. I know it's not Thursday, it's not strange science, but this is an important thing, and they said it is very important for learning as well, because outside of just the rote practice that multiplication tables when you're in elementary school, if you can find a way to teach a kid in elementary school a way to work out the mathematical problems to an aha moment as opposed to just practicing them, then sometimes those will stick better than the regular routine practice of, here you go, this is what your times tables are going to be, and this is how you memorize them. So that's cool. You can always leave us a talkback message. Just hit that little microphone button while you're listening on the iHeart app. I mean, my wife did it, so I guess everybody can see it.
I'm just trying to follow your instructions. Did you pay for Sam?
Thank you, Jim. I said beef, actually. Well, now you shared it with them.
That message from the wife was we must forget this part. And I had to show the chance. Because I took this and everybody was out here. And I heard listen to their communities. You know what I mean? So, just an idea.
Are you my wife's agent now? That's what I didn't quite understand. Jade's out today. She will be back on Friday for our news and reviews. We're going to be live at Bravery Brewing in Lancaster. Love it if you come on out there. Great way to kick off Memorial Day weekend. We have some surprises that we've got going on. We have some stuff that we're going to be giving away. Art from Bravery is going to be giving some swag away. They've got Bravery's KFIPA beer that they brewed for us again. It's not a different recipe this time, but he already tasted it and said it's already fantastic. The Bravery Pizza Kitchen will be open, and they'll be serving lunch, etc. So you can go on out there and get the Gary and Shannon Show pizza. So you know Friday what's going to be on that pizza. And then the best part about it, I think, is not only to get to hang out, watch the show on the patio in a great place, great weather. After the show, after the live show, we're going to be recording the Gas Weekend Fix, which is a podcast that shows up on Saturday mornings. We'll be recording it live in front of everybody that's there. So it's a great time for you to go on out, hang out, have a great time, and take part in that podcast that we're recording right now. A whole series of terror in the sky stories to get to. We'll talk about Gary and Shannon. Michael Long's live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. And here's the latest. State Farm wants to tag on to its already approved rate increase. State Farm is increasing rates by 17% in California next month. The San Francisco Chronicle reports State Farm wants more than that. asking for an additional 11% increase on homes and even higher on condo owners and renters. That might put nothing in 2026. Deputy Insurance Commissioner Michael Sewell released a statement saying if State Farm wants more, he wants more. He says he wants more data, more transparency, more policy oversight, more policies written in wildfire distressed areas. Eight maintenance workers accused of helping 10 inmates escape from that jail in New Orleans. That's according to Louisiana General's Office. They say the suspect was arrested last night. The escapees have been brought back into custody after they were captured on Monday. Video shows the inmates running out of the jail in the middle of the night after breaching a wall behind the toilet. Three workers at the jail have been suspended without pay. Investigation takes place. It's not clear if the person arrested was what the experts past can't find it. Massive underwater volcano off the west coast erupts. The volcano is known as axial seamount and is located about a mile deep and around 700 miles from San Francisco. It was discovered back in the 80s, and since then it's erupted 3 times. Scientists say the axial seamount will not explode like in the movies, but just ooze lava, and most sea life will probably be too busy to be bothered by the eruption. Experts are watching the volcano to help predict seismic activity. Jason Caledonia, KFI News. And its collection of ancient Greek, Roman, and Etruscan artifacts. It's still open on June 27th. Southland weather heating up all around the Southland. Highs in the 80s from the beaches to downtown Los Angeles. This one, and it's already slow from the 15th. Now on the 15th southbound north to Ontario Avenue, got that accident still blocking the 2-line lanes. It's slow in that area anyway. There should be a paving operation southbound 15 from El Cerrito Road to Alpha Road. They got one-way closed. And in South LA on 110 southbound before you get to the 105, that accident still trying to clear from the carpool lane. With some California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Jay Harmon. If you're interested in hearing anonymous callers like this tell stories from their lives, check out my podcast, Therapy Gecko. You can listen to Therapy Gecko on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Therapy Gecko and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home, on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Amazon Fire TV supports iHeartRadio. Big screen display while you enjoy your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Make sure you link your iHeartRadio account and use voice commands for ease of navigation between content on iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio on the big screen is easy to control from the remote or with voice controls, and it provides large cover art on the screen. You can sync with your iHeartRadio account for seamless listening between your devices. Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts now on your big screen TV, Amazon Fire TV, and Fire Cube. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
Records, milestones, firsts, last, and everything in between. What happened today in sports history on iHeartRadio? What's happening, fellow sports fans? It's Andy West. Let's take a look back on this day in sports history. May 20. Today in 1947, the Pittsburgh Pirates beat the Boston Braves 4-3 in a game that featured 22 hits, all of them singles. Pirates had 12, the Braves had 10. Today in 1978, Willie Stargell hit a 535-foot home run off Montreal's Wayne Twitchell, the longest home run in the history of Montreal's Olympic Stadium, helping the Pirates to a 6-0 victory. It was also Stargell's 407th career home run,
Snyder on the all-time career list. And today in 2018, the Las Vegas Golden Knights punched their ticket to the Stanley Cup Finals, beating the Winnipeg Jets 2-1 on the road.
So what happened before the universe began?
Brian Keating keeps shooting about comedy. I have a simple question for you. Let's take two. I have a simple question. What happened at the beginning of our universe? There you go.
All right, good. So when we think about what happened, it's more correct, it's more logical, it's more practical to go back in time, starting from today. So if you go back 13.874 billion years from today, that's some day, right? I mean, you could translate it some day, right? So on that day, something happened earlier than the moment exactly now. This is what we're talking about. 1 o'clock. So at some point during that day, the universe started to become a fusion reactor. It started to fuse light elements and isotopes into heavier elements and isotopes of those heavier. After that period of time, going forward back closer to today, less, 10 minutes earlier, later rather, coming towards us today, we know more and more about what the universe was like. And in fact, all the hydrogen, it's a very good approximation in the water molecules in this bottle. Almost all of them are produced during that first 20-minute period. So I would say, the actual fusion and production of the lightest elements in the periodic table occurred in a time period shorter than the TV show The Big Bang Theory.
Well done, sir.
Most of those light elements, besides hydrogen, aren't really used in your encounter. Right? You don't encounter helium that often unless you go to birthday parties or pilot them. You don't need lithium, hopefully. But other than that, those are the kind of things that were produced during that moment. The question became, how did the heavier things like iron, carbon, nickel? We can get to that later. And I brought some samples for us to discuss, and how those came from a very different type of process called a different type of fusion reactor, and a different type of process explosion as well called the supernova. However, if you go back to beyond those first 3 minutes, we really have to say almost nothing, because we are not capable, in other words, going backwards from the first 3 minutes, as famous Stephen Weinberg titled his book, we actually marks a point where ignorance takes over. In other words, we can't speculate on what happened 3 minutes before the preponderance of hydrogen was formed in our universe. We just don't know enough about that epoch. There are many people, most practicing card-carrying cosmologists believe the universe began in what's called the singularity. And we can certainly talk about that. However, singularity is so far removed from anything we can ever hope to prove, hope to confront, or hope to observe as evidence, and really only occurs in 2 instantiations, the Big Bang and the core of the black hole, neither of which is observable. And so for that reason, there are now flourishing alternatives that say you can actually, for the first time, ask the question, that day, Tuesday, in the first moments of our universe, there was a Tuesday a week before that, 24 hours, 7 days before that. That has a perfectly well understood meaning in models of cosmology, promoted by some of the more eminent of cosmologists working today. When I was in grad school over 25 years ago, no one really considered anything besides that Big Bang, that there was a singularity. And people would have to say, as I said, we just don't know. But they would say some future incarnation of some experiment will tell us the answer. But now there are people that are saying there is an alternative to the Big Bang. And it's not really fringe science as it once was 50, 80 years ago, when these models got, by the way, the first cosmology in history was not a singular universe. The first cosmology in history goes back to Akhenaten, Ra, and the temples of Egypt during the 3rd millennium BC. And in that, they talked about cyclical universe. So I always joke, that guy, Akhenaten's court, he'd have a pretty high H index sort of now, because people have been using that cyclical model from Penrose to Paul Steinhardt and Aegis, and right up until this very moment.
Can you maybe explore the possible alternatives to the Big Bang theory?
So there are many alternatives, starting with the singularity, quantum cosmologically demanding singular origin of the universe. That stands in contrast to these other models, in which time does not have a beginning. And many of them feature cycles, at least one cycle, possibly infinite number of cycles, called by Sir Roger Penrose, and they all have things in common, these alternatives, as does the dominant paradigm of cosmogenesis, which is inflation. Inflation is can be thought of as this spark that ignites the hot Big Bang that I said we understood. So it's an earlier condition, but it's still not an initial condition. In physics, imagine I show you a grandfather clock or pendulum swinging back and forth. You look away for a second, you come into the room, pendulum swinging back and forth. Alexa, tell me, where did it start? How many cycles is it going to make before you can't answer that question without knowing the initial conditions. In a very simple system, like a one-dimensional simple harmonic oscillator, like a pendulum, think about understanding the whole universe without understanding the initial conditions. It's a tremendous lacuna, a gap that we have as scientists that we may not be able to, in the inflationary cosmology, determine the quantitative physical properties of the universe prior to what's called the inflationary epoch.
So you're saying for the pendulum in that epoch, we can't, because you can infer things about the pendulum before you show up to the room in our current, correct?
Right. Yeah, so if you look at it right now, but if I said, well, when will it stop oscillating? So that depends on how much energy it got initially, and you can measure its dissipation, its air resistance, infrared camera, you can see it's getting hotter maybe, and you could do some calculation. But to know the two things in physics to solve a partial differential equation are the initial conditions and the boundary conditions. Boundary conditions, we're here on Earth, has a gravitational field, it's not going to excurse or make excursions wildly beyond the length of the pendulum. It's not, it has simple properties. So and this is like, in other words, you can't tell me, when did the solar system start orbiting in the way that it does now? In other words, when did the moon acquire the exact angular momentum that it has now? Now, that's a pretty pedestrian example, but what I'm telling you is that the inflationary epoch purports and is successful at providing a lot of explanations for how the universe evolved after inflation took place and ended, but it says nothing about how it itself took place. And that's really what you're asking. I mean, you don't really look what you care about, like Big Bang nucleosynthesis and the elements got made, and these fusion reactors, and the whole universe was a fusion reactor. But don't you really care about what happened at the beginning of time, at the first moment of time? And the problem is we can't really answer that in the context of the Big Bang. We can't answer that in the context of these alternatives. So you asked me about some of the alternatives. So one is aeon theory, the cyclic cosmology of surrounding cosmos. Another one that was really popular in the 60s and 70s until the discovery of the primary component of my research field, the cosmic microwave background radiation, CMB, the 3 Kelvin all-pervasive signal that astronomers detected in 1965. That kind of spelled the death knell in some sense to what was called the quasi-steady state universe. And then there was another model that kind of came out of that. You hear the word quasi, so it's not steady state. Steady state means it always existed. That was a cosmology Einstein believed until Hubble showed him evidence for the expansion of the universe. And most scientists believed in that for millennia, basically. The universe was eternal, static, unchanging. They couldn't believe that after Hubble, so they had to append onto it, concatenate this new feature that it wasn't steady, it was quasi-steady. So the universe was making a certain amount of hydrogen every century in a given volume of space. And that amount of hydrogen that was produced was constant. But because it was producing more and more every century, the centuries pile up and the volume piles up, the universe could expand. And so that's how they developed.
Slowly.
Very slowly. And it doesn't match observational evidence. So, but that is an alternative.
By the way, did I say I think the steady state universe is infinite or finite? Do you know?
I would assume that he thought it was infinite because there was really, if something had a no beginning in time, then it would be very unlikely we're in the center of it, or it's bounded, or it has, in that case, a finite edge to it.
I wonder what he thought about infinity. That's such an uncomfortable.
No, it's that silly joke. I'm sure you're familiar with this silly joke, right? The silly joke was that there are only two things that are infinite: the universe and human stupidity. And I'm not sure about the universe. So.
Well, me saying I'm not aware of the joke is a good example of the joke. It's very meta. Okay, so you were saying about quasi all the alternatives in the quasi steady state.
And the most kind of promising, although I hate to say that, people say, what's your favorite, alternative, right?
This is not investment advice.
Inflation is not transitory. It is quasi-permanent. So a very prominent...
Sorry to interrupt. We were talking about cosmic inflation, so calm down. Cryptocurrency.
That's right. Although the first Nobel Prize, and one of the first Nobel Prizes in economics was awarded for inflation, not the cosmological. So most people don't know that inflation has already won a Nobel Prize.
It's a good topic to work on if you want a Nobel Prize. It doesn't matter this year.
Exactly. It's time translation. So when we look at the alternative that's called the bouncing or cyclic cosmologies. These have serious virtues, according to some. One of the virtues to me, just as a human, I'm speaking as a human, one of the founders of the new version of the cyclic cosmology called the bouncing cosmology is Paul Steinhardt. He's the Einstein Professor of Natural Sciences at Princeton University. You've heard of it. And he was one of the originators of what was called new inflation. In other words, he was one of the founding fathers of inflation, who now not only has no belief or support for inflation, he actively claims that inflation is baroque, pernicious, dangerous, malevolent, not to science, not just to cosmology, but to society. So here's a man who created a theory that's captivated the world of universe of cosmologists, such as it is, and not a huge universe, but podcasters and cosmologists, some do both. But this man created this theory with collaborators, and now he's like, I'm like, Paul, you're denying paternity. Like, you're like a deadbeat dad. Now you're saying like inflation is bogus, but he doesn't just attack. See, this is what's very important about approaching things as an experimentalist. You've got a lot of theorists on it, and that's wonderful, and I think that's a huge service. An experimentalist has to say no. He or she has to be confident to say, like, I don't care if I prove you right or I prove your enemy wrong or whatever. We have to be like exterminators, and nobody likes the exterminator until they need one, right? Or garbage collectors, right? But it's vital that we be completely kind of unpersuaded by the beauty and the magnificence and the symmetry and the simplicity of some idea. Like inflation is a beautiful idea, but it also has consequences. And what Paul claims, and I don't agree with him fully on this point, is that those consequences are dangerous because they lead to things like the multiverse, which is outside the purview of science. And in that sense, I can see support for what he does, but none of that detracts from my respect for a man. Imagine like, Elon comes up with this like really great idea, space, and he's like, oh, actually, it's not just but like, here's this better idea. And he's like, SpaceX is not going to work, but he's now created an alternative to it. It's extremely hard to do what Paul has done. Doesn't mean it's right. Doesn't mean I'm going to like have more and more attention paid to it because he's my friend or because I respect the idea or I respect the man and his colleague, and Chris works really hard with him. But nevertheless, this has certain attractions to it. And what it does most foremost is that it removes the quantum gravity aspect from cosmology. So it takes away 50% of the motivation for a theory of quantum gravity. You talk a lot about quantum gravity. You talk eminent people on the show. Always latent in those conversations is sort of the teleological expectation that there is a theory of everything. There is a theory of quantum gravity, but there's no law that says we have to have a theory of quantum gravity.
So that kind of implicit expectation has to do ultimately with the inflationary theory, so in cosmic inflation. So is that at the core? Okay, maybe you can speak to what is the negative impacts on society from believing in cosmic inflation.
So, one of the more kind of robust predictions of inflation, according to its other two patriarchs, considered to be its patriarchs, Alan Guth at MIT and Andre Linde at Stanford, he was in the USSR, along with Paul Steinhardt, was that the universe has to eventually get into a quantum state. It has to exist in this Hilbert space, and the Hilbert space has certain features, and those features are quantum mechanical, endowed with quantum mechanical properties. And then it becomes very difficult to turn inflation off. So inflation can get started, but then it's like SpaceX rocket. It's hard to turn off a solid rocket booster, right? It continues the thrusting and you need another mechanism to douse the flames of the inflationary expansion, which means that if inflation kicks off somewhere, it will kick off potentially everywhere at all times, including now, spawning an ever-increasing set of universes. Some will die stillborn, some will continue and flourish, and this is known as the multiverse paradigm. It's a seemingly robust consequence, not only of inflationary cosmology, but more and more we're seeing it in string theory as well. So that sometimes two branches coming to the same conclusion is taken as evidence for its reality.
So one of the negative consequences is it creates phenomena that we can't, that are outside the reach of experimental science?
Yeah.
Or is it that the multiverse somehow has a philosophical negative effect on humanity? Like it makes us, maybe it makes life seem more meaningless? Is that where he's getting at a little bit? Or is this not reaching that far?
No, I think those are both kind of perceptive. The answer is a little of both, because in one sense it's meant kind of to explain this fine-tuning problem, that we find ourselves in a universe that's particularly the sun, that has features consistent with our existence, and how could we be otherwise? This sort of weekend problem principle. On the other hand, a theory that predicts everything, literally everything, can be said to predict nothing. Like if I say, Lex, you've been working out. You look like you look like you're about somewhere under 10,000 kilograms. I'm like, all right, yeah, you're right, but that's horribly imprecise. So what good is that? That's meaningless. I don't contribute any what's called surprise or reduction in entropy, or reduction of your ignorance about the system. So you know exactly how much you. So me telling you that tells you nothing. In this case, it's basically saying that we're living in a universe because the overwhelming odds of our existence dictate that we would exist. There has to be at least one place that we exist. But the problem is, it's a manifestation of infinity. So humans, and I'm sure you know this from your work with AI and ML and everything else, that humans, as far as we know, really are the only entities capable of contemplating infinity, but we do so very imperfectly, right? So if I say to you, like, what's bigger, the number of water molecules in this thing, or the number of real numbers? Or if I say what's bigger, the number of real numbers or rational numbers? They're all different classifications of the amount of infinities that there could be. Infinity to the infinity power. You have kids someday, they'll tell you, I love you infinity. You have to come back, I love you infinity plus one, right? So, but the human brain can't really contemplate infinity. Let me illustrate that. They say in the singularity, the universe had an infinite temperature, right? So let me ask you a question. Is there anything that you can contemplate in the Einstein's little quip aside, that's infinite? Like a physical property, density, pressure, temperature, energy, that's infinite. And if you can think of such thing, I'd like to know it. But if you can, how does it go to infinity minus one? The opposite direction I go with my kids. How does it go from like half of infinity? That's still infinity. How did it cool down? How did it get more and more tenuous and rarefied? So now it's only infinity over 2 in terms of Pascal.
Less infinite, more infinite. Yeah, I mean, it's that's one of the biggest troubling things to me about infinity is we can't truly hold it inside our minds. It's a mathematical construct that doesn't. It feels like intuition fails, but nevertheless we use it nonchalantly, and then use, like physicists, they're incredible intuition machines, and then they'll play with this infinity as if they can play with it on the level of intuition as opposed to on the level of math. Maybe something cyclical you can imagine infinity, just going around the same, kind of like a Mobius strip situation. But then the question then arises, how do you make it more or less infinite? All of that intuition fails.
Yeah. And I mean, how do you represent it in a computer, right? It's either some placeholder for infinity, or it's 1 divided by the smallest, possible, real number that you can represent.
Well, that's basically my undergraduate study in computer science, is how to represent a floating point in a computer. I think I took 17 courses on this topic. It was very useful.
I came to the right place. But in terms of what a physicist will mean, you're right. I mean, physicists will blithely, nonchalantly subtract infinity, renormalization, and do things to get finite answers. And it's miraculous. But at a certain point, you have to ask, well, what are the consequences for the real world? So one of them, you ask, what's the problem? Does it make us more meaningless? They purport, many of the people that support it, like Andre Linde. In fact, Andre Linde says, you have a bias. You, Lex, me, Brian. You have a bias that you believe in a universe, but shouldn't you believe in a multiverse? What evidence do you have that there's not? So he turns it around. Whereas Paul Steinhardt will say, no, if anything can happen, then there's no predictive power within the theory. Because you can always say, well, this value of the inflationary field did not produce sufficient gravitational wave energy for us to detect it with BICEP or Simon's observatory, whatever. But that doesn't mean that inflation didn't happen, and that's logically 100% correct. But it's like kind of chewing, Wonder Bread. I'm
Welcome.
positive they're one of your sponsors, but never mind. That's your
Wonder Bread /Flex.
I've been code Kleb. Kleb. It's my favorite Russian word. It's like, would you like a piece of Kleb?
By the way, even that word dip, which means bread in Russian, as you say it, like you were jokingly saying it now, it made me hungry because it made me remember how much I loved bread when I was in the Soviet Union. When you were like hungry, that was the thing you dreamed about.
You know, what's amazing is how many of the Soviet scientists contributed to so much of what we understand today. And they were completely in hiding. Like, there's no Google. They couldn't look up on Scholar. They had nothing. They had to wait for journals to get approved by the Communist Party to get approved. And only then, if they weren't a member of some class, I'm sure you know, like Jewish scientists, you had a passport that said Jew on your passport. And Zeldovich, the famous Yakov Borisovich Zeldovich, he was the advisor, one of the advisors, Alexander Polarin. And he had to, only because he was like at a Nobel level and was one of the fathers of the Soviet atomic bomb program, could he even get his Jewish student? He was Jewish too, but only by virtue of his standing, of his intellectual accomplishments, would they give him the dispensation to let his student, travel to Georgia or something. And it makes what we complain about. I complain about academia, and it's like, oh, well, what can I talk about? We have no idea of how good it is. That they were able to create,
Welcome.
like inflation, completely isolated.
How are you? I love this song. Oh, this is the best. That's the best. Where'd you get those pictures of me? Where'd you get those pictures of me? I love it. What are you doing? I love it. That was great. I fucking love that song. That's good shit.
Some of these people didn't meet like people like Stephen Hawking until he was almost dead, and they just learned this thing through smuggled in. It's a work of heroism, especially in cosmology. There's so many cosmologists that work incredibly hard, probably because they were working on. They could pass off as well. We're doing stuff for the atomic program as well. They work.
At the same time, there is interesting incentives in the Soviet system that maybe we can take this tangent for a brief moment. That because there's a dictatorship, authoritarian regime throughout the history of the 20th century for the Soviet Union, science was prioritized. And because the state prioritized it, the propaganda machines and the news and so on, it actually was really cool to be a scientist. Like, you were highly valued in society, maybe that's a better way to say it. And I would say, you're saying like we have it easy now. In that sense, it was kind of beneficial to be a scientist in that society because you were seen as a hero, as there's fame,
hero of the Soviet Republic.
And that there's positives to that. I mean, I'm not saying I would take the negatives or the positives, but it is interesting to see a world in which science was highly prized in a capitalist system, or maybe not capitalist. Let's just say it, the American system. The celebrities are the athletes, the actors and actresses, maybe business leaders, musicians, and the people we elect are sort of lawyers.
Right.
So it's interesting to think of a world where science was highly prized, but they had to do that science within the constraints of always having Big Brother watching. It's
the same in Germany. Germany had highly prized science. I mean, one of the most famous, tragic to me cases is Fritz Haber, when that did the Haber-Bosch process that allowed us to. I don't know. Have you eaten yet? You look. I mean, I know you fast and fast every day, and you do that. I said Kleb, and you got it's a little drool, but
he says I'm lifting and I look slim. This is amazing. I'm gonna clip this out and put it on Tinder. I think that's the website.
You guys got to swipe left or right for that. I don't know. But when you think about what he did, created the fertilizer process that we all enjoy and we eat from every day. He was a German nationalist first and foremost, even though he was a Jew. And he personally went to witness the application of ammonia, chlorine gas, applied during trench warfare in 1916 in battles in Brussels and whatever. And they had a whole cadre of Nobel laureates in chemistry and physics, that would go and witness these atrocities. But that was also, they were almost putting science above, I don't want to say human dignity, but of like the fact that he would later be suppressed, and actually some of his relatives would die in Auschwitz because of the chemical that he invented, also called Zyklon B. And so it's just unbelievable. So I feel like that does have resonance today in this worship of science. Listen to science, follow the science, which is more like scientism. And there is still a danger. I always say, just because you're an atheist doesn't mean you don't have a religion. Just because you in my case, in my book, I talk a lot about the Nobel Prize. It's kind of like a kosher idol. It's something that you can worship. It doesn't do any harm, and we want those people that are so significant in their intellectual accomplishments, because there is a core of America and the Western world in general that does worship it and really look at science, predominantly because it gives us technology. But there's something really cool about that. And so for me, it's hard to find that balance point between looking to science for wisdom, which I don't think it has, but two different words, but also recognizing how much good and transformative power, maybe our only hope, comes from science.
You open so many doors, because you also bring up our Ernest Becker in that book. So there's a lot of elements of religiosity to science and to the Nobel Prize that's fascinating to explore. And we will. And we still haven't finished the discussion of the beginning of the universe, which we will return to. But now, since you opened the book, wow, pun unintended, of losing the Nobel Prize, can you tell me the story of BICEP, the background imaging of cosmic extragalactic polarization experiment, BICEP 1 and BICEP 2, and then maybe you can talk about BICEP 3. But the thing that you cover in your book, the human story of what happened.
Yeah, that book is, in contradistinction to the second book, that's like a memoir. It's really a description of what it's like to feel, what it feels like to be a scientist, and to come up with the ignorance, uncertainty, imposter syndrome, which I cover in a later book in more detail, but to really feel like you're doing something and it's all you think about. It is all consuming. And it's something I couldn't have done now because I have too many other, wonderful, delightful demands on my time. But to go back to that moment when I was first captivated by the night sky as a 12-year-old, 13-year-old, and really mixed together throughout my scientific story has always been wanting to approach the greatest mystery of all, which I think is the existence or non-existence of God. So I call myself a practicing agnostic. In other words, I do things that religious people do, and I don't do things that atheist people do. And I once had this conversation, with my first podcast guest, actually, I should say, I was just having a conversation with Freeman Dyson, but he was actually my first guest. Yeah. And I miss him.
Name drop,
yes. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of comments about
So in case people don't know, Brian Keating is the host of Into the Impossible podcast, where he's talked to some of the greatest scientists in history of science, physicists, especially in the history of science.
So when I talked to Freeman, I said, Freeman, you call yourself an agnostic too. Can you tell me something like what do you do on Sundays? You go to church. No, I don't go to church. And I'm like, well, imagine there was like an intelligent alien, and he was looking down, or I don't know. The thing was looking down, and it saw Freeman. And on Sundays, like a group of people go to church, but Freeman doesn't go to church. And then there's another group of people that don't go to church, and those are called atheists. But Freeman calls himself an agnostic, but he does the things that like Richard Dawkins. He doesn't go to the same church that Richard Dawkins doesn't go to. Right? So I said, how would you distinguish yourself if not practice? So I'm a behaviorist. I believe you can change your mentality. You can influence your mind through your bodily, physical actions. So when I was a 12-year-old, I got my first telescope. I was actually an altar boy in the Catholic Church. It's kind of strange for a Jewish kid who grew up in New York, and you get into that, maybe not. But I was just fascinated by these.
Can we get into it for a second?
Okay, yeah. All right, let's go.
Let's go there.
All right.
Let's go to Baby Brian, or young
Brian,
Brian.
the new sitcom on CBS. young Brian, born to two Jewish parents. My father was a professor at SUNY Stony Brook. He was a mathematician, eminent mathematician. And my mother was an eminent mom and brilliant English major, etc. And they raised it, but they were secular. They we'd go to. I always joke. We'd go to synagogue, 2 times a year, on Christmas and Easter. No, we would go, Yom Kippur, Rosh Hashanah. Right? That's the typical 2-day Jews. Then we'd have matzahs, so you'd have Passover. And that was about it. And for years I was like that until my parents got divorced. My mother remarried, and she married an Irish Catholic man by the name of Ray Keating. My father's name is James Sachs. So when she remarried Ray Keating, I was immediately adopted. I'm actually adopted into the Keating family. And he had 9 brothers and sisters, and just warm and gregarious. They, did Christmas, Easter. It was one of the most wonderful experiences I had. And I do things with great gusto. Whatever I do, I want to take it all. So to me, that meant really learning about Christianity, in this case, Catholicism. So I was baptized, confirmed, and I said, I want to go all the way. I became an altar boy in the Catholic Church.
You're going to be the best altar boy there ever was.
I had serious skills. You pass that collection basket. I could push people and get them to 2x their contributions. But in this case, I was 13. Now, I don't know if you remember when you were 13, but if you extrapolate the next level up, it's like you go graduate student, postdoc, professor. The next level up from confirmation, altar boy is priest. And I don't know if you're aware of this, but priests are not entitled to have relations with women. And as a 13-year-old boy, kind of like future casting what life's going to be like for myself if I continue on my path, I found it
the math can add up.
That's right. There was a serious gap in that future. And instead, when I should have been preparing for my bar mitzvah, as most Jewish boys would be, it's like 12, 13-year-old boy, I actually got a telescope and became infatuated with all the things you could see with it. It's bigger than that one over there that your hedgehog's looking through. Is that hedgehog?
It's a hedgehog in the fog. I should mention, and we'll go one by one with these things. You've given me some incredible gifts. Maybe it's a good place to ask about the telescope that put some clamps on and what the hedgehogs look. And using.
You're officially an experimental astrophysicist.
Why experimentalist versus an engineer?
Because you assembled this telescope, you gave it a mount, and you connected it to a very.
Yeah, but there's no experiment going on. It's just engineering for show. Okay. It's very shallow. So experiment is taking it to the next level and actually achieving something. Here, I just built a thing for show.
Well, that's always a joke. People say, "Oh, you're an experimental cosmologist." I'm like, "Yeah, I build a lot of universes." Most of my time is putting clamps on things, soldering things. It's not actually doing stroking of my non-existent beard, contemplating the cyclic versus the bouncing cosmological.
Yeah, and just like most of robotics is just using Velcro for things.
Right. Yeah, it's not like having dancing dogs or whatever. So telescope.
Yes, this telescope. What's the story of this little telescope?
This telescope's a very precious thing. In some ways, it's a symbol of what got me into, what brought me all the blessings I have in my life. Came from a telescope, and I always advise parents or even people for themselves. You right here, wherever we are, the biggest city on earth, Manhattan, where I was growing up as a 12-year-old outside of Manhattan. You can see the exact same craters on the moon, the same rings of Saturn, the same moons of Jupiter, the same phases of Venus. You can see the Andromeda Galaxy that's 2.5 million light years away from Earth. You can do that with that little thing. Or one that's a little more expensive. Get one that has a mount, and you could attach now your smartphone. What the hell is that? I wouldn't have known if that was in 1984. And with that, you can do something that no other science, to my knowledge, can really replicate. Maybe biology or something, but you can experience the physical sensation that Galileo experienced when he turned a telescope like that to Jupiter and saw these 4 dots around it. Or that Saturn had ears, as he called it. Or that the moon was not crystalline, polished, smooth, and made of this heavenly substance, the quintessent substance, right? So where else can you be viscerally connected with the first person to ever make that discovery? Try doing that with the Higgs boson. Get yourself an LHC and smash together, high luminosity, call up Harry Cliff, and say, I want to replicate, how did you feel? He didn't feel anything. None of them felt anything. It took years to compile it. You can't do it. But with this, you can feel the exact same emotions.
That's fascinating. It's almost like maybe there's another one like that is fire.
Yes.
Like when you build a bonfire Like you actually get it. See, if you use a lighter, I think if you actually by rubbing sticks together or however you do it without any of the modern tools, that's probably what that's like.
Yeah.
And then you get to experience the magic of it, of what like early humans, Homo sapiens.
Feel what Og felt.
By the way, is this a gift?
This is the gift.
Yeah,
You need a little bit of a swag upgrade. So I got you.
Yeah, this is I'm pulling a Putin. Like, ask if this is a gift, making it very uncomfortable for you. Not really. This
It's actually my childhood telescope here. You know,
But now,
that's
all right.
So looking at this stuff
was when your love for
Change.
science was first.
changed my life because not only was I doing that, I was replicating what Galileo did. I'm 100% not comparing myself to Galileo. Okay, if there's any confusion. But I did replicate exactly what he did, and I was like, holy crap, this is weird. Let me write it down. So it had another effect, which all good scientists, budding scientists should do, and all parents should do. Get your kid a book, a little notebook, tape a pencil to it. Write down what you see, what you hypothesize, what you think it's going to be. Not like in the high school, you know, like hypothesis, thesis, but just like, wow, how did I feel? Better yet, astronomy is a visual science. Sketch what you see. The Lagoon Nebula, the Pleiades, Seven Sisters. You can see them anywhere on Earth. And when you do that, again, you're connecting two different hemispheres of your brain, I understand it, and you're connecting them through your fingertips. You literally have the knowledge in your fingertips, in your connection between what you see, what you observe, and what you write down. Then you do research, right? The goal of science is not to just replicate what other people did, is do something new. And that's what we call research, and not just like studying, you know, Wikipedia. And in so doing, you start to train a kid at age 12 or 13 for $50. It's unbelievable. And now we can do even better. Share it on Instagram or whatever. And you can, by doing so, have an entree into the world of what does it really mean to be a scientist, and do so viscerally. You know, I often say, I was taught this by my English teacher, Mrs. Tompkins, in ninth grade, that the word educate, it doesn't mean to pour into. Let me pour in some facts and facts. You know, it's not like machine learning. You're just showing like billions of cats, or, you know, you're not like forcing it in. You're bringing it out. It means to pour out of in Latin, educare. And what more could a teacher want than to have something, the kid is just like gushing. You're not going to see
To
that.
inspire the kid.
Yes.
Inspire.
Yeah.
Shout out to Mrs. Tompkins.
Yeah, Mrs. Tompkins. She's watching. Yeah. She's a big fan. Me, she doesn't care, but you.
Yeah, excellent. We take those we love for granted. This is in Manhattan.
This is in Westchester County.
Okay, got it. So but then that's where the dream is born.
Yeah.
But then there is the pragmatic journey of a scientist. So going to university, graduate school, postdoc, and all the way to where you are today. What's that? What are some notable moments in that journey?
So I call that the academic Hunger Games, because it's like you're competing against like these people, you know, who are just getting smarter all the time as you're getting smarter all the time. They want to get into a fewer and fewer number of slots. Like there's fewer slots to get into college than in high school. There's fewer slots in graduate school. There's very few slots for a postdoc, and many, maybe infinitesimal number. You know, we just did a faculty search at UC San Diego. 400 applicants for one position. It's almost getting impossible. Like I almost can't conceive of doing what these new brilliant, you know, people applying to become an assistant professor at a state university that they're doing. It takes so much courage to do that. So I went from, you know, this kid in New York, thinking I would never be a professional astronomer. A, because I didn't know any. I'd never seen any. I didn't even know that they existed. And I thought, who the hell's going to pay me to look at the stars? Like, will they pay me to be like an ice cream taster? Like, it's just not something I could conceive of getting paid to do, even if I had the brilliance to do it, which I feel I did. And then I went to graduate school, and during graduate school, I had this kind of on again, off again relationship with my father, and I knew that he was a mathematician. He had left and got remarried himself and moved across the country. I didn't see him for 15 years. And in that time, I learned a lot about him, and I learned that he had gotten very interested not in pure mathematics, which he had been a number theorist, contributed seminal work on the Phantom equations, which played a lot of Turing's work. But anyway, he had become interested, turned completely away from that into the foundations of quantum mechanics and relativity, which is physics. By that time, I was at Brown University, And I was, thinking, oh, maybe I'll be a condensed matter physicist or experimentalist. I never thought I'd be a theorist. I'm not a theorist, so I was pretty prescient. And but it always appealed to me, like, why not do what made me happy as a 12-year-old? Like, we often forget about, like, those, primitive things about us are probably the most sustainable, durable, and resilient attributes of our character. So with my own kids, I look like, what are they interested in now when they're young? And it doesn't mean that's what they're going to do. I mean, some of them want to play Fortnite, like professional Fortnite, which there are, but the odds of that is less than the odds of being a professor.
Can I ask you, is your father still with us?
No.
Just in a small tangent, do you listen? Do you think about him? Does his mathematical journey reverberate through who you are?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it did in very many ways. And he's been gone for a long time now. Thinking back to that time with him, he must have instilled some capacity for me to only want to spend my time, which is a limited quantity. I don't think it's the most limited quantity. Maybe we'll talk about that later. But to go into only the most challenging, interesting things with the limited time that we have. And for him, it was the foundations of quantum mechanics. For me, it was the foundations of the universe and how did they come to be. And I felt like, well, people have been trying since Einstein to outdo Einstein, really haven't made great progress in the foundations of quantum mechanics. But this is an exciting time. The Kobe satellite had just released its data that the universe had this anisotropy pattern. Stephen Hawking called it like looking at the face of God and so forth. And so it seemed like this is a good golden age for what I'm going to do and what I'm most interested in. But always throughout that, I wanted to understand. I didn't want to be a wrench monkey. No offense to people that just do experiment.
And no offense to monkeys.
No offense to monkeys. But thinking back to what animates me, it's not doing the engineering as much as it is getting the data. But there's a lot of steps. I want to be the guy understanding what made the universe produce the signals that we saw. So I always joke with my theorist friends, call me a closeted theorist. Like I want to be, what they call a guy who hangs out with musicians, a drummer. So I want to be like guy for physics, right? Like for theoretical physics. I want to be like the guy who doesn't do new theory, but understands the theory that the new theorists are doing.
I love that formulation of a theorist is understanding the source of the signal you're getting. Like signal is primary. Like the thing you measure is primary, and the theory is just the search of explaining how that signal originated. But it's all about the signal. I see the same search for the human mind, and like neuroscience in that same kind of way. It's ultimately about the signal, but you kind of hope to understand how that signal originated. That's fascinating. That's such a beautiful way to explain experimental physics, because it ultimately at the end of the day is all about signal.
Yeah, and maybe those two things, the neuroscience and the cosmos, not getting too romantic, but yeah, maybe they're in some fundamental way, some fundamental conscious cosmic consciousness. But
we're gonna get to that.
Yeah, no, we definitely have this. But getting back, so my origins. So I always say, like, and I want to try this. You said you wouldn't answer any of my questions, but I'm going to ask this question. What's the most important day? Don't tell me the date, but to you, what's the most important day to you?
Do I have to answer or do I have to think about it?
No, just answer. Like, you don't have to tell me the exact date doesn't count. It could be like your mistress's, birthday or whatever. But
I have so many I lose track. Even though I'm single, how does that even make sense?
I know. Okay.
I'm sorry. So a day, like a month and a day. Yeah. I mean, for me, it would be December 31st.
Yeah. So I was gonna say New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. Some people say birthday, anniversary, kid's birth. They're usually signifying beginnings and ends. Right? January, and it's the portal between the God was the portal between the beginning and the end. So you're looking back, maybe the Russian, the death side, the light side, looking forward into January, the beginning, right? So everybody's most important day is usually some beginning or something significant. For me, it was studying the most significant thing of all. When did the universe get born, as I said before? And I didn't think there was some mental obstruction that I didn't realize that I could get past, because I didn't think like anybody does it. Like I knew astronomers knew these answers, that the universe at that time between 10 and 20 billion years old. Now we know it's 13.8 872 billion years old. It's incredible that 5 digit, is significant.
What is it again?
13.872 billion years. 872 billion.
So is there a lot of plus or minus on that? What are the air
So
bars on
for
that?
me, I'm 50. So it would be the equivalent of you looking at me and telling me within 12 hours how old I am. So 0.5%.
There's a confidence behind that.
Oh yeah, I mean there's this significance. Yeah, no, it's extremely low. I mean it's one of the most precise things we have. In contrast to, again, 25 years ago, we didn't know if the universe was 10 billion or 20 billion years old, but there were stars in our galaxy that were believed to be, as they are, about 12 billion years old, or in the universe that were 12 billion. So that would be like you being older than your father. It was embarrassing.
Can we actually take a tangent on a tangent? How old is the universe? Can you dig in onto this number? How do we know currently with those, I guess you said 4 or 5 significant digits?
So we can come about it two different ways. One, basically they rely on the most important number in cosmology, which is the Hubble constant. The Hubble constant has this weird number that has the following units. It has the units of kilometers per second per megaparsec. So it's a speed per distance, which means you multiply it by distance and you get a speed. And what is the speed you're measuring? Well, you're measuring the speed of a distant galaxy at many megaparsecs away. So a galaxy at 1 megaparsec, well, this isn't actually strictly true because of local gravitational effect. But if you go out and say 1 megaparsec away, I would say that that galaxy is moving 72 kilometers per second. And every galaxy, except for the local, very most local group surrounding us, maybe half a dozen galaxies, out of 500 billion galaxies to perhaps a trillion galaxies. So 12 out of that number are moving towards us, the rest are moving away from us. So that number, if you invert it, if you say, well, when did those things last touch each other, all those galaxies? Now they're really far apart. We know how fast they're moving away. It's a very simple algebra problem to solve. When were they touching? That's where you get that number from.
So there's the local 12 and the rest.
You know, the 12, yeah.
And then another 12, and then look at the others, and solve the algebra problem. How does the stuff in the beginning, the mystery of that beginning epoch change this calculation?
Very little, because actually we understand how there's some other ingredients that go into it, namely how much energy there is in the universe, how much dark matter there is in the universe, how much radiation, light, neutrinos, etc., and how much ordinary matter.
I did not see that. I'm surprised.
Okay, so let's.
Stuff like that going on.
Morons.
Reddit is positive.
It appears that the universe is bigger than it is older. How does that make sense?
Oh. Yeah, so you're talking about the fact that we can actually see stuff in our observable universe that's located at a distance that is farther than the speed of light times the age of the universe. Naively, you would say that. So you're right. If the universe was static, if the universe came into existence, the universe came into a big bang in a fixed universe, so the universe just started off. Those galaxies were, they could be moving towards us, away from us, who knows? That you could say, I can see a galaxy that's at a distance of only 13.8 billion years times the speed of light. That's really true. But the fact that the light is expanding along with the expansion of the universe. So imagine there was some very distant past, we were near a galaxy. It's going to produce some light. And that galaxy is going to be moving away from us. The light's going to be getting more and more red shifted as it's going. It's going to be moving farther and farther away from us as time goes on. There'll be some acceleration as we get into the era of dark energy. The light signals, there'll be some cone of acceptance from which represents all the events that we could have received information from. We can't currently communicate with that galaxy. It sent us some light, and now it's moving away, and it sent us some light. And because the space is also dragging the photons with it, if you like, the photons are being participating in the expansion of the universe. That's why they're redshifting. That we can see things out to where the universe first began expanding, not just when it began existing. And because the universe has been expanding for 13.8 billion years with no sign of slowing down yet, which is a huge surprise, serendipitous surprise, that we can see things approximately 3 times the age of the universe away from us. So we can see this called the age of the universe, 15 billion years, just to make math simple. We see things at 45 billion light years distance in that direction. And we see things at 45 billion light years in that direction just turning our telescopes 180 degrees away. So that means we see things that themselves are 90 billion light years away from each other. That's sort of the diameter of the observable universe. Is there another universe beyond that? We don't know. Some conjecture there's not only one, there's an infinite number of them.
How are you emotionally okay with the fact that our universe is expanding? So, like,
It's going to be like Annie Hall, like with LV singer.
I grew up in the Soviet Union. Watch propaganda.
I realized that you did, yes. So there's a famous
Annie Hall, is
Annie
that some kind of, what is the...
It's part of the propagandist movie with Woody Allen. Certainly canceled, but nevertheless, back when he was not canceled yet, he made a movie called Annie Hall, in which, it's a self-depiction. He's like a Larry David before Larry David was Larry David. Neurotic, typical neurotic young Jew. He's in Brooklyn, and he all of a sudden tells his mother he's not doing his homework anymore. He refuses to do his homework. His mother says, why? It's because the universe is expanding, and it keeps on expanding. Everything will rip apart, and it will never have anything in contact, and everything is meaningless. And I assume these are some of the topics we're going to get to. And she goes, what are you talking about? We're in Brooklyn. Brooklyn is not expanding. And that's true. Brooklyn is not expanding. The solar system is not expanding. Oftentimes they get asked, what is the universe expanding into? That's one of my favorite questions. What is it expanding into? And I say, it's actually an easy question if you think about it. You've seen your friend Elon, he goes out into space, he's got a rocket, right? What's outside of the rocket? If you take this bottle, empty out this bottle, take the cap off it, go outside the rocket, sit in some tang, screw on the cover of it. What's in there? Is it empty?
That's just semantics, I guess. Yeah.
No, it's definitely not empty.
So you step outside the rocket?
Yeah, you're in the vacuum of space, quote unquote vacuum of space.
And there's no more liquid in it?
There's no more liquid in it. No, it's just a container, 1 cubic centimeter. Let's just make it simple. 1 cubic centimeter of box, and you take it out into space, outside the Falcon, whatever. Right? What's inside that box? It's not empty. There's actually, I'm going to say, this is going to set your friends up. There's 420 photons from the fusion of the light elements that we call the cosmic microwave background inside that box at any second.
Okay. All right. Hold on a second. What? 420. That's I've heard that number before. All right.
It used to be 69, but then they changed.
Wow, physics works in mysterious ways.
From the millimeter box, it's 69.
What are we talking about here? What's in the box?
I'm gonna get. That's right. Let's think outside the box. Now we're thinking inside the box. So if you have every cubic centimeter of our observable universe is suffused with heat left over from the Big Bang, dark matter particles, which is little ordinary matter in the universe, and every cubic centimeter is some probability to find a proton, a cosmic ray, an electron, etc. There's actually an awful lot of neutrinos inside of that cubic centimeter. Now, just imagine how many cubic centimeters there are in the universe. It's enormous. That's why there's enormous numbers of particles in our universe. It's a very rich universe. But now let's zoom in on that box. So now inside that box, there might be, one, let's say there might be one ordinary matter, like a proton or an electron, a baryon, a lepton. There might be a couple hundred neutrinos, and there'll be a couple hundred photons, as I said, 420. What's between those guys? What's between the protons and the neutrinos and the photons? Just zoom into a cubic micron now. Like, imagine 420 things inside a box this big. It's actually pretty empty. Like, they're just zipping around in there, right? So between them, there's a lot of empty space.
And this is outside the kind of physics-based models of fields and all those kinds of things.
Yeah,
Asking the question of, like, what is this
what's the
emptiness?
particle content in the universe in every cubic centimeter of the universe?
Outside of the 420. So you have the 420.
420.
They have some, that's some mass.
Well, they have energy. They don't have photons.
Energy.
That's why they don't bring
mass.
suitcases. That's true, right? Photons never bring suitcases with them because they're traveling light. See, I didn't get that.
That's
Corny dad jokes. Okay, you'll appreciate this.
no, this is pretty good. It's just I'm laughing on the insides. What's in the box? What's the 420? What's between the photons?
That's what space is. That's what the universe is expanding into.
Okay, that's the notebook on which the photons are written. That's beautiful, but still, I understand this, but it's still uncomfortable that if the universe is expanding, that this thing is expanding. The canvas is expanding. It's very strange. It's like if we're just sitting there still, I guess if we're in Brooklyn, nothing's expanding. So our cognition, our intuition about the world is based on this local fact that we don't get to experience this kind of expansion.
Yeah, and that intuition leads us astray. But you know that gravity is the weakest of the so-called four fundamental forces. And yet it has the longest range pervasiveness. Gravity is, we're being pulled towards the Andromeda Galaxy at some enormous rate of speed because of its massive counter-gravitational force, the force we exert on it. So gravity is enormously long range, but incredibly weak. And because of that, we can think about these effects of expansion as the relationship between the bowling ball and a trampoline. That's almost right, because it's actually, you have to visualize that now in 4 dimensions, like wrapping a trampoline at every point around the object, including on the sides. It becomes very hard to visualize, so a lot of people use that. It's also a fraught analogy because you're using gravity, like the notion of gravity pulling something down, to explain the notion of gravity. So it's a little overburdening the analogy.
But okay, so you mentioned Barry Barish wrote the forward to your book.
Yeah.
How do gravitational waves fit into all of this? How do they, on the emotional level, how do they make you feel that they're just moving space-time?
Yeah, so gravitational waves were the Nobel Prize for Gravitational Waves discovery the first time. It was discovered twice, indirectly by 2 men named Hulse and Taylor, and that was given my first year of graduate school. The day I entered graduate school, almost they announced these 2 guys won it, and the guy who won it did the work that would later win him the Nobel Prize when he was my age.
Is this in the 40s?
This was that
was a joke.
No,
All right, thank you.
I got it. To a cosmologist, age means nothing, and to a tennis player.
Not on Tinder.
That's right.
All right, sorry.
Gravitational waves do fit in because what we're trying to do now is use the properties of gravitational waves, the analogous properties that they have to photons, that they travel at the speed of light, that they go through everything, they can go through everything, and that they're directly detectable. We're using them to try to confirm if or if not inflation occurred. So did inflation, the spark that ignited the fusion of the elements in the early part of the universe and the initial expansion of the universe, did that take place? There's only one way that cosmologists believe we could ever see that, through the imprint of these primordial gravitational waves, not these old, newcomers that Barry studies, the ones that occurred 1 billion light years away from us 1 billion years ago. But we're seeing things that happened 13.82 billion years ago during the inflationary epoch. However, those we cannot build a LIGO and put it at the Big Bang. So if you want to measure, let's say you have the old-time firecracker. Let's say there's a firecracker, and you want to see if it went off in the building next door to you. You can't see it, so you can't see the imprint of it, but you can hear it. And what we're trying to do is hear the effect of gravitational waves from the Big Bang, not by using a camera or even an interferometer like Barry used and his colleagues, but instead using the CMB, the light, the primordial ancient fossils of the universe, the oldest light in the universe. We're going to use that as a film, quote unquote, onto which gravitational waves get exposed.
And hope you can. So, what are the challenges there to get enough accuracy for the exposure?
So the signal, as I said, is so there's 420 of these photons per cubic centimeter, and there's a lot of cubic centimeters in the universe. However, what we're looking for is not the brightness of the photon, how intense it is. We're not looking for its color, what wavelength it is. We're looking for what its polarization is.
And we'll go there. Let me just ask, are you serious about the per cubic millimeter? 420 is the number? Cubic centimeter.
Yeah.
420 is the number. I wonder if Elon knows this, and if he doesn't, he will truly enjoy this.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Funding secured. Excellent. So I mean, this takes us to this story of heartbreak, of triumph, of that you described in losing the Nobel Prize. So describe what polarization is that you mentioned.
Yeah.
You describe what bicep 1, bicep 2 are, bicep 3, perhaps the instruments that can detect this kind of polarization.
Yeah.
What are the challenges, the origin story, the whole thing.
Yeah. So, well, the origin story goes back again to like a father-son rivalry. It really does. It was my father had won all these prizes, awards, etc., but he never won a Nobel Prize. And some parents in America, they compete with their kids. Oh, I was a football player in high school. I'll show you, and whatever, wrestling, whatever. And some of it's pretty healthy too. But with me and my dad, it wasn't super healthy. Like we would compete, and he was much more of a pure mathematician, and I was an experimental physicist. So we had both different ideas of what was worth prioritizing our time. But I knew for sure he didn't win the Nobel Prize, and I knew I could kind of outdo him. So I feel pretty venal and kind of minuscule kind of character-wise saying.
Well, the only reason you could outdo him is because the Fields Medal is given every 4 years,
and only if you're under 40, which he was.
So he's working under much more limited conditions.
That's right. So even if I had, which spoiler alert, the book's called Losing the Nobel Prize, so I didn't do it. But I wanted to do something big, and I wanted to do something that would really just unequivocally be realized as a discovery for the ages, as in fact it was when we made the premature announcement that we had the successful gift.
So you were from the beginning reaching for the big questions. So as an experimenter, you were swinging for the fences.
That's all I wanted to do. I felt like if it's not, if it's worth spending, perhaps the rest of my life on as a scientist, it better be damn well better be interesting to me, to carry me through, to give me I always say, passion is great when people say, oh, follow your passion. But it's not enough. Passion's like the spark that ignites the rocket, but that's not enough to get the rocket into space.
So then you swung for the fences with Bicep 1. What is this?
So Bicep 1 was born out of kind of interesting circumstances. So I had gone to Stanford University for a postdoc. So an academic Hunger Games. Stanford University. Yeah, it's this small little school. It's not like that technical college in Massachusetts that you're familiar with. But as I went there, I was working for a new assistant professor. She had gotten there only a year before I got there, and she had her own priorities, the things that she wanted to do. But I kept thinking in my spare time that I wanted to do something completely different. She was studying galaxies at high redshift, and I wanted to study the origin of the universe using this type of technology. And I realized, courtesy of a good friend of mine who's now at Johns Hopkins, Mark Heminkowski, that we didn't need this enormous Hubble telescope. We didn't need a 30-meter diameter telescope. We needed a tiny refracting telescope, bigger than my head, less than a foot across. And that telescope would have the same power as a Hubble telescope, size telescope could have, because the signals that we're looking for are enormous in wavelength on the sky. They're enormously large area signals on the sky. And if we could measure that, it would be proof effectively, as close as you get to proof. There could be things that mimic it, but that we discovered the inflationary epoch. Inflation being the signal originally conceived of by Alan Guth to explain why the universe had the large-scale features that it does. Namely that it has so-called flat geometry. So there's no way to make a triangle in space in our universe that has 3 interior angles that do not sum to 180 degrees. You can do that with spacecraft, you can do that with stars, you can do that with laser beams, you can do that with 3 different galaxies. All those galaxies, no matter how far you go, have this geometry. It's remarkable. But it's also unstable. It's very unlikely. It's very seemingly finely tuned. And that was one of the motivations that Guth had to kind of conceive of this new idea called inflation in 1979 when he was a postdoc also at Stanford, SLAC. And he was trying to get a permanent job. I was trying to make my name for myself. And so I realized I could do this. But I was also being paid by this professor at Stanford to do a job for her. And I was kind of a crappy employee, to be honest with you. And then one day she couldn't take it anymore because I was like sketching notebooks and planning his experiments, and I wasn't.
You had big ideas in your mind. You were planning big experiments, and that was difficult to work with on a small scale for like a postdoc type of situation. Where you have to, publish basic papers, deliver on some basic deadlines for a project, all those kinds of things.
Support your advisors, paying you. And so one day I came in, and it actually involved another friend of mine, an astronomer named Jill Tarter, one of the pioneers in the SETI science business of detecting extraterrestrials, which I assume he'd never like to talk about aliens, so I'm sure we won't get into aliens. But Jill was visiting Stanford, and I was like, I really want to meet her. Can you introduce me? And she said, no, in fact, you're fired. my boss. So I was like, this is possibly the best thing I've ever. I didn't know where it would lead or what would happen to it, but getting fired from this ultra prestigious university turned out to be the path. I mean, literally, that brings me here today. In that, because of that, I ended up working for another person in Caltech, which is in Pasadena, and she, my original boss, Sarah Church, she got me the job with her former advisor, a man by the name of Andrew Lang. And Andrew was like, he was like this, I don't know, like. He was like a Steve Jobs or a, charismatic, handsome, persuasive, idea man. Not the guy always in the lab and doing everything, but understood where things are going decades from now. And he had been involved in an experiment that actually measured the universe was flat, very close to flat, along with a preceding experiment done at Princeton by Lyman Page and other collaborators.
The shape of the universe is flat.
The geometry of the universe is flat.
How did he do that experiment?
So he used the cosmic microwave background. And so what I said is you have to look for triangles in the universe. So you can measure triangles on Earth. You can actually, it's hard to show that the Earth is curved, but you can show the Earth is curved using triangles, mountaintops, etc. If you have an accurate enough protractor.
Allegedly.
Yeah. God, you're like auto-canceling. This is great. My ratings are going to go up, man. This is going to be great.
If you want actual science, go listen to Brian. If you want all of these conspiracy theories, or AKA the truth about flat Earth, listen to
So what he used was the following triangle. There are proto-galaxy-sized objects in the CMB. The cosmic microwave background has these patches, and so you can make a triangle out of the diameter of one of these blobs of the primordial plasma, the soup that constitutes the early universe, which is hydrogen. It's very simple material. Understand hydrogen, electrons, and radiation. Very simple. Plasma physicists, understand it. The diameter is one base of the triangle, and then the distance to the Earth is the other two legs. So he measured, along with his colleagues at Caltech and the University of Rome and the other group at Princeton, measured the angle, interior angle, effectively, very, very accurately, and showed that it added up to 180 degrees.
Can you localize accurately the patches in the CMB? Can you know where they could trace them back location-wise?
If you know where they are, but more than that, there's so many of these patches. They're about 1 square degree on the sky. The sky, you may know, a sphere has about 44,000 square degrees in a sphere. So there's literally 44,000 of these size patches over which he could do these kind of measurements, build up very good statistics. That's not exactly how they do it or how they did it on this experiment called Boomerang, but they did measure very accurately the what was called the first Doppler peak or acoustic peak in the plasma, the primordial plasma.
That's so the sphere has approximately 44,000 square degrees. So to cover a sphere, that's a very kind of important data collection thing when you're sitting on a sphere and you're looking out into the observable universe. So there's a lot of patches to work with.
Yeah. And in fact, a lot of the fast kind of algorithmic decomposition of spheres and machine learning in the early 2000s, still used today, was created out of this field by data analysts using this thing called hierarchical equal area triangles called heel picks is what it's called.
And so just stitch all this stuff together, and that's and stitch it together very accurately.
Yeah. Get high statistical significance in order to reduce the statistical errors. Very clean signal and measurement device to reduce the systematic errors. Those are the two predominant sources of error in any measurement. Those that can be improved by more and more measurements. You take more and more measurements of this table, you'll get slightly better each time. That you only win as the number of the 1 over the square root of the number of measurements. But the square root of 44,000 is pretty big. So they were able to get a very accurate measurement. Again, it's not exactly how they did it. They also have to do a Fourier analysis, decompose that, do a power spectrum, filtration, windows. There's a lot of work that goes into it. Image analysis, and then comparing that with cosmological parameters. Very simple model, just 6 different numbers that go into a model that made a prediction. And one of those is the geometry of the universe pops out, and that is the universe has zero spatial curvature, and that was called boomerang. So he had just come off of this. Now, let me remind you, who was the first person, to measure the curvature of the Earth? It's a guy named Aristophanes in whatever, he lived around Aristotle's time. His name is in the history books. So this guy, Andrew Lang, I was like, he's like the next Aristophanes. Like, I just wanted to work for this guy. He was clearly had this brand. He was about 40 at the time. California Scientist of the Year. I was sure he was going to win a Nobel Prize for that. And I knew that he, so I went down to Caltech to get my job talk. And he said, I love it. You got a job. And before I could even, before he finished the sentence, I said, I'll take it. Like it was too good to be true. And I started working there at Caltech, and slowly but surely, because Caltech's a rich private university, at that time run by a Nobel Prize winner by the name of David Baltimore, he just wrote us a check. Baltimore wrote us a check and said, get started on this idea. And so we started coming with the idea for what I later named BICEP, Background Imaging Cosmic Extragalactic Polarization, which is kind of ironic because we ended up measuring galactic polarization. We'll get to that in a minute. But along the way, the idea was very simple. We're going to make the simplest telescope you could possibly make, which is a refracting telescope. Your eyes, you have 2 refracting telescopes in your head. Only way, forward is making things more complex, right? And when you make things complex in science, you introduce the possibility for systematic errors. And so we want to build the cleanest instrument. Turns out the cleanest instrument you can build in astronomy is a refracting telescope. We also had to, unlike that telescope at Galileo's, we had to use very sensitive detectors that were cooled less than 1/20th of the temperature of the cosmic background itself, which is the coolest temperature in the whole universe. So we had to cool these down to about 0.1 or 0.2 degrees Kelvin above absolute zero. To do that, we need to put it inside of a huge vacuum chamber and suck out all the air molecules and water molecules and take it to a very, very special place called the South Pole, Antarctica, from which I retrieved for you a patch. There it is over there. So when you go there, you get these bright red jackets.
Bright, oh yeah.
Fly
As somebody who was born in the Soviet Union, we obviously like the color red. United States Antarctic Program, the National Science Foundation.
The base is called the Amundsen Scott South Polar Station. So it's a little known fact of geopolitics that whatever country occupies a region has ownership over it. Now there is a treaty in Antarctica. You can't use it for military purposes, for mining, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't know if you know, but about 12 years ago, Putin sent a submarine to the North Pole. There's no land at the North Pole, right? So what did he do? He stuck it on the ocean underneath. But the South Pole is on a continent called Antarctica, which was first reached about 110 years ago. First time in human history. Antarctica means the opposite of the bear. That means like no bears there. Basically, the opposite of where polar bears are. Arctic is polar bear. That's where in Greek.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
No,
So
it's
Antarctica means the
major.
opposite place of that. So humans never even saw it, let alone went to the South Pole, which is kind of in the middle of that continent. We went to take this telescope somewhere extremely dry. It turns out the Sahara Desert, San Diego, Texas, there's no place like the South Pole or Chile. Those were 2 premier places on Earth. Of course, you'd like to go into space. There's no water in space.
So it's not about cold. It's about dry.
Exactly. So that's why, for example, you can take this vodka and you can put it in this cup, right? And we can take it over to a microwave somewhere and heat it up. After 3 minutes, the water's boiling. You can't touch it. Take it from it. Don't touch it. But you can touch the mug and take it out if you want to, right? Why? Because the mug is totally bone dry. But the microwaves get absorbed by the water molecules because water molecules resonate exactly at these microwave frequencies. So we don't want these precious photons, 420 of them, traveling per cubic centimeter from the Big Bang itself to get absorbed in some water molecule in the Earth's atmosphere. So you take it to a place with the fewest number of water molecules per square centimeter of surface area, and that happens to be either Chile, where my other project, the Science Observatory, is located, or you take it to the South Pole. We took it to the South Pole and spent a couple of months of my life down there. And it's like being on Hoth. It's a completely otherworldly environment. Ice, planar, flat as a pancake. And the buildings are built up on stilts. They're built up because the snow will otherwise cover them over. The nearest medical facilities are 4,000 miles away. If you have any issues with your wisdom teeth, they yank them before you go down there. If you have any issues with your appendix, they'll cut it out of you before you go down there. The Russians at Vostok Base, not too far away, about 600 miles away. The doctors there, there's a famous picture of one of them operating on himself, taking out his own appendix in the middle of winter on himself.
A harsh condition. Science in the harshest of conditions.
On Earth, at least. And we go to those great lengths because it's the pristine environment to observe these precious photons. And we built this telescope, and it weighs tens of thousands of pounds. And it had to scan the sky almost like it's a robot. I mean, it's scanning the sky almost unattended. It needed, we have a guy who spends a year of his life down there, a girl who spends a year of their life down there. They're called winter overs. They arrive in sometimes as early as November, and they don't leave until the following December. And we always joke, we'll pay you $75,000. You just have to work for one night of your life. That's it. It's a long night. And what Bicep is, and I couldn't bring my polarized sunglasses here, so I brought these actually polarized. So if you take this and put it in front of your telescope, you have now made a polarimeter. You have made a polarization sensitive telescope. Now, you may not be able to immediately know how you would use such a thing, but one way to think about it, now take this guy and look at a light, look at a light source, put one up to your eye, and now put the other one in front of it, anywhere, and now rotate them. What happens to the light source?
Brighter and dimmer and brighter and dimmer.
Yeah, so it's called a quadrupolar pattern, right? So it's repeating. It goes bright, dim, bright, dim. It rotates twice in intensity for every single physical rotation. And that's because of the property of the photon. The photon is a spin-one field, but the polarization of light it's the axis at which its electric field is oscillating. Its electric field is marching straight up and straight down. And so therefore vertical polarization is the same as negative vertical polarization. And so you get the same pattern as you rotate 2 times for every one physical rotation. It's just like a spin into object. So now if you put that in front of the telescope, you could do one of 2 things. Now you're polarizing all the light that's going in because you have one of the polarizers, and then you can analyze it as you rotate the other one. You can analyze it and change the amount of polarization. Or you could put this kind of very special crystal in. There's a crystal called calcite. This is from Lex Luthor, not Lex Friedman. This crystal, put it on top of your printed notes there, and tell me, what does it look like?
There's like I can see everything twice.
It's a double image.
It's a double image.
That is a special crystal that has 2 different indices of refraction. So light emerging, which is unpolarized from the black ink, comes in, out, and it splits into 2 different directions. And it could split even more if I made the crystal, give you my more expensive crystal, but that's all I have.
What is the crystal with this kind of property called?
It's called calcite. This is crystal. It's called birefringent crystal. Bi means 2, refringent means refracting. So this is a special type of material that separates light based on its polarization.
Pretty clean bi signal. Like
Yeah.
It's cleanly 2.
Yeah.
I'm seeing 2 very cleanly.
It's very crisp, right? So that's yours to keep with every time you host me. Now, take the polarizer underneath your left hand.
Yep.
Put it on top of the crystal. And kind of move back and forth.
This is incredible. You can switch as you rotate. You switch from one signal to the other. So from one of the refractions to the other. Whoa.
So that is now you are analyzing the polarization. You're confirming the light comes out of the crystal, 2 different types of polarization. And effectively what we do is we have those 2 things, if you like, but working in the microwave. So our detector, it's where the cosmic photons are brightest in the microwave regime in the electromagnetic spectrum. And we're coupling that to a refracting telescope. But your eyes are refracting telescopes. So you are a polarimeter. The human eye can actually slightly detect polarization, but otherwise it mainly detects its intensity of light and the color. That's what we call color and intensity, brightness.
So you're devising an instrument that's very precise in measuring that.
Exactly. And doing so in the microwave region with detectors not made of biological human retina cells, but of superconductors and things called bolometers. And this has to be done at temperatures close to absolute 0 under vacuum conditions, 1/1000th of the pressure we feel here at sea level.
So why is it that this kind of device could win a Nobel Prize?
So when the CMB was discovered, it was discovered serendipitously. There were two radio astronomers working at the time at Bell Laboratories. Now, why would Bell Laboratories be employing radio astronomers? Bell Laboratories is kind of like Apple, or it was like a think tank, or it was Google. Let's say it was like Google. Google has like Google X, it has this thing, right? So they were working there, but imagine if Google was employing radio astronomers, like they were actively recruiting them. Why would they do that? Well, it turns out that was the beginning of the 1960s, was the first commercial satellite launch for communication. And so Bell Labs, which would later become the telephone, part of AT&T, and the early telephone company, later invent the first cell phone, the phone. And they would take that, 1946, and they would take that telescope technology that radio astronomers had developed, and they would use that to see if they could improve the signal to noise of the satellites that they were seeing. And they found they couldn't. They found that they could not improve the signal noise ratio of the first telecommunications satellite. It was like the equivalent to 1 kilobit per second modem. And they were bouncing signals from the West Coast up to the satellite, bouncing it down, landing it in New Jersey, of all places, in northern New Jersey, Homeborough, New Jersey. And these radio astronomers couldn't get rid of the signal. So they said, well, New Jersey's not far from New York. Let's see if the signal's coming from New York. No, not coming from New York. Let's see if it changes with the year. Maybe it's coming from the galaxy, which was also discovered there by Jansky in 1930 something.
So in they not being able to reduce the signal or increase the signal to noise ratio, the noise was
noise. They knew the signal was right. They couldn't get rid of the noise, and there's excess noise over the model that had not only been predicted by them, but had been measured by a previous guy by the name of Edward Ohm. He measured the same signal, found that there was this hiss of static, of radio static that he could not get rid of, that had a value of about 3 Kelvin. So you can translate. Remember I said, if you take a radio telescope and you have pointed at an object that's hot, the radio telescope's detector will get to the same temperature as the object. It's a principle of radio thermodynamics. So it's a really interesting thing. The thermometer, you can stick it into Jupiter from here on Earth. It's amazing. We in radio astronomy characterize our signal not by its intensity, but by its temperature. So he found, this guy, Edward Ohm, there's this 3 Kelvin signal. I can't get rid of it. It must be I did my error analysis wrong, and I would give him an F if he was one of my first year students. But he just attributed it to lack of understanding. These other guys, Penzias and Wilson, who are also radio astronomers, they said, no, let's build another experiment, put that inside of our telescope, and do what's called calibration. Inject a known source of signal every second that has a temperature of about 4 Kelvin, because the signal that they were trying to get rid of is about 3 Kelvin, and you want to have it as close as possible to the pernicious signal as possible. They did that once a second, so they got billions of measurements, millions of measurements over the course of several months, years, and even by the end, maybe millions of measurements for sure. And they found they couldn't get rid of it either, but they measured it was exactly 2.7265 degrees Kelvin.
So how does having a 4 Kelvin source, how does the calibration work?
It could be larger. Imagine like you're trying to calibrate the microphone. Like you could do it with like a really loud sound, but the gain would start to compress. So there are amplifiers downstream from the detector in every experiment that I've ever worked on. And they only have a linear region over a very small region. And you want to keep it as linear as possible. That means if you're trying to get rid of, you're trying to compare like a voice, and you're trying to compare that to a jet engine, it's not going to be as easy on the amplifiers as getting a slightly loud, a gong or something.
So the idea if the noise is present in both.
There's noise present in both, and you measure. What they did is they made a separate measurement just of the calibration system, which they measured exactly very well. 4 Kelvin is the temperature of liquid helium. That's a temperature that's not going to change. And it's certainly not going to change over a time scale of 1 second. And so they could compare unknown signal, known signal, unknown signal, known signal, like a scale, like a balance. So another way to think about it is like this. You've seen these Libra kind of balances where you put 2 weights in the pan, right? What happens if you put like a 1 ounce weight on one side and a 20 kilogram weight? You don't get any measurement, right? But you do get kind of a measurement if they're close in weight. That's why they use 4 Kelvin.
Got it. But just to linger on the fact that there's a romantic element to the fact that you're arriving at the same temperature. That's kind of fascinating. And you're measuring stuff you're measuring signal in terms of temperature at the source.
Yeah.
So you get to, I mean, there's something about temperature that's intimate.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah, especially since, all life is basically conversion of energy and trying to control entropy, which is then related to thermodynamics. Exactly. And this is very crucial kind of thing to do in science because they weren't looking for the signal. They found it accidentally. These two scientists, Penzias and Wilson. And I like to think that those kind of discoveries are the purest in science. Like when you see something, Isaac Asimov once said, like the most important reaction of the scientist is not Eureka, which means in Greek, I have found it. No, he said no. He said like that's weird. Like that's a much better reaction, or that's cool. Like that's a
Welcome.
not like oh. Because if
Just, I'm well. How are you? How'd you find out about me? Yeah. Dog, I get 1,700 people in here. I don't keep track of them all. I'm just watching podcast. How you living? What's good? Excellent. How's your life? Wonderful. Boy, you're swole. You're swole. You're big. You're a big dude. How's your life going? Excellent. Excellent. I'm just watching this podcast on cosmology. Feel free to watch it. It's on space.
The confirmation bias.
Cool, man.
So is there some potentially about that?
So Penzias.
It's Yiddish.
They ended up discovering heat left over from the fusion of helium from hydrogen, etc. And that was a serendipitous discovery. They won the Nobel Prize in 1978. It's the first one ever awarded in cosmology. My reasoning is, what if you could six elements got?
What's up, big dog?
How the whole universe got.
Yes. No, most Jews are not from Israel. No, most Jews' ancestry is not from Israel. We're usually from either Europe or like Northern Africa. Very cool.
And kill off every other model of science. So if that were anything, every scientist, worth his or her salt, had told me and Andrew Lang and their colleagues, this is a slam dunk Nobel Prize, if you could do it. Because it was really explaining, again, the stakes of this science is different than like superfluidity, plasma physics. When you talk about the origin of the universe, it ties into everything. It ties into philosophy, theology. You realize if Paul Steinhardt is correct, that the Bible can't be correct. In other words, when the Bible is correct now, it isn't falsified, if you believe it. I never use the Bible as a science book, obviously. But the Bible speaks of a singular beginning. What if you knew for sure the universe was not singular? It would be more like the cosmology of Akhenaten and Egyptians than the biblical Torah, Old Testament, if you will, narrative. So, in my mind, the stakes could not be higher. And again, it's not an offense because we need plasma physics. We need every type of physics except maybe biophysics. Like we literally use every branch of physics, thermodynamics, superconductivity, quantum mechanics, all that goes into our understanding of the instrument. And even further, if you want to understand the theory that predicts the signal that we put into measure. So I rationalized that if Penzias and Wilson won the Nobel Prize for this, if Halson Taylor won the Nobel Prize for indirectly detecting gravitational waves, this is decades before LIGO, by me detecting gravitational waves indirectly, detecting how the universe began, and detecting the origin of the initial conditions for the Big Bang nucleosynthesis, which won the Nobel Prize in 1983. These are like 5 Nobel Prizes, potentially. For that reason, it seemed as close as you could possibly get to being a slam dunk, to outdo what my father did, to do, really this impossible. And at that time, Lex, again, it sounds weird because people are like, oh, you wouldn't, you don't really, you still want the Nobel Prize. You're still like reading. And look, you wrote another book about it. And I always joke, I'm like, well, if you want to see if I'm a hypocrite, just get them to give me the Nobel Prize in literature. And if I accept it, then I'm a hypocrite. But
wait, well, we'll get to your current feelings on the Nobel Prize in terms of hypocrite and so on. But so there's this ambition. Let's say this device, this kind of signal could unlock many of the mysteries about the early universe. So there's excitement there. So let's take it then further. I mean, there's a human story here of a bit of heartbreak. Not only was this possibly worth the Nobel Prize, if the Nobel Prize was given, you were excluded from the list of 3 that would get the Nobel Prize. So why were you excluded? Maybe that's a place to tell the story of Bicep 2.
Yeah, so Bicep 2, iPhones or an Android fanboy, but every year they get a little bit better. They get more megapixels, they get more optics, triple X zoom, whatever. Okay, right? We upgraded our detectors as well. The initial detectors were based on what are called semiconductors. They have certain properties that make them very, very difficult to replicate at scale. And we wanted to make them into superconductors, which had a virtue that you could then mass produce them. Why superconductors? Well, again, we're measuring heat. So one thing about a superconductor is that it transitions from some finite resistance to zero resistance over a very short span of temperature range. That means you can use that very short span dependency as an accurate and sensitive and precise thermometer. And so my brilliant colleagues around the world, in this case Jamie Bach and nowadays Suzanne Staggs at Princeton, they are just exquisitely making these sensors, tens of thousands of them. The initial Bicep 1 instrument, of course we just call it Bicep, that only had 98 detectors. Simon's Observatory is going to have 100 times more just in one of our 4 telescopes. We're going to have 60,000 detectors operating full-time at 0.1 degree above absolute zero in the Atacama Desert. We'll get there. But in the case of getting back to what Bicep did, we upgraded and made Bicep 2. In January 2010, we had just installed in the exact same location at the South Pole, in the same building, which is ominously called the Dark Sector Laboratory, DSL, still operating to this very day. We installed a new receiver on the same platform as before. Very similar, identical optics, cryogenics, vacuum, everything, except it went from 98 detectors to 512 detectors. So almost an order of magnitude, very substantial upgrade. And it had certain other features that made it even more powerful than just a naive factor of 5. And then we started observing with that, and we knew we'd have years to go, and maybe we'd never see anything. Again, we're looking for these tiny little reverberations in the fabric of space-time produced close to the origin of the universe as we could ever get to. So I was playing a role in that. Obviously, it had upgraded my a version of the original idea that I had for Bicep along with Andrew Lang. And in January of 2010, I was at a meeting at UC Berkeley, and I got a call from Andrew Lang's, or I was in a meeting with Andrew Lang's thesis advisor, Paul Richards at UC Berkeley. And he said Andrew is dead. He had taken his life by suicide. And this is a man, and I had already lost my father at this point in 2010, but he was like a father figure to me, Andrew. He would give me advice on marriage, on like how I should be with my kids, and what was the most important way to move through the academic ladder. Again, he was preternaturally suited to win the Nobel Prize. Everyone always thought he would win it. Still, if he were alive, he still could win it. In fact, his wife, or his ex-wife, won it, Frances Arnold, in 2018. And it was this power couple, and it destroyed me for a long time because he was just this magical person. I mean, I couldn't conceive of my career, my life, even like these aspects of raising kids and being married without him. And to do it in that way, it felt like, again, I'm not, he's got kids, and I feel terrible for them, obviously. But it did feel like a betrayal. I mean, I'm just being honest with you. It felt like, why the F did you not reach out? I thought we were close, and I couldn't. I told him everything, and I felt like he had told me everything. And now he was gone, and then inevitably we had to keep running the instrument. I mean, there's millions of dollars invested, careers at stake, young people working tremendously hard. And then here we were, and like, who's going to take over the lead? He was the lead of the project at Caltech. And then it turned out that the other collaborators with whom I had been working for years and shared a lot of ups and downs with as well, they had, decided to form a collaboration in which I was no longer the principal investigator. I was no longer one of the co-principal investigators as I was in Bicep 1. So I continued on Bicep 1 as the co-leader of it, but not on Bicep 2. And, obviously that was pretty painful.
This is all happening at the same time as you lose this father figure. Now there's this kind of this one betrayal in a way, and then there's another or something that feels like a betrayal.
Yeah, and he had, kind of been the only one looking out for my interest in the new experiment. I had moved from Caltech to UC San Diego, and there were other postdocs in the mix, all of whom would come there to work with him to get the approbation that would then lead to their careers taking off, as it did for mine. And so there was a competition. And science is not free from egos and competition and desires, rightfully or wrongfully, for credit and attribution.
Was he the source of strength and confidence for you as a scientist, as a man? I mean, we're kind of alone in this world. When you take on difficult things, we often kind of grasp at a few folks that give us strength. Was he basically your only source of strength in this whole journey? Like, primarily in terms of like this close-knit?
As a scientist, there was really two. There was one, this Russian cosmologist, Alexander Polnareff, who thankfully is very much alive. He was at Queen Mary University, and he's retired. He was kind of the theoretical, cosmological father to me. And then Andrew was this counterpoint that was teaching me, you need to have a brand as a scientist. Every scientist has a brand, and some of them don't protect it, some of them don't burnish it. But some of the skills about being a scientist we don't teach our students involve how do you cultivate a scientific persona. And he was the exemplar for that. In addition to being the avuncular, father figure type character that really, was the person I would talk to. I had issues with my own students, and he would tell me how those were, and he would tell me, his misgivings about about people that he worked with or things in his personal life. And it was devastating. But again, like, who the hell am I? I'm not his kid. His kids lost father. So I feel guilty talking about it in that sense, but it's just a reality.
Well, there is something that's not often talked about is people who collaborate on scientific efforts. I mean, I don't want to compare, but it's sometimes when the collaborations are truly great, it sounds similar as when veterans talk about their time serving together. There's a bond that's formed. So like comparing family and this kind of thing is it's not productive, but the depth of the bond is nevertheless real, because you're taking on something. You're taking on the impossible. So you're trying to achieve something. Sort of like there's this darkness, this fog of mystery that we're all surrounded by, which is what the human condition is, and you are like grasping at hope through the tools of science, and you're doing that together with like a confidence you probably should not have.
Yeah.
But you're boldly pushing through, and then for him to take his own life. Can I ask you about this kind of moment that combined, I don't want to say betrayal, but perhaps the feeling of betrayal that Bicep 2 kind of goes on without you, even though you're part of it, you're not part of the leadership group. Can you describe those low points? Was there depression, or was there a crumbling of confidence?
Yeah, I mean, it was so wrapped up with my identity as a person. Like, there's only a few different ways to have identity, unless you're unhealthy psychologically. One of them, scientist is often that they're a scientist, and that sometimes is their primary identity. Now I've got other husband, father, but at that time that was my identity. So to have that kind of taken away, it it reminded me of being kind of adopted in a sense, like the one who created me, or that I had played a role in my life, that he abandoned me in a sense. It felt like these people are abandoning me. And the only thing I'd correct about the analogy that you used is like in the war, they're all working, for a common good. It's not like I want to get the most kills. I compare it more to like a band. Like think about the Beatles, and what they did. And then they they ripped apart because of egos, credit. They had solo careers. They had, relations with their intimates and so forth. And there it's not only for the common good. There is more of a zero-sum aspect. Like I would say, science is an infinite game. You can't win science. You never get to we won science. And even the Nobel Prize, they don't feel like, we're done. They feel like a lot of times they're imposters, even for that day. However, science is made up of a lot of finite games, where there is only one winner for 10 years. There is only three winners for the Nobel Prize. And because of that, I think it's heterodox, and it's very confusing, especially there's no guide. I never got a guide how to be a professor, how to teach, how to lead a research group, how to deal with the death of an advisor, how to deal with an unruly graduate student, So we're all like reinventing, which is kind of ironic and insane if you think about it, because the academic system that I am a part of, and you are a part of, is 1,000 years old. Dates back to Bologna, northern Italy, 1088 or so. First universities were established. And, very little's changed. Some guy or gal scratching a rock on another piece of rock and, lecturing in front. And there's only one better aspect nowadays, is that back then, the students could go on strike if they didn't like the professor, and then he or she wouldn't get paid, probably mostly was he. Nowadays, that barbaric process has been replaced by 10 years. But no, it was a definite kind of feeling of the rug getting pulled out from underneath me, because, he was like my consigliere. He was a guy I, saw counsel and counseled me, and he's dead. And I felt like there is no one who's going to honor the agreements that we had. And he was a very soulful person. He was so much better at being a scientist than I could ever be. And just a loss for the cosmos. It just really hurt. And, I thought, it's so sad because he could have won a Nobel Prize. And I don't think like that. First, I think when I was a kid. Felt at first, now there goes my chance of winning a Nobel Prize. And hence the title of the book was like, I knew I would not win a Nobel Prize. It also means that there's parts of the Nobel Prize that have to be done away with. It's a double entendre. Like, we need to lose aspects of the Nobel Prize to help science out. We can talk about that at a different time. But in the context of, now thinking back on it, that was such a minuscule part of it. Because let's say he did win the Nobel Prize, or I did win it, or, any of us did. Would that have changed anything? Would that have brought anything back? It's so, we say it's like vanity, it's futility. And I just, for me, the Nobel Prize is I don't want to say it's insignificant, because obviously it has a lot of power and it has influence. And, I went back, I had Neil deGrasse Tyson on my show, I'm going to name drop, okay? And he prepares like a surgeon before doing surgery when he goes on a talk show. So you see him going on Colbert Report, you think, they just have a banter, he's just naturally gifted. No, he said, no. You say that you're undermining what he does. What he does, he goes back, he watches the last month of Colbert Report, or whatever it's called, Late Show. And he says, how long does Stephen pause between questions? How long in the news cycle does he go back? What topics has he talked about with people similar to me? So I took Neil, and I did that for you. And I look back, how many times has Lex mentioned the words Nobel and Prize? And I put it into Google Ngram, and out came exactly the same number of times as show episodes as it was. So you've said the words Nobel Prize over 240 times.
Yeah, I mean, it is so strange as a symbol that kind of unites this whole scientific journey, right? It's both sad and beautiful that a little prize, a little award, a medal, a little plaque, they'll be most likely forgotten by history completely. some silly list. It's somehow a catalyst for greatness. It resulted in you doing your life's work.
Yeah.
The dream of it.
Would I have done it without the Nobel Prize? I can't necessarily counterfactually state that that would have happened. So no, it definitely has a place. And for me, it is valuable to think about it. But the level of obsession that academics have about it is really, I think it is almost unbalanced, becoming unhealthy. And again, I make no truck with the winners of the Nobel Prize. Obviously, now I've had 11 of the show. And to think about, like the one rule. So by the way, right after the denouement of the story, which I'll get to in a bit, how our dreams went down to dust and ashes. I was asked by the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences to nominate the winners of the 2015 Nobel Prize in Physics. So, like the one that I theoretically could have been eligible to win in 2016. So they asked me to nominate. Now, imagine if I ask you, you say, Brian, instead of me inviting myself, if you say, Brian, would you like to come on the Lex Friedman podcast? I say, you know what, Lex? I've had Rogan. I think you might have. Can you introduce him to the like? Do you imagine how that would feel? Like, So I was asked to nominate the winners, and the one rule that they say, of all the rules that Alfred Nobel stipulated, there's only one rule that they maintain. In other words, he said one person can win it for something they discovered in the preceding year that had the greatest benefit to mankind, made the world better. Right? None of that was mentioned in the letter. It said many people can win it for work done long ago. They didn't mention anything in the letter to me, signed by the Secretary General. Nothing about benefiting mankind. They said just one thing: you can't nominate yourself. So none of these guys nominated themselves.
Actually, a little known fact: they sent that exact letter just to you. That rule was created just.
That's called the Keating correlate. Yes, exactly.
Just to
Good for them.
Rub it in. It's in this particular case, of course, there's some weird technicality or whatever. But in this particular case, it's kind of a powerful reminder.
Yeah.
That the Nobel Prize leaves a lot of people behind.
Yeah.
In that there's stories behind all of that.
Yeah, here's a good example. Again, this is my friend, Barry Barish, who's become like a mentor and a friend. He wrote the foreword to this book. He won the Nobel Prize because a different guy died. And he admits it. And he said it. And actually, it's funny with him because I've heard you talk, very rhapsodically and lovingly and romantically about with Harry Cliff and a wonderful podcast with him, by the way, about the LHC and how wonderful, and how in that, we were about to build the superconducting super collider right here in Texas, and it didn't get built and got canceled by Congress. And I'd say to Barry, that was the best thing that ever happened. And he's like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, if that didn't get canceled, first of all, even though it did get canceled, the Europeans went on to build it themselves, saved the American taxpayers billions of dollars, and we wouldn't have learned anything really substantially new, as proven by the fact that, as you and Harry talked about, nothing besides the Higgs particle of great note has come out. And actually, he's had a recent paper that's been an upper limit, along with his collaborators, an LHCb experiment that I'm going to be talking to him about. But the bottom line is, it was really built to detect the Higgs. So the SSC, for twice as much money, would have sucked up Barry's career, and he would have been working on that. Maybe not. And then he would never have worked on LIGO, and then he wouldn't have won the Nobel Prize. Right? So you look at counterfactual history. That's not actually a big stretch, right? If the SSC had still gone on, he would have worked on it because he was one of the primary leaders of that experiment. Second, if imagine the following thing had happened. They won the Nobel Prize because in September 2015, they detected unequivocal evidence for the in-spiral collision of two massive black holes, each about 30 times the mass of the sun, leaving behind an object that had just less than 60 solar masses behind. So one solar mass worth of matter got converted to pure gravitational energy, no light, seen by them. This particular date, September 14th, 2015. Okay, that explosion, because of the miracle of time travel that telescopes afford us, that actually took place 1.2 billion years ago in a galaxy far, far away. They actually don't know if galaxies took place still, so they never will. Okay, if that collision between these two things, which have probably been orbiting each other for maybe a million years or more, If that had occurred 15 days earlier, Barry wouldn't have won the Nobel Prize. Because
It's hilarious to think that there's one human that won the Nobel Prize because two giant things collided.
200 million years ago, and if it had happened 18 days, 20 days, 30, because that was the deadline for the Nobel Prize to be announced. They announced the findings in February, but you have to nominate the winners in January. So I could have nominated them up until January 30th, but they didn't announce anything, and there were just rumors. And so he didn't. But the reason that he wouldn't have won it, because there was another guy who was still alive, considered to be the founder, the father of three of the three fathers, Ray Weiss, who did win it, Kip Thorne, who did win it, and the third gentleman at Caltech named Rodriguez, who passed away. Again, he was alive in 2016. He died in the middle of 2017, and it wasn't awarded the Nobel Prize.
And here we are, several billion of hairless apes that strangely wear clothing. Celebrated three other clothed hairless apes with a medal with one particular element, and then they made speeches in a particular language that evolved.
To get those medals in front of another guy who wears even fancier clothes, who is the king of Sweden, and
then they got some free food afterwards.
Some reindeer meat. That's right.
Okay, excellent. Since you mentioned Joe Rogan in that little example, what happened to you in terms of Bicep 2? I want to kind of speak at a high level about a particular thing I observed. So I was a fan of Joe Rogan since he started the podcast. I just listening to the podcast. I'm a huge fan of podcasts in general. And it also coincided with my entry into grad school and this whole journey of academia. So grad school, getting my PhD, and going to MIT, and then Google, and then just looking at this whole world of research. What I really love about how Joe Rogan approaches the world is that he celebrates others. Like, he promotes them. He gets, like, genuinely, and I now know this from just being a friend privately, he genuinely gets excited by the success of others. And the contrast of that to how folks in academia often behave was always really disappointing to me, because the natural, just on a basic human level, there is an excitement, but the nature of that excitement is more like, I'm happy for my friend, but I'm really jealous and I want to even outdo them. I want to celebrate them, but I want to do even better. So that's even for friends.
Yeah.
So there's not a genuine, pure excitement for others. And then couple that with just you now as a host of a popular podcast know this feeling, which is like there's not even a willingness to celebrate publicly the awesomeness of others. People in academia are often best equipped, technically, in terms of language, to celebrate others. They understand the beauty, like the full richness of why the cool idea is as cool as it is, and they're in the best position to celebrate it. And yet there's a feeling that if I celebrate others, they might end up on the cover of Nature or whatever, and it's not me. They turn it into a zero-sum game. The reason why I think Rogan has been an inspiration to me and many others is that it doesn't have to be. Yeah. And forget money and all those kinds of things. That I think there's a narrative told that academics are this way because there's a limited amount of money, so they're fighting for this. I don't think that's the reason it's happening this way. I think you can have a limited amount of money. The battle for money happens in the space of proposals. There's networking. There's private stuff. Public's celebration of others and just how you feel in the privacy of your own heart is not have to do anything with money. It has to do with you having a big ego, not humbling yourself to the beauty of the journey that we're all on. And there's folks like Joe Rogan who in comedian circles is also rare. Mm-hmm. But he inspired all these other comedians who realized you know what? It's great to celebrate each other. We're promoting each other, and therefore the pie grows.
Yeah.
Because everybody else gets excited about this whole thing, and the pie grows. Right now, the scientists, by fighting, like by not celebrating each other, are not growing the pie, and now because of that, so science becomes less and less popular.
Exactly. No, and I want to point out two things. One is that I remember you went on Joe's show maybe a couple of years ago, and then he gave you a watch. He gave you like a Rolex, right? And I tweeted to you, and I think
Omega.
it's Omega. Sorry. Okay. The watch that went to the moon, which we will get to in a bit. I don't think he could give you what I gave you. And we'll get to what that final gift package is for you.
And by the way, I also wanted to mention, because when you said Joe Rogan, I would not be upset, and you should definitely go on Joe Rogan. And we had this conversation with him, because I was like, when I was so moving to Austin, and had a conversation like, don't you think it's weird, like if we have the same guests at the same time or whatever? He's like, fuck that. I want you to be more successful than me. He truly wants everybody, like especially people close to him, to be more successful. Like there's not even a thought, like.
But you know why he does, and this is what I tweeted to you on a few things I have retweeted that I said. I said someday you're going to give that to somebody. And today I want that to be me. No. Joe's Omega. No, but the point is, he sees in you that same, grandiosity, that same genuine spirit graciousness, and I think that's true. I mean, you do something very rare. I don't want to turn this into too much of a love fest, but I do want to say, even back to Andrew, who I've almost been hagiographic about, just treating him like a saint. He said to me the same thing in a moment of peak. He said, like, God damn it, like I have to train these guys and women that work for me, so that they can be better than me, so that they can go out and compete with me for the same limited amount of funding from the effing NSF. That wasn't who he was. That was just an expression, like I'm doing something which is fundamentally. But you know what? When you have kids, hopefully, please, God, you will someday. Because I think, and I hope you can get to talk about that later. But part of investment and part of doing something with it when you have a kid, like you can get married. You can marry someone because she's rich, or he's rich. You can marry someone because they're good looking, or he's good looking. You can marry for all these different reasons that are ultimately selfish. There's no way you can have a kid and be selfish. Nobody said it's like, oh, you know what? I really want this thing that's 3 feet tall, that doesn't speak English, that craps on my floor, that wakes me up all hours of the night, that interferes with my love life. Nobody says that because it doesn't benefit you for months and months. A friend of mine who actually does videos for me, but does one of my solo videos, he's having his first kid. He's like, because he always gets stupid. If I will catch up on sleep now, like, I'm going to store sleep in my sleep bank. Like, I don't think Huberman and you talked about that, right? You can't do that. That's stupid. What you can do, give the kid a bath, feed the baby, let the mother relax. Like, in other words, do the things. And this really relates back to what Aristotle once said. Aristotle once said, why do parents love kids more than kids love parents? As much as you love your dad, they still love you more. And because you love that which you sacrifice for those kids. Here's a proof. I know a lot of families that have kids with special needs. Some with severe, like one of my uncles on the kid's side had severe, what they call mental retardation. That has a different name. That, out of the 9 other brothers and sisters, he was their favorite. Because they had to sacrifice so much for him. And I think of that, the small case, like Joe is kind of mentoring you or whatever, you're going to mentor someone. You love that which you sacrifice for. Sacrifice is reduction of entropy. It's storing and investing. And you want to protect that. And, that to me really speaks to it. So, I don't hold it against. But it is true. Like scientists are, when they're described, again, they're often said to be like children, right? You've heard this description. They're inquisitive, they're curious, they're passionate, they love it. And I'm like, they don't play well with others, they're jealous, they're petty, they're selfish, they won't share their ball and go home. There's no such thing as a single-edged sword. I wish there were, because we need some more of that because you got to put up. But in this case, he, I think when you have this kind of investment in science, it's going to be natural. But that doesn't mean we have to feed the flames of competition. Really venerate. If you go to the homepage of the NSF or the Department of Energy, was a recently released National Academy of Sciences Future of Science for the astronomical sciences for the next 25 years or more. They talk about how many Nobel Prizes these different science things could win. Exoplanets, life, the discovery of the CMB, beam mode polarization, and isolate. You know, that's figure 2 in this thing. And I'm like, what message is that sent to kids? Like, to young people? Like, that's what you should be doing. So you win this small, as you said, this prize given out by one hairless ape to another wearing a fancier costume eating
Especially
reindeer.
in the case of Nobel, the prize is only currently given to 3 people.
Which was never one of his stipulations. He actually said 1. He could only give it to 1 person. So they changed it. Why did they change it? I talk about it, speculate. But by the way, the book's only 3 chapters out of 11 about the Nobel Prize, and it's a fact. But, you know, one of the things that's been so interesting, like speaking, actually, this is coming up in December, is the Nobel Prize is given out on the day of Alfred Nobel's death. There's a lot of, and they bring in flowers, not from his birthplace, but from his mausoleum, which is in San Marino in Italy. It's a lot of like death fascination. You know, denial of death features heavily in the Nobel Prize because it's like, what outlives a person? Well, science can outlive a person. Right? My father has a theorem named after him. It's still, engraved in many places around the world. You or I, we can go to different places around the world. People know who we are based on our publications. We engrave things. We want to store things. We want to compress things. And I think there's something beautiful about that. But there is a notion of denial of death. Like, there is a notion of what will outlast me. Especially if you're among the many, 90-something% of members of the National Academy who don't believe in an active faith, in a creator, in a God. And science can substitute for that, but it's not ultimately as fulfilling. I don't believe it can fulfill a person in a way, even practicing but not believing in a religion can fulfill a person.
So, which is interesting because you do bring up Ernest Becker and the denial of death in losing the Nobel Prize, and there is a sense in which that's probably in part at the core of this, especially later Nobel Prize or
Welcome,
prize
Marty.
recognition. I've interacted with a few.
How are you?
A large number of scientists that are getting up in age.
That's great. Yeah, I ran into a little bit of a speed bump with my bots. I had a really good strategy overnight, and basically Blue Sky caught onto it and deleted like 130 of my accounts, but that's fine. It worked overnight and gave me some insight, and now I'm just trying to figure out ways around their system. So it's the cat and mouse game. Just watching Lex Friedman talk to a cosmologist, basically the study of space.
Feeling.
What'd you say? No, I'm not sad. I'm just frustrated. I want this to work. And also, I made a request that the people who own the internet account, who own the house, they call the ISP. So hopefully I don't have that issue where it like cuts out for like 10 seconds. So just a little bit of frustration. But aside from that, no, I'm in a good mood. Thanks for asking. Thanks for your concern.
Real pride of happiness in them from winning awards and getting certain recognitions. And probably at the core of that is a kind of immortality or a kind of desire for immortality. And that was always off-putting to me as opposed to, I know it sounds weird to say it's off-putting, but it just, rather than celebrating the pure joy of solving the puzzles of the mysteries all around us, just the actual exploration of mysterious.
for its own sake.
For its own sake.
Yeah. Well, that's what I said. It's like a scientist should. Okay, you have to be careful and not have any, physical. It has to be platonic, but you can think of scientists and mentors. I have a chart in the book and a plaque made by one of my graduate students, she's now a professor in New Mexico, Darcy Barron. And she made this plaque, and it has 17 generations. So here I am, 17, levels down. There's a guy, Leibniz, not the famous Leibniz, different Leibniz. 1596, he was born. And I'm in this chain, and I don't know if you know this, but in Russian language, the word scientist means someone who was taught. I'll say it very simply. One who was taught, right?
Uchone.
So the kind means a guy who was taught, right?
No.
A good
Uchone. No. It's literally someone who's
someone who was taught, right? So what does that mean? To me, it has a dual kind of meaning, at least dual meaning. One is that you have to be a good student to be a scientist, because you have to learn from somebody else. 2, you have to be a teacher. You have to pay it forward. If you don't, I claim you're really not a scientist in the truest sense. And I feel like with the work that I do in outreach and stuff like that, I'm doing it at scale. I'm influencing more than the 24 kids I might have in my graduate class or undergraduate class. And they're, potentially could reach thousands of people around the world and make them into scientists themselves. Because that's the flywheel that is only beneficial. There is no competition. There's no zero-sum fixed mindset versus growth mindset, because it is an infinite game. Imagine a culture that had none of the trappings of the negativity of the Soviet Union or pre-World War I Germany or Imperial Japan. Science celebrated. And we're just making like a nation of scientists, and like we're not doing it to become multi-billionaires or necessarily, for any military purpose whatsoever. But if we have that, sometimes I'm flying, home at night. When you fly to LA, you literally, it's very rare you can see like the number 10 million. Like it's very hard to like visualize things. You see a brick wall, you ask how many bricks are there? There might be 1,000, 2,000, 10 million lights. There's 10 million souls. And you can see they're discrete. They're not like the Milky Way all blending together.
Each lost in their own busy lives,
right.
Excited, falling in love, afraid of losing their job, all that. By the way, people should know that you're a pilot, so you literally need to fly.
Yeah, sometimes I get to do it. Yeah.
You get to look at the eye of God perspective on these 10 million, on these millions of.
And I always say they're like constellations put upside down. Like the city, it's like a constellation. Hopefully, I'll keep the plane the right way up. But when you think about that, like imagine they're all working together, and imagine like you always talk about love, but like you don't know that they're not worthy of love. Like so, you're looking down on them, and it's just amazing because you think like, what an amazing creation is man and humans, and what can we do? It's phenomenal. It's so exciting. And then I get to do it, it's a job. I say, don't tell Gavin Newsom, I do it for free. I love what I do. But to think about like, if my students succeed, then I'm not. No, it is unfortunate that you have experienced that. I've certainly experienced it, and I think there are ways around it. I think it is a vexing problem because people want to, it's very tempting to keep your own kind of, garden fertilized. One thing that's interesting is like, people are like, why are you doing this thing? And, podcasts, and you're supposed to be a serious scientist leading this huge project, and collaborators. And I'm like, well, most of what I do, as I said before, it's, for you, it's Velcro. For me, it's like, what is the deal with the safety standards on the truck that we're driving up to deliver the diesel fuel that will power the generator that allow the concrete truck to. It has nothing to do with the Big Bang, inflation, the multiverse, God's existence. It has nothing to do with that, right? So those are people I say I have to talk to. The people that come on the show, those are people I want to talk to, and that's super fun. I mean, it's a real honor that I get to do it. I have some unfair advantages, right? I'm at a top university. We have people that's affiliated with the Arthur C. Clarke Foundation. Brilliant scientists coming through, but I felt like it would be kind of a shame if I didn't, allow them to teach at scale because they're better teachers than I am.
Let me ask you a interesting, maybe difficult question. Have you ever considered talking on your podcast with the people who would get the Nobel Prize for Bicep 2 if it turned out to be detecting what it is?
yeah, I mean, I'm still friends with them, and they have still gone on to. So we should say like why we didn't win the Nobel Prize, and then what happened with the group that is now leading it, that I'm completely divorced from, and it's secular stuff. We're friends, you know, we see each other, you know, we send each other emails and stuff like that.
I'd love to get their sense of like what the natural heartbreak built into the whole process of the Nobel Prize, what their sense is. I would love to hear an honest, real conversation. I understand you're friends.
Yeah.
There's some hard truth that even friends don't talk
they
about.
weren't happy I wrote the book. I mean, I remember one of them, you know, was like, well, what's to say here about a book? And, I mean, a lot of people tell me not to write the book. They said it's going to give, you know, too much attention to the Nobel Prize. It's going to look like sour grapes. Again, I say you can prove I have sour grapes or not. Just give me the next prize. No.
So you would, if you get a Nobel Prize for literature, you would turn it down?
It's funny because Sabina Hassenfelder, who's a fellow kind of YouTube sensation, and
She's shooing for the Nobel Peace Prize.
You're right. She's so gracious and so good. She has that German, you know, just genteelness.
She's a little too nice for my taste, I would say.
I wish she could really say what she thinks and be snarky on occasion. So she wrote a review of my book when it came out 3 or 4 years ago, and she said, well, you know, Brian Keating, like she said, well, it's, you know, it's good, yeah, it's interesting. He talks about cosmology, but you know, they can do whatever the hell they want, and he, you know, presumably has this, you know, problems with it, but it's none of his business. Basically, it's a private. And at the end, she said, but, you know, if you want one good thing, he's a really good writer, and he, you know, who knows, he could win the Nobel Prize in literature. And then she allowed me to publish a rebuttal on her blog, which was kind of fun. But anyway, no, so getting back to the guys that we were, you know, kind of collaborating or frenemies, and look, you know, we don't wish each other active ill. I've visited them. They're welcome to visit me. They have visited me. The thing I have to say is that I just wonder about introspection. Like for me, literally, I don't care about the Nobel Prize other than what it can do to, you know, benefit science. But I did, but by the way, I did seriously care about how it benefited Brian Keating early on in my career. I'm just totally honest. Yeah, I'm not proud of it. It's kind of embarrassing. But now I would hope that people would say, like, okay, the guy is like, you know, it's not, he's obsessed with it. My next book is not about this. You know, it's about something completely different. And, you know, I do feel like people lack introspection a lot of times in science. Like, we don't think about why we're doing what we're doing. And I think it comes down to curiosity. One thing about Joe, and again, I've only listened to, like, I have to confess. I'm confessing my sins to the Father, Father Friedman. I haven't listened to, like, that many of your episodes start to finish, okay? With our mutual friend, Eric, I've listened to a bunch of recent ones. Weinstein. I
get them confused with a brother.
The brothers, Karamazov, the brothers' wives, and a few others. I haven't ever listened to a Joe Rogan episode, but from what I've seen with him, he has a preternatural curiosity. He doesn't have passion. There are a lot of podcasts that have passion. Like, I've been on their show. He has curiosity. Like, he's not going to stop talking about something until he hops it, until he understands it, until he gets it viscerally. And I respect that, because, as I say in this more recent book, passion's like kind of like the dopamine hit that gets you started. Like, oh, I'm going to be great. Maybe I can win a Nobel Prize. Like, that's not going to sustain you. The sustenance comes from the passion converting to curiosity. And what I want to do is convert, you know, as many things as possible to curiosity, to things that I can then. Because actually, I've had on, you know, people that discuss addiction, and there is an addictive quality to, you know, doing podcasts or whatever. But there's an addictive quality being a scientist, and you get to do things that are very specialized in specialized locations with special people, paid for by other people who have no freaking idea what you do. I mean, imagine you worked in some job, and, you know, Feynman, that he said all these contradictory things. Like, when he was once said, like, he said, if you can't explain it to your grandmother, you don't understand it yourself. Then the day he won the Nobel Prize, the reporter asked him, what'd you win it for? He said, if I could explain it to you, bud, it wouldn't be worth it. So let's leave aside his inherent contradiction. But in reality, there is a kind of like dopamine rush that we get from it. But but what is ultimately going to be the sustenance of it? So yeah, I do feel like we have to find a way to nucleate that. I don't know, actually. I don't know if it's like, can you turn someone into a scientist? I used to ask this question all the time. Like, can you make someone creative? Like, can you teach someone to be creative? I don't know. Can you teach someone to be curious? I don't know. I do know that kids are naturally curious. As they get older, they get less curious. Just like I heard from the other forward authors, James Altucher, he said once they did a study, kids smile 300 times a day, or smile or laugh. Adults 5 or 6. 5 or 6. No, I'm trying to get you that. But anyway, no, it's true. But so somewhere you lose 30, to 50%.
I'm not entertained, but that's because I'm an adult. No, and then I do remember there's some distribution on those studies with happier adults smile a little more, but still the kids blow them out of the water.
Crush it. So in other words, should we invest our energy in getting the half-life decay constant stretched out more for curiosity for kids, or should we try to reset the dopamine hit? And I don't know. It's an open.
Well, I think it goes to David Foster Wallace. The key to life is to be unboreable. I think you could train this kind of thing, which is in every single situation. So like, which I think is at the core, at least is correlated with curiosity. Is in every situation, try to find the exciting, the fascinating. Like in every situation, you sitting at waiting for something at a DMV or something like that. Find something that excites you, like a thought, like watch people, or start to think about, well, I wonder how many people have to go to the DMV every day. And then try to go into the pothead mode of thinking like, wow, isn't this weird that there's a bunch of people that are having to get a stamp of approval from the government to drive their cars, and then there's millions of cars driving every day.
How can I do this better? Maybe there's some blockchain, and they could like binge transfer. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, that is a good.
And then at every situation, I think if you rigorously just practice that at a young age, I think you can learn that, because like sometimes people ask me for advice and to do this thing or that thing. Is I think you at the core really have to have this muscle of finding the awesomeness in everything, because if you're able to find the awesomeness in everything, like whatever journey you take, whatever weird that you take through life is going to be productive. It's going to end up in a good place. So that muscle is at the core of it. And I guess curiosity is central to that. But you didn't win the Nobel Prize. The team of Bicep that led the Bicep 2 didn't win the Nobel Prize because of some space dust. Which one is the moon? Which one is...
That one's the dust.
The space dust, yeah. What are we looking at? So why is space dust the villain of this whole story?
Well, it's funny, I wrote these books, and I don't know about you, but when you get all these books, I'm sure you get books, people saying this. They always come in these dust jackets. Like, what the hell's a dust jacket? Like, how much dust is raining down at any moment? I mean, this is immaculate. This room is Russian tidiness galore. But in a normal house, how much dust is raining down? It's not really pretty until I wrote a book. And I realized, I'm writing a story about the origin of the universe, the prologue, to the cosmos, and dust is going to cover this story. It's actually more a story about astrophysics and cosmology than dust. And this is the link between the cosmological and the astrophysical. So what does that mean? So astrophysics is, broadly speaking, the study of physical phenomena manifest in the heavens, astronomical phenomena. Cosmology is concerned with the origin, evolution, composition of the universe as a whole, but it's not really concerned with stars, galaxies, and planets per se, other than how they might help us measure the Hubble constant, the density of the universe, the neutrino content, etc. So we have a tendency to kind of look a little bit, they're like, not all astronomers or astrophysicists are equal. They're all equal, but some are more equal. So we have kind of a prejudice, a little swagger, right? And cosmologists are studying, we're using Einstein, we're not using Boltzmann. We're thinking of the biggest possible picture. In so doing, you can actually become blinded to otherwise obvious effects that people, would have not overlooked. In our case, when we sought out the signal, we were using the photons that make up this primordial heat bath that surrounds the universe, luckily only at 3 degrees Kelvin approximately. We're using those as a type of film onto which gravitational waves will reverberate it, make them oscillate preferentially in a polarized way, and then we can use our polarized sunglasses, but in the microwave format, to detect the characteristic twofold symmetry pattern of the rotation. That's the technical way that we undergo it. I mean, there's a lot more to it. But there are more than one thing that can mimic exactly that signal. First of all, when you look at the signal, if inflation took place, big if, but if it took place, the signal would be about 1 or 2 parts per billion of the CMB temperature itself. So a few nanokelvin. The CMB is a few Kelvin. The signal from these B modes would be a few nanokelvin. It's astonishing to think. Panzias and Wilson, in 1965, measured something that's 1 billion times brighter. And that was 60 years ago? Let's call it 60 years ago since they discovered it. Moore's Law, you're more expert. Let's call it every 2 years. So you're talking about 2 to the 30th power, doubling or something like that. At that. Let's call it 2 to the 20th, something like that. So that's only 2 to the 10th is 1,000. Right, correct my math, I'm wrong. 2 to the 20th is 1,000,000. Right, 2 to the 30th is 1 billion. So we're outpacing Moore's Law in terms of the sensitivity of our instruments to detect these feeble signals from the cosmos. And they don't have to deal with, in the semiconductor factory in Santa Clara, California, they don't have to deal with meteorites and and things coming into the laboratory. It's a clean room, it's pristine, they can control everything about it, right? We can't control the cosmos. And the cosmos is literally littered with particles of schmutz, of failed planets, asteroids, meteoroids, things that didn't coalesce to make the Earth, the Moon, the planet Jupiter, or its moons, or get sucked into them and they craters on them, etc., etc. The rest of it is falling, and it comes in a power spectrum. There's very few, thank God, Chicxulub-sized, impact or progenitors that will take out all life on Earth. But there's extremely large number of tiny dust particles and microscopic grains, and then there's a fair number of intermediate-sized particles. It turns out this little guy here is the end product of a collapsing star that explodes in what's called a supernova. Type 2 supernova. So stars spend most of their life fusing helium nuclei, protons, into and neutrons into helium nuclei. And then from there, it can make other things like beryllium, briefly make beryllium, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, all the way up until it tries to make iron and nickel. And iron and nickel are endothermic. It takes more energy than gets liberated to make an atom of iron. When that happens, there's no longer enough heat supplying pressure to resist the gravitational collapse of the material that was produced earlier. So the star forms inside out. That's how scientists discovered helium. It was discovered on the sun. I don't know if you know. That's why it's called helium. Yeah, they went there at night. And
well done.
They went there at night. No, helium means Helios is the god of the sun. It was discovered in its spectrum from observations of the telescope 150 years ago. It wasn't discovered when oxygen and iron was discovered. So it's only a relatively recent comer to the periodic table.
But helium came after oxygen.
Oh, no, first hydrogen forms into helium. So that's the first thing that forms.
No, in terms of discoveries.
Oh, yeah, after oxygen. Yeah, I think Priestley and others Dalton discovered it in the 1700s. No, helium was really only discovered from the spectrum of looking at the sun and seeing the weird atomic absorption and called Fraunhofer lines in the solar spectrum. So, but when it tries to make iron, there's no longer any leftover heat. In other words, there's heat left over from fusing, as you know, the sun or the plasma. As we fuse to hydrogen nuclei, you get excess energy, plus you get helium. So that's why fusion energy could be the energy source of the future, and always will be. hopefully it'll come much sooner than that. In so doing, trying to make iron, it takes more energy, doesn't give off enough energy, the star collapses, explodes, and what does it spray out into the cosmic interstellar medium? It sprays out the last thing it made, which is that stuff. Luckily for us, because some of that coalesced and made the core of the Earth, onto which the lighter like silica and carbon and the dirt and the crust of the Earth were formed. And some of that made its way to the crust. The iron made its way to the crust. Some of that your mother ate and synthesized hemoglobin molecules. And hemoglobin has iron particles in it. It's a quite amazing substance. Without it, we wouldn't have our red blood. We wouldn't exist as we are.
Is this a very long, complicated mom joke?
I've done enough dad jokes. So taking this object, seriously, there's not all of it gets bound up in a planet. In fact, forming planets is very inefficient, and so there's a lot of schmutz left over, some of which gets in the way of our telescopes looking back to the beginning of time. And some of those molecules, like iron, is used in compass needles, right? They're magnetized. And magnetic fields in our galaxy can align them and make the exact polarization pattern that we're looking for. As if the compass needles get all aligned, that's like the polarization of the dust grain. It's like that filter, the polarizing filter. That means light polarized like this will get absorbed, and light polarized like this will go through. So it's making 100% polarized light out of an initially unpolarized light source. And that's what happened. And what we ended up claiming on March 17th, and I'm sure if you were there, you might remember this, at the Harvard Center for Astrophysics, there was an announcement. Like 3 or 4 Nobel Prize winners in the audience, and the Bicep 2 team, which I was no longer leading, I was still a member of it. In fact, in the announcement, the first person they mentioned, besides, thank you all for being here, is me and my team at UC San Diego, although I wasn't invited to go to the press conference because the Harvard, okay, yes, exactly. It's a little split there in the Cambridge area. And so they ended up making this announcement that we had discovered the aftershocks of inflation. We had detected the gravitational wave, shaking up the CMB, and on that day, past Lex Friedman podcast, back when it was called Artificial Intelligence, Max Tegmark said, "Goodbye, universe, hello, multiverse, and hello, Nobel Prize." So he saw that as confirmatory evidence, not only of inflation, not only of gravitational, but of the multiverse. Goodbye, universe, hello, multiverse.
Multiverse is a natural consequence
of inflation, according to its prominent,
and of course leave the poetry to Max, which he does masterfully. Okay, so that the excitement was there. I mean, maybe the initial heartbreak for you is there too. Yeah. That's some of the darker moments you're going through, but broadly for the space of science, there's excitement there.
And I often note that this is a problem in what I call the science media complex, because oftentimes you'll see things like past guest Sarah Seeger, Venus life exists, and that will be really, it's fascinating, right, with the work that she's doing or her colleagues are doing, or Clara, who was on your show as well, and that will be on front page, New York Times, Boston Globe, San Diego Union Tribune. It'll be above the fold, make headlines around the world, and then 6 months, 12 months later, as is the case for us, retraction. Page C17 of the Saturday edition that nobody reads, and underneath the personal. So we have a problem. So that if it explodes, it leads, and we get this huge fanfare. And this is not unique to my experiment. This happened with an earlier discovery of so-called Martian life discovered in Antarctica, which was announced after peer review. We weren't peer reviewed at the point when we made the announcement. We had a press conference, and there were other reasons that the team leaders felt it was important to do that so that we don't get scooped by a referee who's unethical. We thought we had done everything right, but that's confirmation bias.
There's like levels to this.
Yeah, there were many levels. And there were people, me warning about how it would be interpreted and wanting to also make sure that we put all the data out, including the maps, which we still haven't released. And so there were a lot of reasons to be skeptical, but the public never knows this. I think it's so. I've made a rule that if I am ever in charge of, doling out large amounts of science funding, that when you should keep kind of an option. In other words, you should have money for publicity, fine. Have money for your press conference, but hold in reserve in a bond to be used, hopefully never, but if it's to be used, an equal fund for the retraction, if it should occur.
So you would like to see, because that's a big part of transparency, to me, in the space of science at least, that's as beautiful, because it reveals it tells a great story. There's an excitement. So there's a climax to the triumph, but there's also a climax to the disappointment at the end, because that also eventually leads to triumph again. That sets up. That's the drama that sets up the triumph. Like with Andrew Wiles from Fermat's Fermat's theorem, I think it's not last name, whatever. Is like the ups and downs of the roller coaster. The whole thing should be done.
That is science. And when we don't do that, then we cultivate this aura that excludes other scientists, often from minorities or if that you have to be Einstein. Like Einstein came out of the womb and he was just like this guy with like curly. No, he wasn't. He wasn't bad at math. That's all nonsense. But he said that what he said he attributed his success to, Lex? He said, I never asked my dad what happened when I ran alongside a light beam as a kid. And thank God I didn't, because had I, he would have told me the best answer of the day, which, by the way, he would create 20 years later as a 26-year-old in the patent. Obviously, it's special. And in so doing, by delaying when he asked these questions, he said, I approached it with the intellect of a mature scientist, not a little kid. And I wouldn't have accepted the same explanation. So sometimes assuming that scientists are infallible, inevitable, omniscient, I think that really does a disservice. Jim Gates said, he's like, Einstein wasn't always Einstein. And we cultivate this mystery and allure at our peril because we're humans. Until we have artificial Einstein, which I don't think will ever exist.
You've launched the assay or project where you hope to assess theories of everything with experiments. You have a YouTube video where you're announcing that. That looks super cool. Can you describe this project? And you also mentioned you give a shout out to a little known fellow by the name of Galileo Galilei as an inspiration to this project.
Yeah, so Galileo is kind of my avatar, my hero, the kind of all-around scientist that I would love to approach the logarithm of Galileo. He was not only a phenomenal scientist, he was an incredible artist, a writer, a poet, a philosopher. And back then they didn't have distinction between a scientist, it was like a physician, was like a physicist. And he would indulge, kind of these really intellectual flights of fancy, thinking about phenomena such as the Earth's tides or the composition of the Milky Way. And what's interesting about Galileo is that he was almost as wrong often as he was right. Galileo was not alone like this. I always say Einstein had at least 7 Nobel Prizes that he could have won for discoveries that later became true. But he also had 7 huge, impossible to believe blunders in some sense. It's too bad because he could have had a good career. And Galileo was like that too. In other words, he would fall victim to, I think, this confirmation bias that all scientists have to guard their lives against, their careers, their brands, their reputations against, which is the exclusion of evidence that doesn't conform to what you're trying to prove for one reason or another, or the radical acceptance of things that do comport with it in order to bolster your confidence. And both are equally intoxicating. It's confirmation bias is a hell of a drug because it really reinforces this notion, which is partially some cost. You put so much time, effort, money, reputation into it. You don't want to be wrong and go back on it. With Galileo, he would be incredibly perceptive about things such as the Earth being not located at the center of the solar system and the sun being the center. It's so-called Copernican hypothesis. And he would use as evidence very, very interesting ideas that all of which were wrong, basically. And in fact, we weren't able to prove that the Earth orbited around the sun. And I asked you, like, can you prove the Earth is not flat? No, well, you're a flat Earther. But I asked my
Proud
graduate
Flat Earth Society member. T-shirts coming out soon. Let'sstream.com/merch.
But it's actually not trivial to do that. But most of my students, graduate students, can prove that the Earth is round. Or explain how the Earth.
It is actually not trivial to do that.
It's not.
Yeah.
It's much harder is to prove that the Earth goes around the sun. In fact, that's extremely hard to prove. And almost none of my students, even after they get their PhD on the final exam, I kind of like to just give them a little bit of humility. Because I think to be a good scientist, you need to be humble, you need to have a little humility, and you need to have swagger. You need to feel like a little cocky. Like, I can do this. I can do this thing that Einstein, by definition, couldn't do. I'm going to attempt it. I'm going to attempt to do what was impossible just a generation ago.
How do you prove that the Earth goes around the sun? Is it by the motion of other planets?
So there are many ways to do it. I mean, obviously, you could take a spaceship, park it at the north celestial pole of our solar system, and just watch what happens. But obviously, that was how it was discovered in the late 1700s. So it's called aberration. So if you look at stars as the Earth orbits around the sun, the position of the stars will shift slightly because of the tilt of the Earth and because the Earth is in motion around the Earth and around the sun, and because the Earth has a non-trivial amount of velocity compared to the speed of light in its orbit around the sun. The stars will trace out little tiny ellipses, and those will correspond to the fact that they're moving around if they're at infinite distance, which we assume that they are. They're not really. But for all intents and purposes, in the scale of the solar system, infinitely. So that's called stellar aberration. And that was the first way it was discovered. And actually, we still use that. We have to correct for that effect when we measure the cosmic microwave background. Because imagine you're inside of an oven. It has a temperature 3 Kelvin, 1,000 Kelvin, whatever. If you're moving towards you, the photons that are coming to me in that direction will be blue shifted, hotter, and the ones behind you will be red shifted. I'll artificially impute a greater or lesser amount of matter or energy where you are, and it's an extension of Doppler. So we actually make use of that and construct what's called like a local standard inverse. Anyway, so you can do it. But Galileo said, no, I'm not going to wait for that. I have other proofs for it. One of which is that the Earth has tides. And the tides come in and out twice a day, high tide and low tide. And he made the analogy that because the Earth is moving around the sun, say this is the sun here, and it's moving around the sun, but it's also rotating on its axis. Yeah, the water is sloshing up and down inside the vodka bottle. As that happens, he said that's what the tides are causing. Totally wrong.
Most people listen to this podcast. It's just
Oh,
so you know, if you're listening to this, he actually has a bottle of vodka in his hand,
Half drunk.
and we're both drunk and whatever else is possible.
So as it sloshed around, he claimed that was what. No, it has nothing to do with that. The moon over there, the moon pulls differentially on the Earth and the Earth's ocean. That causes the oceans to bulge slightly towards and away from where the moon is. And the moon is actually the source of the Earth's tides. It has nothing to do with Copernicus, the orbit of the sun. So he was totally wrong about that. He also thought that the Milky Way was comprised only of stars. First one we know it's gas, dust, nebulae, and things like that. So he had his fair share of books. Now, one thing I always kind of make note of, and I'm actually producing along with Jim Gates, Fabiola Giannati, Frank Wilczek, and Carlo Rovelli, and my friend Lucia Piccirillo, the first ever audiobook of one of Galileo's dialogue, the one where he claimed to find evidence for the orbit of the Earth around the sun, that it was an error.
So you're reading parts of this text.
Yeah,
which
it's
is incredible.
Brilliant book. So this book was written in 1632. It was written and was the one that caused him to go into house arrest and almost threatened to be tortured. And that book laid out his arguments for what was called the Copernican or the non-peripatetic, Aristotelian, etc., notion of the planetary dynamic. And eventually he was forced to recant that he believed in it, and allegedly he said he still believes the Earth moves. Anyway, so we're making it's written in the form of a trilogue. It's actually called a dialogue, but it's 3 people. There's one named Salviati, who is espousing Galileo's notions about how the heavens were orchestrated. And Salviati means like the salvation, the savior. Then there's a middleman, Segredo. So Carlo Rovelli is playing Salviati, brilliant one. I am playing Sagredo, who's like an intelligent interlocutor. I'm kind of just, I can appreciate Aristotle, I can appreciate Copernicus. Then there's this guy, Simplicio, the simpleton, and he espouses the words of the Pope. So you can imagine, like, you're working in the Putin's government, or you're working in whatever, and all of a sudden you're kind of putting the words of like the fool, literally calling the fool, but you're using the words of the all supreme powerful being on earth at that time, as the Vatican Church, especially for the Italian. So he wasn't as brilliant, politically as he was astrophysically in real life.
Who's doing Simplicio?
Simplicio is a friend of mine at University of Manchester named Lucio Picciarello. He's an Irish guy, but he has an accent. Full-blooded attack. Oh, they all speak English and Italian. I only speak. And the forewords are written by. So one foreword, and this place has 3 forewords, which is like a 12-word. Okay, the forewords are written by. Yeah, that was a good one. The foreword, 3 forewords. One of them is written by Albert Einstein, in which he says Galileo was not only one of the greatest scientists in history. This is Einstein telling Galileo, but he was one of the greatest writers and minds of all of human history. That foreword is read by Frank Wilczek, who you've had. Jim Gates, who you also had, he reads the translation, the translator, Stillman Drake, who's a renowned scientific translator. And then Fabiola Giannati, she reads the introduction and dedication from Galileo to the Duke of Tuscany, and some of the different introductions that Galileo himself had. It's such a thrill to be able to do it. And I only randomly found out because I wanted to study it, and it's like 500 pages long. I was like, let me get the audio book because I'm an audio medium kind of guy. It didn't exist, so I said, let's do it ourselves. So we did it, and hopefully it'll be out on Galileo's birthday, which is February 15th, 2022. It'll be a ripe 457, but that's not the only one of his books. Galileo wrote many books, one of which is called The Military Compass. And this is an interesting book for my blockchain and your blockchain aficionados. In this book, he talks about a compass, which is not a magnetic compass, but an actual like slide rule. It's basically a slide rule. And it's a manual. It's like, imagine if your phone, came with a manual. Nowadays they don't, right? But this was a manual for how to use this slide rule, which is like enormously important. And he gives a whole bunch of worked examples. It's brilliant book. One of the examples is how do you convert money? So he does a currency conversion between Ducati and Florentine Ducati and Scuti and whatever, lira, whatever. He does all these currency conversions. One copy of this book, or maybe 2 exist, first printed from 1600, still exists. If Galileo had just kept those in his family, they're worth $100 million. Nowadays, you can't get a Scuti. A Scuti's worth nothing. Like a Ducati's worth nothing. I mean, maybe some collector wants a piece of paper, right? So it's a lesson. Like, there are value in physical, non-fungible tokens. This original non-fungible token. So, but then a third book is called the Assayer. So what is an assayer? So assayers were kind of like these alchemists, physicists, chemists that would be around a court, and every so often for the treasurer, they would want to accept pieces of gold from the citizens and convert that to script or paper money. And to do that, they needed someone to verify with a standard of gold that they knew to be gold, and do some kind of semi-non-destructive evaluation of the purported object, the metal that was supposed to be gold. So they would take these pieces of gold, theoretically gold, and they would rub it on something called a touchstone. Touchstone is a special piece of rock, granite, whatever. It has no intrinsic value. It's just a piece of rock. But with that rock, you could assay and determine the content of this thing that could be worth, millions of lira or whatever, right? So it's an incredibly important job. And so this person would take this piece of inanimate rock and use it to do something valuable. What I want to do in the Assayer project is take this plethora of physical theories of everything. I said recently, we should give a Nobel Prize to someone who doesn't come up with a theory of everything, because it's just rotten. And I think it's great. I often say that theory is kind of like software, and I'm not denigrating software at all, but like, you can create a lot of software. You can make a Quine, and it'll make its own Quine, and you can make infinite amounts of software.
Look it up, kids.
That's one of my favorite videos. And you can replicate. You can't replicate. You can't make a telescope that makes a telescope that makes a telescope. In other words, hardware is kind of like the non-fungible token that's ultimate minted, limited edition. The book, the Compass book, like that. And so it's very expensive. That means you have to be very careful before you invest decades, billions, and humans into pursuing one of these theories of everything. You have to have good intuition for it. And lately, what I've seen is not predictions, but retrodictions. So you see that the Large Hadron Collider will come out with a measurement, and then so and so will say, "Well, this is this is compatible with string theory," or G-2 of the muon. It has these bizarre properties. Fifth force, string theory predicts this. String theory solves it. Neutrinos, sterile neutrinos, Large Hadron Collider bottom or D experiment. Blah blah blah. They'll say that it's compatible after the fact. And it's not so bad, right? Because look, what did Einstein do with GR, general relativity? The first thing he did was not predict something new. He looked at the anomalous behavior of the planet Mercury. And he saw it was behaving strangely. And people had said, oh, that's because there's another planet hiding behind the sun that we can't see that perturbs the orbit of the planet Mercury. It's called Vulcan. That was one approach. That's kind of like the dark matter approach, where it's like there's a clump of matter that we can't see that's influencing the planet that we can't see, and we use that to intuit the existence of the other planet. That's actually how Neptune was discovered. Neptune was discovered because of the anomalous behavior of the planet Uranus. So Neptune was dark, we couldn't see it. It was tugging on Uranus in a certain way, and that led to Leverrier discovering the planet, predicting where this planet should be found. So it had a good heritage in physics, right, to predict this planet that you couldn't see. That worked. But Einstein said, no, it's caused by the warping and bending of space-time due to the presence of matter, and will later become known as the Einstein equation. So he explained why Mercury did that. And it was known since the time of Newton that Mercury was behaving in this really freaky way. So he didn't predict it. He retrodicted it. That's fine. But at some point, you should come up with something new that's uniquely predictive of your theory. As I just said, the theory of dark matter in the context of Neptune is actually a valid theory. It just happens not to make sense in the context of Vulcan. And so if he had kept doing that, maybe perhaps he wouldn't have come up with these other predictions that he would later reject. Like, he rejected the existence of gravitation already. Stephen Barry talked about that. He didn't actually believe it. It was the one peer-reviewed paper that he had. He used to send back in those days, he'd send a letter to Nature, Physical Review, publish this, I'll let me know how much it cost me. And he got it rejected because he said you can't detect gravitational waves. And actually, or they're not real. And the guy showed that they're real because he corrected a math error in Einstein-Rosen's paper. So it's fascinating. What should the assayer do? He or she should look at these theories, look what things they explain that already exist, and look at what new predictions they can claim to explain if we can build experiments to test them.
So you have to kind of challenge yourself to think about what kind of predictions can they make such that we can construct experiments. So that's like ultimately back going to this to the signal, to the experimenter as theorist, essentially.
That's right.
So like very experiment-centric exploration of the fundamental theory of everything.
That's right. And the best scientists, the best physicists, were both experimentalists and theorists. Or at least that if they were experimentalists, they understood the theory well enough to make predictions or to explore the predictions and the consequences of these predictions. Or if they were theorists, they were like Galileo. Like Einstein has patents for things that he invented. And then, some of his work led to the laser and the mason. So he had practical, it wasn't just pure airy-fairy, quantum reality and expanding universe. So in this case, what I want to do is look at, there's 10 different theories of everything or cosmological models. They make predictions. They have advantages and disadvantages. And I'm just asking the question, why aren't we applying Bayesian reasoning with confidence intervals? Why don't we have updates every time an experiment comes out? We can update our credulity in that experiment, or that theory rather, based on the results of the experiment. And we shouldn't do it after the fact, or as Michio Kaku has said, well, you have to tell me what the initial conditions are. That's not my job. You're supposed to tell me if string theory is correct. What should it predict if it's true? There's one big part, which I should say, that to be a good assayer, I think you have to be worldly in the sense of worldly and curious, like we were talking about before with you and Joe. you can't only talk your own book. You can't only understand your own pet theory of everything. You can't only say, well, I only understand string theory, and I don't have time for these other theories, or as if it's beneath me to even go into Garrett Lisi or Eric Weinstein or Stephen Wolfram, or aspects of M theory, et cetera, et cetera. And there are some that say, like, why do we give string theory so much of an advanced pass when there are actually predictions it's made that are completely anathema to what we observe in physics. Like the dark energy should be negative. We see it as positive. Like that's a huge strike. If you told somebody, here's my 10-year application, if it wasn't done by Maldacena and Witten and folks like that, I don't know if it would have had the traction, the endurance, the resiliency that's happened. And that worries me because all these men and some women are making these fantastic, brilliant, beautiful ideas, and they're not even looking at what their neighbors do.
There's a thing that I really enjoyed seeing and that don't see often enough of these theories, which is others who are also experts kind of studying them sufficiently well to steel man the theory, to show the beautiful aspects of the theory. I see that with Stephen Wolfram. He has a very different sort of formulation of physics with his physics project. Now physics is a foreign land to me, but his formulation, especially in the context of cellular automata, hypergraphs, just as objects, as mathematical objects themselves are familiar. And so I'm able to see the real beauty there, and it saddens me that others in the physics community can't also see the beauty. Like, give it a chance. Give it a chance to see the beauty. And that is
respect. So there is one person who does take time and is what I consider to be a great scientist in terms of what he thinks. He obviously has an invested interest in his own theory, and it's Eric. Eric's got a truly encyclopedic knowledge of the history of physics, and he has a great warmth and graciousness when it comes to giving others. And I've witnessed this, and I've had. Look, first of all, I hate debate as pointless. Like, I don't know about you, but if you've ever voted, like, oh, I saw this debate, and because Trump did so bad, and I'm going to vote for Biden. No, it never happens. You almost never change anybody's mind unless you debate with love, unless you have almost like we're going to win together, like the red team approach in the military. They are trying to win a war, so they may disagree on the tactics day to day, but the strategy, we have to win this war. I love you, and I want to protect you. I don't see that in very many of these physicists. From Kaku, I almost see it, and it's embarrassing in some ways, because they'll almost mock, with the exception of Eric. Garrett's interesting. His theory is, people have a lot of issues, very technical. But Eric has taken the time to try to understand it. Eric has taken the time to understand Peter Voigt's theory. And I don't see the same graciousness extended from them. I'm sorry.
Yes, you're right. You're right. Maybe with Eric, he hasn't. He wants to, but he hasn't extended the same for Stephen Wolfram, because I think.
No, he did. No, actually, no, he did. I had a debate with them live on my show.
No, I did. I listened to it, but I just think it's outside of the toolkit that Eric is comfortable with. So it's not that he's not. But the main thing that's often absent, and Eric does have, is like the willingness, and like not just like dismissing or mocking that he's reaching out. But okay.
I mean, what if it's not? I made a joke when they were on. I was like, how many theories of everything can there be? Highlander, there can be only one. I don't know. Maybe.
But he, of course, also, like the other folks who propose the theory, has in ego. He rides a dragon. The dragon representing the ego. Well, let me ask you about your friend Eric Weinstein. So he proposed initial sketches of geometric unity, which is his theory of everything. Maybe you can elucidate some aspect of it that you find interesting. But what do you think about the response he got from the scientific community?
Well, some of the response came from people, academicians, professors. Some came from a lay audience. Some came from trained scientists who are no longer, maybe practicing in university. I thought there was a lot of vitriol, which surprised me. because I look at what he's trying to do, and it was always the vitriol would always come with some element of ad hominem, and maybe that's his personality, maybe that's gender, this or whatever. Maybe there is kind of just a natural tendency. You know, I always get these emails, Professor Keating. I have a new theory. Einstein was wrong. I'm going to prove it. I'm not good at math, but if you help me, I will share my Nobel Prize with you. Well, thanks. Have you read my book? In other words, it's always taking down the dragon. It's always taking down the kung fu master, right? That you get the hit points from D&D. You get their hit points. You take their cards. You get their wrist tokens from Kamchatka. And thinking about with Eric, it's like because what he's doing is so aspirational. It is grandiose in a good sense. What he's trying to do is construct a geometric theory of everything that has aspects of supersymmetry. It's stuff embedded in it. He's trying to meld that. It has very unusual features, and that it features not only multiple spatial dimensions, multiple time dimensions. It uses new mathematical objects that he's invented. And look, I had him on my show. I've talked with him. We've had consultations with other physicists, where he'll come down, and I have a visitor's office, and he comes down to San Diego sometimes and spends time there. And we talk with eminent mathematicians and physicists. Eric's been out of the academic world for a long time. And there is, as I said before, an aspect of persuasion that must take place in order to get anything through. And I think there was a slight amount of good nature, not ignorance, naivete, but just the sense that if this is right, everyone will recognize it. If you build a better mousetrap, the world will be a path to your door, as the expression goes. That's completely untrue. That doesn't even happen with mousetraps. I mean, you know how many freaking mousetrap types there are? It's like, no, they don't beat a path to your door. You have to sell that freaking thing. You have to sell it like Steve Jobs or Elon. I've had one paper out of 200 papers I've published in peer-reviewed journals. I've only had 0.5% published with no referee's comment. In other words, published like Dream, submitted it, published, it happened to be in a prestigious journal. I was pretty psyched about that. But you almost have to crave the response, getting it back from a journal. And I think he doesn't, first of all, he doesn't subscribe to the peer review process. Because he thinks that is anathema to the sciences and best interest in journals, et cetera, et cetera. I think you can have elements of peer review that are substantive and valuable. I think you have to learn from your critics. One of my conversations with John Mather, he talks about loving your critics in this book, but not being so open to their criticism that their criticism goes to your heart, and not being so open to their compliments that their compliments go to your head. It's a very tough Scylla and Charybdis to walk.
Well, there's something, I want to be careful here because I'd like to talk to Eric about this directly, but I'll just, from the perspective of a friend, when I ask about the drug of fame, so there's also the public perception of the battles of physics, and so there's a very narrow community, but then there's the way that's perceived. The exploration of ideas is perceived by the public, and so there is a certain drug to the excitement that the public can show when they sense that you have something big, and that in itself might become the thing that gives you pleasure. And I think that with theories of everything, or with any kind of super ambitious projects, and this is taking us back to when you were ambitious about trying to understand the origins of the universe, if you convince yourself that you have an intuition about the origins of the universe, and you have a platform like you do now, where you start to communicate your intuition, it's hazy, like all the science, you're still unsure, but you have a sense. Perhaps you don't have that as much as an experimentalist, because you always kind of start going, okay, how can I build a device that to see through the fog? But if you're more like a theoretician who kind of works in the realm of ideas, in the realm of intuition, it's it is also a source of pleasure. You mentioned dopamine, a source of dopamine that you can communicate to others, that you're really excited by the possibility of solving the deepest mysteries of the universe. So there's some aspect in which you want to be a Grigori Grisha Perlman and go into the hole and get the work done and shut the hell up about the, speaking about myself, about, talking about the dream and planning and exploring how great it will be if my intuition turns out to be correct. If the sketches I have turn out to actually build the bridge that takes us to a whole new place. As a friend, or a friend of, or my friend, what kind of advice do you give? What is your role? Is it to be a supporter, given that he has many critics? Or is it to be in private a critic? Like a lot of my friends will say, hey, shut the hell up. Just get it done.
Well, first of all, I want to ask you a question I've asked him. And it comes from Animal Farm by
Probably my favorite book, yeah.
So you remember Benjamin the donkey?
Yeah.
And he's talking to the pig. I forget the pig's name. Anyway, the pig says to him, you got this long, lustrous, beautiful tail. You're so lucky. I got this short, curly, little squiggly thing that does jack squirrel. Tell me, how does it feel to have such a lustrous tail? Benjamin says, well, the good Lord, he gave me a tail to swat away the flies. But you know what? I'd rather not have the tail if I didn't have the flies. So I want to ask you, as I've asked Eric, is it worth it? You've got these beautiful tails, but there are flies. I'm not saying in a negative way. I'm just saying you get unwanted distractions, dopamine, kind of the highlight, the spotlight effect. It's obviously allowing you to do things that you could never do alone. And I think, first of all, I'd love to know how you answer that, because that's something I don't feel I can relate to myself.
Well, this has to do with more like
Platform
stuff.
Yeah, scale.
Oh, that has very little effect on me. I enjoy it. I enjoy meeting new people, but that has nothing to do with platform. That has no effect on me. I'm somebody that enjoys the act itself. So this conversation, the reason I'm doing this podcast with you today is because it allows me to trick you into talking to me for a long period of time. I don't care about platform. I assume nobody listens. It really doesn't matter.
Yeah, and if you got it right, my whole test of it was a good podcast. Because how do you know? Like, podcasts been around about 12 years. How do we know as podcasters we're doing a good job? Like, sometimes someone say, that was the best interview I ever had. But that doesn't happen, at least for me. But if you realize that you forgot to put the SD card in that little guy and the Zoom didn't work, would you do it again? And I think if you say yes to that, that was good.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. So in that space, yeah, all of it is worth it.
Yeah.
But the dream, I'm more referring to the psychological effects. Forget the platform. Forget all of that. I maybe shouldn't even brought up the platform, because it really has to do, even in your own private mind, which is what I'm struggling with. I enjoy the planning, the dreaming, the early stages so much that I often don't take projects to completion. This is a psychological effect that I'm sure basically every engineer, everybody that does anything goes through. I just, in this case particular, I think it also applies. And I wonder, as a friend, what is the role?
So yeah, that effect has been documented. Everything from flying telescopes to diving. So there's a tiny bit of dopamine that you get visualizing how you're going to feel. You don't need to know this, but you don't feel it. But losing 5 pounds, I said, I'm going to lose 5 pounds, and I'm going to be able to run a minute faster. So there's a part of me when I'm planning the diet and the meals and the exercise that I get a little bit of that thrill, and that actually saps a little bit of my willpower to actually complete the task that will take me to that goal. So that's a documented effect, and that happens in project planning and project management. It's a very, very important thing to guard against as a manager of a big project. With Eric, it's interesting because with him, first of all, we relate extremely well, in friendship level, and very close. He does remind me a lot of my father, and I've called him that, just as a mathematician, as a big thinker, as in his case as a father, the father kind of figure that I didn't have in a sense. but that he is a true lover of life. He knows he's got a huge platform. He knows he gets a lot of attention for what he does. And I jokingly say, well, it's one thing. Like, how do you know, Lex, that someone's an expert? Experts. There's a good rule Ray Dalio writes about in Principles. He says, an expert is someone who's done something 3 times successfully. Like, you can do something correctly once, you can do something correctly. It's very hard to pull off like 3 projects, 3 telescopes, 3 whatever, right? So look for that. It's arbitrary. It could be 4, it could be 2, right? But the point is, look at Eric. So how many things has he contributed to and made, pretty substantive kind of paradigm shifts for different people? I would say he's been right many times. Does that mean he's infallible, that he's ineffable? No, of course not. For me, so what I'm saying is I get a little bit of the joy of kind of learning something purely as a scientist, something completely outside of what I do, mathematics, gauge theory, the kind of very advanced geometry topology that he's interested in. But every now and then, I will sneak in that I want, I've told him, I'm going to turn your son into an experimentalist despite you. He is not going to be a theorist. Zev is not going to be a theorist. He is working with me. He is learning from me. We're trying to get him into, he wants to bypass all of the, kind of nonsense of undergraduate and go to school. And I'm trying to encourage him that maybe he could do it, maybe he can't. But there's no other way than to try. And so I prepared a whole curriculum for Zev to basically bypass all of undergraduate. And to his credit, he's done all the credit. He's learned it to a level that matches many undergraduates.
Okay, hold on a second. I have to push back, and this is me saying it. And I'm sure I'll talk to Eric about this. But to say, you said Eric's done was right on multiple things. I think Eric has a great, deep insights about human nature and how societies work, and he says a lot of wise words on that world. But I think if we're talking about experts, you kind of have to prove it's like Michael Jordan playing baseball. Like, he's proved it many times that he can play basketball, but he's also got to prove that he can play baseball. And I would say the whole point of radical ideas is you're not. It's very hard to be sitting on a track record. When you're swinging for the fences, always there's not a track record to sit on. And like Max Tegmark is an example of somebody who has a huge track record of more like acceptable stuff, but he also keeps swinging for the fences in every other world. So he has that track record. Yeah. With Eric, if you look at just the number of publications, all this stuff, he chose not to travel the academic route. So there's no proof of expertise except sort of an obvious linguistic demonstration of brilliance. But that's not how physics works, right?
There's a polite way to damn somebody as a scientist and say he or she they really know the history of like physicists always love it. Like Sean Carroll always jokes about it. Like physicists should never talk about history of physics. But it's more than that. So Eric has certainly contributed in finance specifically, and gauge theory and economics, and in inflation dynamics, and non-cosmological.
Hold on a second. You have to be proven. He has a lot of powerful
theories. Calculus proven. He has a gauge model for currency exchanges between different nations that is explanatory. It's not. Is it something? In other words, it's a model and it's used for pedagogical purposes.
And it might be okay. And
it's unique to him. To him and Pia.
Yes. Yeah. It might be a powerful model. It might be one that actually deserves huge amount of applause, celebration, but does not yet receive that. And that's one of the things that Eric talks about. It has not received the attention it deserves. But it has not yet received the attention it deserves. And so, like, the proven expertise thing, there's a lot of people that go to their grave without the recognition they deserve. And it's a tragedy. But the fact is, like, you have to fight for that recognition. The tragedy happens for a reason. You can't just say this person is obviously brilliant and therefore they deserve the credit in every single domain. It doesn't like transfer immediately. There's nobody that's, well, at least I wouldn't argue Eric is one of the special minds in our generation. But you still have to fight the fight of physics. and prove it within the community. And I think the same applies in economics. You can't, I mean, as somebody that you know, I've gone through the academic journey, just like you said, the peer review, all of those things, flawed as they are, that's the part of the process. You have to convince your peers, the people that are as obsessed for whatever the hell reason about that particular thing that you're working on. Yes, there's egos. Yes, there's politics. It's a giant mess. But I think it's a beautiful mess through which you have to go through in order to reveal the power of your idea to yourself and to the world.
Let me use an example. So you know of James Clerk Maxwell, and he invented the laws of electromagnetism, which is the first example of a unification principle ever displayed by the human mind in history. Purely mathematics, unifying completely disparate phenomena. In one case, electricity, charges, static electricity, lightning, and the other magnets, bar magnets, currents, unified. You know what he did? I like to do a thought experiment. So imagine Twitter exists 1864. Maxwell's working away, and he goes, I have this wonderful idea with fluxions and inductive virtue and blah, blah. And it revolves on this thing called an ether. And by the way, there are these little vortices and gears, and the gears have these planetary things, and they suck up vortices, and the vortices determine the density of the electromagnetic. I feel like this guy's a freaking nut. Moron. And what would you do? Come on, honestly, you'd say everything this guy does is wrong. I mean, he's got this idiotic idea, and it would be proven falsified a couple of decades later by Michelson and Norman. And in so doing, you would have thrown out a very beautiful baby with bathwater. Imagine Twitter. Imagine a tweet storm. You know, Clerk Maxwell at Clerk Maxwell 1 would get. It would be brutal, right? And to the detriment, and that might even set back history. Imagine Yang Mills doing the same thing. Churn signs, and a lot of these things are very fantastic. But why, Lex? Why does Ed Wick? Why does Juan Maldacena? Let me give it to Juan guest, brilliant guy, love him. He is the reason that Stephen Hawking conceded his black hole information paradox loss issue. What did he concede? He conceded based upon Maldacena's calculation in ADS CFT and 5-dimensional wormholes. But is any of that? First of all, we don't live in an ADS universe. Second of all, we don't know if wormholes are traversable, if they exist even. These are devices. Kip Thorne is popularized from movies. It's like to say that this is something on which I will concede a bet. Now, obviously, Hawking is doing that for publicity. Why does Maldacena? And he's got a pretty high H index, pretty well-respected guy. I asked, love talking to him, brilliant guy. By the way, also had made use of Eric and Pia's work on gauge theory and economics originally, and won, I believe, the breakthrough prize. I can't remember exactly what, but partially, credit some of the work that he did, which appears there's a footnote to Pia Milani's thesis and some conversations with Eric, I think, in it. Anyway, getting back to that, why is there not the same skepticism? Is it because Maldacena, who's an eminent physicist, obviously, has published, realistic work and done and stuff? What about Whitman? Whitman gets a pass. I mean, if
Whitman gets a pass on which aspect? The string theory?
Well, yeah, the M theory is correct. I mean, let me just say Hawking. Hawking gets the ultimate pass. Hawking would say things like M theory. There's zero evidence for it. I mean, there's the famous meme that went around this weekend, like, what does string theory predicted? It's nothing. And by the way, that's actually wrong. I talked to Qumran. Qumran says that string theory does make predictions. It predicts the mass of the electron lies between 10 to the minus 1 Planck mass and 10 to the minus 30. Okay, whatever. Electron.
It's a big ring.
It's a huge ring. Imagine Qumran comes up, and again, he's just some nobody, but he actually, he doesn't have a profile. He's not at Harvard. Has zero H index or whatever Eric says. Why do we not in other words, why are we more harsh on people that are trying?
The answer to that. So I get a million emails, just like you said, you yourself, where they provenize in my world is artificial intelligence. The equivalence of that is I figured out how to build consciousness, how to engineer intelligence, how to and sometimes
you should send your emails to me, and I'll send mine.
And we'll reply to. I mean, I don't want to sort of mock this because I think it's very possible that there is either kernels of interesting ideas or in whole there is geniuses out there that are unheard, but because there's so much noise, you do have to weigh hire the Ed Woodens of the world when they make statements. And that's why you build up a track record. As you said with Ray Dalio, you have to show that you can, if you're Pollock and you show us a painting of a bunch of chaos, you have to, and this is a bad example probably because he probably never showed this book.
He could do it, right?
Yeah. It's much more comforting to see that they can paint a good, an accurate picture of still life, of an apple unfeasible. So there's
Meteorite.
because then there's something about the scientific community that they have perhaps an oversensitive bullshit answer to where they're not going to give the full effort of their attention if you don't have the track record. Now you could say that's a kind of club that only you have to have 10, you have to have this. Yes, that exists, but there's some aspect in which you have to play the game a little bit to get the machine of science going. Otherwise, if you're always saying, well, I have my ball and I don't want to play your game sucks, then nobody's going to want to play with you.
That's true. And look, inherent in all this is an underlying grandiosity. Look, how could you talk about doing what Kaku said on here and elsewhere? You know, we're looking for the umbilical cord that connects our universe to another universe that will then reveal in a 1-inch equation that will surely win Nobel Prize, the mind of God.
That's like a prerequisite, I guess, to tackle these questions.
I think it's detrimental. I think doing that, first of all, I think there's an element of almost snarkiness because none of these scientists are believing, Gnostics. Or they're not theists, right? So they're using it as kind of a stand-in. And they always talk about Einstein, and he was like a Spinozan, and he wasn't a,
God doesn't play dice.
God doesn't play dice.
Einstein's mentions of God, yeah.
Yeah, and then Stephen Hawking says that when we get an M theory understood, we'll know the mind of God. That's the title of Kaku's book, The God Particle, The God Equation. Do any of them really believe in God? No, is that a prerequisite? No, I'm not saying. But the point being, you're talking about something that has to do with God, right? I mean, where else do you go from there? I mean, I think God for now enjoys a little bit more, kind of PR that Elon or Joe or whatever, right? So like, it's, God's got a pretty good H index and stuff.
He has by the way, a Twitter account, just so you know, it's pretty good. It's
Tweets of God.
Yeah.
That's right. So if you look at that, you have to go in there. Again, you have to go in with some swagger. You have to have a little bit of arrogance, but you should, I agree, mix with a little bit of humility. So he's doing something. He comes from outside of academia. Now, if he rails against I'm talking about Eric. If he's just railing at, the system, and I'm not going to publish because F that, and that's only created by greedy journals, I don't think he's doing himself any favor. On the other hand, if he's shopping it, if he's talking it, if he's willing to expose it to criticism, and to even embrace people who may not have the purest intentions, perhaps, but in the sense of like they're not arguing solely to get to the truth with a capital T. What they're trying to do is take down Eric. Hopefully those people aren't out there. But on the other hand, looking at what Eric does for other people, looking at the fact that he has courtesy, he will look at Wolfram. He will look at Lacey, who's one of his closest friends. I mean, he calls him his
nemesis.
Nemesis, right.
Yeah.
And I think that's interesting that they're loving friends.
I really enjoyed that Portal conversation between Gary and Lacey. Eric has torn about that conversation because of the nemesis of the beautiful dance of minds playing these ideas and theories and everything.
And some of these things, so fundamentally, now I might disagree with him, Eric, on a different aspect, which is the only one I'm capable of. But let me say one thing, which is experimental. But let me say one thing. I understand probably a third of what Eric's talking about with GE. I understand, GR, I understand mathematics, I understand some group theory, fiber bone. I can get a little of it, the H theory. But I also understand what I don't understand. And I understand that there are people like Witten, Aldacena, Nima, other people that can understand it. And they're not trying to understand. Sabina, she can understand. She makes all these, I don't understand it. I don't want to understand. I don't have time. And then she makes a music video, kind of mocking Eric and Steven and Garrett. I'm like, you have a time to do it. And I love Sabina, and I've actually promoted my show on her. And I love her, and she's doing a wonderful job. But you have a video that you said yourself takes 8 weeks to produce from start to finish, and you couldn't have spent 30 minutes, 2 hours. I had Brian Keating of them as an experimental cosmologist, and I have enough to say, like, this is interesting. It's part of the Assayer project, and it actually, I shouldn't say that there are no people. They're very serious. Louis Alvarez Gomez at SUNY Stony Brook, Simon Center for Geometric Physics. So he and I are running this seminar. Hopefully this summer we're going to reenact the famous Shelter Island conferences in 1900s, where Feynman got together and they calculated the Lamb shift. But what that feature, the harmony, the resonant minds behind the best experimentalists in cosmology, particle physics, condensed matter physics is now teaching us tremendous things about lower dimensional systems that can be applied. Theorists and experimentalists, observers, cosmologists, astronomers, we all will get together, and we're just going to do it out of a spirit of love. But if it's just like, oh, this guy's like a lab man, I don't have time for that. I really don't. I don't think it's interesting the way to spend it.
There's an aspect that I hope to see, and it goes back to our sort of discussion about Joe Rogan. I do hope to see sort of love and humility in the presentation. Like, let go of this kind of fear of your ideas being stolen and the ego that's inherent to the scientific pursuit. And now that everybody is established and known entities, let go of that a little bit so we can explore and celebrate ideas. I would love to see more of that, just because you're saying, especially with these big ideas and theories of everything.
I mean, this isn't talking tales out of school, but I mean, he has made claims that I fundamentally disagree with, in terms of like, he's had this Twitter baiting, loving trolling of Elon. Why are you spending all this money to get to Mars? We should be spending money on interdimensional travel, and we can unlock it if we. And I said to him, and he makes the point, that the atomic theory, that unleashed the nuclear age, and that could lead to planetary destruction. But I make the point, pushing back with love on him, and I say, look, nobody looked into the equations. Like Fermi didn't look into all these equations of the unification, which still doesn't exist, by the way. We spend all this time, Lex, and I don't know why it is. It's phenomenal, purely in theoretical physics. People are looking for the toe, and they're overlooking the gut. In other words, they're spending all this time in the theory of everything, the God equation, and there's this gut that unifies the three stronger forces. We don't have a single theory for that. And people like Glashow, they tried and failed at it.
Yeah, for people who don't know, there's four forces, gut, grand unification theories that unifies the three forces stuff, and I'm trying to get a shortcut to the theory of everything, which unifies the four. And then there's this whole thing that maybe quantum gravity is not even a thing. So, so we're trying to solve. We're trying to solve the puzzle of everything at the physics level, and then already before solving it, already saying once we solve it, here's going to be all the beautiful.
Or just like level jumping again.
Yeah,
going to level 256.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I suppose you need that kind of ego, that confidence, that ambition, to even have a chance.
The only two people in this book of 9 Nobel laureates who told me they don't have the imposter syndrome were two theorists, Frank Wilczek and Sheldon Glashow. And, Frank is pretty interesting. And I know eventually we're going to talk about the meaning of life, but you talk about Frank. Frank invented this theory along with his advisor and another third person in the early 1970s, which from 1974 through when he was at Princeton, all the way up until 2004 when he won the Nobel. Every day of his life, imagine this, Lex. You're going to have this startup. Someone tells you you're going to win a lottery. You're going to win a lottery in 40 years. What becomes your singular focus in your life from now until the next 40 years?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, would it be winning the lottery, or if I'm so confident?
You're guaranteed to win a lottery.
Yeah.
Here's this wallet, Bitcoin wallet. It's going to guarantee you have as much money, a stable coin, whatever. You're going to win it 40, but you have to wait 40 years. To me, it would be surviving for the next 40 years. You wouldn't leave your house. You would go out in a bubble wrap hat. You wouldn't go out without 20 masks on, right? Your whole life would be consumed with. Now imagine, everyone's telling you you're going to win the Nobel Prize, which is bigger than the lottery. I mean, many prizes are worth more than the Nobel Prize, and every person who wins a prize that's worth 3 times the money, like Ignaldo Sena, he would trade the breakthrough prize for a Nobel Prize in a heartbeat. So these guys had to wait 40 years. Imagine the excruciating pain. What got them through it? he didn't feel like he didn't deserve it. He felt like, hell yeah, I earned it. He has that swagger. And what I'm looking for in this asset is to try to find ways that we can test stuff now, because I don't know if I'm going to be here in 40 years. I hope I am. But can we bypass? Can we get shortcuts? What's called the low energy regime? And to me, that's what's interesting. Like, what can we do now? I don't care. Like Isaac Newton came up with color theory, and he did something really interesting. Next time I come, I'll bring you some prisms. So what did he do? He took a white light. He took a prism from the sun. Actually, he put it through a slit, put it through a prism, and it made a beautiful rainbow, like you've seen. And then he took another prism and he put it upside down, like, dark side of the moon, and the light went through the first prism, turned into a rainbow, and then the rainbow went into a prism and came out a white light. That's pretty cool. Then he took a popsicle stick or whatever, it's pipe tobacco, and he put it in the beam, like blocked out the orange, and it didn't make white light come out. He showed like colors of synthesis. It's a common. He didn't use like the Large Hadron Collider to do that. He used a very low energy experiment to prove a unification. It's color physics, a different kind of color physics, chromodynamics. But nevertheless, can we find things like that? Are we spending way too much time and energy thinking about the future circular collider, which even if it gets built will cost $30 billion just to build? By the way, anytime from now on, if I leave you with anything, anytime an experimental physicist tells you a number, always double it, maybe triple it.
How much is it going to cost
to operate it? So, like, do we build an aircraft carrier to build an aircraft carrier? Do we build a nuclear reactor, a semiconductor facility? And the rule of thumb that works pretty well in project management is it costs about 10% per year to operate a given object of sufficient complexity. And in this case, though, in 10 years, it'll cost double the cost. So never believe the number, whether it's from our mutual friend Harry or whoever. Don't believe the number. Double it, and then say, is it worth it? And so building a solar system size accelerator, even if it were possible, do we have to do that? Or can we use these two 30 solar mass objects colliding together to test the number of large extra spatial dimensions? Can we do that? People are working on it. I think it's fascinating.
So focus on building detectors,
Experiments.
That, like, where the cosmos is part of the experiment, I suppose, is doing the hard work. Because when you're saying low energy regime, just for some of these, especially big questions like theories of everything, you need some high energy events. And so somehow figure out how the high energy events that are already happening out there, how to leverage them to understand here on Earth.
One of the alternative theories of cosmology that is not singular, quantum gravitational requiring, as the Big Bang and inflation are these bouncing balls. Some of them feature a similar kind of entity called a quantum field. And that quantum field, in the initial stages of the universe of our current, after the bounce, which is not a singularity, it compresses to a classical kind of rebound, and the universe starts expanding. During that process, the expansion is governed by what's called a scalar field, of which we only know one that exists. That's called the Higgs boson. Higgs is a scalar fundamental particle, fundamental field. That field then later does double duty, and it becomes dark energy. So it solves two problems. And I'm not saying it's correct, we don't know. But are there observations of, so dark energy is manifest today. It's manifest in properties we see in supernova explosions, et cetera, et cetera. We see the effects of accelerating universe caused by presumably dark energy. Is dark energy a constant, or does it vary? That has to vary in order for this theory to be true, because that eventually has to decay so that the universe can not support itself and collapse again classically. So we could use low energy phenomena. It's hard to think of supernovas being a low energy phenomenon, but we use that as a tracer of the cosmic expansion field and see, does it change or is it a constant? That's an example of a low energy limit to prove a high energy phenomenon like this collapsing universe in the cyclic moment.
Speaking of things that cost a lot but are super exciting,
page 2.
No, we'll wrap it up. Come. There's more than page 2. What do you think this is? This is
Actually, Louis de Broglie's thesis was pretty good as well. The Nobel Prize for the wave particle.
So, size matters in different dimensions in life. I think the lessons I've learned about life is the shorter the paper or the shorter the thesis, Actually, the shorter the paper, some of the greatest papers ever written are short. Like I feel like some of the best ideas in the world, not to sound like a contradiction of Feynman, a contradiction on top of a contradiction, but it could be written on a napkin, honestly. It's just kind of what tells you something about ideas. Um, what are your thoughts about the James Webb Space Telescope? Is this, as somebody who likes telescopes, and this is one of the, I think there's took 20 years to build, $9.7 billion. Is that way too much, too little? Are you excited about this thing?
It's sufficiently different from what I do in my field that it's incredibly interesting to me because it's I have no horse in that race, and so I'm not competing with them for time or money or resources or people or whatever. So I can purely be an advocate and an aficionado of science. It is, in some sense, the successor to Hubble. It will do things that Hubble can't do. It will also may or may not have the impact on a visceral kind of artistic level that Hubble had. What are some of the most iconic things that Hubble did? The Hubble Ultra Deep Field, the pillars of creation, storms and imaging and of these twisted deep sky galaxies. Those resonate with the public.
Just visually, beautiful.
Visually, yeah. When you look at these images, the Hubble Ultra Deep Field, you'll maybe put that in. You'll show every spectrum of light except for one. 4,000 blobs of light. There's one star in our galaxy, the rest are galaxies. Now, that image is less than 1/10 of your fingernail held out of arm's length. It contains 4,000 galaxies. So now you can figure out how many galaxies there are in the whole sky just by seeing how long does it take you to move your fingernail over the whole sky. So it comes out to be, that's how we get 500 billion or more galaxies. Now, it's not exact to the galaxy, but it's a good order of magnitude estimate, maybe even better. Hubble produced that, and it was basically serendipitous. They pointed at some dark, blank piece of sky, what they thought was blank, and they saw it. Same thing that happened with this CMB. They were looking for something they didn't find. Same thing they found when they were looking for the deceleration of the universe and found it was accelerating. So what I sometimes hear is that we don't know what we're going to discover. I never think that's a good idea to spend billions of dollars on something. Like, you should have some guaranteed low-hanging fruit, and then there should be swinging for the fences. And I think in this case, it was really everything swinging for the fences because it's kind of a single-point failure. If that telescope, which is this origami construction of 22 hexagonal panels that have to unfold properly and then orient themselves 1,000,000 miles from Earth, beyond the Earth-Moon distance by a factor of 4, and still transmit telecommunication back to the Earth, get solar energy, keep it away from the sun. You don't look through the telescope at the sun with your remaining good eye, and you do that, and you cover. It's going to be phenomenal. For science, for sure, if it works. There are a lot of people think, it's so risky. NASA spent so much of their budget. It ate up, and what if it does fail? I mean, there's no guarantee. Yes, it's insured, but so what? You're not going to get back those 20 years of people. Well, let's start building it again. Like, they didn't build 2 copies of it.
Then if it fails, it kind of has a dampening effect on the prospects and the inspiration of the public for what science can do, what science engineering can do is out in space.
It will make a huge impact scientifically. Let's hope for the best. Let's assume it does succeed. It's launched in a couple of weeks. And when it does, it will transform our understanding of, we just discovered not only like extrasolar planets that have moons on them and asteroid belt. We discovered an extrasolar planet in another galaxy. This will be able to see crazy stuff like that, spectroscopy, imaging. But it'll be able to go back farther in time, such that we will be doing cosmology. Like, Hubble did some cosmology and measured the Hubble constant. That was its key project when it was designed and launched. But because it is an optical telescope, it's sensitive to more close-in redshifts, so shorter distances. Now, James Webb is much, much higher redshift. It could probe the darker, deeper, distant universe.
Okay, let's talk about not the distant universe, but our neighboring planets. First, I got to ask you about the moon. So there's a piece of the moon on this table that you've given me that we didn't have to pick up, that arrived here. So how did a piece of the moon arrive here on Earth?
So this chunk of the moon, if it were delivered by the Apollo and NASA missions, you and I would be guilty of a felony right now because it's illegal to own pieces of the moon collected by the Apollo astronauts. So don't even joke about that when you go over to Houston. This piece of moon rock was delivered via the old-fashioned way by gravity. So this was a chunk of the moon, which is blasted off because the moon gets bombarded by asteroids and meteoroids. Some of them eject material from the surface of the moon into space. And it will then orbit the common moon-Earth system, and it will then eventually enter our atmosphere. And if the piece is large enough and the trajectory is proper, it can land intact. And this one landed with a few 100 grams worth, and they sliced it up. And then it was delivered via U.S. Postal Service to the house. So you can buy these pieces. And actually, you can buy a piece of Mars. You can buy a piece of Mars delivered by the same route. Now, what's so interesting about that? Well, if a piece of Mars can get here, a piece of Earth can get there, some piece of Earth has some life forms on it, it could get there. And if that can happen in our solar system, it could happen throughout the galaxy. So I'm actually not of the opinion that there is life elsewhere in the universe, at least technological life that we can see. I see this look of horror on your face. I view it, I am personally extremely pessimistic, would be extremely surprised.
I'm curious by the transition, because you just said that life could have arrived from Mars or like from planet to planet, but because of the meteorite striking it and so on.
Yeah.
And then you went to, you don't think there might be life out there in the universe? Technological life.
Yeah.
Advanced intelligent civilizations. Okay. Okay. So go on.
Yeah. So that's the generalization of what the famous astronomer Fred Hoyle called, I know this is a PG-13 podcast, it's called panspermia. Panspermia. And
beat that up.
Yeah, please. And that's the exchange of genetic life form material from other reaches on Earth, which explains the origin of life on Earth, but not the origin of life itself, which I think is a much grander mystery and much more interesting. How did life get here? I think we've talked with many eminent people about that. I'm not going to add that much, but just thinking about the reverse process. Let's say life started on the Earth and then made its way out into the universe. Is there enough time for the whatever material went from Earth via panspermic direction, spraying the love gun out into the universe? Did that then have enough time to incubate and go onto a planet that could support it? Certainly not within our solar system, which traveling at the meteorite speeds would require hundreds of millions of years. Then looking at the evolutionary history from bacteria to Bach, from rocks to Rachmaninoff.
Oh wow, that's pretty good.
How do you get from those very simple inanimate objects? What I just simply think there's not enough time for Earth to seed life, technological life throughout the galaxy.
But so you really think that the origin of life on Earth is a really special event?
Yeah, if it did originate on Earth. My question for those that search for life outside the Earth is, what if you had a letter from God? And the letter said, life didn't originate on Earth. Like, would you choose a different profession? Like, it would seem hopeless. Like, we only have a sample of one. In fact, we only know of one conscious life form, one planet that has life on it, right? What if you knew for sure it didn't start here? That means that, there's almost nothing about Earth that is originated. It didn't originate the life process. So to study purely the origin of life, not life itself, I think that's still fascinating. But how could we learn about, the origin of remember, you have to go from inanimate object to living object, whatever that definition of life is. And I'm not an expert in many definitions, Max, Sarah, many different definitions. But how do you actually go from inanimate to animate? It's a huge question.
Yeah, but then you don't have to be the place where life originated to replicate the origin or to that's one way to understand something is to build it, but another way is to just observe it. You don't have to truly re-engineer from scratch. So but then yes, if it didn't originate on Earth, then your intuitions about the basic prerequisites of life are
Yeah.
off.
What's the governing principle? Right.
Like, what is, and then you can have just almost an arbitrary number of possible, like, if life didn't start on Earth, to me that's exciting because it's like we know even less than we thought. The thing is, it can prosper on Earth, though.
Yeah.
So maybe the origin of life is fundamentally different from the maintenance of life.
Right. And maybe the existence of the Earth life symbiosis is critical. I think you talked about Sarah Walker, that it's a planetary phenomenon, et cetera, et cetera. So doesn't that make it less life? In other words, not only do you need special life conditions to create life, but then it's sustenance of life, as you're saying, that also has to be maintained under very specific circumstances by very specific planets and with very specific tectonic activity and moon. And by the way, you need a Jupiter nearby, you need an Earth and a moon system so that you don't get bombarded too early. And I always think like this, like technological life. I haven't said this before, really, so I'm just speaking. I usually like to write down before I say it. But one of the things I thought about.
Somebody hosts a podcast. You should probably accept the fact that you're going to say stupid things every once in a while.
Not every once in a while. Every while. I claim that, to get to sending, people to the moon, our planet needed whales and dinosaurs, right? Like, you don't make a solar panel from another solar panel. Like, you made a solar panel from a factory that melted down glass, silica, aluminum, extruded that using fossil fuels. Where do those fossil fuels come from? Like, so any civilization that's going to be a Dyson, Kardashev speed, did they have dinosaurs? Like, did they have like prebiotic life? Did they have a great oxygenation event? Did they have a dimorphism between prokaryotic, eukaryotic? All those hurdles. Let's say you give each one. Let's say there's 8 hurdles, and each one of those has a probability of 1 in 1,000 to go from eukaryotic, prokaryotic, whatever. Let's say there's a 1 in 1,000 chance. I think it's like 1 in 10 to the 40 or whatever if you really do it. But let's say first generous nature, 1 in 10 to the 3. Let's say there's 8 of those hurdles. That means you have 10 to the 24th power, different possibility, and that's just with 8. Like the moon has to be there, Jupiter has to be there, dinosaurs have to be there, all the different things that we have to get to technologically. There's only 10 to the 20. There's 10 to the 22nd. We think planets in the observable universe, not the galaxy. So that's 100 times fewer than the probability to get 100% clearing these 8 very low hurdles of 1 in 1,000.
That's fascinating because now I really need to listen to your conversation with Lee Cronin, probably, because he believes the opposite.
Yes, I know. Yeah, I'm gonna have a debate with him.
He believes that the way biology evolved on Earth could have evolved almost an infinite number of other ways. So, like, if you ran Earth over and over and over, you would keep getting life, and it would be very different. So, it's the fact that our particular life seems unique is just like, well, because every freaking life is going to seem unique, but it'll be very different. It's not like we shouldn't be asking the question of what's the likelihood of getting a human-like thing, because that seems to be super special. It's more like how easy is it to make anything that has the skills of a human, and I don't mean like something with thumbs, but achieving basically a technological civilization. And according to Lee, at least, it's like it's trivial.
I know I fought a little bit. I'd love to debate him. I think it'd be a lot of fun because we debate with love. When I talk with Lee, I love him and he loves me, I think. But let me ask you a question. I asked this of him and Sarah on a Clubhouse. So what do you think would happen the next day? Let's say we discovered life. Approximately. So Jerry B. It looks just like slime mold, like you got on your brie cheese or whatever. We discovered what would happen the next day. And they were like, oh, it's transformative. And I'm not trying to be like, total Cassandra with this, but I said, I don't think anything would happen. What are you talking about? Transformational. I'm like, I stipulate that life exists. Go down to like the river, I'm in San Diego. Go down to the Pacific Ocean, scoop up a glass, you're going to find life in there. And what are we doing? What are we doing to our Earth? We're destroying it callously. We're like pumping crap into there. Like we have this toxic waste spill a couple months ago in San Diego. I couldn't go to the beach. Let me take it a step further. You know how many people, I'm sorry, you do know, but how many people died in the 20th century? These are advanced civils. This isn't slime mold. We kill, we maim, we harm, we hurt, we hate. I don't think anything would happen the next day. We go back to what we had. And I said, if that weren't proof enough, life has been discovered at least 2 or 3 times just in my professional career. Once in 1996, these Allen Land Hills meteorites in Antarctica, this like microbial respiration processes. Still, we don't know. It was a press conference held by Bill Clinton on the White House lawn that's featured in the movie Contact, repurposed for that movie. And then there's this this phosphorus life, this toxic life in the pools of Mono Lake. Many extremophile. Wow. We continue to treat. So why are we thinking that like our salvation, from whence will our salvation come, as the Bible says? Like, it's not going to change how we are. It's not going to magnify how I treat you or you treat me. And we're pretty knowledgeable people, you and I, compared to lay people.
Okay, that's interesting. That's a really interesting argument. I wonder if you're right, but my intuition is, and I can maybe present a different argument that you can think about in the realm of things you care about even deeper, which is like what happens once we figure out the origins of the universe. Like, how would that change life? I would say there are certain discoveries that even in their very idea would change the fabric of society. I tend to see there's definitive proof that there's life, and the more complex, the more powerful that idea is elsewhere. That I'm not exactly sure how it would change society, because it's such a slap in the face. It's such a humbling force, or maybe not, or maybe it's a motivator to say, I don't know which force would take over. Maybe it'll be governments with military start to think like, well, how do we kill it? If there's a lot of life out there, how do we create the defenses?
How do we extract it, or
mine it for benefits?
I mean, I just see like there's 100 million little counter examples of that. I mean, right now there's like 700 million kids in poverty, and like how do we go about our life and just not do it? I mean, I put it aside. I eat hamburgers, and in 100 years I'll be canceled for being a carnivore or whatever. But so obviously to get through life, you have to make certain compromises. You're not going to think about certain things. But I just think there is a sort of wish fulfillment. Like every time there's water, why are we going to Mars and digging and flying this cool ass helicopter? We're looking for water. Like, stipulate that water was there. Like, I believe there was water there. I think we should investigate and see what the geology was like.
But don't you think? So you're saying?
I don't think you're going to get meaning from it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not worth doing. I'm just saying there's a wish fulfillment aspect that people will find meaning for life from science.
Okay, but there's a complicated line here. What if it's this intelligent civilization living, obviously probably not on Mars, but somewhere like in a neighboring galaxy that we in a neighboring star system that we discover? Don't you think that had profound change in meaning?
I mean, I guess, again, I assume that because of this panspermic process or whatever, that the probability is much, much greater than 0. I mean, it's not 100%, but it's much likelier than not that at least some living material from Earth has ejaculated itself into the solar system, into the universe, right? Into our galaxy.
That, please. As well.
That's right. So the fact that could happen, and that you're holding a piece, from a planetary body, one that couldn't support life, as far as we know, but that could, next time, if you play nice and you come on my podcast someday, I will give you a tiny chunk of Mars. So Mars theoretically could support stuff, right? So yeah, so I believe that there could be remnants of Earth in this. So that means there could be evolution. I don't think there's any chance that there's people using iPhones and having podcasts and stuff.
There's some chance though, right? So
again, I think obviously the simple statement to say it's much, much, much higher probability that life exists than technology exists. Right? I don't think we can argue that. It doesn't mean it's forbidden. Again, I'm not saying any of this is forbidden, not worth studying, not interesting.
It's the likelihood thing.
Yeah, and to answer I think you're wise to push back and what does it matter what I'm doing? And I like to think about that, because it's like, what is the value of what you're doing? Like, you have to answer that question, or else at the end of your life, you'll have these existential, kind of crises. right? So when I think about like who I am, part of my identity is answering and asking scientific questions. For me, there is a religious kind of undercurrent that does undergird in some sense this quest. Again, I'm not like a practicing. I'm not like wearing a yarmulke. You know, like I'm not like full on into my birth religion, Judaism. But at the same token, I think as one of the things Einstein did say is that religion without science is blind or is lame, and science without religion is lame, is blind and lame. Anyway, the point is that like you can't get meaning, from just knowing facts. Like Wikipedia knows more than all of us will ever know, right? It has no wisdom. Wisdom, it means sapient. The word wisdom in Latin is sapient. And we are wise. And by the way, do you know what our real name is? Homo sapiens sapient. So it's man who knows that he knows. Do you know what he knows? Do you know what the knowing is? It's that he's going to die. We're the only creatures that know that we are going to die. We don't know when we're going to die. But I have a cat, a fierce fat cat. It's beautiful. She doesn't know she's going to die. Doesn't mean I'm more valuable.
The survival instinct is fundamentally different from like the knowledge of death, and that's where the Ernest Becker comes in with the terror of death, and that's a creative force that seems to be more feature than bug about the human condition. Is that it's a gift of knowing our own mortality. To me, that's why I agree with you in some sense in terms of the aliens not being a thing that solves all mysteries. That's why my love has always been the human mind. So understanding who we are, what the hell are we, and I think your love has been an echo of that, which is where did we come from? Yeah. Or basically, as cheesy as it sounds, Michio Kaku is a word. If you could just like enjoy the,
he speaks in complete. He's like Sam Harris of Cosmology. He speaks in complete paragraphs,
but like also unapologetically. He says, we will know God, or we will know the mind of God, or whatever the quotes, those kinds of things. That's exciting. That physics might be able to find equations that unlock our origins at the very core, and like the fabric of it all too, not just our origins. What's up? What's at the beginning. Something tells me we're too dumb to truly understand what's at the beginning. But
I think we should be humble in that way. I mean, again, another thing is, you ever hear the saying like we share 99% of our DNA with chimps or bonobos or whatever? I share like probably more than that. Sometimes I wish we shared like 100%. Like that'd be so much more interesting. Like, there's 50% of a fruit fly or banana. Like, no. Like, there's something, but that should make us feel more precious. And I almost feel like discovering life on another planet, whatever solar system, would cause a diminution of humanity. Like the one thing I do hold fast to from religion, I don't know where I am with God. Like, do I believe in God? I think that's an unanswerable question. But I have some thoughts about it. But by the same token, I think the one thing I do get from religion is that every human has infinite worth, because we are in religious capacity considered to be equal to God. In other words, we are gods, not to be like, but we can contemplate what God did. We have aspects of God. We have free will. God had free will. If he exists, I can't prove that God exists. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any credit for believing in God.
This is interesting. I mean, it's like I'm talking to Einstein here, but let me ask anyway.
Can you clip that for my clips, John?
For somebody who's looking at the young universe, at the early universe, and are talking about God and are agnostic, who do you think is God?
So I thought you had just like one of the best podcasts with Sam Harris this past summer. And one of the things I liked about that conversation is he talked a lot about happiness and meditation. And he said something that's really resonated with me, and I've been working around and trying to work on it my own way. He said, like, you can never be happy. You can only become happy. And I'm trying to take it a little bit further than that, because I think it's interesting. Like meditation is like, you're not like, oh, I'm happy, and now like oh, my kid came in, now I'm not happy. Like, no, like you can be satisfied. Kurt Vonnegut said, like, you ever catch this? Sometimes, Alexa, you're like walking around, you're like, life is freaking amazing. Like, I'm happy. And Kurt Vonnegut said, you should say to yourself every time that happens, like a little mantra, like, if this isn't goodness, if this isn't happiness, nothing is. Just remind yourself how awesome it is. Because every breath, everything that you do, when you make an impact, even some of the bad stuff that happens, it's good. It's good. So Sam said that, and it made me think, because I was like, well, what does it really mean to be happy? Because like I can think of about 2 or 3 ways that right now I could double my happiness. Like with lottery or whatever, like I could double my happiness. There's only a few ways, right? Like I had this kind of thought, like how many boats can you water ski behind? Like you had twice as many followers, now you got 2 million followers, 5 million, whatever. It doesn't do anything. It's called the hedonic treadmill. Like once you get to a certain level, it takes a lot more, change, followers, money, impact, women, whatever you want to make you have one more quanta of happiness. Right? On the other hand, this is a concept from entropy. I can make your life miserable in an infinite number of ways. In other words, there's more space to make your life unhappy than happy. And so I thought about that in the context of what Sam said about happiness. So it's sort of like, it's an expression of entropy. And that what you should be doing in life is doing that which will cause you devastation if it goes away. Because those are the things that are where you're reducing entropy. Like a kid, like anyone who's a parent knows instantly what I'm talking about. Like how to make your life 1 billion times worse. But there's no way to make your life 1 billion times better. And so thinking about that, now turning it to the question of God's existence, I feel like there's no way that you can believe in God, to misquote Sam, but there's ways that you can become a believer in God. In other words, you could increase the Bayesian confidence level that there is some, and let's not call it God because that's a freighted term. Let's just call it some infinite source of goodness or beautiful power in the universe, right? Simple things can do that. You can increase your credulity in the goodness of life. And we have this bias as humans towards negativity. Negativity bias, well-known fact. So what I want to do is it's called God good, right? That's where it comes from. God good. Same words in German. And when we think about what is good, let's do those things that would devastate us. And a lot of that could be relationships. And there's a powerful concept from network theory, which is that, the number of connections in a network, I'm just saying for you, it grows as the square of the elements in the matrix, in the number, right? So you think of a matrix with n people, person 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there's 4 other people. There's 16 different pairs, but half of them overlap. The diagonal is where you know each other, yourself. But that still grows as n squared. So those connections increase and decrease, right? You ever have 2 friends that are fighting and you're kind of upset, even though you're not fighting with either one of them? So a network grows like that. So you want to increase your network as much as possible, but only the kind of high quality interstices between us. And I think in doing so, you make yourself fragile, not anti-fragile. And I think that is where purpose and maybe approaching some notion of God can come.
That is a source of meaning, maximizing the goodness in life. And the way you know it's good is if it's taken away, it will devastate you.
Think about it, your brand, your business, your spouse, your kids. I mean, parents can't count them. I've known parents that have Jim Simons, here's a perfect example. He's one of my oldest friends and mentors. He is one of the richest people on earth. Gulfstream, mega yacht. This is all documented, books about it. He lost 2 sons as adults. And I hear people, I'm so jealous of Jim Simons. Would you take everything? I don't know where he has that strength. And his wife, Marilyn, his first wife, Barbara. I'm not like that. Some people there are angels that walk among us. And, there's a famous prayer, it's like, God, there's an old saying that, one of the hardest tests there are in life is to be given a lot of money. And you see it, happens with, lawyers, people who win the lottery or whatever, or NFL football players after their career's over, they're broke, right? And I was just like, God, please test me with money. That'd be great. But in reality, you should never say I want what X person has, unless you're willing to take everything. And you'll find you won't want to take everything.
Yeah, I think a lot about the altering effects of fame, of money, of power on people. Like it blinds people, and I wonder about that for myself because it seems like in themselves these are definitely not the goals. I'm pretty much afraid. I'm not desirous, and I'm definitely afraid of each of those things: money, fame, and power. But it seems the dreams I have as consequences can often have these things. And I'm really afraid of becoming something that would disappoint me when I was younger, that I wouldn't recognize. Because change happens gradually.
But are you using yourself as the touchstone, to use the assay? Like, what is your rubric to apprise if you have lived up to that 12-year-old, whatever-year-old flex? Like, how will you know or not know if you've let yourself down? Or, like, I always think, live to impress yourself. Like, I don't care if I have fun. Like, it's nice, all right, whatever, but it's hedonic, and it's just never-ending, because you'll always see the next level. But I think it's pretty damn cool that, like, I've gotten to go to these places, the South Pole, and I've done these things, and I've made a family, and I'm able to teleport my values into the future through my children, and I've had ideological children. So by what metric, have you not already, A, impressed yourself, and B, could you let yourself down? I don't want to turn to therapist.
I think some of it is psychology. For me, I'm very much just never highly self-critical. I'm never happy with what I've done, but I'm always happy in the way that you described, which is that the Vonnegut thing, where you just often during the day, I will feel, I don't know, I just remember just eating beef jerky and being truly happy. That was just last night, and I have that all the time. And that, to me, is why, I mean, that feels to me like a healthy way to live life, and at least for me, it's the one I really enjoy. A lot of people tell me that maybe being so self-critical, so hard on yourself is not a good way to go, but more and more as I get older, I realize it's just who I am. You have to a certain point accept this is how I'm always going to be this self-critical.
It's like the Oracle of Delphi, right? You know thyself. But I want to leave you with one last thing. It was just to say, just on this topic, it could be different, right? We could go down to the ocean and get some krill instead of the 7-Eleven. It could be that we have no other taste buds, and Eric's talking the 4 dimensions of the vibration of your tongue, right? It could be like there's one, and it's just like not Memphis barbecue or whatever you like in your Slim Jim. It could be something. It could be very boring. Similarly, what if that's a clue? Like, what if that's giving us evidence? Here's another clue. There are many animals. Most animals have single monocolor vision. They only see in black and white intensity. They only have rods and no cones. We could be like that, but we're not. Why is that not a clue? Like, God's not gonna hit you over the head and say here I am, because then everybody would believe in it. And there's very simplistic. I've had debates even with famous atheists like Lawrence Krauss. He's self-declared militant atheist. And I was like, well, I don't believe in the same God you don't believe in. Some guy in a white beard in a chair. That's infantile. I gave that away a long time ago. But what if there are clues? What if Yang Mills theory and Maxwell's equation? What if those are beautiful? If you've ever seen expressed in tensor notation, Einstein's equations or Maxwell's equations, and then Maxwell's equations riding on Einstein's, it's unbelievably beautiful. It doesn't have to be that way. And we can comprehend it. That's a crack. Maybe that's where the light gets in. And the light is what reveals what's beautiful. So I don't believe in God. I think that's a stupid notion. Like, do I believe in God? Like, sometimes I wonder if God believes in me, you know, like more than if I believe in, like, he needs Brian Keating. Like, you know, what would, you know, it's like one of my friends is a rabbi. He's like, what would I be doing if I were God? Exactly what God's doing right now. Like, you think I know more than God? Give me a break.
Leaving clues of beauty for these hairless apes.
Yeah.
And to see what they do with this, and then marvel at both the tragedy of what those apes do to each other, and the rare moments of when they understand deeply about how the world works. Ryan, you're an incredible human being. I'm a big fan, and I'm really honored that you. First of all, shower me with rocks from the moon,
From space.
from space,
Space dust.
space dust, and
Crystals, magical crystals, healing crystals
yeah.
that you can use for good.
And tell me your story and spend your really valuable time with me today. This is amazing.
It was a great pleasure for me, Lex. Thank you so much.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Brian Keating. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Galileo Galilei. In questions of science, the authority of 1,000 is not worth the humble reasoning of a single individual. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
There's an ongoing lawsuit that we've talked about frequently between the LA Alliance for Human Rights and the city of Los Angeles. And the LA Alliance has filed a lawsuit claiming that a lot of this money has gone to waste. There's a lot of businesses involved in this alliance. And it's before a judge named Carter. And Carter is trying to figure out what to do because LAHSA, LA Homeless Services Authority, is a
Following conversation with Yoram Brook and Yoram Hazoni. This is Yoram's third time on this podcast, and Yoram's first time. Yoram Brook is an objectivist philosopher, chairman of the Ayn Rand Institute, host of the Yoram Brook Show, and the co-author of Free Market Revolution and Equal is Unfair. Yoram Hazoni is a national conservatism thinker, chairman of the Emmett Burke Foundation that hosted the National Conservatism Conference. He is also the host of the NatCon Talk and author of The Virtue of Nationalism and an upcoming book called Conservatism, A Rediscovery. Allow me to say a few words about each part of the two-word title of this episode, Nationalism Debate. First, debate. I would like to have a few conversations this year that are the kind of debate with 2 or 3 people that hold differing views on a particular topic, but come to the table with respect for each other and a desire to learn, discover something interesting together through the empathetic exploration of the tension between their ideas. This is not strictly a debate. It's simply a conversation. There's no structure. There's no winners, except, of course, just a bit of trash talking to keep it fun. Some of these topics will be very difficult, and I hope you can keep an open mind and have patience with me as kind of moderator who tries to bring out the best in each person and the ideas discussed. Okay, that's my comment on the word debate. Now onto the word nationalism. This debate could have been called nationalism versus individualism, or national conservatism versus individualism, or just conservatism versus individualism. As we discuss in this episode, these words have slightly different meanings depending on who you ask. This is especially true, I think, for any word that ends in ism. I personally enjoy the discussion of the meaning of such philosophical words. I don't think it's possible to arrive at a perfect definition that everybody agrees with, but the process of trying to do so for a bit is interesting and productive, at least to me, as long as we don't get stuck there, as some folks sometimes do in these conversations. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Yoram Brook and Yoram Hazoni. I attended the excellent debate between the two of you yesterday at UT Austin. The debate was between ideas of conservatism, represented by Yaron Mazzoni, and ideas of individualism, represented by Yaron. Let's start with the topics of the debate. Yaron, how do you define conservatism? Maybe in the way you were thinking about it yesterday. What to you are some principles of conservatism?
Let me define it, and then we can get into principles if you want. When I talk about political conservatism, I'm talking about a political standpoint that regards the recovery, elaboration, and restoration of tradition as the key to maintaining a nation and strengthening it through time. Okay, so this is something that if you have time to talk about it like we do on the show, it's worth emphasizing that conservatism is not like liberalism or Marxism. Liberalism and Marxism are both kind of universal theories, and they claim to be able to tell you what's good for human beings at all times in all places. And conservatism is a little bit different because it's going to carry different values in every nation, every tribe, even every family, you can say, has somewhat different values. And these loyalty groups, they compete with one another. That's the way human beings work.
So it's deeply rooted in history of that particular area of land.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say land. You're right that many forms of conservatism are tied to a particular place.
So how does the implementation of conservatism to you differ from the ideal of conservatism, the implementations you've seen of political conservatism in the United States and the rest of the world? Just to give some context, because it's a loaded term, like most political terms. So when people think about conservative in the United States, they think about the Republican Party. What can you kind of disambiguate some of this? What are we supposed to think?
Yeah, that's a really important question. Usually the word conservative is associated with Edmund Burke and with the English common law tradition. Going back centuries and centuries, there's kind of a classical English conservative tradition that goes Fortescue, Hooker, Coke, Selden, Hale, Burke, Blackstone before Burke. If you take that kind of as a benchmark, and you compare it, then you can compare it to things like the American Federalist Party at the time of the American founding is in many respects very much in keeping with that tradition. As you go forward, there's an increasing mix of liberalism and conservatism, and I think by the time you get to the 1960s, with William Buckley and Frank Meyer, the jargon term is fusionism. By the time you get there, it's arguable that their conservatism isn't very conservative anymore, that it's kind of a public liberalism mixed with a private conservatism. So a lot of the debate that we have today about, what does the word conservatism actually mean? A lot of the confusion comes from that. It comes from the fact that that on the one hand, we have people who use the term, I think, properly historically to refer to this common law tradition of which Burke was a spokesman. But there are lots of other people who, when they say conservative, they just mean liberal. And I think that's a big problem. I mean, it's a problem just to have an intelligent debate is difficult when people are using the word almost in too antithetical.
What would you say the essential idea of conservatism is? Time? You mentioned your father's a physicist.
Yeah.
So a lot of physicists, when they form models of the universe, they don't consider time. So everything is dealt with instantaneously. The particle is represented fully by its current state, velocity and position. You're saying, so you're arguing with all of physics and your father, as we always do, that their time matters in conservatives. That's the fundamental element, is the full history matters, and we cannot separate the individual from the history, from the roots that they come from.
The parallel in political theory is what's called rationalism. I guess we'll probably talk about that some. Rationalism is kind of an instantaneous, timeless thing. Before I mentioned that liberalism, various Enlightenment theories, they don't include time at all. Their goal is to say, look, there's such a thing as universal human reason. All human beings, if they reason properly, will come to the same conclusions. If that's true, then it removes the time consideration. It removes tradition and context, because everywhere where you are at any time, you ought to be able to use reason and come to the same conclusions about politics or morals. So that's a theory like Immanuel Kant or John Locke is an example, Hobbes is an example. That kind of political theorizing really does say at a given instant we can know pretty much everything that we need to know, at least the big things. And conservatism is the opposite. It's a traditionalist view, exactly as you say, that says that history is crucial.
So you say that history is interesting, but perhaps not crucial, if in the context of individualism.
No, I mean, I think there's a false dichotomy presented here, and that is that one view holds that you can derive anything from a particular historical path, and a kind of an empirical view. And if we know the history, we know where we should be tomorrow. We know where we should stand today. And the other path is we ignore history, we ignore facts, we ignore what's going on. We can derive from some a priori axioms, we can derive a truth, right? And both are false. Both of those views, in my view, are false. And Ayn Rand and I reject both of those views. And I think the bad thinkers of the Enlightenment did as well, although they sometimes fall into the trap of appearing like rationalists. And Yoram and I agree on one thing, and that is that Kant is one of we've talked about this in the past, but we both hate Kant. We both think Kant is I think Kant is probably the most destructive philosopher since Plato, who was pretty destructive himself. But and part of the problem is that Kant divorces reason from reality. That is, he divorces reason from history. He divorces reason from experience, because we don't have direct experience of reality according to Kant. Right? We're removed from that direct experience. But I view Kant as the anti-enlightenment. That is, I view Kant as the destroyer of good enlightenment thinking. And I acknowledge a lot of history of philosophy, the people who do history of philosophy view Kant as the embodiment of the enlightenment. But I think that's a mistake. I think both Rousseau and Kant are fundamentally the goal, the mission in life is to destroy the enlightenment. So my view is neither of those options are the right option. That is, the true reason-based, reason is not divorced from reality. It's quite the opposite. Reason is a tool. It's a faculty of identifying and integrating what? It's identifying and integrating the facts of reality as we know them through sense perception or through the study of history, through what actually happened. So it's the integration of those facts. It's the knowledge of that history. And then what we do is we abstract away principles based on what's worked in the past, what hasn't worked in the past, the consequences of different ideas, different paths, different actions. We abstract away principles that then can be universal. Not always. We make mistakes. Right? We can come up with a universal principle that turns out that it's not. But if we have the whole scope of human history, we can derive principles as we do in life, as individuals. We derive principles that are then truths that we can live by. But you don't do that by knowing history. You do that by learning history, by understanding history, by understanding, in a sense, tradition and where it leads to, and then trying to do better. And I think good thinkers are constantly trying to do better based on what they know about the past and what they know about the present.
What's the difference between studying history on a journey of reason and tradition? So you mentioned that Burke understood that reason begins with inherited tradition yesterday. So what's the difference between studying history but then being free to go any way you want, and tradition where it feels more not, I don't want to say a negative term like burden, but it's there's more of a momentum that forces you to go the same way as your ancestors.
It's the recognition that people are wrong, often are wrong, and
Even your parents.
including your parents, including your teachers, including everybody. Everybody is potentially wrong, and that you can't accept anybody just because they happen to come before you. That is, you have to evaluate and judge, and you have to have a standard by which to evaluate and judge the actions of those who came before you, whether they are your parents, whether they are the state in which you happen to be born, whether they are somebody on the other side of planet Earth. You can judge if you have a standard. Now, my standard, and I think the right standard, is human well-being. That is, that which is good for human beings, for human beings, is the standard by which we judge. So I can say that certain periods of history were bad. They happened. It's important to study them. It's important to understand what they did that made them bad, so we cannot do that again. And I can say certain cultures, certain periods of time were good. Why? Because they promoted human well-being, human flourishing. That's the standard. Then derive from that, okay, what is it that made a particular culture good? What is it that made that particular culture positive in terms of human well-being and human flourishing? What made this bad? And hopefully from that, I can derive a principle. Okay, if I want human flourishing, human well-being in the future, I want to be more like these guys and less like those guys. I want to derive what is the principle that will guide me in the future. That's, I think, how human knowledge ultimately develops.
I think people often make a mistake. Just, I'm not saying you're wrong, but lots of people, don't actually read the original sources. And so what happens is people will attack conservatives, assuming that conservatives think that whatever comes from the past is right. And actually, it's very difficult to find a thinker who actually says something like that. The Selden or Burke, the big conservative theorists, Hooker, they're all people who understand that the tradition carries with it mistakes that were made in the past. And this is actually, I think, an important part of their empiricism, is that they see the search for truth as something a society does by trial and error. And what that means is that at any given moment, you have to be aware of the possibility that things that you've inherited are actually false. And the job of the political thinker or the jurist or the philosopher is not to dig in and say, whatever it is that we've inherited is right. The job is to look at the society as a whole and say, look, we have this job of, first of all, conservation, just making sure that we don't lose good things that we've had, and second, seeing if we can repair things in order to improve them where it's necessary or where it's possible. And that process is actually a creative process. This is a way in which I think it is similar to Yaron's philosophy, that you take the inherited tradition and you look for the way that you can shape it in order to make it something better than it was. That's a baseline for what we call conservatism.
Just a comment. So the trial and error, the errors, you're proud of the errors. It's a feature, not a bug. So you mentioned trial and error a few times yesterday. It's a really interesting kind of idea. It's basically accepting that the journey is going to have flaws, as opposed to saying, the conclusion there is the current system is flawed, and it will always be flawed, and you try to improve it. When you listen to your own talk, there's much more of an optimism for the system being perfect now or potentially soon, or it could be perfect. And to me, the way I heard it is almost like accepting that the system is flawed and through trial and error will improve. And Yaron says, no, we can have a perfection now.
That's the way it sounds to me.
Yeah, and I think that's right. I think the difference is that at some point, just like in science, I think, one can stop the trial and error and say, I can now see a pattern here. I can see, that certain actions lead to bad consequences. Certain actions lead to good consequences. Let me try to abstract away what is it that is good and what is it that is bad, and build a system around what is good and reject what is bad. I think ultimately, if you read the founding fathers, and whether we call them conservatives or individuals, what the founding fathers actually did, all of them, is study history. They all did. They'll talk about history. They'll talk about examples of other cultures, whether they go back to the Republic in Venice or back to the ancient Greeks. They studied these. They learned lessons from them. They try to figure out what has worked in the past and what hasn't, and try to derive principles. Now, in my view, they got pretty close to what I would consider kind of an ideal, but they didn't get it completely right. And here we sit 200 and something years after the Declaration and after the Constitution. I think we can look back and say, okay, well, what did they get right? What did they get wrong? Based on how is it done, and where the flaws and and we can improve on it. I think we can get closer to perfection, and based on those kind of observations, based on that kind of abstraction, that kind of discovery of what is true. Just like at some point you do the experiment, you do the trial and error, and now you come up with a scientific principle. It is true that 100 years later you might discover that, hey, I missed something. There's something, but to not take the full lesson, to insist on incrementalism, to insist on we're just going to tinker with the system instead of saying, no, there's something really wrong with having a king. There's something really wrong with not having any representation, or whatever the standard it needs to be. In the name of we don't want to move too fast, I think is a mistake. And the problem with trial and error in politics is that we're talking about human rights, right? So there was a big trial around communism. And, 100 million people paid the price for the trial. I could have told them in advance, as did many people, that it would not work. There are principles of human nature, principles of that we can study from history, principles about economics and other aspects. Well, we know it's not going to work. You don't need to try it again. We've had communal arrangements throughout history. There was an experiment with fascism, and there've been experiments with all kinds of political systems. Okay, we've done them. It's sad that we did them because many of us knew they wouldn't work. We should learn the lesson, and I think that all of history now converges on one lesson, and that is all we need to do is build systems to protect individual freedom. That is the core. That's what ultimately leads to flourishing, human success, and human achievement. And to the extent that we place anything above that individual, whether it's the state, whether it's the ethnicity, whether it's the race, whether it's the bourgeois, whether it's whatever it happens to be, class or whatever, whenever we place something above the individual, consequence of negative, that's one of these principles that I think we can derive from studying 3,000 years of civilization. And it's tragic, I think, because we're going to keep experimenting, sadly. I see it, right? I'm not winning this battle. I'm losing the battle. We're going to keep experimenting with different forms of collectivism. We're going to keep paying the price in human life and in missed opportunities for human flourishing, human success, and human welfare.
Look, let's take communism as a good example. None of the major conservative thinkers would say, it's a good idea. A good idea would be to experiment by raising everything that we've inherited and starting from scratch. I mean, that's the conservative complaint or accusation against a rationalist. I mean, as opposed to empiricism, using rationalism. So let's take Descartes kind of as a benchmark.
Yeah, let's maybe define rationalism.
But yeah, these are two terms that are in philosophy, especially in epistemology, they're often compared to one another. Yaron said that it's a false dichotomy, and maybe it is a bit exaggerated, but that doesn't mean it's not useful for conceptualizing the domain. So, a rationalist is somebody like Descartes who says, "I'm going to set aside. I'm going to try to set aside everything I know, everything I've inherited. I'm going to start from scratch," and he explicitly says, in evaluating the inheritance of the past, he explicitly says, you take a look at the histories that we have, they're not reliable. You take a look at the moral and the scientific writings that we receive, they're not very good. His baseline is to look very critically at the past and say, look, I'm evaluating it. I think all in all, it's just not worth very much. And so whatever I do, beginning from scratch, is going to be better as long as, and here's his caveat, as long as I'm proceeding from self-evident assumptions, from self-evident premises, things that you can't argue against.
I think, therefore I am.
Right, and then from there deducing what he calls infallible conclusions. So that model of self-evident premises to infallible conclusions, I'm calling that rationalism. I think that's kind of a standard, academic jargon term, and it's opposed to empiricism, which is a thinker. I think in universities usually the empiricist is David Hume, and David Hume will say we can't learn anything the way that Descartes said. I mean, there is nothing that's that self-evident and that infallible. So Hume proposes, based on Newton and Boyle and the new physical sciences. So Hume proposes a science of man, and this science of man sounds an awful lot like what Biron just said, which is we're going to take a look at human nature, at the nature of societies. Human nature, we're going to try to abstract toward fixed principles for describing it. Human societies, we're going to try to do the same thing. And from there we get, for example, contemporary economics, but we also get, sociology and anthropology, which cut in a different direction. So that's rationalism versus empiricism.
Can I just say,
go ahead.
yeah, I agree with that. I think empiricism. The one thing I disagree is I think empiricism rarely comes to these abstractions. I mean, they want more facts. It's always about collecting more evidence in the evidence. But this is where I think Ayn Rand is so unusual, and where I think there's something new here, right? And that's a bold statement given the history of philosophy. But I think Ayn Rand is something new, and she says yes. We agree about rationalism, and it's inherently wrong. Empiricism has the problem of okay, where does it lead? It's you never come to a conclusion. You're just accumulating evidence. There's something in addition. There's a third alternative, which she is positing, which is using empirical evidence, not denying empirical evidence, recognizing that there are some actions. There's some actions that we all at the base of all of our knowledge. That are starting points. We're not rejecting axiomatic knowledge. And integrating those two and identifying the fact that based on these axioms and based on these empirical evidence, we can come to truths. Just again, like we do in science, we have certain axioms, scientific axioms, we have certain experiments that we want, and then we can come to some identification of a truth. And that truth is always going to be challenged by new information, by new knowledge. But as long as that's what we know, that is what truth. The truth is contextual in the sense that it's contextual based on that knowledge that surrounds it.
So for it to change if you get new facts.
It's always available to change if the facts that you get and they really are. I mean, the burden of changing what you've come to a conclusion of truth is high, so you'd have to have real evidence that it's not true. But that happens all the time. So it happens in science, right? We discover that what we thought was true is not true, and it can happen in politics and ethics even more so than in science because they're much messier fields. But the idea is that you can come to a truth, but it's not just deductive. Most truths are inductive. We learn from observing reality and again coming to principles about what works and what's not. And here I think Ayn Rand is different. She doesn't fall into and she's different in her politics and she's different in her epistemology. She doesn't fall into the conventional view. She's an opponent of Hume and she's an opponent of Descartes. She's certainly an opponent of Kant's. And I think she's right. So,
if it's okay, can we walk back to criticism of communism? You're both critics of communism, socialism. Why did communism fail? You started to say that conservatives criticize it on the basis of like rationalism that you're throwing away the past, you're starting from scratch. Is that the fundamental description of why communism failed?
I think the fundamental difference between rationalists and empiricists is the question of whether you're throwing away the past. That's the argument. And it cashes out as a distinction between abstract, universal, rationalist political theories and empirical political theories. Empirical political theories are they're always going to say something like, look, there are many different societies. We can say that some are better and some are worse, but the problem is that that there are many different ways in which a society can be better or worse. There's an ongoing competition, and we're learning on an ongoing basis what are the ways in which societies can be better and worse. That creates a kind of, I'd say, a mild skepticism, a moderate skepticism among conservatives. I don't think too many conservatives have a problem looking at the Soviet Union, which is brutal and murderous, ineffective in its economics, totally ineffective, spiritually, and then collapse. Okay, so I think it's easier for us to look at a system like that and say, what on earth? What should we learn from that? But the main conservative tradition is pretty tolerant of a diversity of different kinds of society, and is slow to insist that France is so tyrannical it just needs a revolution, because what's going to come after the revolution is going to be much better. The assumption is that there's lots of things that are good about most societies, and that a clean slate leads you to throw out all of the inherited things that you don't even know how to notice until they're gone.
Could I actually play devil's advocate here and address something you also said? Can we, as opposed to knowing the empirical data of the 20th century that communism presented, can we go back to the beginning of the 20th century? Can you empathize or steelman or put yourself in a place of the Soviet Union where the workers are being disrespected? And can you not see that the conservatives could be pro-communism? Or, like, communism is such a strongly negative word in modern day political discourse that you can't, like, you have to put yourself in the mind of people who like red colors, who like,
That's what it was.
It's all about the branding, I think. But also like the ideas of solidarity, of nation, of togetherness, of respect for fellow man. I mean, all of these things that kind of communism represents. Can you not see that this idea is actually going along with conservatism? It is in some ways respecting the deep ideals of the past, but proposing a new way to raise those ideals, implement those ideals in the system.
Yes, I'm going to try to do what you're suggesting, but historically, we actually have a more useful option, I think, for both of our positions. Instead of pretending that we like the actual communists, we have conservative statesmen like Disraeli and Bismarck, who initiated a social legislation. Right, the first step towards saying, look, we're one nation, we're undergoing industrialization. That industrialization is important and positive, but it's also doing a lot of damage to a lot of people. And in particular, it's doing damage not just to individuals and families, but it's doing damage to the social fabric, the capacity of Britain or German to remain cohesive societies is being harmed. And so it's these two conservative statesmen, Disraeli and Bismarck, who actually take the first steps in order to legislate for what today we would consider to be minimal social programs, pensions and disability insurance and those kinds of things. So for sure, conservatives do look at industrialization as a rapid change, and they say we do have to care about the nation as a whole, and we have to care about it as a unity. And I assume that Iran will say, look, that's the first step towards the catastrophe of communism. But before your own drives that nail into the coffin, let me try to make a distinction. Because when you read Marx, you're reading an intellectual descendant of Descartes. You're reading somebody who says, look, every society has consists of oppressors and oppressed, right? And that's an improvement in some ways over liberal thinking, because at least he's seeing groups as a real social phenomenon. But he says every society has an oppressor class and oppressed class. There are different classes, there are different groups, and whenever one is stronger, it exploits the ones that are weaker. Right? That is the foundation of a revolutionary political theory. Why? Because the moment that you say that the only relationship between the stronger and the weaker is exploitation, the moment that you say that, then you're pushed into the position, and Marx and Engels say this explicitly, you're pushed into the position, you're saying, when will the exploitation end? Never until there's a revolution. What happens when there's a revolution? You eliminate the oppressor class. It's annihilation. I mean, you can immediately, when you read it, see why it's different from Descartes or Bismarck, because they're trying to keep everybody, somehow at peace with one another. And Marx is saying there is no peace. That oppressed class has to be annihilated. And then they go ahead and do it, and they kill 100 million people. So I do think that, despite the fact your question is good and right, there are certain similarities and concern, but still I think you can tell the difference.
That extra step of revolution to you is where the problem comes. Like that extra step of let's kill all the oppressors. That's the problem.
Right.
And then to you, you're on the whole step one is the problem.
Well, it's all a problem. First, I don't view communism as something that radical, in a sense that I think it comes from a tradition of collectivism. I think it comes from a tradition of looking at groups and measuring things in terms of groups. It comes from a tradition where you expect some people to be sacrificed for the greater good of the whole. I think it comes from a tradition where mysticism or revelation as the source of truth is accepted. I view Marx as, in some sense, very Christian. I don't think he's this radical rejecting. I think he's just reformatting Christianity in a sense. He's replacing God with the proletariat. Knowledge, you have to get knowledge from somewhere. So you need the dictatorship of the proletariat. Somebody, the Stalin, the Lenin, who somehow communes with the spirit of the proletarian. There's no rationality, not rationalism. No rationality in Marx. There is a lot of mysticism, and there is a lot of hand waving, and there's a lot of sacrifice, and a lot of original sin in the way he views humanity. So I view Marx as one more collectivist in a whole string of collectivists, and I think the Bismarckian response, which Bismarck, I know less about Disraeli, so I'll focus on Bismarck. Bismarck is really responding to political pressures from the left, and he's responding to the rise of communism and socialism. But what Bismarck is doing, he's putting something alternative. He's presenting an alternative to the proletarian as the standard by which we should measure the good. And what he's replacing is the state. He's replacing the proletarian with the state, and that has exactly the same problem. That is, first, it requires sacrificing some to others, which is what the welfare state basically legitimizes. It places the state above all, so the state now becomes, I think, the biggest evil of Bismarck, and I definitely view him as a negative force in history, is public education. I mean, the Germans really dig in on public education, really develop it, and really the American model of public education is copying the German, the Prussian, Bismarckian public education.
Speak to that real quick. Why the public education is such a root of moral evil for you?
Well, because it now says that there's one standard, and that standard is determined by government, by bureaucracy, by whatever the government deems is in the national interest. And Bismarck's very explicit about this. He's training the workers of the future They need to catch up, with England and other places, and they need to train the workers. And there's going to be he's going to train some people to be the managerial class, train other people to be, and he decides, right? The government, the bureaucracy is going to decide who's who and where they go. There's no individual choice. There's no individual showing an ability to break out of what the government has decided is their little box. There's very little freedom. There's very little, ultimately there's very little competition. There's very little innovation. And this is the problem we have today in American education, which we can get to, is there's no competition and no innovation. We have one standard fit all. And then we have conflicts about what should be taught. And the conflicts now, not pedagogical. They're not about what works and what doesn't. Nobody cares about that. It's about political agendas, right? It's about what my group wants to be taught and what that group wants to be taught, rather than actually discovering how do we get kids to read. I mean, we all know how to get kids to read, but there's a political agenda about not teaching phonics, for example. So a lot of schools don't teach phonics, even though the kids will never learn how to read properly. So it becomes politics. And I don't believe politics belongs in education. I think education is a product, it's a service, and we know how to deliver products and services really, really efficiently at a really, really low price, at a really, really high quality. And that's leaving it to the market to do.
But your fundamental criticism is that the state can use education to further its authoritarian aims.
Well, or whatever the aims are. I mean, think about the conservative today critique of American educational system. It's dominated by the left. Yeah, what did you expect, right? If you leave it up to the state to fund, they're going to fund the things that promote state growth and state intervention, and the left is better at that. It has been better at that than the right, and they now dominate our educational institutions. But look, if we go back to Bismarck, my problem is placing the state above the individual. So if communism places the class above the individual, what matters is class, individuals are nothing, they're cogs in a machine. Bismarck, certainly the German tradition, much more than the British tradition or the American tradition, the German tradition is to place the state above the individual. I think that's equally evil, and the outcome is fascism, and the outcome is the same. The outcome is the deaths of tens of millions of people when taken to its ultimate conclusion. Just like socialism, the ultimate conclusion of it is communism. Nationalism in that form, kind of the Bismarckian form, the ultimate conclusion is Nazism or something like fascism. Because you don't care about the individual. The individual doesn't matter. I think this is one of the differences in the Anglo-American tradition, where the Anglo-American tradition, even the conservatives, have always acknowledged, and it goes back to
especially the conservatives.
Yes,
the conservatives were there first.
They acknowledged. Well, you define conservatives to include all the good thinkers of the distant past, and they're all good thinkers. We agree on.
I'm defining conservatism the way that Burke does. Look, this is a very simple observation. Burke thinks, when you open Burke and you actually read him, he starts naming all of these people who he's defending. And it's bizarre. I'm sorry, it's just intellectual sloppiness for people to be publishing books called Burke, the first conservative, the founding conservative, this is nonstop. It's a view that says Burke reacts to the French Revolution, so conservatism has no prior tradition. It's just reacting to the French Revolution, and this is just absurd.
Can I ask a quick question on conservatism? Are there any conservatives that are embracing of revolution? So are they ultimately against the concept of revolution?
Yes, Burke himself embraces the Polish Revolution, which takes place almost exactly at the same time as the French Revolution. And the argument is really interesting because there's a common mistake is assuming that Burke and conservative thinkers are always in favor of slow change. I think that's also just factually mistaken. Burke is against the French Revolution because he thinks that there are actually tried and true things that work for human flourishing, and freedom included as a very important part of human flourishing. He, like many others, takes the English Constitution to be a model of something that works. So it has a king, it has various other things that maybe your own will say, well, that's a mistake. But still, for centuries, it's the leader in many things that I think we can easily agree. are human flourishing. And Burke says, look, what's wrong with the French Revolution? What's wrong with the French Revolution is that they have a system that has all sorts of problems, but they could be repairing it. And instead, what they're doing by overthrowing everything is they're moving away from what we know is good for human beings. Then he looks at the Polish Revolution, and he says the Poles do the opposite. The Poles have a non-functioning traditional constitution. It's too democratic. It's impossible to get to raise armies and to defend the country because of the fact that every nobleman has a veto. So the Polish Revolution moves in the direction of the British Constitution. They repair their constitution through a rapid revolution. They install a king along the model that looks a lot like Britain, and Burke supports this. He says that this is a good revolution. So it's not the need to quickly make a change in order to save yourself. That's not what conservatives are objecting to. What they're objecting to is instead of looking at experience in order to try to make a slow or quick improvement, a measured improvement to achieve a particular goal. Instead of doing that, you say, look, the whole thing has just been wrong. And what we've really got to do is annihilate a certain part of the population and then make completely new laws and a completely new theory. That's what he's objecting to. That's the French Revolution. And that then becomes, the model for a communist revolution.
And for me, the French Revolution is clearly a real evil and wrong, but it's not that it was a revolution, and it's not that it tried to change everything. Let's remember what was going on in France at the time. People were starving, and the monarchy in particular was completely detached from the suffering of the people, and something needed to change. The unfortunate thing is that the change was motivated by an egalitarian philosophy, not egalitarian in the sense that I think the founding fathers talked about, but egalitarian in the sense of real equality of outcome, motivated by a philosophy, by Rousseau's philosophy. And inevitably, that you could tell that the ideas were going to lead to this, to massive destruction and death and the annihilation of a class. You can't, annihilation is never an option. That is, it's not true that a good revolution never leads to mass death of just whole groups of people, because a good revolution is about the sanctity of the individual. It's about preservation of liberty of the individual. And again, that goes back to, and the French Revolution denies, and Rousseau denies really, that in civilization there is a value in a thing called the individual.
I think this is a good place to have this discussion. The founding fathers of the United States, are they individualists or are they conservatives? So in this particular revolution that founded this country, at the core of which are some fascinating, some powerful ideas, were those founding fathers, were those ideas coming from a place of conservatism, or did they put primary value to the freedom and the power of the individual? What do you think?
They were both. I mean, this is something that's a little bit difficult for sometimes for Americans. I mean, even very educated Americans, they talk about the founding fathers as though it's kind of like this collective, entity with a single brain and a single value system. But I think at the time that's not the way not the way any of them saw it. So roughly there's two camps, and they map onto the rationalist versus traditionalist empiricist dichotomy that I proposed earlier. And so on the one hand, you have real revolutionaries like Jefferson and Paine. These are the people who Burke was writing against. These are the people who supported the French Revolution.
So when you say real, so when you say Paine, you're referring to revolutionaries in a bad way. Like, this is a problem.
These are people who will say history up until now has been, like with Descartes, but applied to politics. History up until now has been, just a story of ugliness, foolishness, stupidity, and evil. And if you apply reason, we'll all come to the same conclusion. And Paine writes a book called The Age of Reason, and The Age of Reason is a manifesto for here is the answer to political and moral problems throughout history. We have the answers. And it's in the same school as Rousseau's social contract. No, you don't like that?
Not at all.
Oh, I thought it was
I think there's ops.
Okay, so let me
Just to throw in a quick question on Jefferson and Bain. Do you think America would exist without those two figures? So, like, how important is spice in the flavor of the dish you're making?
I don't want to try to run the counterfactual. I don't have confidence that I know the answer to the question.
But it's so much fun.
You know what? I'm going to offer something that I think is more fun. More fun than the counterfactual is America had two revolutions, not one. Okay. At first, there is a revolution that is strongly spiced with this kind of rationalism, and then there's a 10-year period after the Declaration of Independence. There's a 10-year period under which America has a constitution, its first constitution, which today they call the Articles of Confederation. But there's a constitution from 1777. And that constitution is based on, in a lot of ways, on the hottest new ideas. It has, instead of the traditional British system with a division of powers between, an executive and a bicameral legislature, instead of that traditional English model, which most of the states had as their government, instead of that, they say, no, we're going to have one elected body. And that body, that Congress, it's going to be the executive. It's going to be the legislative. It's going to be everything, and it's going to run as a big committee. These are the ideas of the French Revolution. You get to actually see them implemented in Pennsylvania, in the Pennsylvania Constitution, and then later in the National Assembly in France. It's a disaster. The thing doesn't work. It's completely made up. It's not based on anything. It's neither based on historical experience, nor is it based on historical custom and what people are used to. And what they succeed in creating with this first constitution is it's wonderfully rational, but it's a complete disaster. It doesn't allow the raising of taxes. It doesn't allow the mustering of troops. It doesn't allow giving orders to soldiers to fight a war. And if that had continued, to be the American Constitution, America never would have been an independent country. There, I'm willing to do that counterfactual. What happens during those years, where Washington and Jay and Knox and Hamilton and Morris, there's like this group of conservatives. They're mostly soldiers and lawyers. Other than Washington, most of them are from northern cities. And this group is much more conservative than the Tom Paine and Jefferson school. Some historians call them the Nationalist Party. Historically, they give up the word nationalism and they call themselves the Federalists. But they're basically the Nationalist Party. What does that mean? It means, on the one hand, that their goal is to create an independent nation, independent from Britain. But on the other hand, they believe that they already have national legal traditions, the common law, the forms of government that have been imported from Britain, and of course Christianity, which they considered to be part of their inheritance. This Federalist Party is the conservative party. These are people who are extremely close in ideas to Burke, and these are people who wrote the Constitution of the United States. The second Constitution, the second revolution, 1787, when Washington leads the establishment of a new constitution, which maybe technically, legally, it wasn't even legal under the old constitution, but it was democratic. And what it did is it said, we're going to take what we know about English government, what we've learned by applying English government in the States, we're going to create a national government, a unified national government that's going to muster power in its hands, enough power to be able to do things like fighting wars to defend a unified people. Those are conservatives. Now, it's reasonable to say, well, look, there was no king, so how conservative could they be? But I think that's a reasonable question. But don't forget that the American colonies, the English colonies in America, by that point had been around for 150 years. They had written constitutions. They had already adapted, for an entire century, adapted the English Constitution to local conditions where there's no aristocracy, there's no king. I think you can see that as a positive thing. On the other hand, they have slavery. That's an innovation. That's not English. So it's a little bit different from the English Constitution, but those men are conservatives. They make the minimum changes that they need for to the English Constitution, and they largely replicate it, which is why the Jeffersonians hated them so much. They called them apostates. They say they betrayed equality and liberty and fraternity by adopting an English-style constitution.
So I would imagine, you would put emphasis of the success of the key ideas at the founding of this country elsewhere, at the freedom of the individual. So as opposed to the tradition of the British Empire.
I mean, the one thing I agree with you on is the fact that yes, the founding fathers were not a monolith. I mean, they argued, they debated, they disagreed, they wrote against each other. Jefferson and Adams for decades didn't even speak to each other, but they did make up. And had a fascinating relationship.
You and I are making up.
There you go.
It's like the founding fathers.
There's massive debate and discussion, but I don't agree with the characterization of Paine and Jefferson. I don't think it's just to call them rationalists, because I don't think they're rationalists. People who've looked at history, at the problems in history, and remember this is the 18th century, and we're coming out of 100 years earlier. Some of the bloodiest wars in all of human history were happening in Europe, many of them over religion. They'd seen what was going on in France and other countries where people were starving, and where kings were frolicking in palaces in spite of that. They were very aware of the relative freedom that the British tradition had given Englishmen. I think they knew that, they understood that, and I think they were building on that. They were taking the observation of the past and trying to come up with a more perfect system, and I think they did. In that sense, I'm a huge fan of Jefferson. There are two things that I think are unfortunate about Jefferson. One is that he continued to hold slaves, which is very unfortunate. And the second is early support for the French Revolution, which I think is a massive mistake, and I wouldn't be surprised if he regretted it later in life, given the consequences. But they were trying to devise principles by which they could establish the state. And yes, there was pushback by some, and there was disagreement, and the Constitution in the end is to some extent a form of compromise. It's still one of the great documents of all of human history, the legal documents, the Constitution. Although I think it's inferior to the Declaration. I'm a huge fan of the Declaration, and I think one of the mistakes the conservatives makes, one of the mistakes the Supreme Court makes, the American judiciary makes, is assuming the two documents are separate. I think Lincoln is absolutely right. You can't understand the Constitution without understanding the Declaration. The Declaration would set the context, what sets everything up for the Constitution. Individual rights are the key concept there. And one of the challenges was that some of the compromises, and compromises not necessarily between groups, but compromises that even Jefferson made and others made regarding individual rights, set America on the path that we're suffering from today. I mentioned three last night. One was slavery. Obviously, that was a horrific compromise, one that America not just paid for with the Civil Wars. 600,000 young men died because of it, but the suffering of black slaves for all those years. But then the whole issue of racial tensions in this country for a century to this day, really, is a consequence of that initial compromise. Who knows what the counterfactual is in America? If there's a civil war right at the founding, right? Because there would have been a war no matter what. But if it had happened in the late 18th century, early 19th century, rather than waiting till 1860s. But then, second was Jefferson's embrace of public education, his founding of the University of Virginia, which I think is a great tragedy, and which nobody agreed with. So it's one of the areas where it's pretty radical. And then they embraced, both by Jefferson and by him, for different reasons, but embraced by both of them, of government role in the economy. And I do finance, so I know a little bit about finance, and the debate between Jefferson and Hamilton about banking is fascinating. But at the end of the day, both wanted a role for government in banking. They both didn't trust Jefferson didn't trust big financial interests. Hamilton wanted to capture some of those financial interests for the state. And as a consequence, we set America on a path where, you know, in my view, regulation always leads to more regulation. There's never a case where regulation decreases. And we started out with a certain regulatory body around banks and the recognition that it was okay to regulate the economy. So once we get into the late 19th century, it's fine to regulate the railroads, it's fine to pass antitrust laws, it's fine to then continue on the path of where we are today, which is heavy, massive involvement of government in every aspect of our economy and really in every aspect of our life because of education. So I think the country was founded in certain mistakes, and we haven't been willing to question those mistakes. And in a sense, that we've only moved in the opposite direction. And now America has become, whereas I think it was founded on the idea of the primacy of the individual, the sanctity of the individual. At least as an idea, even if not fully implemented, I think now that's completely lost. I don't think anybody. It really is an advocate out there for individualism in politics or for true freedom in politics.
We'll get to individualism, but let me ask the Beatles and the Rolling Stones question about the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. Well, because it's like which document, Beatles or Rolling, which document is more important? So
obviously the Beatles.
Yeah, it's a question. Is there even a question? But let me then even zoom in further and ask you to pick your favorite song. So, what ideas in the Constitution of the Declaration of Independence do you think are the most important to the success of the United States of America?
I'll answer the question, but before answering the question, I want to register a dissent from your own.
Is it the public education? Is it which?
No. Actually, we're not so far apart on public education. I'm actually kind of surprised that you're so anti-Bismarck because his public school system, his national public school system, was created in order to stick it to the church. It was the church that ran the schools before then. And okay, so that's a different.
I'm over sticking it to the church. Any other city, but not when the alternative is the nation.
Right,
I'd rather see free educational system. You know, freedom is an education.
Okay, so I want to register a dissent about Lincoln. Look, Lincoln is an important figure and a great man, and he was presiding over a country which at that point was pretty Jeffersonian in terms of its self-perception. He said what he needed to say. I'm not going to criticize him, but I don't accept the idea that the Declaration of Independence, which starts one revolution, is of a piece with the Constitution, the second Constitution, the Constitution of 1787, the Nationalist Constitution, which is effectively a counter-revolution. What happens is there is a revolution. It's based on certain principles. There are a lot, not exactly, but in many ways resemble the later ideas of the French Revolution. And what the Federalist Party does, the Nationalist Conservative Party does, is a counter-revolution to reinstate the Old English Constitution. So these documents are, if you're willing to accept the evidence of history, they are in many respects contrary to one another. And so if I'm asked what's the most important values that are handed down by these documents, I don't have an objection to life, liberty, and property, all of which are really important things. I do have an objection to the pompous overreach of these are self-evident, which is absurd. They can't be self-evident. If they were self-evident, then somebody would have come up with them, like 2,000 years before. It's not self-evident, and so that's damaging. I like the conservative preamble of the Constitution, which describes the purposes of the national government that's being established. There are seven purposes: a more perfect union, which is the principle of cohesion; justice, domestic peace, common defense; the general welfare, which is the welfare of the public as a thing that's not only individuals, but there is such a thing as a general welfare; liberty, which we agree is absolutely crucial; and posterity, the idea that the purpose of the government is to be able to sustain and grow this independent nation, and not only to guarantee rights no matter what happens.
But you don't like we hold these truths to be self-evident. You're definitely a Beatles guy. You don't want the pompous. You don't need that. a
No,
revolutionary
I think that expression, self-evident truth, it does tremendous damage because it instead of a moderate skepticism, which says, look, we may not know everything, it says, look, we know everything. Here it is. Here's what we know.
We don't know
We-
everything.
no,
but we think. So I'll agree with you. I don't like self-evident. I don't like self-evident because he's absolutely right. It's not self-evident. These are massive achievements. These are massive achievements of enlightened thinking, of studying history, of understanding human nature, of deriving a truth from 3,000 years of historical knowledge and better understanding of human nature and the capacity of using reason in some ways better than any human beings have. The founding fathers are giant historically, in my view, because they came up with these truths. I do think they're truths, but they're certainly not self-evident. If they were, your arm is right. They would have discovered it thousands of years earlier, or everybody would accept them, right? How many people today think that what they state in that document is true? Pretty much, 5 people. I don't know. It's very. It's very
your criticism of modern society. We'll get there.
It's very, very few people recognize it. If they were self-evident, bam, everybody would have become, would have accepted the American Revolution as truth, and that was it. A lot of work has to go into understanding, describing, and convincing people about this truth. But I completely disagree with your arm about this idea, or I'll voice my dissent, as we said.
Register your official dissent.
About A, this being 2 different revolutions, and B, that the American Revolution was had any similarity to the French Revolution.
You know that Jefferson and Paine were in France, running a different
I know, but
revolution.
they were writing constantly. They were in communication with Madison. There was a lot of input going on.
I know, and Jefferson sitting there in Paris pulling his hair out because Madison has come under the influence of these nationalists, and he can't believe it.
The reality is that the difference between the French Revolution and the American Revolution is vast, and it is a deep philosophical difference, and it's a difference that expressed, I think, between the differences. Yoram, in his writings, lumps Rousseau with Locke and with Voltaire and with others, and I think that's wrong. I think Rousseau is very different from the others. I think, again, Rousseau is an anti-Enlightenment figure. Rousseau is in many respects harkening back to a past, an ancient past, and I think a completely distorted view of human nature, of human mind. He rejects reason. Rousseau is on the premise that reason is the end of humanity. Reason is the destruction of humanity. Reason is how we get civilization, and civilization is awful because
I don't disagree. We're only talking about different texts. When I say I'm just talking about the social contract.
Yeah, but the social contract, there's similarity between others, but he takes it in a completely different direction, and we agree social contract is a bad idea. But you can't have a contract that you don't actually voluntarily accept. But Rousseau is the French Revolution. Rousseau is about destruction and mayhem and chaos and anarchy. He is the spirit behind the French Revolution. I think the American Revolution is a complete rejection of Rousseau. I think Jefferson is a complete rejection of Rousseau. I don't think Jefferson is a fan of Rousseau. He is a Voltaire, and he certainly is a Montesquieu. If you look at the Federalist Papers, the intellectual most cited in the Federalist Papers, I think, in terms of the number of times it's cited, is Montesquieu. So I think that the American Revolution is an individualistic revolution. It is a revolution about the rights of the individual. The French Revolution is a negation of the rights of the individual. It's a collectivistic revolution. It's not quite the Marxist revolution of the proletarian, but it's defining people in classes, and it's a rebellion against a certain class, and kill them all. Right? Off with their heads. And it is a negation. It's about egalitarianism in the sense of equality of outcome, not in the sense of equality before the law or equality of rights, which is the Jeffersonian sense. So I think it's wrong to lump Jefferson in to the fraternity, egalitarian notion of the French, which is far more similar to to what ultimately became socialism, Marxism, and kind of that tradition. It's anti-individualistic. The French Revolution is, whereas the American Revolution, the first one, is individualistic. It's all about individual rights. And while there's certain phrases in the Declaration of Independence that I don't agree with, it's beautifully written and it's a magnificent document. So it's hard for me to say I don't agree. Who am I? Right? These were giants. Self-evident is one of them. I'm not particularly crazy about endowed by the Creator. But I like the fact that it's Creator and not God, or not a specific Creator, but just kind of a general thing. But putting those two ashes aside, it's the greatest political document in all of human history, in my view, by far. Nothing comes close. It is a document that identifies the core principles of political truism, of truth. That is, the role of government is to preserve and to protect these rights, these inalienable rights. And that is so crucial, that these rights are inalienable. That is, a majority can't vote them out. Revelation can't vote them out. This is what is required for human liberty and human freedom. The right, that is, the sanction, the freedom to act on your own behalf, to act based on your own judgment. As long as you're not, interfering with other people's rights, you are free to do so. That is such a profound truth, and that, to me, is the essence of political philosophy. That's the beginning, and it's based on just to kind of fall into Yolam's going to say it's a rationalist. It's based on a whole history of what happens when we negate that. It's based on looking at England and seeing, to the extent that they practice a respect for individual liberty, of property, of freedom, good things happen. So let's take that all the way. Let's not compromise on that. Let's be consistent with the good and reject the bad. And when England goes away, distances itself from the rights of man, from the idea of a right to property and so on, bad things happen. And when they go through, let's go all in. And I'm all in on the right to life, liberty, property, and the pursuit of happiness. And I think the idea of pursuit of happiness is profound because it's a moral statement. It's a statement that says that sanctions and says that ultimately people should be allowed to make their own judgments and live their lives as they see fit based on how they view happiness. They might be right, they might be wrong, but we're not going to dictate what happiness entails and dictate to people how they should live their lives. We're going to let them figure that out. So it has this self-interested moral code kind of embedded in it. So I think it's a beautiful statement. So I think the Declaration is key. And I think there was an experiment, and the experiment was post in that period of before the Constitution, where the experiment was, let's let the states, let's have a kind of a loose confederation. Let's let the states experiment with setting up their own constitutions and role of government, and we won't have any kind of unity. And I think what they realized, and I think even Jefferson realized, is that was not workable because many of the states were starting to significantly violate rights. There was nothing to unify. There was nothing to really protect the vision of the Declaration. You needed to establish a nation, which is what the Constitution does. It establishes a nation. But the purpose of that was to put everybody under one set of laws that protected rights. The focus was still on the protection of rights. And I agree with 6 of the 7 of the principles, right? Which they disagree with. The common welfare, which the general welfare, which I worry about, right? I think in the way the founders understood it, I think I probably agree with. But it's such an ambiguous.
I'm sure you don't.
Maybe I don't. There's just
You state the general welfare.
well, the idea that part of the role of government is to secure the general welfare.
Look,
It's something.
Look, this is something we didn't get to in the debate. We really should have. Is the question of whether there is such a thing as a common good or a public interest or a national interest or a general welfare. Do these terms mean anything other than the good of all of the individuals in the country? That's an sorry.
Yeah. So that's right. So that's why. So I object to it because I think it's too easy to interpret it as. So I interpret it as, well, what's good for the general, a group, a common, a people, are just a collection of individuals who are good for the individual, is good for the common welfare. But I understand that that's something that is hard for people to grasp and not a common understanding. So I would have skipped the general welfare in order to avoid the fact that now the general welfare includes the government telling you what gender you should be assigned. So I would have wanted to have skipped that completely. So I think the Constitution is completely consistent with the Declaration, with a few exceptions. The general welfare, but perfection is a difficult thing to find, particularly for me, right, politically. But it's a magnificent document, the Constitution. It doesn't quite rise to the level, I think, of the Declaration, but it's a magnificent document because, and this is the difference, I think, between the English Constitution. Here's what I see as the difference. The difference is that the Constitution is written in the context of why do we have a separation of powers? We have a separation of powers in order to make sure that the government only does what the government is supposed to do. And what is the government supposed to do? Well, fundamentally, it's supposed to protect rights. I mean, all of those 7, or at least 6, 7, are about protecting rights. They're about protecting us from foreign invaders. They're about protecting, peace within the country. They're about preserving this protection of rights. And why do we have this separation? So that we make sure that no one of those entities, the executive or the legislature, judicial, can violate rights, because there's always somebody looking over their shoulder. There's always somebody who can veto their power. But there's a purpose to it, and that purpose is clearly signified and characterized. And that's why I think the Bill of Rights was written, in order to add to the clarification of what exactly we mean. What is the purpose? The purpose is to preserve rights, and that's why we need to elaborate what those rights. And Madison's objection to the Bill of Rights was to say, not that he objected to having protection of rights, but to listing them because he was worried that other rights that were not listed would not be. And his worry was completely justified, because it's exactly what's happened. It's like the only reason we have free speech in America is we've got it in writing as a First Amendment. If we didn't have it in writing, it would have been gone a long time ago. And the reason we don't have, for example, the freedom to negotiate a contract, independent government regulation, is that was not listed as a right in the bill, even though I think it's clearly covered under the Constitution, certainly under the Declaration. So there was a massive mistake done in the Bill of Rights. They tried to cover it with the Ninth Amendment, but it never really stuck. This idea that non-enumerated rights that are still in place. So I don't see this as a second revolution. I think it's a fix to a flaw that happened. It's a fix that allowed the expansion of the protection of rights to all states by creating a national entity to protect those rights, and that's what ultimately led to slavery going away. Under the initial agreement, slavery would have been there in perpetuity, because states were sovereign in a way that under the new Constitution they were not. And in a sense, the Constitution sets in motion, the Declaration and then the Constitution set in motion the Civil War. The Civil War has to happen, because at the end of the day, you cannot have some states with a massive violation of rights. What's more of a violation of rights than slavery? And some states that recognize it's not. It inevitably leads to the Civil War.
Joran was just saying that, other than the general welfare, these principles are about individual liberties. I just don't think you can read it that way. The first stated purpose of the Constitution of 1787 is in order to form a more perfect union. A more perfect union, it's describing a characteristic of the whole. It is not a characteristic of any individual. If you look at how the individuals are doing, you don't know whether their union is more or less perfect. So what they're doing is they're looking at the condition in which, in order to be able to fight the Battle of Yorktown, they have to. So somebody has to write a personal check in order to be able to move armies. A more perfect union is a more cohesive union. It's the ability to get all of these different individuals to do one focused thing when it's necessary to do it.
Well, it's more than that, right? So I agree with that. But for what purpose? That is, and this is why this is why it's so hard with these historical documents, because there's a context and there's a thinking that they can't write everything down, right? Which is sad, because I wish they had. What's the purpose of a more perfect union? The purpose of the more perfect world union is to preserve the liberty of the individuals within that union.
Well, how do you know?
And
How do you?
because if you look, what's the rest? So what is the common defense? The common defense is to protect us from foreign invaders who would now disrupt the ability of government. That the beauty of this Constitution, and again, it's connected to the Declaration and tradition, right? What came before it? What came before it was a document which they all respected, which was the Declaration, which set the context for this. And now the Union is there in order to provide for the common defense. Great, because we know that foreign invaders can violate our rights. So that's what it was about. To protect us from peace, to establish peace and justice within the country. That's based on law, the rule of law, and again, individual liberty. So, to me, when you read the Founders, when you read the Federalist Papers, when you read what they wrote, what they're trying to do is figure out the right kind of political system, the right kind of structure to be able to preserve these liberties. And not all of them had my perspective, perfect understanding what those liberties entailed. But they were all, even the conservatives that you call conservatives, were all generally in agreement about the importance of individual liberty and the importance of individual.
Of course, because almost all of these rights are traditional English rights. They exist in the English Bill of Rights and the English Petition of Right. They exist,
Of course.
all of these are
trying to do is perfect that. They're trying to take the British system and perfect it. And
but you keep leaving out that they want to be like England in that they want to have an independent nation. An independent nation is not a collection of individual liberties. An independent nation, the first sentence of the Declaration of Independence is the declaration that there is a collective right, that we as a people are breaking the bonds with another people, and we're going to take our place, our equal station among the nations of the earth.
For what purpose? The purpose is to protect individual right, and there's no collective right.
No, your argument is completely circular. You're not allowing the possibility that there could be great and decent men that you and I both admire who wanted the independence of their nations, not because that would give individuals liberty, but because the independence of their nation was itself a great good.
So we clearly disagree on this, because I don't think the defense of the nation is good in of itself, because it's and this is what
it was.
I don't think they did, and this is why they tried so hard not to break from England, and why many of them struggle, really struggle with having a revolution, because England was pretty good, right? England was the best, and this is where we should get to the universality of these things, because I do think England was the best, and universally and absolutely was the best system out there. And what they struggled to break from England because they didn't view the value of having a nation as the prime. But what they identified in England is certain flaws in the system that created situations in which their rights were being violated. So they figured that our only option in order to secure these rights is to break away from England and secure a nation. Now, I am not an anarchist, as because we've discussed it. I believe you need nations. You need nations to secure those rights. That is, the rights are not, you can't secure those rights without having a nation. But the nation is just a means to an end. The end is the rights, and I think that's how the founders understood it, and that's why they created this kind of country.
I think this is a good place to ask about common welfare and cohesion. Let me say what John Donne wrote, that, quote, "No man is an island entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main." He went on, "Any man's death diminishes me, because I am involved in mankind, and therefore never sent to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee." So, let's talk about individualism and cohesion. Not just at the political level, but at a philosophical level, for the human condition. What is central? What is the role of other humans in our lives? the importance of cohesion. This is something you've talked about. So Yaron said that the beauty of the founding documents is that they create a cohesive union that protects the individual freedom. But you have spoken about the value of the union, the common welfare, the cohesion in itself. So can you maybe elaborate on what is the role of cohesion and the collective, not to use that term, but multiple humans together, connected in the human condition?
Sure. I keep getting the feeling that Yaron and I are actually having a disagreement about empirical reality, because I think that Enlightenment rationalist political thought features the individual, it features the state. There isn't really a nation other than the nation, the people is, as a collective, is created by the state. And when the state disappears, then the collective disappears. Now, I think that when conservatives of all stripes look at this kind of thinking, that there's the individuals and then there's the state, and there really isn't anything else. When they look at that, they say, even before you get to consequences, it's a terrible theory, because when we try to understand any field of inquiry, any domain, any subject area, when you try to understand it, we try to come up with a small number of concepts and of relations among the concepts, which is supposed to be able to explain, to illuminate as much as possible the important things that are taking place in the domain. And conservatives look at this, individuals and the state, and they say, you're missing most of what's going on in politics, also in personal human relations as well. But it just doesn't look like a description of human beings. It looks like a completely artificial thing. And then conservatives say, well, look, once you adopt this artificial thing, then the consequences are horrific, because you're not describing reality. So the conservative reality begins with an empirical view of what are human beings like, and the first thing you notice about human beings, or at least the thing I think conservatives notice, is that they're sticky, is that they clump, they turn into groups. And you take any arbitrary collection of human beings and set them to a task, or even just leave them alone, and they quickly form into groups, and those groups are always structured as hierarchies. There's this competition within the hierarchy, who's going to be the leader, who's going to be number two, but they're everywhere you look in human societies, universally. There are groups. The groups compete, and they're structured internally as hierarchies, and then there are internal competitions for who leads the different groups. And when we think about scientific explanation, we allow that there are different levels of explanation. That a macroscopic object like a table, it doesn't have properties that can be directly derived. Properties of the atoms or the molecules or the microfibers that make up the table, and that's understood, that there's what academic philosophers call emergent properties. That when you get up to the level of the table, it has properties like that you can't put your fist through it, which you can't necessarily know just by looking at the atoms alone. And I think conservatives say the same thing is true for political theory, for social theory, that looking at an individual human being and thinking about what does that individual human being need, which Yaron does very eloquently in his writing. But that doesn't tell you what the characteristics are of this hierarchically structured group. As soon as you have that, it has its own quality. So an example, the question of what holds these groups together. And we need to answer that question. I try to answer it by saying there's such a thing as mutual loyalty. Mutual loyalty is shorthand for human beings, individuals have the capacity to include another individual within their self, within their conception of their self. When two people do it, it creates a bond, like a bond between two atoms creates a molecule. that doesn't mean that they lose their individuality. Within the group, they may still continue competing with one another, but that doesn't mean that there isn't in reality a bond. And that real bond is the stuff of which political events and political history are made, is the coming together, the cohesion, and the dissolution of these bonded loyalty groups. That's the reality of politics. And so when I hear these discussions about individuals in the state, I feel like we're missing most of the reality. And in order to understand the political reality, we need to understand what makes human beings coherent to groups, what makes them dissolve, what makes the groups come apart and end up creating civil wars and that kind of thing. I think we also need to know what in practice is rival groups do come together and bond. I mean, basically, when we think about democratic society, we're talking about different groups. We can call them tribes, or you can come up with a different name, but different tribal groupings with different views. They come together to form a nation, and they're able to do that, even though often they hate each other. Like we were talking about the American Revolution. Often they hate each other, and nevertheless they're able to come together. Why? How? And that leads us into questions like, how does honor, the giving of honor by one group to another, how does that increase the mutual loyalty between groups that are still competing with one another? All of these questions, I think we have to answer them in order to be able to talk about politics. And I think the first reason why one should approach politics as a conservative rather than as an individual is just because it gives us these theoretical tools to be able to talk about reality, which we don't have as long as we could within the individualist framework.
As you're talking, the metaphor that's popping up in my mind, and this is also something that bothers me with theoretical physics. The metaphor is, there's some sense in which there's things called theories of everything. We try to describe the basic laws of physics, how they interact together, and once you do, you have a sense that you understand all of reality. In a sense, you do, and that to me, that to me is understanding the individual, like how the individual behaves in this world. Then you're saying that hey, you're also forgetting chemistry, biology, how all of that actually comes together, the stickiness, stickiness of molecules and how they build different systems, and some systems can kill each other, some systems can flourish, some can make pancakes and bananas, and some can make poison and all those kinds of things, and we need to consider the full stack of things that are constructed from the fundamental basics. And I guess, Yaron, you're saying that no, you're just like the theoretical physicist. It all starts at like you need to preserve the fundamentals of reality, which is the individual, like the basic atom of human society is the individual here.
So yes, so the basic unit, the basic moral unit, the basic ethical unit in society is the individual. And yeah, of course we form groups. And you can't understand history unless you understand group formation and group motivation, and I have a view about what kind of groups should be formed. And politically, from a political perspective, voluntary ones in which we join when we want to join, and we can leave when we want to leave, and ones that help us, and clearly groups help us pursue whatever it is our goal is ultimately. So in pursuit of happiness, there are lots of groups that one wants to form, whether it's marriage, whether it's businesses, whether it's sports teams, whether it's there are lots of different groups one wants to form. But the question is, what is the standard of well-being? Is it the standard of well-being some algorithm that maximizes the well-being of a group? Some utilitarian function. Is it Is it something that's inherent in the group that we can measure as goodness, and to hell with the individuals within, as long as we can get that the group to function well? We don't really care about where the individuals are. So to me, the goal of creating groups is the well-being of the individual, and that's why it needs to be voluntary, and that's why there has to be a way out of those. Sometimes it's costly. It's not a cheap out. That's why you should really think about what groups you and this, on an issue that's very controversial, maybe we should discuss, maybe not. This is why, to me, immigration is so important, right? Open immigration, free immigration, is because that's another group that I would like people to be able to voluntarily choose, both in and out. And I'd like to see people be able to go and join that group that, that they believe will allow for the pursuit of happiness. So let me say that, that's a description of an ideal, what I'm just saying. I recognize that that's not the reality of the world. I recognize that that's not the reality in which in history, recognizing that that the individual exists in a sense philosophically is a massive achievement, right? Human beings, however they evolved, clearly we started out in a tribal context in which the individual didn't matter. We followed the leader, the competition with power over the group, and dictates how the group should work. The history of human beings is a history of gaining knowledge, and part of the knowledge is the value of an individual. And you can see that in religion, you can see that in philosophy, you can see that through the evolution. And then, we evolved from tribes into nations, and then empires, and conflicts between nations, and conflicts between empires. And we tried a lot of different things, if you will. I don't think we always did it on purpose, but we kind of did different philosophies, different sets of ideas drove us towards different collectives, different groupings, and different ways in which to structure. And after, 3,000 years of kind of known history, there's history before that, but we don't know much about it. 3,000 years of known history, you can sit back and evaluate. And I think that's what is done in the Enlightenment. And you sit back, and certainly we can do it today. We can sit back and evaluate what promotes human flourishing and what doesn't. And what do we mean by human flourishing? Who's flourishing? Well, individual human being. Now, since I don't believe in a zero-sum world, and the world is not zero-sum, you can see that. It's empirically possible to show that the world is not a zero-sum. My human flourishing doesn't come at your expense. So I can show that a system that promotes my flourishing probably promotes your flourishing as well, and promotes the general welfare in that sense, because it promotes individuals' flourishing. And we can look at all these examples of how we evolved, and what leads to bloodshed and what doesn't, and what promotes this ability to flourish as an individual. Again, an achievement, the idea of individual flourishing. And then we can think about how to create a political system around that, a political system that recognizes and allows for the formation of groups, but just under the principle of voluntary. You can't be forced to join a group. You can't be coerced to form a group, other than the fact that you're born in a particular place, in a particular, that in a sense. But that's not force. There's a difference between metaphysics and between choices.
So this is something that came up in the debate, that Yoram said that not all human relations are voluntary, and you kind of emphasized that a lot of where we are is not voluntary. We're grounded, we're connected in so much. So how can a human be free in the way you're describing, an individual be free if some part of who we are is not voluntary, some part of who we are is other people?
Well, because what do we mean by freedom? Freedom doesn't mean the negation of the laws of physics, right? Freedom doesn't mean ignoring. Freedom means the ability within the scope of what's available for you to choose, being able to choose those things. So, in a political context, freedom means the absence of coercion. So once you're an adult, Yoram says you're born with into a particular religious context. Absolutely, but once you're an adult, I think it's incumbent on you to evaluate that religious context and look at different religions or non-religion or whatever, and choose your philosophy of life, choose your values, choose how you want to live your life. That's the freedom. Freedom is one system says, yeah, you're either coerced by the state or coerced by the group or coerced by society around you to follow a particular path, or the expectation is, the demand is, the pressure is to conform to a particular path. And my view is, no, you should be in a position to be able to choose your path. And that choice means you look around, you evaluate based on history, based on knowledge, based on all of these things. And you choose what that path will be. That's fundamentally what freedom means. Yes, you cannot choose your parents, but of course not. Nobody claimed that that's within the scope of what is possible.
I think the coercion freedom dichotomy. These are too few concepts. Coercion and freedom. It's too simplistic to be able to describe what we're actually dealing with. The traditional Anglo-conservative view is that society has to be, it has to be ordered, it has to be disciplined. And there are two choices for how it can be ordered. One is that a people is, by its own traditions, you would say voluntarily, but these are mostly inherited traditions. By its own traditions, it is ordered. For example, people just in general will not go into somebody else's yard because that's the custom here is we don't go into somebody else's yard without their permission. And so Fortescue, we're talking about 500 years ago already. So Fortescue said this, the genius of the Englishman is that our government can be mild and apply very little coercion because the people are so disciplined. Now, when he says the people are so disciplined, what he's saying is that our nation, our tribes, we have strong traditions which channel people, but through the tools of being honored and dishonored. Now, that's a reality that exists in every society. And it's not captured by your distinction between coercion and lack of coercion. When I'm going to be dishonored if I don't care for my aging mother, I'm not being coerced like the state comes and puts a gun to my head, but I am being pressured. I've been given guidelines.
But I'm saying that's wrong. And I'm saying that's dangerous because that could easily be used for bad tradition. But that's what's the standard by which we evaluate what a good tradition is a bad tradition? The English.
You're getting to the standard too fast. Wait. You're getting to the standard too fast. First, I want to know factually, is it true that all societies work like this? Because if it's true that all societies work like this, then saying we should be free from it is just a fantasy.
No, I don't think all societies work like this. I think much of what happened in America post-founding in the 19th century didn't work like that. I think that's the genius of America. And I think what happened during the 19th century in the Industrial Revolution, what happened in the 19th century, to some extent globally, but certainly in the United States, didn't work that way. It broke tradition. I think all innovation breaks tradition, and I think that's what the genius of this country is, and the post-Enlightenment world is. I think pre that tradition, they work that way. And then the question is, do people understand why they do what they do? That is, I don't want people doing what I think is right just because I think it's right, and I've created a society in which, okay, somebody founded this country in a particular way, so we're just going to follow. I want people to understand what they do. So I want people to have a respect for property, not because it's a tradition, because they understand the value of a respect for property. I want people not to murder one another, not because it's a commandment, thou shalt not murder, but because they have an understanding of why murdering is bad and wrong and bad for them and bad for the kind of world that they want to live in. and I think that's what we achieve through enlightenment, through education, and where we don't treat people just as a blob, tribe that just follows orders. But we now treat individuals as capable of thinking for themselves, capable of discovering truth, capable of figuring out their own values, and that's the big break between. And this is why this is the break I think that the Declaration represents. The break between society that's based on tradition, following commandments, following rules, because they are the rules, because they are the commandments, and a society where individuals understand those rules, yes, it's now become a tradition, let's say, to respect individual rights, to respect property rights. But they're not following it because it's a tradition. They're following it because they understand what it is and how that makes it good. So that's the world I think that we were on the process of evolving towards. And that is what got destroyed in the 20th century and is certainly disappeared today. And I think that's a great tragedy, is that we're evolving to a place where people understood the values that represent. And of course, the danger with tradition is, we'll agree, right? It's okay to kill the Jew, right? Or it's okay to steal people's property if they are a certain color, or it's okay to enslave. Those are all traditions. And yet, once you stop and say, but what are they based on? Is this right? Is this just? Based on some moral law? No, it's not. There's something wrong here. You can't achieve happiness and success.
You're talking about reason and tradition, but I think I would love to sort of linger on the stickiness of humans you described. So you kind of said that it's primary, the individuals is primary, and that was a great invention. But to me, it's not at all obvious that somehow that the invention that humans have been practicing for a very long time, of the stickiness of community, of family, of love. That's not obvious to me. That's not also fundamental to human flourishing. It should be celebrated and protected. Now, I suppose the argument you're making is when you start to let the state define what the stickiness, how the stickiness looks between humans, you're really like the voluntary aspect. But I just want to sort of the observation is humans seem to be pretty happy when they form communities, however you define that. So romantic partnership, family.
Some communities, people are miserable in other communities. So the nature of the community matters, right? We know this. We know that some bondings are not healthy and not good for the individuals involved, and they don't thrive. So I absolutely. I mean, I'm a lover, not a fighter, right? So I'm a huge believer in love. The whole philosophy, I think, is a love-based philosophy. I fight in order to love, right? So it's love is at the core of all of this. It's a love of life. It's a love of the world out there, and it's a love of other people because they represent a value to you. So the stickiness is there. It's my point is, it should be chosen. It should be consciously chosen. And this is, I'm put aside the state. Forget the state for a minute. Forget coercion. Forget all that. What I would encourage individuals to do, and this is where, I'm not primarily a political, interested in politics, although I tend to talk most about that. I'm primarily interested in human beings and how they live, in a sense, in morality. And what I would urge individuals to do is to think about their relationships, to choose the best relationships possible, but to seek out great relationships, because other human beings are an immense value to them. And when I write, maybe you'll quote this or not, but I write that about the trader principle and trading. It's easy and obvious to think of it as a materialistic kind of thing. I get, I do the chores this day, and my wife does the chores the other day. We're trading, but trading is much more subtle than that. Can be much more spiritual than that. It's about the trading in emotions. It's about the way one sees each other, what one gets from one another. I think friendship is a form of trade. Now I know that seems to make it material, but I don't think it's a trade as a material thing. But friendship is incredibly important in life. Love is incredibly important in life. Having a group of friends is incredibly important.
Well,
all of these are sticky and important.
Okay, how can I try to be eloquent on this? So, if you give people freedom, if you give people, well, not politics, uh, relationships. So this is interesting because we have an interesting dynamic going on here in terms of beliefs. They're differing and there's interesting overlaps. But there's a worry. If you look at human history and you study the lessons of history, and you look at modern society, if you give people freedom in terms of stickiness in human relations and so on, if you not give people freedom, emphasize freedom as the highest ideal, you start getting more Tinder, online dating. The stickiness dissolves, just like in chemistry. You start to have a gas versus a liquid, right? That's the word. So you have to study what actually happens. If you emphasize that the stickiness, the bonds of humans is holding you back, the exercise of voluntary choice is the highest ideal. The danger of that is for that to be implemented or interpreted in certain kinds of ways by us flawed humans that are not. I mean, you could say we're perfectly reasonable and rational, we can think through all of our decisions, but really, I mean, especially when you're young, you get horny, you make decisions that are suboptimal, perhaps. So the point is, you have to look at reality of when you emphasize different things. So when you talk about what is the ideal life, what is the ideal relations, you have to also think like, what are you emphasizing? I think you both agree on what's important. That community can be important, that freedom is important, but what are you emphasizing? And you're really emphasizing the individual, and you're emphasizing you're emphasizing more of the community, of the family, of the stickiness of the nation.
Well, I don't want to deny the place of the individual. I think that that there really is a very great change in civilization when the books of Moses announced that the individual is created in the image of God. That's a step that's, as far as we know, without precedent before that in history. And to a very large degree, I mean, one of the kind of unspoken things going on is that Yaron and I really do agree on all sorts of things. I think in part because we're both Jewish. And
You did say Yaron is basically Moses yesterday.
no, I said he was channeling Moses, but that's still in my book. That's still pretty.
No, that's a compliment.
That's pretty. For me, that's a compliment.
And we'll talk about this a little bit just for the listener, just so they know, amongst many things, we'll talk about the virtue of nationalism, but you're also a religious scholar of sorts, or at least leverage the Bible for not much, but some of the wisdom in your life.
Look, the way that Yaron looks at enlightenment, or maybe at Ayn Rand, that's the way that I see the Hebrew scripture and the tradition that comes from it. It has the same kind of place in my life, and I don't know how much we want to explore it, but I think that the agreement that we do have about the positive value of the creative individual, the positive value of the individual's desire to improve the world, and in my book that means including his or her desire to improve his family, his tribe, his congregation, his nation, but it still comes from this kind of, what Yaron calls selfishness, the desire to make things better for yourself. In Hebrew Bible and Judaism, that just is a positive thing. Of course, it can be taken too far, but it just is positive, and it doesn't carry these kinds of you should turn the other cheek, you should give away your cloak, you should love your enemy. These kinds of Christian tropes do not exist in Judaism. And so it just, I like listening to Yaron's. I do feel like he goes too far on various things, but I also hear, underneath it, I can sort of, here's the Jewish current and the resistance to, to things that about Christianity that Jews often find.
Can I ask you a question there? Can you make an argument for turn the other cheek? I tend to, I guess you would equate that with altruism. I tend to,
It's unjust.
well, okay,
Don't
so
help yourself if it's a lack of love, lack of self-respect.
well, let me push back on that because I like turn the other cheek, especially on Twitter. So
I like block the offender on Twitter.
no, what? So Twitter aside, is more like you're investing in the long-term version of yourself versus the short-term. So that's the way I think about it. It's like the energy you put out into the world. The turn the other cheek philosophy allows you to walk through the fire gracefully. In some sense, I mean, perhaps you would reframe that as not a. Then that's not being altruistic or whatever. But there is something pragmatic about that kind of approach to life.
Disciplining yourself so that you become a better version of yourself. I mean, I not only do we agree, but I think every religious and philosophical tradition probably has a version of that. Even Kant, who joined together in finding to be terrible, even Kant makes that distinction between the short-term interest and the long-term interest. So I think that's universal. I don't know of anybody who's really disagreeing about that. The thing that we were talking about a couple of minutes ago, before we got onto this tangent, is the relationship between the individual who is the image of God and is of value as an individual. Nevertheless, there's this question about what is good for that person, and also what makes them happy. I'm not sure that those are exactly the same things, but they're both certainly relevant and important. And I feel like, I think we're beginning to uncover this empirical disagreement about what it is that's good for the individual and what it is that makes them happy. And I'll go back to something I raised in the debate, which is this theory of Durkheim that now has been popularized by Jordan Peterson. Durkheim argues that he's writing a book on suicide. He's trying to understand what brings individuals to suicide. And he coins this term, anomie, lack of law. And the argument is that individuals basically are healthy and happy when they find their place in a hierarchy. Within a loyalty group, in a certain place in a hierarchy, they compete and struggle in order to rise in the hierarchy, but they know where they are. They know who they are. The kids today like to say they know what their identity is because they associate themselves. Their self expands to take on, the leadership, the different layers, the past and the future of this particular hierarchy. And I completely agree with Yaron that some of these hierarchies are pernicious and oppressive and terrible, and some of them are better. What we might disagree about is that you can find human beings who are capable of becoming healthy and happy off by themselves without participating in this kind of structure. The minute that you accept, if you accept, that this is empirical reality about human beings, it's an iron law. You can't do anything. You can tell human beings that they can be free of all constraints, all you want, and you can get them to do things that as you say, dissolve their. That they can have contempt for hierarchy. You can say, I'm not gonna serve the man. I'm going to, I'm just going to burn them all down. you can get them to say get kids to say all of these things. You can get them either to be Marxists or actively trying to overthrow and destroy the existing hierarchies, or you can make them some kind of liberal where they basically pretend the hierarchies don't exist, that they just act like they're not there. In both cases, it's not coincidence that that's what universities teach. Your choice is either Marxist revolution or liberal ignoring of the hierarchies. In both cases, what you've done is you've eliminated the possibility that the young person will be able to find his or her place, a way that allows them to grow and exercise their love, their drive, their creativity in order to advance something constructive. You've eliminated it, and you've put the burden on them, kind of a Nietzschean burden, to just be the fountain of all values yourself. Maybe some people could do it, but almost no one can do it. And I think that's empirically true. And so I think by telling them about their freedom, rather than telling them about the need to join into some traditionalist hierarchy that can be good and healthy for them, I think we're destroying them. I think we're destroying this generation and the last one and the next.
Yaron is the burden of freedom destroying mankind.
What freedom? I mean, how many people are indeed free? Look, the problem is that we're caught up on political concepts, and we're moving into ethical issues. And I don't think it's right to tell people you're free, go do whatever the hell you want. Just use your emotions. Just go where you want to go. In the spur of the moment. Think short term. Don't think long term. But don't think. Why think? One has to provide moral guidance, and morality here is crucial and crucially important. And part of taking responsibility for your own life is establishing a moral framework for your life, and what does it mean to live a good life? I mean, that's much more important in the sense of a question, and it is my belief that people can do that. They can find or choose the values necessary to achieve a good life, but they need guidance. They need guidance. This is why religion evolved, because people need guidance. So I can't call religion a primitive form of philosophy. It was the original philosophy that provided people with some guidance about what to do and what not to do. And secular philosophy is supposed to do the same. And the problem is that I think religion and 99% of secular philosophy give people bad advice about what to do, and therefore they do bad stuff. And so that sometimes, because when they do it, stuff that gets reinforced, that survive in spite of that. But ideas like Kant and Hegel and Marx and so on give young people awful advice about how to live and what to do, and as a consequence, really bad stuff happens. The world in which we exist today, which we read a lot of pathologies to it, there are a lot of bad stuff going on. In my view, is going the wrong way. In my view, a product of a set of ideas. On the one hand, I think Christian ideas. On the other hand, I think secular philosophical ideas that have driven this country and the world more generally in a really bad direction. And this is why what I do, because I think at the core of it, the only way to change it is not to impose a new set of ideas from the top, because I worry about losing position. Plus, I don't believe you can force people to do it. It's to challenge the ideas. It's to question the ideas. It's to present an alternative view of morality, an alternative set of moral principles, ultimately an alternative view of political principles. But it has to start with morality. If you don't, and my morality is centered on the individual and what the individual should do with his life in order to attain a good life. I believe that leads to happiness, but the good life, that's why it's good, right? The goal is survival and thriving and flourishing and happiness ultimately. But politics is a servant of that, and it's not an end in its own. So the real issue, you asked before, What is the value relationship? There's enormous value in relationships because we get values from other people. We don't produce all our values. We don't produce all our spiritual values. And we don't produce all our material values. Other people on a massive benefit to us because they produce values we can't. There's a massive division of labor in terms of values, not just in economics, but also in philosophy and elsewhere. It's why we have teachers. It's why we have moral teachers. Moral teachers are important to help guide us towards a good life. Not all of us are philosophers. But what I do demand is all of individuals. This is where I put a burden on, right? Understand what right? Don't embrace a moral teaching because it was tradition. Don't embrace a moral teaching because your parents embraced it. Don't embrace a moral teaching just because your teachers are teaching it. Challenge it. Think about it. Embrace it because you embrace it. You might be wrong. You might embrace the wrong one. But take moral responsibility. Take responsibility over your life by evaluating, testing, challenging what you have received and choosing what you're going to pursue. And I acknowledge very clearly that most people don't do that, and this is why intellectual leadership is so important. This is why you want to get people. You want the voices in a culture to be good voices, so that those people who don't think for themselves will end up being followers, but they end up being followers of something good versus followers of something bad. But for the thinkers in the world out there, who I think are the people who count, the people who shape society.
No, shape society.
Wait a minute, not count in a sense that you can dismiss the lives of others, because I'm, obviously I'm anti-coercion and anti-violence.
Sound like Plato.
But yes, I don't want to sound like Plato, but in a sense that they're the ones who end up shaping the world. They're the ones who end up shaping how the world is. I want those people to make choices about their values and not to just accept them based on tradition or based on commandment or based on where they happen to grow up. And in that sense, again, I do, and this is an interesting point where we disagree, but I'm not exactly sure what you're on position. I do believe in universal values. That is, there are things that are good, and there are things that are evil, and I think we agree on that. And there are systems. We agree that communism and fascism are evil. Well, I think we should be able to agree that some political systems are good. And maybe there's this middle ground where we both think that they're not particularly bad, but not particularly good, and you all might think they're better than I think they are. But if we can agree on this is good and this is evil, right? Then the systems that tend towards the good are good, and the systems that tend towards the evil are evil. But that's universal, right? I look at places like South Korea, Japan, Asia, cultures that are very, very different in many respects than the West. And yet when they adopt certain Western ideas, right, about freedom, about liberty, about individualism. I mean, the Japanese Constitution, because MacArthur forced it in there, has the pursuit of happiness in the Constitution, not because they chose it, because he put it in there. But they, to some extent, adopted that, and they have successful places today. Those societies in Asia that didn't adopt these values are not successful societies today.
Japan has a birth rate of, what is it? 1.2 children per woman. I mean, look, there are some things. So there's some places where you give people freedom. This is also biblical, right? The idea that everyone did what's right in his own eyes. Okay, right? This is a refrain in the book of Judges, and the Bible is not an anti-freedom book. There's many. Look, no, we're not. Fine.
We'll get there.
Okay.
He's gonna guide.
Okay, look. Just as an aspect, I'm not asking you because the Bible is such a great authoritarian book. It's not that at all. In my view, if you want to know where this what you call the sanctity of property, where does the sanctity of property comes from? It comes from the Ten Commandments. It comes from Moses saying, "I haven't taken anything from anyone." It comes from Samuel saying, "I haven't taken anything from anyone." It's the condemnation of Chav, the unjust kings who steal the property of their subjects. So So I'm not. So I'm property and freedom. I think there's great basis for it in the Bible. But right now, I'm focusing on this other question, which is what happens when everyone does what's right in his own eyes. That's the book of Judges, and that's this civil war, moral corruption, theft, idolatry, murder, rape. I mean, that's what happens when everyone does whatever's right in his own eyes. Well, no, that's what it says in the text. I'm not okay. So when I look at, you're right. There are things that I think are objectively true. I think it's really hard to get people to agree to them. Almost impossible. But when I look at a country which is approaching one birth per woman, in other words, half of the minimum necessary for replacement. You can say whatever you want about immigration. You can have that discussion, but the point is that when your values are such that you're not even capable of doing the most basic techniques that human beings need in order to be able to propagate themselves and their values and the way they see things, then I look, you're finished. You can't say that.
So if I implied that Japan is an ideal society, I take that back. But
No,
but,
I just
but let's think about Japan for a minute.
I just think we're in trouble, and we're in trouble.
Yeah. Give me a second. You hold you that. I'm sorry.
It's his show, man. We enter into his hierarchy. That's it.
We should talk about hierarchy.
But no, just to clarify, how do you explain the situation in Japan? Is it the decrease in value in family, like some of the? Just to expand on that, like, how do you explain that situation? You're saying that society is in trouble in a certain way. Can you kind of describe the nature of that trouble?
I'm saying that when the individual is part of a social group, this can be a family, a congregation, a community, a tribe, a nation. When the individual feels that the things that are happening to the society are things that are happening to him or to her. And I want to emphasize, this is not the standard view of collectivism that, that Mussolini will say, the glory of the individual is in totally immersing himself in, in the organic whole. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that human beings have and are both. They enter into a society to which they are loyal, and they compete with one another with in the terms that society allows competition, but also sometimes by bending the rules and by shaping them and by changing them. What you see in many societies, certainly throughout the liberal West, but also in countries that have been affected by the liberal West, by industrialization, ideas of individualism, what you see is a collapse of the willingness of the individual to look at what is needed by the whole, and to make choices that are as your own would call them selfish, because the purpose of them is self-expression, competition, self-assertion, moving up in the hierarchy, achieving honor or wealth in order to do those things. But when you stop being able to look at the framework of a particular society and identify with it, you lose you cease to understand what it is that we need to do. Not every single person, but I'm talking about society-wide. So there are few individuals who are just going to have a fantastic time and live the kind of life that Yaron is describing, and the great majority stop being willing to take risks. They stop being willing to get married. They stop being willing to have children. They stop willing to start companies. They stop being willing to put themselves out to do great things, because the guide rails that told them what kinds of things, and the social feedback that honored them when they did things like getting married and having children, they've been crushed. And why have they been crushed? They've been crushed by the false view that if you tell the individual, be free, make all your own decisions, that they will then be free and make all their own decisions. They don't. They just stop. They stop being human.
That's powerful. So, you want to respond to that?
Yes. So I don't think anybody should have children. if the goal, okay, there's a good tweet
Clip that out.
tweet clip that you can make. I think anybody should have children for the goal of perpetuating their nation or expanding their society, or for some. I think they'd make horrible parents if that was the goal, the purpose of doing it. I think people should have children because they want to embrace that challenge, that beauty, that experience, that amazing, very, very hard, very, very difficult experience in life. It's about being able to project the long term, but also being able to enjoy and love the creation of another human being. That process of creation. It is a beautiful, self-interested thing. And by the way, not everybody should have children. I think way too many people have children. You know, there's some awful parents out there that I wish would stop. I mean, there are. You know, life is precious, and life of suffering is sad. It's sad to see people suffer. And a lot of people are born into situations and are born into parents that destroy their capacity to ever live a good life. And that's a tragic and sad thing. And so I don't measure the health of a society in how many children they're having, or health of a couple, or whether they have children or not. Those are individual choices. Some people make a choice not to have children, which is completely rational and consistent with their values. And now, when you look at a society overall, I do think having children or not having children is a reflection of something. I think it's a reflection of a certain optimism about the future. I think it's a reflection of thinking long-term versus short-term. I think a short-term society doesn't have children. People don't have children there because children are long-term investment. They require real planning and real effort and real thinking about the long term. But those are moral issues. And again, we're confusing or mixing. When I say Japan, look how well Japan has done. I don't mean the specific Japanese people and how many kids they're having and what kind of life they're having, you know, in terms of these kind of particulars. But think about the alternatives Japan faces. Look around the options, right, that they face. They tried empire. They tried nationalistic empire. It didn't turn out too well for them or anybody who they interacted with. They could have become North Korea. We know how that turned out. You know that. They could have been Cambodia, if you've ever been to Cambodia and seen the kind of poverty. And yes, maybe Cambodians have lots of children. But God, I'd rather be in Japan any day than have children in the kind of poverty and horrific circumstances they have. But in the context of the available regimes that were possible post-World War II for the Japanese to embrace, they embraced one that generally led to prosperity, to freedom, to individuals pursuing values. Not perfectly, because they didn't implement the philosophical foundation, the moral foundation that I would like to have. They're still being impacted by Kantian, Hegelian, whatever philosophy that's out there in the West that's destroying the better parts. So you give people freedom. Now, what do they do with it? And if they have a bad philosophy, they're going to do bad things with that freedom, right? You tell people to do whatever they choose to do, but if they have bad ideas, they will choose to do bad things. So it is true that the primacy of morality and the primacy of philosophy has to be recognized. It's not the primacy of politics. And indeed, you don't get free societies unless you have some elements of decent philosophy. But you can get free societies with a rotten philosophy, but they don't stay free for very long.
I don't understand how can it be a decent philosophy if it doesn't care about prosperity. If it does, if you're willing to say, I'm offering guidance. I think you should live as a trader. All relationships should be voluntary. Those are interesting things, but the moment that it comes to posterity, to the future, to there being a future, let's say that there were a society that lived the way, in general, according to your view, let's say there was such a society. How can we not care whether that society is capable of passing it on to the next generation or not?
But the way to pass it on to the next generation is through ideas and not through having children. Having children is an individual choice that some people are going to make and some people are not, but they're fundamental that preserves the good life.
Look, what does that even
There's
mean?
a sense of which.
If every generation from now on, your society that was good at a certain point has half as many people in it, it's going to very quickly. It's just going to be overrun. Overrun by whom? So what do you mean overrun by whom? Are we just totally ahistorical? If you're the Spartans and you have all of these, like warrior values, but you stop having children, you get overrun. You get
Well, in
defeated.
the case of Sparta, it's a good thing, not a bad thing. But I
That's
get it.
not my point. You have to have the ability to have enough children to create enough wealth and enough power, enough strength.
Who makes these kind of conclusions and
What do you
decisions
mean?
about how many? You make it as an individual. So, and you decide that in
No,
order
we're
to.
not talking about we're talking about what kind of intellectual, cultural, religious inheritance you give your children.
Yes,
Right?
and those are the ideas that I give my children. And those
I-
ideas are going to perpetuate because they're good ideas. If they're bad
No,
ideas,
they're not going to perpetuate. They can't be good ideas if they don't produce future generations. What are you talking
why
about?
would they not produce future generations? I mean, as
Because
I
look
said,
at every liberal society on earth is in democratic collapse.
there's not a single liberal society on earth today that I'm willing to defend.
But
Because they're not living by our rules.
so
They're not accepting my ideas. They have a
No.
semblance. I have a semblance of a political
I know all
system that is a little bit like what I would like far from I would ideal. But they certainly don't have a moral foundation. I believe that people who have the right moral foundation, most of them, not all of them, but most of them will have children. Most of them will continue into the future. Most of them will fight for a future. But not because they care what happens in 200 years, but because they care about their lifetime. And part of having fun and enjoying one's lifetime is having kids. It is projecting into the future.
Yeah, you're really going to tell me that people have children because it's fun? They're fun when they're 4 years old. They're not fun when they're 15. No,
When they're 15 and up.
they're just not fun. Look, you don't do
I'm learning
this.
so much
Look,
today.
you don't do this for fun. Marriage also you don't do for fun. There are times that are fun and there are times that are not fun. Look,
Fun is not exactly the right
Talmud-
word, but you certainly do it for happiness. You do it for fulfillment. You do it as a challenge. You do it for making your life better, for making your life interesting, for making your life challenging, for embracing. Part of it is fun. Part of it is hard work, but you do it because it makes your life a better life.
It's very interesting. So, empirically speaking, if you dissolve the cultural backbone where everybody comes up, like background, the moral ideas that everybody is raised with, if you dissolve that, and if you truly emphasize the individual, I think your Amos thing, it's going to naturally lead to the dissolution of marriage and all these concepts. So you're not, so like everything, well, basically saying you're not going to choose some of these things. You're going to more and more choose the short-term optimization versus the long-term optimization beyond your own life, like posterity. So
I don't think about posterity. I don't know what posterity means, right? I can project into my children's life. Maybe when I have grandchildren, to grandchildren's life, but it ends there. I can't project 300 years in the future. It's ridiculous to try to think about 300 years into the future. Things change so much. And
That's the founding fathers. That's the conservative founding fathers.
well, no, I don't think. I think they set up a system. I think the whole idea was to set up a system that was self-perpetuating. That would if people lived up to it, right? Would perpetuate the
No,
self-perpetuation.
systems are self-perpetuating. Things rise and fall, and it's
They don't necessarily rise and fall. I don't believe in that.
Let me speak to your art for a second. The great individuals in societies are the people who have seen the decline, understood it, and provided resources in order to redirect and bring it back up. You can't agree to that?
I don't see it that way at all. Yes, I want people out there to rebel against conventional morality. I think conventional morality is destructive to their own lives, broadly to posterity, because I think it's unsustainable. It's not good. And this goes to, I think, conventional morality is Christian morality. It's a morality that's been secularized through Christian lens, and I think it's destructive. But I don't want them to dump that and not replace it with something. I want, and I think it's necessary and essential for people to have a moral code and to have a moral code. Morality is a set of guidelines to live your life. It is a set of values to guide you, to help you identify what is good for you and what is bad for you.
Here's the thing. Let me hold on a second. You're saying central to this morality people should have is reason.
Yeah.
You're not saying other things. You're basically saying reason will arrive at a lot of things. Why are you so sure that reason is so important?
Nothing else.
No, hold on a second. But like, it seems like obvious to you. So first of all, humans have limited cognitive capacity, so even to assume the reason could actually function that well from an artificial intelligence researcher perspective. It seems
a whole discussion about whether there is such a thing as artificial intelligence, whether that is what it is.
But see, here's the thing: you're very confident about this particular thing, but not about other aspects of human nature that seems to be obviously present. So yes, almost a human relation, love, connection between us. So it's very possible to argue that all of the accomplishments of reason would not exist without the connection of other humans.
Of course, that's true.
It's not obvious though. It's possible that reason is a property of the collective of multiple people interacting with each other. When you look at the greatest inventions of human history, some people tell that story by individual inventors. You could argue that's true. Some people say that it's a bunch of people in the room together. The idea is bubbling. And if you're saying individual is primary and they have the full power and the capacity to make choices, I don't know if that's necessarily obvious.
So there's this formatting going on here.
Yeah.
Position, right?
Yeah.
Of course.
Favorite thing to do.
You don't do it, and you do it more politely than anybody else I know, but you do it. Of course, we all stand on the shoulders of giants. Of course, invention and science is collaborative. Not always, not 100%. Newton stood on the shoulders of giants. I don't know how collaborative he was. He wasn't exactly known as a bubbling up and testing ideas out with other people. But this is a metaphysical fact. You can't eat for me. There's no collective stomach. You can't eat for me. You can provide me with food, but I need to do the eating. You can't think. You can help stimulate my thought. You can challenge my thinking. You can add to it. But in the end of the day, only I can either do my thinking or not do my thinking. But I need to think.
But you can think all by yourself alone.
But what does that mean, all by yourself, right? Can I think on a desert island? Yes, I can think on a desert island. Can I think as big and as broad and as deep as I can in Aristotle's Lyceum? Of course not. I'm a much better thinker in Aristotle's Lyceum, or in any kind of situation like this where you're going to challenge me and I have to come back and I have to think deeply about what it is you said and why I'm not communicating very effectively and why you're not understanding me. Of course, now you're causing me to think much more deeply and to challenge me. But it's still true that I have to think. And if I don't think for myself, who's going to think for me, right? So this is why I'm not a philosopher. I'm certainly not an original thinker in that sense. I recognize the fact that there are geniuses that are much smarter than me, whether it's Aristotle or Ayn Rand or people that inspire me. I study their work. I try to understand it to the best of my ability, but I don't take it as gospel. I take it as, this is something I need to figure out. I need to learn it. I need to understand it because it's good for my life. It's important to me. But I have to do the thinking. It won't be mine. It'll be Ayn Rand, but it won't be mine unless I've done the thinking to integrate it into my soul, into my consciousness, into my mind. But it's still true that I have to think for myself, not on a desert island. I now regret ever using a desert island in the book as an example because
we could choose something. There is progress.
Because clearly it was misunderstood. I didn't make myself clear enough in the book in terms of what I meant. But I do not advocate. But thinking alone in a dark room, not engaging with reality, not studying history, not knowing about the world, or on a desert island, not interacting with your collective. No, I'm a trader. So I enjoy what we're doing right now because you're challenging me. You make me a better thinker. it's interesting. And, the fact that a lot of people are going to watch this plays into it as well. But I would probably enjoy engaging with you in
It's not
conversation.
even recording, so
Yeah, there you go. I would enjoy engaging with you in conversation, even if it wasn't being recorded, even if it was because, that kind of conversation makes me better. There's some people who I wouldn't. There's some people who make it worse, right? That you want to walk away from the conversation because they're harmful to you. And this is where choice comes in. I want to be able to choose who I engage with. I don't always have that choice because there's a public intellectual. You go in front of audiences. You don't always choose who it is, but you want to choose who you engage with and who you don't. You want to choose the forum in which you engage and how you engage. And the standard for me is reason. There is no other standard. So you asked a deep question to start off. Why reason? Because that's where the values come from. That's the only tool we have to discover truth. Yes, reason is something that it doesn't guarantee truth. It doesn't guarantee that we're always right. It's fallible. But it's all we have. It's the tool in which we evaluate the world around us and we come to conclusions about it. There just isn't other tool. Emotions are not tools of cognition.
consciousness is a tool, emotion, like love, all of these things are ways to experience the world. To say that reason is the best tool.
But there's a difference between experiencing the world and evaluating the world in terms of what is truth or what is not.
As a scientist,
and
I
emotion-
appreciate the value of reason.
And emotions and love are consequences. They're not primary. Emotions are consequences of conclusions you come to. Your emotions will change very quickly, relatively speaking, when your evaluations of a situation will change. Different people can see exactly the same scene and have completely different emotion because they're bringing different value systems and they're bringing different thoughts to the process.
Maybe love is primary, but let me ask.
Love is the same thing. You can fall out of love with somebody. Why? Because you learned something new. Because you've discovered something new about the person. Now you don't love them.
The wrong podcast to bring up love. We'll talk forever about it. So, you wrote the book, The Virtue of Nationalism, contrasting nation states with empires and with global governance like the United Nations and so on. So, you argue that nationalism uniquely provides the collective right of a free people to rule themselves. So, continuing our conversation, why is this particular collection of humans we call a nation a uniquely powerful way to preserve the freedom of the people, to have people rule themselves?
Before I say anything on the subject, I should emphasize that I'm not a rationalist. I'm an empiricist, and I'm offering what I think is a valid observation of human history. I don't have some kind of deductive framework for proving that that the nation is the best. And empirically, we know something about the way systems of national states work, and about the way empires work, and the way tribal societies work. What we don't know is, is it possible to invent something else? There's a lot of things we don't know. So, with the caveat that I'm making an empirical observation, the basic argument is human beings form collectives naturally, loyalty groups, and for most of human history and prehistory, as far as we know, human beings lived in tribal societies. Tribal societies are societies in which there's constant friction and constant warfare among very small groups, among families and clans. And we reach a turning point in human history with the invention of large-scale agriculture, which allows the creation of vast wealth. It allows the establishment of standing armies instead of militias. Sargon of Akkad says, I can pay 5,000 men to do nothing other than to drill in the arts of war, and then I'm going to send them out to conquer the neighboring city-states, and there you have empire. The Bible, which is the source of our image, our conception of a world of independent nations that are not constantly trying to conquer one another. The source of that is the Bible, and the biblical world is one in which Israel and various other small nations are trying to fight for their independence against world empires, against empires Babylonian, Assyrian, Persian, Egyptian, which aspire to rule the world. My claim is fundamentally twofold. It's moral, that whenever you conquer a foreign nation, you're murdering and you're stealing, you're destroying. As your own would say, you're using force to cause people to submit. So there is something in the prophets that rebels against this ongoing atrocity and carnage of trying to take over the whole world. And there's a prudential, practical argument, which is that the world is governed best when there are multiple nations, when they're free to experiment and chart their own courses. That means they have their own route to God, they have their own moralities, they have their own forms of economy and government. And what tends to happen in history is that when something is successful, when something looks like, when people, a different nation looks at it and say, well, those people they're flourishing, they're succeeding, then it's imitated. And in the way that the Dutch invented the stock market, and the English said, look, that makes them powerful, so we'll adopt it. So that there's endless examples of that. So that's the argument for it. The argument is since we don't know a priori, deductively, from self-evident principles, what is best, it's best to have a world in which people are trying different things.
So, quick question, because the word nationalism sometimes is presented in a negative light in connection to the nationalism of Nazi Germany, for example.
Yeah.
So you're looking empirically at a world of nations that respect each other.
I use the word nationalism the way that I inherited it in my tradition,
Yes,
which is it's a principled standpoint that says that the world is governed best when many nations are able to be independent and chart their own course. That's nationalism. As far as the Nazis, Hitler's an imperialist. He hated nation states. His whole theory, if you pick up I don't recommend doing this, but if you do,
I'm actually reading it right now. Mein Kampf.
right, if you do read Mein Kampf, that you'll see that he says explicitly that the goal is for Germany to be the lord of the earth and mistress of the globe, and he detests the idea of the independent nation state because he sees it as weak and effete. He might as well have said it's Jewish.
So let me ask, from the individual perspective, for nationalism, what do you make of the value of the love of country? The reason I connect that, so I personally, what would you say, a patriot? I love the love of country, or I'm susceptible, in a Randian way, I enjoy, in a
Love is good. Love is a good word.
But well, I love a lot of things, but I'm saying this particular love is a little bit contentious, which is loving your country. That's an interesting love that some people are a little uncomfortable with. Especially when that love, I grew up in the Soviet Union. To say you just love the country. It represents a certain thing to you. It's not, you don't think like philosophically, like I was marching around with like marks on my arm or something like that. It's just loving community at the level of nation. It's very interesting. I don't know if that's an artifact of the past that we're going to have to strip away. I don't know if I was just raised in that kind of community, but I appreciate that. But I guess the thing I'm torn about is that love of country that I have in my heart, that I now love America and I consider myself an American. That would have easily, if I was born earlier, been used by Stalin, and I would have probably died on the battlefield. I would have probably died if I was in Nazi Germany as a German, and I would probably die as an American. Yes. Well, I think about this a lot.
It's interesting to run a radical counterfactual and be sure of the answer.
I'm not sure. But I think about this a lot because obviously I'm really interested in history, and this is the way I think about most situations is I empathize. I really try to do hard work of placing myself in that moment and thinking through it. I'm just okay. I just know myself psychologically, and what I'm susceptible to. That's a negative way to phrase it, but what I would love doing. And so I'm just saying. My question is the love of nation a useful or a powerful moral, sort of from a moral philosophy perspective, a good thing?
I think it is a good thing, but before we ask whether it's a good thing, I think it's worth asking whether there's any way to live without it. The idea of national independence, of a world or a continent which politically is governed by multiple independent national states, that is a political theory. Somebody came up with that. You know, in the Bible or elsewhere, someone came up with this idea and sold it, and a lot of people like it. But the nation is not an invention. Every place in human history that we have any record of, there are nations, and so the fact of people creating families creating an alliance of clans creating alliances of tribes creating alliances of and an alliance that becomes the nation. We see that everywhere in human history, everywhere we look. And the love of a group of tribes that have come together in order to fight opponents that are trying to destroy your way of life and, you know, and steal your land and harm your women and children. The love of the leadership that brings it together. This is, you know, a George Washington type figure, or an Alfred the Great type figure, or Saul, the biblical Saul, somebody who has the wisdom, the daring to unite the tribes, overcome their internal mutual hatreds and grievances, and rally them around a set of ideas, a language, a tradition, an identity, as people say today. That love is eradicable from human beings. Maybe we'll have brave new world people who take drugs in order to get rid of it.
The problem is that could be leveraged by authoritarian regimes.
Yes, but that's true of everything. It's like saying, you know, you can have children, you can teach them to be evil. You can make a lot of money, you can use it for evil. You can have a gun for self-defense, but you can use it for evil. Come on, that's human. That's being human.
You guys are making love this primary, which I don't think it is. There are lots of people.
Dare you, you know?
I know there are lots of people in the world that think who don't love their nation because the nation is not worth loving. That is, love is conditional. It's not unconditional. Love is conditioned on the value that's presented to you. You know, so I lived through this experience in my own life. I grew up in Israel at a time of everything was geared towards patriotism in the state. I would say I was trained to when I saw a grenade to jump on it, because that was, you know, every song and every story and everything was about the state is everything and you should sacrifice. And you know, when the flag went up, I got teary-eyed. I mean, I bought into it completely. And at some point, I rejected it. And I changed. And I changed my alliance. And I rejected my love of Israel. It's not that I don't love it anymore, but it's certainly not my top love. And I'm certainly not looking for the grenade to jump on, and I'm volunteering to go fight the war there. And I fell in love from a distance with the idea of America. I love the idea of America more than I love America, right? And I can see myself falling in love, out of love with America, given where it's heading, right? It's not automatic. It's conditioned on what it is that it represents and what value it represents for me. You know, and I think that's always the case with love. You know, it's not true that children have to love their parents. That's the ideal, and hopefully most children love their parents because their parents. But some children fall out of love with their parents because their parents don't deserve their love. And the same with the other way around. I think parents are capable of not loving their children. So it's love is a conditional thing. It's not automatic. But let me point out an agreement with. Let me say something of an agreement.
Deprive me with an agreement. Right, to soften the blow, right? Mostly, I like to talk to Yaron about his ideas, and I don't want to talk about Ayn Rand, but I want to say something. Just one thing about Ayn Rand. All my kids read Ayn Rand's books. My father read The Fountainhead. I don't know, like we know Ayn Rand, and I'll tell you, it is incredibly difficult reading for me. It's painful. It's painful to read. Why is it painful? Not because I disagree with the view of trading and business and the creativity of it, and Reardon metal. I mean, that stuff moves me, and I do admire it. But to read, a book that's 1,000 pages long, in which nobody is having children, nobody is having a stable marriage, no one is running an admirable government that's fighting for a just cause anywhere. I feel like it's focusing on one aspect of what it is to be human and to flourish, and that everything else is just erased and thrown out as though it's just not part of reality. And I'm scared of what happens to teenagers who hormonally are, in any case, that's their programmed to pull away from their parents and experiment with things. They're biologically programmed to do that, and you give them a book which says, look, you don't have to have a family, you don't have to raise children, you don't have to have a country, you don't have to fight for anything. All you have to do is assert yourself in trade. I think it's destructive because it's not realistic. It's just not real.
And I got none of that. From my parents. The books were not about a family. You could write a book in Ayn Rand style about where people have a family, but the goal, the focus, it's a novel. It's a novel which is delimited with a particular story. There's one family in Gulch, and there's a little passage about raising children and the value of that, because it's not core to what she is writing about. But that doesn't exclude it. When I read Ayn Rand, I read it out short when I was 16, and I read it over the years several times. It never occurred to me, Ayn Rand's anti-family, I shouldn't have a family. That thought never came into my mind. I always wanted to have children. I continue to want to have children. I thought of it a little differently. I thought of how I would find a partner a little bit differently. I thought about what I would look for in a partner differently, but not that I wouldn't want to get married.
One question I have is what effect it has on society, so outside of you. So, for example, you mentioned love should be conditional. I think,
Well, it is. Whether you like it or not, it is. You might pretend that it is, but it's always conditional.
well, let me try to say something and see if it makes any sense. So, could there be things that are true, like love is conditional, is always conditional, that if you say it often, it has a negative effect on society? So, for example, I mean, so maybe I'm just romantic, but good luck saying love is conditional to a romantic partner. I mean, you could, I would argue, en masse, that would deteriorate the quality of relationships. If you remind the partner of that truth that is universal, like you have to I mean, okay, maybe it's just I'll just speak to myself. It's like there is a certain romantic notion of unconditional love.
It's part of why you have so many destructive marriages. It's part of
I
why.
say that's a problem.
Yes, it's a real problem because yes, there is you all talked about honoring your spouse, and there's a real truth there, and I respect that. Yes, you have to do certain things. Love is not you marry somebody, and there's a real attitude out there in the culture. You marry somebody, okay, now we're just gonna cruise. It's just
Right, Hollywood. That's the Hollywood marriage.
Marriage is work. It like all values, it's work. It's something you have to reignite every day. You have to it's challenges, the real disagreements, the things you fight about, you disagree about, and there's real. If it's a value, you work it out. You struggle through it. And sometimes you struggle through it and you come to a conclusion. Now, This is not going to work. And you dissolve a marriage. I'm all for dissolving after really, really fighting for it, because if it's an important value and if you fell in love with this person for a reason, then that's something worth fighting for. I have a feeling that Hollywood goes the other way, but it's not this cruising along and everything is easy. No human relationship is like that. Not friendship, not love, not raising children, not being a child. They require work and they require thinking and they require eating the condition to thrive, and that's the sense in which it's conditional. You have to work at it, and it's very easy not to do the work, and it's very easy to drift away. And I think most people don't do the work. Most people take it, and generally in life, the only place people seem to work is at work, and then they take the rest of their life as I'm going to prove. And yet, every aspect of your life, the art you choose, the friends you choose, the lovers you choose, all require real thinking and real work to be successful at them. None of them are just there, because there is no such thing as just intrinsic.
Right, I agree with all of that. I was going to say before that the rabbis have this sort of shocking expression, "Tzal gidul banim," the pain of raising children. And I find when I speak to audiences about relationships, I find that in general, and this is cross-cultural, it's from different countries, different religious backgrounds, that in general, young people do not know that the only way to make a marriage work is through a lot of pain and overcoming. They don't know that raising children involves a great deal of pain. They don't know that caring for and helping your parents approach the end of their lives causes a great deal of pain. And everything is kind of this sketchy, very, very sketchy, glimpsy kind of. And I mentioned Hollywood just because everything is made to look easy, except there's kind of a funny breakdown of something. But then maybe if there's a divorce, they shoot one another, so then they should get divorced. But the reality of how hard it is to do, and how heroic it is to do it and then overcome and then actually in the end achieve something, create something that was really it's almost not discussed. And so to me it's just not surprising that if there's no parallel to Ayn Rand about the heroic saving of a marriage that was on the rocks, how does it actually happen? So
it's a good point you're making, but it's something just came to me that I've never thought of before. So that's always good. This is where conversation is good. Look, take the Talmud and the Bible. I can't remember how many years after the Bible the Talmud is written. How long of a period it's written, how many people participating in writing. Ayn Rand was one individual. She wrote a series of books on philosophy, which I think are true, but they're the beginning. There's a lot of work to be done. So hopefully there will be one of her students who writes a book on relationships. And there'll be somebody who writes a book on developing political theory integrated and develop her ethics. She's got a few writings on ethics, and it's in the novels. But there's a lot of work to be done, fleshing it out. What does it mean? How do you? So to say Ayn Rand didn't do everything is a truth. She didn't do everything. Okay, so what? But she laid this amazing philosophical foundation that allows us to take those principles and to apply them to all these realms of human life. And she does it on a scope that few philosophers in human history have done, because she goes from metaphysics all the way to aesthetics, hitting the key. And she's an original thinker on each one of those things. And she might be right, she might be wrong on certain aspects of it. Always happy to have a debate about where she's wrong or where she's not. But there's a lot of work to be done, right? It's not like, and if there were objectivists out there who present it as, okay, human knowledge is over because Ayn Rand wrote these books, that's absurd. Right? There's huge amount of work to be done in applying these particular ideas, just like there was for any philosophy. Take these ideas and now apply them to all these realms of human experience, that flesh it out and make it. And one of the reasons I don't think objectivism is taken off is because there's all this work still to be done. that allows it to be relatable to people in every aspect of it.
Let me ask a hard question here. We've
Can I say what I agree with you on that?
Sure. This is good. It's a good transition.
Here, this is the clip. This is
This
the clip.
I agree about nations. So I don't like the term nationalism because I fear of what happens when you put an ism at the end of
Any words?
Anything. Yes.
But the nation it is a good thing and having a diversity of nations in a sense good thing and in this sense I don't think one can come up so look I said I hold that the ideal nation is a nation that protects individual rights. How do you do that? What are the details? How do we define property rights exactly in an internet world? There's going to be disagreement, rational, reasonable disagreement. They're going to be, in my future, the 300 years from now, when my ideas are one finally, right? There will be multiple nations trying to apply the principle of applying individual rights, and they'll do it differently. One of the benefits of federalism is that while you have a national government, there are certain issues that you relegate to states, and they can try different things and learn, because there is a huge value in empirical knowledge. It comes there. You can't just use it all and figure it all out. You have to experiment. So I hate the idea of a one world government because experimentation is gone, and if you make a mistake, everybody suffers. I like the idea, and then I like the idea of people being able to choose where they live. But this notion of experimentation, I think, is crucial. But you need a principle. You need a principle. So I don't like the idea of nations if all the nations are going to be bad, right? If all the nations are going to be horrible, then I don't like it. What I like is a variety of nations all practicing basically good ideas, and then we try to figure out, okay, what works better than other things, and what is sustainable and what is not.
Given how many difficult aspects of history and society we talked about, let me ask a hard question about you.
Please,
Yeah. What gives you hope about the future? So we've been describing the reasons to maybe not have hope. What gives you hope? When you look at the world, what gives you hope that in 200 years, and 300 years, and 500 years, that the founders looked into the future, that human civilization will be all right, and more than that, it will flourish?
Two things for me. One is history. So in the very long run, good ideas win. I think in the very long run, you can go through dark ages, but you come out of the dark ages. The good and the just does win in the end, even if it is bloody and difficult and hard to get there. So while I'm quite pessimistic, unfortunately, about the short run, I'm ultimately optimistic that in the long run, good ideas win and they're justified. And I think the fundamental behind that I think is that I'm fundamentally positive about human nature. I think human beings can think. They're capable of reasoning. They're capable of figuring out the truth. They're capable of learning from experience. They don't always do it. It's an achievement to do it, but over time they do. And if you create the right circumstances, they will. And when things get bad enough, they look for a way out. They look at maybe at history, if the history is available to them, maybe at just learning from what's around them to find better ways of doing things, and that reinforces itself. But human beings are an amazing creature, right? We're just amazing in our capacity to be creative, and our capacity to think, and our capacity to love, and our capacity to change our environment to fit our needs and to fit our requirements for survival, and to learn and to grow and to progress. And so again, long term, I think all that wins out. Short term, in any point in history, short term, it doesn't. Right now, it doesn't look too good.
What about you?
Well, as usual, I'm moved by what Euron says, and I hear scripture, and the source for Euron's hope is the book of Exodus, which is the first place in human history where we are presented with the possibility that an enslaved people that's being persecuted and murdered, living under the worst possible regime, can free itself and have a shot at a life of independence and worth. And it's another inherited Jewish idea in the tradition. The way that we express this is by saying that there's a God who judges. The Israelites of Egypt were enslaved for hundreds of years, according to the Exodus story, hundreds of years before God wakes up and hears them. And he doesn't do anything until Moses kills the oppressor and goes out into the desert. So I think it's pretty realistic that there's a God, that God judges and acts, but probably often not for a very, very long time, and not until there's a human being who gets up and says enough. I know that today people don't want to read the Bible. They don't like reading the Bible. But I always hear in my ear this cry of the prophet Jeremiah, who saw his nation destroyed and his people exiled. And he says, in God's name, he says, "Is not my word like fire, like the hammer that shatters rock?" Hammer, my word is like fire, like the hammer that shatters rock. And this is the traditional way of saying something like what Yaron is saying, that it may take a long, long time, but there is a truth, and it has its own strength, and it will, in the end, shatter the things that are opposing it. That's our traditional hope. We grow up like that, and so I do have hope. I see the trends. The trends are terrible right now, and it's frightening and it's hard. But we are terrible at seeing the future, and it is very possible that an unexpected turn of events is going to appear, maybe soon, maybe much later, and the possibility of a redemption is there.
Let me ask, given that long arc of history, given that you do study the Bible, what is the meaning of this whole thing? What's the meaning of life?
Well, that's beautiful. I think that the meaning of life is in part what Yaron touches on when he says that productive work, labor, creativity is at the heart of what it is to be human. I just think that there are some more arenas, and maybe we even agree with a lot of them, and I on a lot of them. To be human is to inherit a world which is imperfect, terribly imperfect in many ways, and God created it that way. He created a world which is terribly lacking, and he created us with the ability to stand up and to say, I can change the direction of this. I can do something to change the direction of this. I can take the time and the abilities that are given to me to be a partner with God in creating the world. It's not going to stay the way it was before me. It'll be something different. Maybe a little bit, maybe a lot, but that is the heart. That is the key. That is the meaningful life, is to be a partner with God in creating the world so that it is moving that much more in the right direction rather than the way we can.
So nudge even if a little bit the direction of the world. Well, you're on. You've actually been talking in your program about life quite a bit. So let me ask the same question, and I never tire you asking this question. What do you think is the meaning of this?
Well, I mean, I don't believe in God, so God doesn't play a role in my view of the meaning of life. I think the meaning of life is to live. I like to say to live with a capital L. embrace it, and I agree with you, in a sense. We're born into a world, and as human beings, one of the things that makes us very different than other animals is our capacity to change that. We can actually go out there and change the world around us. We can change it materially through production, and through we can change it spiritually through changing the ideas of people. We can change the direction into which humanity works. We can create a little universe. I think part of the joy of creating a family is to create a little universe, right? We're creating a little world around us. Part of the joy, and there is joy in family. Let's not make it all about difficulty.
Right, I agree.
But part of the idea of getting married is to create a little world in which you and your spouse are creating something that didn't exist before, and building something, but it's really to live. I mean, one of the things that I see and that saddens me is wasted lives. Is people who just cruise through life. They get bored they get born in a particular place. They never challenge it. They never question. They just, they live, die, and nothing really happened. Nothing really changed. They didn't produce. They didn't make anything of their life. And produce here again in the largest. So to me, it's and every aspect of it. As you know, because you've listened to my show, I love art. I love aesthetics. I love the experience of great art. I love relationships. I love producing. I like business. I like that aspect of it. And I think people are shallow in so many parts of their lives, which saddens me. If you had 8 billion people on this planet, even if it never just stated it goes, but the 8 billion all lived fully. Wow. I mean, what an amazing place this would be. What an amazing experience we would have. So to me, that is the meaning, is just make the most of it. A short period of time on it. And it's it. This is it. And live it, experience it fully, and challenge yourself, push yourself. And let me just say something about optimism. One source of hope for me in the world in which we live right now is that there are people who do that, at least in certain realms of their lives, right? And I'm inspired, and I know a lot of people don't like me for this, but I'm inspired, for example, by Silicon Valley. In spite of all the political disagreements I have with them and all of that, I'm inspired by people inventing new technologies and building. I'm inspired by the people you talk to about artificial intelligence and about new ideas and about pushing the boundaries of science. Those things are exciting, and it's terrific to see a world that I think generally is in decline. Yet there are these pockets in which people are still creating new ventures and new ideas and new things. That inspires me and gives me hope that is not dead. That in spite of the decay that's in our culture, there's still pockets where that spirit of human is still alive.
Yeah, they inspire me as well. Yeah, and they truly live with the capital L. And maybe I can do a star. Maybe you can also put a little bit of love with the capital L out there as well. You're on. You knew I would end it that way, wouldn't you? You're on. Thank you so much. This is a huge honor. I really enjoyed the debate yesterday. I really enjoyed the conversation today. That you spend your valuable time with me. It just means a lot. Thank you so much. This is amazing. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Yaron Brook and Yaron Pizzoni. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Edmund Burke. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
In the 5 years he and his staff have been improving customers. However, pleas for help from the city seem to have fallen on deaf ears in the trial. They can women run around screaming. So, and the city not for the
The following is a conversation with Mark Millman, a New York comedian who has a way with words that is often both dark and hilarious. Let there be a warning, dear friends, to proceed with caution and to wear protection. You may, in fact, need it. He has a special on his YouTube called Out to Lunch and a new special on Netflix as part of the Stand Up Season 3 series I recommend you watch. This is the Let's Read One podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Mark Norman. I asked Tim Dillon about Bukowski first, so let me continue on that tradition and ask you about something that Charles Bukowski said about love. You know,
we rolling?
Yes.
Oh, jeez. No hello, no nothing.
Nope.
I thought I was robotic.
Bukowski said, love is a fog that burns away with the first daylight of reality. So, Mark Norman, let me first ask you about love. What are your thoughts about love? You talked about your relationships quite a bit. Do you think love can last?
I do, but I think it's work. Everybody wants love to be this prepackaged, perfect, euphoric thing, but you gotta. It's like a good body, you know. We're all born with a good body, but you got to keep it in shape. And it's the same with a loving relationship.
I think you.
Nobody wants to do the work. That's the problem.
You talked about. I think you told a story about being unfaithful to a previous girlfriend or something like that. I think the story goes that you were like drifting apart. Who were you talking to? Bert Kreischer maybe or something like that?
Yeah, we were high school sweethearts, dated for like 12 years.
So that wasn't love anymore. That was more like relation. That was like
it was comfort, it was routine, and we just slipped into that kind of married life autopilot world. And I tried to break up, I think, and it didn't take. It was one of those things. Our lives were just so baked in. And then I think I cheated, and she caught me, and it was ugly. And then we went to therapy to try to work it out. But it's much like a car that gets into a wreck. The door just never closes the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, what are your thoughts about then commitment, like outside of love, marriage?
I think it's an antiquated idea. I think it's kind of silly and unrealistic. And I think we're coming out of that as we get all polyamorous and non-binary and queefy and all this stuff. I think we're slowly moving away from that. But I think a lot of the ladies, majority of women, like marriage, like the idea of it. Like I'm a fiance now, or whatever you call it. I'm engaged, and I mean she is just woo-wee, going hog wild. Well, she's loving it. She's got the dress thing, pick a venue, flower, and she's deep in. Whereas I feel guilty because I'm just like, jeez.
Is it planned already? Is the wedding?
Squid Game. I'm just living life. Yeah. It's planned. It's in New Orleans. I'm from there, and it's next year. Are you married?
Single.
Virgin?
Of course, yeah.
I can't imagine. I bet you'd be great in bed. You're ripped. The best hairline in podcasting.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't tried yet, so we'll have to see.
All right, well, let me know. Pretty big hog on you? Yeah, I can see you packing a crazy, crazy tool downtown.
That matters to girls.
Apparently, yeah. That's all I hear.
Okay, in New Orleans. You grew up in New Orleans?
Yeah, born and raised. Tremay, outside the French Quarter. You ever been?
Yeah. Don't remember.
Oh, you drink?
Yeah, I drink.
Oh,
of course I drink.
I don't know. I can't tell. Oh, you have fun.
No, not really. But Russian, of course I drink. Alcohol, that kind of stuff. Yeah. I don't know.
Vodka. Beer was just labeled an alcoholic beverage in 2011. Fun fact.
What do you mean?
In Russia. It was just drinks. It was just like apple juice before. It finally got declared legally as an alcoholic beverage.
Which means you can regulate it, that kind of thing.
I guess so.
Yeah.
See, that's where your brain goes.
Yeah.
I just go out these fucking recipes.
I didn't even know there was rules about drinking. It's good. I'm learning about Russian from you. So, what's the difficult memory experience from childhood in New Orleans that made you the man you are today?
I don't know if maybe the man, but geez, I had a lot of scuffles in the neighborhood. I was the white kid in the neighborhood, so I was automatically the odd man out, the minority, the weirdo, the dork, the dweeb, the honky. So just a lot of memories of like getting slapped in the face by guys and just having to take it because there's like 5 guys there, and they'd be like, "Oh, look, you don't even fight back," and you're like, "What am I gonna do? Hit you and then get beat up by these guys?" So a lot of that stuff was big bummer. Growing up, got robbed all the time. Lost a lot of bicycles. Had a bicycle taken from under me. That was pretty brutal. These kids pulled up. You know, they're like 17, and I was 13, and I had a face paint on. Like I had a not black face, but I was at a summer camp, and I had a rainbow face painted on me. We were helping kids that day, so I let them put paint on me. And so now I'm riding home. What a goober I am. I'm riding home, and these guys see me a mile away. I'm a sitting duck, and they go, "We can take his bike. He's got a fucking rainbow on his cheek." So they just go, "Hey," and like cut in front of you. They go, "Let me try your bike." I go, "Oh, I'm good. I knew what they wanted. And they go, "Let me try the bike," and then push me. So stuff like that was really shaping the insecurity, the self-worth.
Did it, because I've been mugged when I was younger too.
Really?
Yeah, it changes your view of human nature a little bit.
For sure. You go, "Wow, I didn't know people could be this mean. This
Yeah.
inconsiderate." I'm always worried about it. Did I fart too much? Am I annoying? Am I pissing this guy off? But what a way to live. Just, I want the bike. I'm taking it. Fuck his feelings.
For me, that quickly turned into realizing that that's just a temporary phase that those folks are in. Like they have a capacity to be good.
Sure.
Like, for some reason,
AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out.
That's right at 8 p.m. on the next edition of Later with Mo Kelly. And by AM 640, it's not myself. We have 914 people that want to know about the trip that I'm taking with them next summer. It's going to be July of next year, I can tell you that. It's going to be a 7-day trip somewhere in the world. And May 29th, I'm going to try to email everybody back and tell you where it's going to go, where we're going to go. And on May 30th, we're going to have the people in who are in charge of this trip. I think at 5:30, is that right, Valley? At 5:30 on week Friday? Yes. And then we're going to have all the details. And it's going to fill up fast. People will be pissed that they can't go because it's sold out. So, hope you make it. That'd be great. I've been traveling. Now, when you travel with me, I'm not a morning guy. So, but I'm a night guy. I will be up all night with you. How late are we talking? 2 o'clock, right, Dave? Wow. I'll pick up cigarettes again, so that'll be fun. Is that what you do? I don't smoke now, but I will on the trip. I'll pick up cigarettes. Why is that? And now, we'll be out of the country and we'll be smoking. And then we'll be up, drinking. Maybe we'll fight, at some point. It'll be a big fight. But it's going to be a great trip. Well, you can go. You can buy a cabin and go.
So fighting is what we drinking.
Your kind of trip.
Sounds like Christmas holiday.
It's classic. All right, Costco is rolling out buy now, pay later for big online purchases. So here's how it works at Costco, the world's largest warehouse membership club. And Costco has started letting U.S. customers, that's you, pay for large online purchases with buy now, pay later with Affirm. I think it's the financial dealer. New online pay option for U.S. Costco customers was unveiled by Affirm. And you can buy now, pay later
Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Hey, good to see you again. I do. Yeah, I hope you like it.
Free. That's great.
Yeah, well, it's on point.
Yeah, it's on the nose.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that whole question of what does it mean to be free, and what, yes, there's the physical, like, oh, you're out of prison, but then also, is your life the thing that you expected it to be, and how do you make your own freedom when you feel hemmed in by all of the things that happen to you? So.
Yet you're connected to that forever. That's always going to be a part of your life. It's not like anything else that didn't really happen, like you didn't do anything, and you're connected to something that you didn't really do forever. For people that don't know the story.
Yeah, we should do a little recap. Recap? Okay, recap, friends.
Real quick.
Recap, friends, and you can go back to the episode of Joe Rogan. What number was that? You don't know off the top of your head.
If you just Google Amanda Knox, you'll go, holy shit.
You'll go down a crazy rabbit hole, yes. So in a nutshell, what happened?
Yeah.
I was studying abroad when I was 20 years old in Perugia, Italy. One of my roommates was raped and murdered by a burglar who broke into our home. But I was accused of having orchestrated a murder orgy. And I was in prison for 4 years. I was sentenced to 26 years. I was put on trial for 8 years. And it became this international scandal where it sort of pinged all of the buttons in all the right places. This happened in 2007. So, early 2000s when the internet was, or the internet, the social media was really becoming a thing. The iPhone was becoming a thing. I think that played a huge role of people sort of going into their little echo chambers and fighting online. And so I think that there was, it was a case that for whatever reason rose above the level of other cases. Like, ultimately, this case was actually very simple, and it wouldn't have risen to the level of international infamy were it not for the series of mistakes that the prosecution and the detectives made at the very beginning by trying to pin a man's crime on me, a woman.
Yeah. And if anybody wants, there's a documentary.
Yes, there's a Netflix documentary. I wrote a book called Waiting to Be Heard, and then more recently I wrote this book, Free, My Search for Meaning, which covers, you can read it and learn about the case, but it's mostly about how do you come out of an experience like that and make sense of it. And then one of the big stories in it is how I then developed a relationship with my prosecutor, which I think you'll probably be in the camp of people of thinking that I'm utterly insane for having done that. Maybe you won't. I just remember that when we talked about this back in the day, you were like, this motherfucker.
Yeah. You become friends with him?
Friend is an interesting word. What is a friend? Someone else asked me that. Like, I was like, it depends on what you mean by friend. And they said, well, do you trust him? And I said, well, I think that at the point that we are now in our relationship, I do trust him. I trust that he's telling me the truth about what he really thinks and feels about the situation. So I feel like I have very privileged, special access to the mind of the person who put me in prison. And that is a very interesting, awkward, but also empowering place for me to be, because one of the things that really bothered me about this experience was not understanding why it happened to me. Why did this man look at a 20-year-old girl with no criminal history, no motivation to commit this crime? Why did he look at me and think, there's my rapist and murderer? And I didn't understand it. And I didn't feel like demonizing him in my mind or vilifying occupying him in my mind was going to actually give me a satisfying answer as to the why of it all. A lot of people said, well, it's just because he's a bad dude, he doesn't care what the truth is, he's just covering his ass. Like, these were all really simplistic ways of framing his motivations, and I didn't really buy them. So instead, what I was interested in was going to the source and confronting him, asking why. But to ask someone, why did you hurt me, which I think is a really common thing that people who have been hurt want to know, is they want an acknowledgement that they've been hurt, and they want to understand why, and they want to know if that person's not going to hurt them anymore, or not going to hurt other people. Like, that's really common for people who have been hurt. The challenge is that people who hurt other people don't like to be confronted with that fact. And so how do you start a conversation that's not going to immediately become adversarial? And that was one of my biggest challenges. But I came up with this methodology that I actually became so important to me that I tattooed it on my arm. So this is it. There are 4 steps. And the first one is find common ground. So it's this Venn diagram, find common ground. I promise you that every single person on this earth, you have something in common with them. Find it. So I asked myself, what could I and my prosecutor have in common? I didn't know this man. I didn't know what his history was, what his background was, but I did know that he, like me, was part of this really big, scandalous in the media case. And he very likely felt misconstrued or misrepresented also in the process, maybe dehumanized in the process. And so I reached out to him and I acknowledged that fact. I said, hey, I don't know who you are. I only ever encountered you in the police office and in the courtroom, where you were someone who was trying to ruin my life. So you were a big, scary boogeyman. And I saw you in the media, and I've seen how the media represented you, but knowing from experience, I know how that can be very misrepresentative. So I said to him, I want to know who you really are. And I hope that you might be interested to know who I really am, because I don't think you know who I really am. I don't think that you would have prosecuted me if you knew who I really am. And that was the beginning of the dialogue. I went out of my way to acknowledge that he might have had noble motivations, even if he was wrong. And I think this is like a really important thing, is I wanted to give him radical benefit of the doubt. Maybe, just maybe, this like horrible thing that happened to me could have been the result of understandable mistakes. And if anything, I think coming into contact with the innocence movement and criminal justice system stuff and reform, all the stuff that I've learned after having gone through this experience has made me realize that like some of the most horrible things can happen and can be enacted by people who have the best of intentions. And so I assumed that of him, and I gave him that benefit of the doubt. And as soon as I like opened that door, like, hey, you hurt me, but maybe that wasn't your intention. Maybe your intention was something else. He filled that void with his story and his message and what he wanted me to understand about himself. And I mean, one of the wildest things about this book is that I talk about, like, I do not sugarcoat what I went through, like, and especially what he did to me. Like, I very, like, clearly set out, like, here's the fucked up shit he said about me in court. Completely without evidence, like, totally made up bullshit. Like, and it ruined my life, right? Here's what it is. Acknowledge these facts. And also, here's a person who might have had, like, in doing so, might have been coming from a place of trying to rationalize things in his own mind, which is the thing that we all do. We all do on a regular basis. We're all sort of interpreting our reality in the way that suits us. And so I wrote this book from my perspective. I translated the entire thing into Italian before it ever got published so that I could share it with him, so that he would know what I was saying about him in public, what was imminently going to come out. And his response was, I have never felt more seen. That's what he told me.
That sounds like something a teenage girl would say.
Well, that's an interesting observation. Because it's become quite emotional, especially on his part. I don't know. I shouldn't go there too much.
Just protecting his privacy. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Aging.
Yeah.
You're a very nice person. You're so much nicer than me.
Well, I don't know. I've just had really bad stuff happen to me, and like I don't wish bad stuff on other people. And
it's a beautiful way to live your life. It really is. I mean, that's what all Christians aspire to. Is what you're doing.
Yeah, I guess I'm not a Christian.
Radical forgiveness.
Yeah, and it's funny. I didn't really set out. People like point to that. They're like, forgiveness. You're doing forgiveness, and I was like, is this forgiveness, or is this
just communicating with him? Is forgiveness in some way, and not having extreme anger.
Well, that's the thing. I do have extreme anger. Like that's all part of it. And this is where like the Buddhist in me comes out, where you can have extreme anger towards a person and at the same time hold them in your hand as this like tender, fallible creature that is capable of violence against you, but is also capable of being hurt. Just because someone hurt you doesn't mean that they're not capable of being hurt. And I certainly don't want to be in the position of hurting someone. Like, that's just who I am. And if anything, like, one thing that I've communicated to him is like, look, I don't know if you're ever going to really wrap your head around what you did to me. But if you do one day, I know that you're going to feel really, really bad. And I just want you to know that like, I don't wish suffering on you. I don't.
Did you ask him if he had gone over any of his previous cases and wondered whether he did the same thing to other people? Because I don't think that's something you do once. I don't think you are an ethical prosecutor who just really objectively analyzes the evidence and puts forth a case based on what you think is the facts.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you do that your whole career. And then this 20-year-old bitch, she's too cute. I don't like how she's smiling.
Yeah, there was that element to it. I think that, and I do feel like there's some kind of pornographic nature to it. Like, I don't know, like, I think that...
Well, there's a lot of men that have, like, a deep resentment for beautiful women.
Just from feelings of rejection,
yes.
or, yeah.
Because they are attracted to them, or they find them to be beautiful or desirable, and they know that that woman wants to have nothing to do with them. Like, they are completely repulsive. And so you see it a lot with, unfortunately, unattractive men. They develop a hate for women. I've seen it. I've seen it evolve over years with people that I used to be friends with. You know, like just constant rejection, and then it becomes like, fuck these women, fuck them. They just want this, like, okay. Put yourself in their position. You're gross. You know, like, what are you supposed to do?
Try harder.
What are you supposed to do? Like, be with someone that they're not attracted to make that person feel better? Like, that's not what people do. Like, you have a short window of life.
Yeah.
You're supposed to pursue what you like. And your fucking hand of cards sucks. Sorry. You know, this is how it goes. But that thing where, you know, they look at you like you have it too easy. You have too many gifts. Life has given you too good a hand of cards, you know, and you should be punished. You should be knocked down a peg. You see that in particular in the media with celebrity. It's a big one with celebrity women. If something goes wrong, like they just can't wait.
Oh yeah.
To dunk on them, mock them for weight gain, whatever it is.
For getting out of a car in the wrong way. They were the ones who were like showing up to get up their skirt. Yeah, any sort of
that stuff was on purpose.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, I think the Paris Hilton stuff, like back in the day, where a lot of women were like, it was like an epidemic of
getting out of
girls
cars.
and photographers just happened to be on the ground. Like, you're a woman, you've worn skirts. It's not easy to look up someone's skirt. If you're standing up and someone gets out there, how the fuck do you get down there? You'd have to be on your knees. I think they were doing it on purpose. I think it was a way of going viral before viral was a thing, because it went away. Like, when was the last time
that we had an up the skirt shot?
Why don't you have any underwear on? That seems weird.
Well, panty lines, you know, that's a real thing.
Yeah, sure. But that's what G-strings were invented for, right?
Those still create lines, my friend.
I guess, but you know, are you that concerned with lines that you want to go bareback?
I have not gone bareback at a premiere. I have
a little
to say.
skirt on, hopping out of a car, and the way they did it. It's just, I think it was like, you know, the same people that had sex tapes that leaked, air quotes,
right.
were engineered. I mean, the whole thing was on purpose. Like,
sure. Yeah, but in terms of like trying to take beautiful women down a peg, I think you're right. I also think that something that was going on in my case that I think you also tend to see in those situations where you're trying to take beautiful women down a peg is this idea of like pitting women against each other. Like that was a huge thing in my case where they were suggesting that, you know, here I was, this like free-spirited but also hoary, you know, American girl versus the uptight, judgmental British girl, and therefore they hate each other and with a vengeance, with a lethal vengeance, and then this idea of like a murder orgy appeared where this pornographic fantasy of women expressing their own violent fantasies towards each other in real life and using men as pawns in that game of violent hatred towards each other. I think you see that a lot, you know, even in like a person I write about in this book who's become a dear friend of mine is Monica Lewinsky, and how I feel like people really wanted to bring her down a peg, in part because they wanted to bring Hillary down a peg, and the whole like the person who actually committed the affair was sort of, I mean, he definitely got his part, but it was all like a political game of they're trying to take down the man, but they're also taking down the woman, and they're especially railroading this young woman who made a mistake. And it became known as the Monica Lewinsky scandal and not, you know, the Bill Clinton affair or whatever. Like, it matters what you name a thing. And it seemed like the legacy of that and the person who became defined entirely by that scandal happened to be Monica, the one who was the person with the least amount of power and agency in that equation. And
also 20 years old.
Yeah, 23 years old. Yeah. Who did a very normal thing, which was fall in love with a charismatic, powerful man.
And he was handsome as fuck back then.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he was the president of the United States.
He was the president of the United States. He was charismatic. He was handsome. He showered her with attention. And it makes sense that a young, inexperienced person would fall in love with him. And yet she was the one who got railroaded. She was the homewrecker. She was the one who became the subject of all of the rap lyrics, and her entire life and her entire identity became identified with this mistake she had made, and that was not the same thing with the President of the United States. And I think that impulse to define women by their worst moments and to tear them down for their worst moments is prevalent, is from what I have
Well, I
seen.
think because they know it's so devastating to the person.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? It's like there's the bully instinct when they know that you're weak and vulnerable, you know, to attack. You know,
But why? To what end?
people are cool because they've been hurt. You know, it's the hurt people thing. You know, I think it's
Like Schadenfreude, just as an audience, like we want a story, we want a real life story where we get to, passively enjoy the destruction of another human being.
Right. And also you don't know her, so you're disassociated.
Yeah.
Right? Like if she was your friend and you did that, you'd have to be a special kind of monster. Like that woman Linda Tripp who did it all, that's a special kind of monster.
Right.
Special kind of monster who trots that out to the whole world to try to take down Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
Which didn't even work.
No, that's what's fascinating. It worked to destroy Monica.
Right. But also, like, when you look at Bill Clinton, this handsome president, and then you look at Linda Tripp, who's very unattractive, that's also plays, like, I want to take him down, too. And probably I want to take her down as well. Like, there's a lot of, like, fuck everybody else. There's a lot of that. You know, when you're unseen, to use the same vernacular, and then you see, like, other people getting attention, and it's just like the fact that she did it and she knew her, but also this is the game of cards that they're playing. This is House of Cards. This is, this is literally what they do anytime they have a chance in the political realm.
Right. Any window, any vulnerability.
It's the dirtiest game in the world.
Yeah.
It's a disgusting game, and if you get sucked into it, you'll find that out.
I don't want anything to do with it.
It's the most evil. It really is. Like, when I see people that are running for president, I'm like, what are you doing?
I know.
Why would you do that to yourself?
Yeah, and then you have to spend the rest of your life, like, with, Secret Service following you around so you can't exist in the world as a normal human being. Like, that, I do feel like there is, you have to be a special kind of person in order to be attracted to something like that.
Yeah,
I'm not.
Ironically, that's the kind of person that's attracted to that in general is not the kind of person you want in a leadership position.
Right.
Which is like, wow, what do we do now?
Yeah. So is democracy completely and utterly flawed because it relies upon the ambition of the wrong people?
Or heroes, or legitimate heroes, like someone who's like, I'm going to tolerate this, I'm going to carry the burden of this on my back because I think I can help people.
But does anyone ever, like, actually arrive at the seat of the president as that person? Like,
here's the question: do they stay that person? Because I used to think Obama was that person. I really did. I was like, wow, you got a good one.
I was sad I missed out on that.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. But in retrospect, when looking back, like, probably not really. Like, probably got corrupted by the system or was corrupt originally. He was now willing to openly lie. Yeah, it's dark. It's dark. And I think it's just it's a strange social position that I don't think is manageable for anyone. I don't think the human mind is prepared to be in that kind of a position of power and not have it completely distort what you are. And then there's the relationships that you have to have with all of these various politicians and then special interest groups and lobbyists and then foreign leaders. And then
how do you manage all of that?
Heads of defense contract companies, like, what? Yeah.
Can I tell you a story?
Yes, please.
Okay, so this story didn't actually make it in my book, but it is one that I wanted to tell you because it talks about how my weird relationship with other people who are in positions of power, like police officers, right? like, I'm an advocate of criminal justice reform. I talk a lot about, like, I go and testify in front of my, state Congress trying to get certain laws passed to protect, innocent people. And one thing that I like to point out is that I'm not anti-law enforcement. If anything, I was a victim of crime before I became a victim of the criminal justice system. Like, someone broke into my home and raped and murdered my roommate, and then I called the cops, and then the cops went on to betray me. But that doesn't mean that there isn't, like, I'm not one of those, fuck all the police, we don't need them, like, abolish the whole system. That's not what I believe. But as someone who has had this complicated experience with police, I don't really know what to do when something bad goes down. And I want to tell you a story about something bad that went down. It was in LA. I was staying at a friend's house with my husband and our 2 kids. We were doing work down there, and our friends were not there. But in the middle of the night, we hear someone yelling out in the, out in the street. We think there's some drunk guy out there, but it gets closer and closer and closer until finally there is a huge bang. And my husband gets up in his tidy whities and says one thing to me: call the police, before he marches downstairs. So we were upstairs in the 2nd story, and we hear a bang, we hear yelling. He goes down there in his underwear, and I don't know if the last thing I'm ever going to hear from my husband at that point is call the police, which is an interesting final words to get from the love of your life when you're me. And my infant son is crying. My 2-year-old daughter at the time is going, what's going on? And I'm trying to calm him while reassure her, while looking around the room thinking, how do I barricade a door? And can I jump out of a window with 2 small children? All of that before I think dial 911. Because the last time that I dialed the equivalent of 911 to call for help, I got thrown into prison. I realized that there's nothing I can do to protect my kids, so I call 911. And eventually, my husband is able to get this intruder to leave the house. The police arrive, and I have a very strange encounter with them because they are very nice to me, and I was not expecting that. And they are very nice to my daughter, and they give her a nice little, police badge. And I'm sitting here thinking, great, now I'm going to have to throw a police-themed birthday party for her because now she's going to be super into police. And I'm just like, what is happening to my life? And I'm scared that they're going to recognize me, and I'm scared that they're going to think maybe she faked a break-in. Like, all of that is going on in my head, and I don't know how to resolve them. Somebody broke in to, I had, broke into my home once, murdered my roommate, broke into the place I was staying again. Thankfully didn't murder anybody. But, like, how do I make sense of my relationship with people who are empowered to protect me, but also are empowered to hurt me? What do I do about that? You tell me. Joe, what do I do?
There's no way I could know what's going through your mind. The experience that you had is that no one can even pretend to have those thoughts in their head, because this is not just paranoid fantasy. This is your actual lived experience for years. Yeah, that's a good question. What had happened? The bang? Was it someone kicked down the door?
Yeah, he had kicked in the door through the deadbolt.
What was the yelling?
The yelling was, he was just,
schizophrenic?
Yeah, he thought that someone had stole that house from him, and he was yelling for some name of a person who didn't live there. clearly was just like either confused or mentally ill in some capacity. But and thankfully not armed. But like my husband didn't know when he walked down the stairs in his underwear without any, and like he grabbed a broom on his way down, and that was, he was between putting himself and a broom between whoever this person was who had just kicked in the front door through the deadbolt and his family. And that might have been the last time I ever saw him, you know? And I did not know what to do. I try to like joke about it now, where I actually did a stand-up bit about it a while back about how I was like testing my butt to see if it was bouncy enough to like jump out of the window and bounce. But like, when I think back on it, it's still scary, you know? And I don't like how I feel right now, that when I'm scared, I'm supposed to call the police, but I'm also scared to call the police. And so, you know, when I go and do advocacy work for, you know, I'm now on the board of an organization called the Innocent Center, innocentcenter.org, which, by the way, just got a bunch of federal funding taken away, thanks, Elon. You'd think that they would be interested in supporting organizations that clean up the messes of the criminal justice system, but apparently not. So if you want to support us, innocentcenter.org.
How do you, what happened that they got their funding taken away? What was the circumstances?
I mean, there's a federal funding that is designed for innocence organizations, and I think what I heard is that there are certain words that sort of became taboo within the administration, that if you were using these words or these terminologies that they associate with like DEI, that then that sort of puts you on the list of being cut for federal funding. And one of those words was like the word fair. And in an organization that is interested in justice and in getting innocent people out of prison, the word fair is going to come up quite a bit.
So is it just an algorithm? They're just scanning the mission statement or whatever these organizations are?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a first step, is they'll just use this. They're going to use algorithms and AI to help them identify potential things to cut. And I think as a new innocence organization, we were considered not worthy of the federal funding that we have relied on and to help innocent people. And now,
are you one of the founders of this organization?
Me? No, I'm on the board. But yes, this is formerly the California Innocence Project that has since sort of turned into the Innocence Center. But you're seeing this all across the board of innocence projects of getting their federal funding taken away.
And there's no accusations of impropriety or misuse of funds or high salaries for certain individuals or nothing.
Nope. It's deprioritized because I think we're considered leftist organizations potentially. I don't know. But I know that like I have always thought that innocence and getting and justice were bipartisan issues, and I thought that we had been making great, strides in sort of welcoming in both liberal and conservative partners in this ongoing fight. But because these things disproportionately impact people of color, you're going to see language around that acknowledges that fact. And I think that has been sort of put in, innocence organizations are now being put into DEI camps and we're being stripped of funding. And I think I hope that that's an oversight issue and that they're going to recognize the mistake that they're making. But as it stands right now, innocence organizations, not just the one that I'm associated with, are scrambling to get the funding that they were promised to continue doing the things that cost money, like filing all of their work and going through all of the casework and doing the DNA tests and doing investigations to see if you can each of the witnesses that maybe have changed their stories in all these years. It takes a lot of money and resources to prove a person's innocence. You have to reinvestigate a case, and we don't have the funding that we used to.
Isn't I do a lot of work with Josh Dupin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know Josh?
Yeah. I mean, I've never met him personally.
He's with he was with the Innocence Project, and now he's with the Ike Perlmutter Center for Legal Justice. And same kind of work. Ironically, Ike Perlmutter is very close friends with Trump.
Huh.
And so,
I mean, I would have thought that would have been of interest to Trump, considering.
I think it's a baby with the bathwater type deal.
Right.
Where there's a lot of what you would call almost like slush fund NGOs, where they're inappropriately moving funds around and doing stuff. And I don't know if you've ever seen any of Mike Benz's work, but he essentially says that USAID is really there to do things that are too dirty for the CIA. So the extraordinary amount of money that was being moved around, there's a certain percentage of it that was inappropriately being used.
I imagine so.
Yes,
Yeah, sure.
An enormous percentage. So there's a lot of money. But unfortunately, there's a lot of good that also is coming out of that money. And that's what's difficult. It's like, when you round up all the quote-unquote gang members, right, and you fly them to El Salvador, are you sure they're all gang members? But do you care?
Right, exactly.
Do you
I think
care, or is it just like, we're just here to clean things up, and
if we throw an innocent,
make an omelet.
Right.
Yeah.
Are innocent people the price of us getting to be efficient?
Don't become a monster when you're fighting monsters.
Yeah, and that's what I think we're brushing up against right now. And as someone who really is like just interested in keeping, especially this issue, like this is a human, like we all should be on the same side about this.
100%.
Why is it being turned into this a left or right issue? And
well, maybe I can get this in front of Josh and he can present it to some people and have them reconsider their position.
That would be great. I would, and if you need put me in contact, like I would be happy to.
One of the things through working with Josh and, just through this podcast, we've gotten a lot of people released that were wrongfully convicted. And, when you go over the amount of corruption that's involved, and I think there's an issue with human beings whenever there's a binary position, a 1 or a 0, you win or you lose.
Yes, the adversarial system where it's like I have to win this side, and I cannot at all like acknowledge some truth that might be to the other side. Like,
and then you have this game where you hire, like if you are a guilty person, you hire the best defense attorneys that probably even know you're guilty, but their job is to get you off by any means necessary to.
Well, their job is to make the government prove your guilt, right? That's what technically a defense attorney who's really good.
Right, but that's not really what they're doing.
Yeah,
they're
fair.
trying to get you out of jail.
Yeah, of course, yeah. The goal being, if you can't actually prove it, then.
Well, the goal is to win as often as possible, so that they're the person. Like this is the guy you want.
Mm-hmm. Although I have talked to some really interesting defense attorneys. The defense attorneys who represented Larry Nassar, for example, famously, for those who don't remember, was molesting young gymnasts. Do you remember him?
The Olympics guy.
Yeah. And I interviewed them because it was 2 women who represented him. And so a lot of people were like, how dare you represent this man as a woman? How could you? And their position was, well, we didn't represent him to prove him innocent. We had him plead guilty to these crimes. We just feel that everyone deserves to have a defender. We're defenders. We represent people in the law, and they were getting like demonized for even taking him on as a client. And I thought that was interesting because they weren't trying to get him off. They were just trying to have to represent due process. And I felt like that was a really interesting case of people confusing the what is the role of a defense attorney. And I think you're right. Like, some defense attorneys really don't care if their clients are guilty or innocent, because they are also in this adversarial system.
Yeah.
And so they are also in this position of just wanting to win and wanting to make the lives of law enforcement difficult, and they're willing to throw victims under the bus in the process. Like, I've had really frank conversations with friends of mine in the innocence world, where they talk about how they were trained to just destroy a victim in order to diminish their credibility in court, and to really put them in a really bad position, so they didn't want to pursue justice for themselves. And I think that, and they look back and go, oh my God, I can't believe that that's how I was trained to be a defense attorney. But like, that was just part of the game. And I think that's where this whole course of justice gets completely distorted, because it's like, well, what is the point of all of this? Like, it should be about like arriving at the truth, and then having there be like some recognized consequences for acknowledging what really happened. Like, we need to address the issue, which is somebody got hurt by someone else. What do we do? Now what? And instead it's become, well, I'm going to win it. Like, I'm on this team, you're on this team. Fight, fight, fight. Let's see who wins. And as a result, the whole issue of truth gets distorted and becomes about making the best story that captures the people's attention. And I think, that was a huge lesson for me, was realizing that like, the truth didn't matter. Like, nobody cared about the truth, they cared about the story. And was it a story that spoke to them? And was it a story that lingered for them? And that's, an ongoing thing that I write about, is like, okay, here's this crazy story that is not true, that took over my life, and that still has this huge role. Like, I'm still in conversation with that crazy story that was written about me, and the fact that like, my entire identity is now wrapped up in the death of my friend that I had nothing to do with, and I'll forever be defined by, because it's such a captivating story.
And because the prosecutor was dead set on winning and wasn't necessarily interested in the truth.
What he says, and it's again, it goes back to like, what are we telling ourselves, and what is the cognitive bias? And I think this is where it gets super interesting, because winning is interpreted in some people's minds as doing their duty, right? Like, the way that my prosecutor has always talked about it with me is that he maintains that he was doing his duty. This was his job. His job was to make a case that made logical sense to him based upon certain premises, and then to win that case in court. That was his job, that was his duty, and he believes that he was doing the right thing because that's what he was trained and incentivized to do. In the same way that, like, journalists, if you ask journalists back, who covered the case back in the day, they'll be like, well, we were doing our job. Our job was to sell the best story that we could to our audience. And, right? And so that's when it gets, like, fucked up, because, like, how have our institutions that we've relied on to be truth-seeking institutions been corrupted from the inside by ultimately what is a question of like money or power? When politics gets brought into the equation with criminal justice, suddenly, your prosecutor is now wanting to win cases, not because they're the right cases to win, but because they want to be elected. Like, all of that gets distorted, and the motivations behind all our institutions become warped.
Well, with the media, it's even more disgusting, because it's not about politics. It's literally just about getting people to pay attention to their story.
Right.
And buy newspapers or click on links.
Right.
That's it.
Right. And then they hold the audience accountable for the kinds of stories that they are then incentivized to write. They say, well, you know, I wouldn't have been writing this story if you weren't clicking on it. And it's just like this vicious cycle.
That's crazy. It's like I wouldn't have robbed your house if you didn't have nice stuff.
Exactly.
That's fucking crazy.
But like that's how, if you're in that little echo chamber of a system and that's what your reward structure is, of course that's what you're going to end up delivering. If you're somebody who doesn't have the introspection to question, like, okay, wait, what am I doing and what is the point of all of this, and do you have certain principles? But again, the people who rise to the top are maybe the ones who are willing to question those principles in order to achieve certain ends.
Yes. Yeah. And then there's also the problem with you're working for a corporation if you're in the news. If you're not an independent journalist who has like rock solid personal ethics, you're working for a corporation and your job is to make money for your shareholders ultimately. And the way you do that is to get as many people to click on those links as possible.
And maybe the person who's on the ground has a certain vision for what they want their like on the ground reporting to do. But then once it gets in the hands of editors and other editors, like it becomes completely warped from the thing that they were originally reporting on, because the person who's over here is so divorced from the actual on the ground story, and they know instead the story that's going to sell.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's dark. I mean, it's the same sort of distortion.
Salute.
All right. It's the same sort of distortion with when you were talking about prosecutors just trying to win. It's this thing where, and ultimately, it's a severe distortion of what the best case scenario is. The best case scenario is prosecutors don't care about winning. They care about finding truly guilty people. And in cases where someone, whether they withhold evidence that could have exonerated an innocent person, or whether they distort things or twist things around in order to win, they should be forever removed from that system. You should never be allowed to do that. But this is Kamala Harris did that, rose to be vice president and almost became president. And she is absolutely guilty of doing that.
Yeah, I know.
She tried to withhold DNA evidence that would have exonerated someone.
I know.
Yeah.
She was not a popular choice among the innocence community, I'll tell you that.
Oh, yeah. No, Josh Dubin broke her down on my show.
Were they here together?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. He broke down what she was guilty of when she was a prosecutor in California.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. And that's why I was so mad that our party never actually gave us a choice.
Right. There was no primary.
No, there was no primary. They were just like, here's the person now.
And if you don't vote for her, you're a bad person.
Exactly.
You're a fascist.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, it was that this whole,
but then
like,
again, that's also just trying to win.
Yeah.
It's the same kind of thing. It's just the focus is on winning.
Yeah.
At what cost? I mean, and then that's a very slippery slope, because if you're willing to accept that, guess what? That slope keeps slipping. Mm-hmm. And then next thing you know,
you don't have brakes.
Right. You have to put a fucking blinder on because you're part of the problem. You're part of what's destroying society. So then you have to like reshape your own personal narrative and lie to yourself about what you're doing and why you're doing it.
Right. A little bit of like self-brainwashing.
Yeah.
And that fascinates me. Like in conversations with my prosecutor, how has he convinced himself that he's the good guy? And how has that changed when I have approached him not as an adversary, but as someone who is, I wouldn't say like tolerant, because I've never put myself in a position of sort of saying, oh, what you did was not a big deal. Like when I approached him, I was like, what you did was a big deal and you were wrong and you hurt people. But like acknowledging his humanity and the complexity of him, and acknowledging that like he's not an evil person.
Well, what is evil?
Intentional malice, maybe.
That seems like he was doing it intentionally. If he was paying attention to the facts of the case, I mean, there was DNA evidence. There was all sorts of stuff that pointed to you not being the guilty party. They ignored that. If that's not evil.
I mean, what he did was interesting. he wrote a whole book about the case, and he talked about how when he first arrived at the scene, he immediately knew that it was a conspiracy because he looked at the broken window, how the person had actually broken into our home, and said, there's no way, zero chance, that a burglar would have broken into a house this way. He just was like 100% convinced that immediately that the break-in was staged. And if you take that, if you in your brain truly believe that, then what logically follows is a lot of what he then came up with. Well, someone in the house is trying to cover up for a crime that they were involved in. Who lives in that house? Well, there are 3 other girls, one of whom was in Rome, one of whom is another Italian girl who was with her boyfriend and friends, and one of whom is the American girl who was with her boyfriend that night, but who also happened to be the one who called the police and brought attention to the house. So maybe because we found her at the scene of the crime, like all of it sort of starts to like make logical sense if you begin with a false premise.
How did he reconcile that in the book?
In his book?
Yeah.
I mean,
Because
he makes logical leaps. So he goes, okay, well, then we discovered that, all of this DNA of the person who actually committed the crime, right? Like, they finally get the DNA back, and it's all pointing to this guy who has a history of breaking and entering and aggression towards women. And he doesn't go, oh, no, we made a mistake. He goes, oh, how can now he be involved in this thing that I know Amanda's involved in because I know the break-in was staged. And, so this is how a person with genuinely good intentions can have false beliefs that then from which one can logically derive an insane story that requires like him to now believe, like one of the things that I pointed out to him that just like drives me nuts that he continues to like somehow hang on to is this idea that I was in a threesome I was in a 3-way relationship with my actual boyfriend Raffaele and this burglar Rudy Gaudet. And I was like, where are you coming up with that? And he was like, well, whenever I interviewed Rudy, like he talks about interrogating Rudy. Rudy always seemed to have affectionate things to say about you. He always seemed to like be interested in you. And from that, I could logically deduce that you guys had a relationship. And I was like, we like, I didn't even know his name. There's no record of us ever communicating with each other. No one ever like saw us hanging out with each other. Like, what are you talking about? And he's like, well, if he was involved in the crime and you're involved in the crime and he's sort of talking about, you in an affectionate way, then logically it makes sense that you were in this 3-way relationship with Raffaele and Rudy. And I'm like, that's not true. He's like, well, that's what made logical sense to me at the time.
I think the issue is an egotistic idiot that has power. That's really what I think it is.
It's certainly someone who has a belief and a confidence in their own abilities as a logical thinker. And I think anyone who is in that kind of position has to believe in themselves in that kind of way.
But not just that, like you have too much power. Like
fair.
There's not enough oversight, you have too much power, and then you say something, and if your initial assertion is incorrect, you then have to defend it. So then you do mental gymnastics to try to defend it.
Right.
At the expense of your fucking life.
Yes.
He was willing to put you away forever. Like he had to know. At some point in time, in the back of his stupid brain, he had to know that you were innocent. And he was willing to push forward and concoct some sort of a 3-way relationship narrative that he still sticks to. Fuck that guy.
Well, and sometimes that's what my brain says. Sometimes
your brain should say that. I mean, forgiveness is really important, but some people just can't forgive. Like some people, it's like, no, you need to come to grips with the fact that you're a piece of shit. That's what's wrong here. It's not me forgiving you and you having this hall pass just to be a piece of shit because you had this theory that you're still accusing me of. No, that's not. You're bad at what you do, And sometimes people are bad at what they do. Sometimes you get bad teachers. You get bad cops. Sometimes you get a bad electrician. Your house catches fire. Some people suck at what they do. And to like have this like eternal forgiveness, like sometimes it's not smart to do that.
Well, certainly, and I think
Is
that's
he
really
still working as a prosecutor?
no, he's retired. He has retired.
He should be in jail. Like literally.
I do not wish jail upon him. I don't.
Okay. That's sweet, but that's a crime. Like what he did, it was not just a crime, but it was a conspiracy.
Yeah, I would have to say that I agree that I always wondered where the adults were in the room. Like, the whole first 2 years of my imprisonment, I was like, this is all a huge mistake, and it's really obviously a huge mistake. And when are like the mommies and daddies going to show up and say, okay, kids, stop your squabbling, like, let's straighten things out.
There's no mommies and daddies.
There are no mommies
There
and
are
daddies.
some.
That's the thing
That's
that freaked me out.
Yeah.
It's like, we're all adults now, and
Right.
this is all we are. We're just a bunch of screaming toddlers,
Yeah.
just screaming at each other constantly. And here I am now, I feel, in a way, trying to mother my prosecutor through his, psychological tantrums.
Oh.
Which is a weird position to be in. Because now that I've, developed the relationship that I've developed with him, I care about him. Like, I don't think that you can. I set out to understand him. I wanted to understand him, but in the process of like really understanding a human being and having them like be really open to you, I don't know. I feel like you inevitably begin to care about this person, even in their, flawed fragility as a human being. And so on the one hand, I'm very angry at him to this day. And on the other hand, I care about him, and I have to give him some props. He didn't have to respond to me. He didn't have to meet with me. He didn't have to sit there and hear me talk about how he had fucked up my life and he shouldn't have. I did not, it's not that, me being kind to him does not mean me tolerating injustice. And it does not mean me not setting boundaries. And it does not mean me sugarcoating what really happened. Like, he knows what I think really happened. And he says, well, we can disagree about our perspectives in some ways. But ultimately, what matters is that you reached out to me and saw me as a human being. And in response, I also inevitably came to see you as a human being, and I care about you. And so in a way, we're still in this awkward dance of one part of us is stuck in that adversarial system, and one part of us is in a adversarial, very accepting of all the things space. And we're paradoxically existing in both of them at the same time. And I think that that's just kind of how life is. One of the paradoxes of life is that, if you really just sit down and sit with yourself and your life just the way it is right now, if you really do, just notice right now, you and me, here we are talking. We are okay. Hey, you and me, we are good. And also, there's still fucked up shit in my life, and there's still fucked up shit in your life, and things could be better, and all of those things can be true at the same time. I'm still fighting to clear my name in Italy. I don't know if have you kept up with the latest with my case? Oh yeah. So I've been cleared of all the crazy, horrible murder, orgy, all of that stuff cleared. The thing that remains, and this is just the bane of my fucking existence, is when they cleared me of having anything to do with the crime, they left open the possibility that I was present when the crime occurred. And I believe the reason that they did this was because they wanted to find me guilty of something. And the thing that they found me guilty of was the way lesser crime on the list of all the crimes that were there, which was slander. They accused me of knowingly and willingly falsely accusing an innocent person of having committed this crime. Because during my interrogation, I was coerced into implicating myself and my boss, Patrick Lumumba, of committing this crime. And I immediately retracted it, all of that, but that was one of the things that they were holding me accountable for. And they, to this day, I am still convicted in Italy of knowingly and willingly accusing an innocent man. And for me to knowingly and willingly accuse this innocent man, I would have to have been at the house and known who really was the murderer at the moment that I falsely accused this innocent person. Like, I would have had to know that he was definitively innocent for this to be the case. And for that to be true, I would have to be physically present at the crime, even if I was not participating in it. So the legal standing right now to this day is that I was there, and that when I was interrogated, I knowingly and falsely accused an innocent person. I appealed this, by the way, to the European Court of Human Rights, and they ruled in my favor. They said that because I had been denied the right to have an attorney and an interpreter when I was being interrogated, that none of that should ever have been, I should never have been convicted of that. And I took that back to Italy. I took that ruling back to Italy, and they overturned it. I was actually acquitted of that for a second, but then sent back for retrial recently. And recently, yeah, this is 18 years later, recently was put back on trial for that. This was last year. And I was found guilty again.
Oh my God.
On the basis, not even of the statements that the police forced me into signing, but on my retraction. So I hand wrote a retraction of those statements that the police forced me into signing. And I was like, I'm so confused. I can't testify. I don't know if Patrick did it or not. I just don't know. And they said, well, even a confused statement where you're not sure what the truth is, if you were physically present at the crime, is slander. And you falsely accused an innocent man that you knew to be innocent. And so...
But they have no proof that you were there.
Exactly. So we're in this cyclical thing where
they just don't want to admit that they fucked up.
That's what I think. And I'm at this point where I'm like, okay, now what? Because I'm definitively convicted of this thing, and the legal truth in this case does not represent the actual truth in this case.
Are they trying to protect themselves from some sort of a civil suit?
Maybe. I think even more than that, I think they're trying to protect themselves from admitting that they tortured an innocent girl.
Oh my God. So they can say, well, she is guilty. She did do this. Mm-hmm. She's guilty.
And so it's not crazy for us to think that she might have been involved in the murder, because here she is.
She probably lied about being there.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And all they were ever able to do is prove that I lived in the house that this happened in. Sure, my DNA is in my house. It's not anywhere near Meredith's body or where the crime occurred. But they're saying that I was there, and it's sort of this cyclical sort of reasoning. Amanda said she was there, therefore she was there. Therefore she said she would. It's this insane cyclical reasoning, and I'm at the point where I have to ask myself how do I fight this, and if so, do I? And that's where this whole question of freedom comes in. Do I have to definitively prove my innocence in a court of law to feel that I have definitively proved my innocence, or do I need to definitively prove my innocence in the court of public opinion in order to feel free, or to feel I'm not, regardless of whether I definitively prove my innocence or not, am I ever going to be free of this? Is this ever going to be not touching me and impacting my life? And the answer that I've come to is, well, no, in the way that any of our experiences have come to define us as human beings. And in a way, it's another way of reframing this is, okay, these are my credentials now. Like I didn't go to 4 years of master's degree in poetry. I got a master's degree in whatever this is, being fucked. Like, and, so like, and I've learned things from this. I've learned things about the criminal justice system. I can see things that need to be fixed that are really common sense fixes too. Like, there is no reason why we shouldn't be just recording any kind of communication, like any time that anyone is being questioned by anyone in law enforcement, there's no reason why we shouldn't be recording it. And I'm not talking about even just suspects, because like there's been a whole, world of advocacy around like recording interrogations, right? Like custodial interrogations, and especially making it so that police officers can't lie to you when you're being interrogated, because that was a huge thing that impacted me as like a young, confused, like overwhelmed human being, as police lying to me and telling me that they have proof that I was there when the crime occurred, and it made me like feel like I was insane. And so like the problem of police lying to you is not just that it's like a bullying technique, but it warps your sense of reality, and you start to question yourself. And so there's psychological research to show that there are very negative consequences for police lying to you during interrogation. But at the very least, if you record it, you can sort of track how that is impacting a person who was a suspect. The wild west of all of this is eyewitnesses or anyone else who is being questioned by police, because there's no Miranda rights. Like, as a person who is being questioned by police, you don't really have rights. Like you don't have, like, one of the things that they say in my case is that I never had the right to an attorney because I wasn't a suspect, I was a witness. And so, like, to this day in Italy, there's like this resistance to the idea that I was like coerced into, I was even interrogated at all, because there's this like little loophole where they say, oh, you weren't interrogated, you were interviewed. Oh, you weren't interviewed, you were questioned. They just changed the language, but what's ultimately happening is the same thing. You are stuck in a room with a law enforcement officer who may or may not be lying to your face and bullying you, and you don't know if you're free or not to go because the door is closed and it doesn't feel like it. And so for me, I think that if you consider how many wrongful convictions happen because of misidentification by witnesses, or the number of times that like witnesses say, well, I wasn't really sure that it was him, but the police sort of coaxed me or pressured me into saying it was him, and like sort of made it known to me that it was him. Like, there are lots of things that are happening behind closed doors that we really don't have an excuse for not fixing, when every single one of us has a recording device in our pocket at all times. And the amount of resistance to like getting this really common sense changes like that to happen from like law enforcement lobbies is just so frustrating, as someone who like shows up again and again and again to like try to make, because it seems like this adversarial thing, like we're all on the same side. It's not like victims' rights versus defendants' rights. It's not law enforcement versus, innocence. It's like we're all on the same page. Why can't we just acknowledge a true thing? That's been one of my biggest frustrations in this world, is like feeling like we should all be on the same side and we should be making common sense changes, and that don't,
That's the way the system is structured. There's two sides trying to win. And when you lose, you don't like to lose.
Right.
So people will cheat to win.
But like, lose. What are you losing?
But they're playing a game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's your life, and it's other people's lives, it's innocent people's lives, but it's also guilty people's lives.
But why doesn't like a law enforcement officer look at something that happened to me? Actually, I take that back. Plenty of law enforcement people have talked to me and said, like, we are so sorry for what happened to you.
The ones who weren't involved. That's the problem. The problem is, do you look away when you are involved? How many law enforcement officers will stick their neck out if they think their partner overstepped their boundaries and got someone to admit to something that maybe they did or didn't do, withheld evidence, that may or may not have exonerated someone. Like there's steps along the way on the road to evil.
Right.
And,
And no one gets rewarded for sticking their neck out
No.
or for holding their friends
get
accountable.
punished.
Yeah.
you get exonerated. You get excommunicated from your tribe. It's very dangerous, you know.
So how do we motivate any other?
It's a real problem. It's a giant conundrum. It's a real problem in the way the system is structured.
And the feeling that you have to, like, in order to do the right thing, you just have to switch sides, like, that really bothers me. Also because, like, one thing that I would love to see more of is more of, like, a collaboration between victims' rights advocates and innocents' rights advocates. But, like, oftentimes you see us sort of pitted against each other as if, like, you know, I've always felt that the criminal justice system never did enough for victims. That, like, the only compensation that victims are really given is the idea that you're going to punish the perpetrator. And I've always wanted to know, how is the system going to help the victim rebuild their life and take back and, like, reclaim what can be reclaimed of their experience and be uplifted. And
so that's supposedly where the civil.
Supposedly, but, like, you're suing the person who committed the crime, and are you ever actually going to get any money from them? Are you, like?
Well, sometimes money's awarded to families by the state. You know, there's those, but I mean, is that enough? Like, is that enough? You know?
No, I don't think so. I think that people need more support than that.
Robert, what is this? What would?
Welcome, Zoot. How you living, Pam?
Well,
Zoot. Yo, dog. Are you at 15.2%? All right. Speaking of 14, did you know that if you don't count my disconnect from yesterday, we lost 15 straight games? All right. You have an invitation. Oh, welcome, Miss Aquarius. How are you? We are well. We just started a game. We'll be done in about less than 5 minutes. Is that okay? How was your day, Miss Aquarius? Anything interesting happen? All right. How's your foot? Is it heat? There you go. Are you still icing it? Yeah. Oh. Okay. Audie, what'd you say? I don't know what she said. All right, Zoot and I have 4 more holes. Oh, Zoot, that shot was unfortunate. Why don't you hit my ball? That'd be really cool of you. Super cool of you, Zoot. No. Dude, don't go in the water. Dude, whatever you do, don't go in the water, dog. All right, Zoot, you ready for one of the best shots you've ever seen? I don't know if that's it. I don't know if that is it. It's actually a bad shot. No. She was so quiet. I didn't. Yeah, Zoot just joined. All right, Zoot, you ready for this bounce off of here? Ooh. All right, put me out of my misery, Zoot. 3 holes left. Oh, Zoot. What are your thoughts on that shot, Zoot? Thank you. Yeah, I want to see your 10 out of 10, Zoot. Just straight up make it. Oh, MySpace. So not MySpace. I know you can't create new accounts though, or at least I've tried a couple times. All right, so not MySpace. Okay, AOL.com, America Online. It was once like it was like Gmail before Gmail. That's a good question. It was really it didn't go offline. It's still available, but it it really lost its influence when Google started becoming more popular, and Google basically had free services, and AOL or America Online had paid services, and free won out. Early 2000s. Well, it's still not the default, but probably about around 20. It's still not the default, but probably about 2010. Oh, everybody does. What'd you say, Zoot? Not everyone, but I mean, I would say Gmail is the most popular. Yep, but I think it may have some. Not on iOS. No, Apple kind of avoids Gmail. You can still get your Gmail on Apple. That's not hard, but it doesn't come with like work, like sheets and docs and everything. I have a bunch of iPhones. I have a bunch of Android phones. iOS. It's smoother. It's easier. Has less app issues. All righty. You ready, Miss Aquarius? You ready? Uh, Audie, Audie, do you want an invitation? Audie going once? Going twice? Okay, good. All right. I mean, have you used Apple? Yeah, it's garbage. I know. Audie's gonna. Audie, Zoot, you're gonna lose, and you might not even beat anyone. Audie, what are you talking about? We've sent you an invitation. We're waiting on you. Okay. All right. Take your time. How much time do you need? All right. Well, I get 2 minute break. Zoot, have you ever used an iOS or have you ever had an iPhone? Did you have an iPhone 3GS? Yeah, they're super expensive because everybody opened them up. Can you afford it? You've got to have something. You gain experience when you play. Yeah, you've got to have something. All right, let's see how you check it. You go to you go to your profile, and then it has your name, so it'd say Miss Aquarius. Then it has change color. Then it has like a description. Then it has how many wins you have. And right below that, it's got like a little coin. No way. Yeah, you should. Maybe it's I don't know. Is it because maybe you don't play like maybe you I don't know. Maybe you don't oh, you have to play ranked games. Do you play ranked games? So it's a game like sometimes you have an opportunity to play against people and you can either play like regular or ranked. And if you play just regular, that could be. Zoot's got the game over ball. Zoot, why'd you choose the game over ball? Kendrick? Zoot, who's your favorite Harry Potter character? Who? Who's that? Who is that? Is that a teacher? Who's your least favorite character? Oh, why do you hate Dobby? What about the creepy uncle dude who keeps Harry underneath the stairs? Do you not like him? So do you like the aunt more or the uncle more? Zoo, do you like the aunt more or the uncle more? Zoo, remember that time I asked you the same question twice in a row and you didn't answer? All right, well, they are within the first 15 minutes of the first movie. And that's about all I've seen. So. Do you like the owl? On what birthday do you get your Hogwarts letter? What did you do with yours? You went to the Wizardly World of Hard Knocks? Oh, it's the 11th. And then what do? You have to run at like the subway station through a wall? Like a pillar? Audie, can you hear us? Dog, my parents are wizards. I'm a wizard. My grandparents were wizards. I can trace my wizardly lineage all the way back to when wizarding was invented. I'm a purebred wizard, Zoot. You're not making any sense. There we go. Wow. Miss Aquarius just coming out with a strike. Right? Nice job, Miss Aquarius. Zoot, you're as bad at this as you are at mini golf. Get it, baby. Nice spur. Thank you, big dog. It's Miss Aquarius, big man. That was good. What'd you say, Zoo? You have a fucking gay what? All right. Well, enjoy that. This Aquarius is just running away with this. Running away. She is on fire. Ooh, almost. There you go. No doubt, no doubt. Garbage. This is a tough split. This one's get it. Boo. I did not win. This Aquarius is going to win. Oh. All right, we got a chance. Oh, look at her. 70? Forget what I just said. We do not have a chance. Get it, girl. 71. All right, Zoo. No, it's not. You won. Good job. Yes, ma'am. Nice strike. Boo. That's what I'm talking about. Nice spare. You've got this. Get it. Not what I wanted. Get it. Oh.
Right now, you can save 10% on any exterior coating project because 6 Hours Fix Coat is made right here in the USA. If your home is showing its age with cracks, peeling paint, or faded colors, it's time to transform it with 6 Hour Construction's cutting-edge exterior coatings. It's designed to last. It's the engineering.
Here we go.
For life, they fix every crack, gap, and rot spot before the coating is applied. So the job is done right. Just check out their 5-star ratings.
Oh, it's perfect. Oh. Boo. Oh, he heard you. Boo. Get it. Oh, come on. Audie. That's good. You'll get these three easy peasy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. All right, Miss Aquarius. 3 strikes in a row. That's all you need. Here's one. Oh, boo. All right. I'm going to get you, Audie. Oh, no, I'm not. She's got the win. She's got the win. Boo. Nice win, madam. Night, night. Hope you sleep in the morning.
Oh, I think
Overhaul the
everyone's.
system.
Yeah, yeah.
It's really the only way to truly make it right is to find. I mean, if you're if you're a person like, I think your approach to this radical acceptance and forgiveness is very, very, very beautiful. It's amazing you can do it. It's amazing that you think the way you think. And, I used you as an example that we were having this conversation about horrible things that have happened to people that have made that person a beautiful person. Because you went through this insane thing, but on the other end of it, you came out as a really interesting person. You really are. I used you as an example of things that don't break you, but that you would never want to wish on anyone else. But then the result of that is this person comes out extraordinary.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of the obstacles, the way kind of stuff. I mean, it's a lot of stuff that I write about in the book, actually, is one of the things that my goal with this book was to try to, like, yes, what happened to me is like, oh, crazy story, happened to a girl one time. But also there are, like, universal lessons and truths that I've derived from my experience that make me, and when I communicate them, they make me feel less ostracized or less like singled out as a human being. And one of those is like, there is opportunity in every tragedy. And I think that what my tragedy challenged me to do was to not be broken by it. And my definition of being broken by it was coming out of it a person who was angry and embittered and diminished by this experience. And I just, the rebellious side of me was like, fuck that. What matters to me? What matters to me is the truth and is compassion, curiosity, and compassion. Those are things that I genuinely care about. And having the courage to approach human beings and situations that are painful and that are wrong with the open heart that it requires to have compassion and genuine curiosity. That is what I wanted to define me. I did not want this horrible experience to define me on its terms. I wanted to define me on my own terms. And I think the challenge that any one of us has is remembering what even our terms are when we're feeling sort of overwhelmed with the existential crisis of it all, and the I think one of the biggest mistakes that people make is they are stuck, they are fixated, they dwell on the life that they should have lived instead of acknowledging and accepting that this is the life that they are living. And when you are acting in the world as if you are living the life that you should have lived, you are inevitably becoming ineffective. Like, if I were to approach the world and be like, my prosecutor never should have done this to me, and I never should have gone to prison, and people never should have villainized me in the press, I would just find myself debilitated, utterly debilitated by the fact that reality is other than that. And I would just find myself angry and bitter about it all. And instead I go, well, all of that happened. Now what? And by accepting realities and life as it is, I can now become a more effective agent in my life. I don't want to live my life acting and feeling and thinking in ways that are not going to be effective. And so instead, what happens in the radical acceptance of it all is truly coming from a place of I'm not trying to be Christian about it. I'm just trying to not be the completely and utterly overwhelmed and disempowered person that I was when I was in prison. Like, I lost so much. I had so little control of my life. And I think in the end, all of us do. I feel like I weirdly had a midlife crisis when I was 20 because my entire life fell apart. Or I was put on this track, this train that just like left the station and was going on its own, and there was really nothing I could do to stop it. And so, okay, now what?
That's a great way to put it. Like you're on a train that you can't stop. Yeah, I mean, what you've done is admirable. The approach that you take is really, I mean,
is it admirable? Is it self-serving? Like, is it just like?
It's not self-serving. I mean, obviously, it's self-serving, but that's a good thing. I mean, you're serving yourself in the best possible way, and to not be completely defined by you're being victimized. You've risen above it. I mean, just the fact that you contacted the prosecutor and tried to reach out and talk to him as a human being, try to find out.
And accept him where he's at.
Yeah.
Like, this is where you're at.
Well, he's a kind of a victim in a way, because he shouldn't have had the kind of power that he had. There's no way to tell. Like, there's no checks and balances that are put in place to make sure the person's ego is not overwhelming them to the point where their initial idea of a conspiracy is.
And he's also not in a vacuum. Like, there were other people around him who were like building him up and supporting that story, and you know, like.
Well, it's also like he's in a position of power. They're underneath him.
Yeah.
You know, there's this weird structure that's in place. Yeah.
All of that can be true.
Yeah, all that.
And I can accept that as also true. And I think there's this like weird resistance that people have to accepting the context around a person. Maybe because you've realized that if you accept the context around a person, that feeling of self-righteousness that you're ultimately grasping onto dissipates. Because it does inevitably dissipate, but I think that's again a symptom of someone dwelling on the life that they should have lived,
right?
Instead of accepting the life that they have,
right?
And I just find that to be a waste of time.
It is not just a waste of time; it's the opposite of self-serving. It kind of destroys you from within because you know it's not true.
Right.
Yeah, and so you're bullshitting yourself as you're bullshitting the world, and that's who you are.
Yeah, that I think that is a scary trap that victims can fall into. Is like how you then become self-destructive in your own mind as a result of someone having been destructive towards you. I think that is the deepest tragedy of hurt, is how it can then become implosive. And I did not want to implode. I was scared to implode. I saw a lot of people around me in prison imploding, and I did not want that to be me.
It's insane mental resolve to not, and it's the trap that most people are going to fall into. And to a lesser extent, he's a victim as well. He's a victim of his own actions, and it will haunt him. I mean, he's defined by that as well. Now, particularly, that everybody knows that you're innocent, and that you were proven innocent, and then in a retrial, you got proven again. And so that's him. That's over his head everywhere he goes. He's wrongly prosecuted and jailed you for a murder you did not commit, and he has to live with that every day when he wakes up and he looks in the mirror. That's who you are, bitch, forever. And you could dance around, I was doing my job, and this you can have, that's where you kind of try to find some sort of no, you did this thing, you were wrong. Your ego, whatever the fuck it was that led you to come up with the initial theory and then try to use confirmation bias to reinforce it at every step of the way. That's you. And if he doesn't admit that, he will go to his grave haunted.
And I think what's a really interesting thing for me is discovering what can come from approaching someone recognizing it. So when I approached him in a really unconventional way, right? Like I'm trying to find common ground with this person. I'm deeply, genuinely curious about this person. I am primed to feel compassion for this person because that is just the mental and intentional space that I put myself in approaching him. And the surprising dividends that arise from that. Because I think everyone is evolving. No one is static. Even he is on his own journey, he's on his own path. And I'm not in control of his path. But that doesn't mean that I can't be a very compelling influence of all the people in the world who could be nice to him and have that have an impact on him. Me. And like recognizing, like I didn't really fully comprehend that until I sat down with him. And like I sort of in my mind, I realized what it looked like from my position. Like here's this person who had this overwhelming impact on my life. And to this day, like continue, like this story that he made up, like took over my life and continues to take over my life. Like this is what I'm going to live with for the rest of my life. It's because of him, this person who has had this outsized influence on my well-being and my personhood and my existence. This guy. I sit down across from him, and I'm nice to him. And I walk away from that encounter realizing that his well-being depends on me much more so than my well-being depends on him. And I think because deep down he understands that there is this dynamic that, you know, whatever stories he can tell himself about what happened, he was the one who was in power and I was the one who went to prison. And for me to be kind to him, I didn't have to do that. He had never had it happen before. It was unheard of. And as a spiritual person, he experienced it in a spiritual way. Me, I came out of that experience feeling like a fucking superhero. I've never felt more powerful in my life than when I sat across from him and was kind to him. And it didn't matter what he said or what he did because I showed up. And I was not expecting that to happen. That was not how I expected to feel. It surprised me. But like it had such an impact on me that I felt like I had discovered something about trauma and about healing and about people and dynamics, and in a world that is so conflicted and where the people are, you know, not building bridges, they're blowing them up. I was like, I wanted to remind people of what happens when you take a chance and you take a stand. Yeah.
Well, that kind of kindness is rewarded by the universe. That was the feeling that you got, that you were on the right path to like the best possible person you could be, what the best possible version of you do, and you did that, and then you had that feeling because of that. That was the universe telling you, right, this is the best thing you can do. You could yell at that guy, call him a piece of shit, slap him in the face.
And feel justified in doing so as well.
You would be.
And that might even feel a little good in a way, but it wouldn't feel like that good.
Yeah. The negativity always, no matter what, leaves you with residue. Just like icky. Even if you're correct, it's just like slime that's on the psychic slime.
Right.
That's on you, no matter what.
Yeah.
And that's your power, that you could sit across this person and treat them with compassion. And that's why you felt that way. Yeah, it's like.
Have you ever felt that way?
I've never had anything remotely like your situation.
But you've had encounters with people. Like, I don't think you have to have as devastating of a situation to like be in a position to know that you're doing the right thing in a moment. Like, for instance, when my husband got up in his whitey tighties and walked down the stairs to put himself between me and and his family and this crazy guy, I feel like maybe he felt that in that moment, like total clarity of purpose, and it didn't really matter what happened because he was doing the thing that had to be done in that moment, and there was no confusion. I think that, like, when I talk about it with him today, like, to this day, he's just like, I was just not confused. I just knew exactly what I needed. I didn't even think. It was that flow state even that they talk about in like Tao, when like you and the universe are moving in the exact in sync. And that was my version of it. That was his version of it. And I think that all of us have the opportunity to glimpse that in our lives. And I'm just curious if you've ever felt like you were moving in sync with the universe.
I try to be.
Yeah.
But again, I haven't.
You still feel kind of slimy.
Well, I've had moments where I haven't. I've had moments where I was very negative and attacked back, and I never feel good about it. You know, it's one of the reasons why I don't engage with people online that are negative. I don't, you know, especially particularly like the lowest level of it is social media. You know, I'm not interested in conflict. I'm not interested in that. I don't want to do it. You know, even if someone has negative things to say about me, I'm not really interested in engaging. I don't think it's valuable. You know, I think it's a trap.
Yeah.
But it's not the same situation as what you were in. I don't know how I would be.
Because the other danger is like, you know, I don't want to consider myself above criticism, say. Like, that's, I think the other flip side of that, of having confidence, is potentially having the confidence that my prosecutor had. When was he feeling in sync with the universe when he was prosecuting me? Did he?
Clearly not. There's no way. No, but that's not confidence. That's ego. Confidence is objective analysis of all the facts, doing the right thing, having a rock solid ethical and moral foundation, and knowing you're doing the right thing, and knowing you can do it. That's confidence. What he had was ego. You know, this desire. You know, when people are in a position like that, where people's freedom it hangs on your decisions and what you do and what you don't do, and then you do it for so many years, and you see so many people prosecuted. You just get
Welcome.
You see it with doctors.
Hello.
You know,
how are you? We're glad you're here. What else?
They have this, not all, some doctors develop this very callous feeling whether someone lives or dies. They don't care anymore. They're just so used to people dying. You know, I mean, there's doctors that do surgeries that are completely unnecessary just because they want the money. You know, we were talking the other day about this guy who was a oncologist who treated people with chemotherapy who did not have cancer because he wanted the money. And he was convicted. It was like, I think it was some insane number of people took this horrible poison to try to kill the cancer inside of them and ruin their lives and there was nothing wrong with them.
Wow.
Yeah, because and I think his justification was even more sick. His justification was that he was always taught that you eat what you kill. And in that business, in the business of being a surgeon, in the business of being a doctor, like, you have to perform this medicine in order to get money. And this is the incentive structure that's put in front of you. I don't know if you know that, but chemotherapy is one of the most profitable things that a doctor can prescribe. they actually get an enormous amount of money from each individual person that they. Yeah, there's all sorts of very twisted and bizarre financial incentives.
Again, these institutions that get warped by these various.
Exactly. I mean, this is the case with vaccinations. This is the case with prescriptions of various medicines. There's kickbacks, and these kickbacks become incentives, and and then you have the overwhelming burden of the financial responsibility you have with your medical school debt. And then you have malpractice insurance, which is overwhelming. You have overhead, you have staff, you have a bunch of people, and then people start justifying things in a very twisted way. And it's because of the system. And you have to be an incredibly powerful person to rise above that, to say, this is not what I'm going to do, even if it means I can't do this anymore. I'm not doing this. And then the weakest amongst us just instead they go the other way and say,
Welcome. How are you, Curdle?
Yeah, I'm sorry. We're just going to give her a low dose of chemotherapy for 6 weeks.
How's your day going?
Yeah, just destroy your body.
And then just like this godlike power that that you are imposing this medication on this person that absolutely does not need it.
And that person doesn't know any better. Yeah, that's fucking dark.
Well, you could go darker. You could go darker with medical transition of children. This whole gender affirming care thing. They're taking young kids and convincing them they need to be chemically castrated or physically castrated.
Right.
And there's a lot of weirdness in the world.
Yeah.
There's a lot of this. Evil's a real thing, and the motivation to do these things can be very, very hidden and masked with all sorts of incentives and the structure in which this institution was sort of created. And that's the world we're living in. And it's not a good world. It's not a perfect world. It's not like this is ideal. This is how it should be. No, it's not like that. Money is a weird fucking thing. Money and power are two very, very weird things. And without some sort of a higher power that you call upon, or some sort of a higher power that you are beholden to, that you have to answer to, it's very difficult for people to make decisions if they know they're not going to get caught, if they know they're not going to get in trouble. If you're a prosecutor and you're beyond reproach, and all you have to do is...
And the system protects you, and everyone's protecting you.
And not only that, once the wheels are in motion, the train's on the track, we can't turn the train around. What are you going to do? Well, the fucking train has to be on the track, so she's got to go to jail, I guess.
Yeah.
And there you go.
Can I tell you something I'm conflicted about?
Sure.
So, my book's been out for a month or so now, and I'm also, working on, I don't know if you knew this, I have a Hulu show that I'm working on that's based on my life. Monica is executive producing it. Monica Lewinsky is executive producing it, and I'm really proud of it. It's coming out at the end of the summer, late summer, and but one of the things that one of the responses that I've had to my book and to the news that I'm telling my story in this way or in another way, and I write about this in the book, is this question of do I have the right to tell my story? And
what?
Yeah.
Who's saying that?
Well, people who believe that I'm not the real victim of the story. The real victim is my roommate who was murdered. And that unless I have the blessing of Meredith's family to tell my story, that I should shut up and disappear out of respect.
That's crazy. You're a victim. Period. Full stop. No ifs, ands, or buts. You were 20 years old?
I was 20 years old.
You're a victim. Period. You didn't commit a murder. You went to jail for a murder. You're a victim. Period. Fuck those people. Are they even real people? Have you talked to those people? Are they humans?
I mean,
have you been in front of them? Are you just reading things?
I mean, I've had
things online?
Journalists certainly who have interviewed me. I get this a lot. I get this a lot.
From who?
from people who I feel like are suffering from something I call the single victim fallacy, this like idea that like you have to decide who's the real victim.
Because of victim hierarchy. You have the
Victim
greatest victim
yes.
because you're still alive.
Right.
You weren't raped and murdered, so you're still alive, so you're fine. Like, that is ridiculous. If that's a journalist that's saying that to you, I would just leave the room. I'd be like,
Well, I'm trying to have a conversation with these people about
they're
it.
talking to you about that. That's a preposterous position. To tell a 20-year-old that went to jail for years for a crime they didn't commit and their whole life publicly ruined, worldwide, in a country you don't even live in or you're not even from. Fuck that person. That's a crazy position. And if they're just trying to do that to, just get a rise out of you, get a reaction, to try to they're bad. They're bad at what they do. It's a bad person. The idea that you're not a victim is preposterous. That's a crazy position. An actual human being sat in front of you and was saying that?
So it comes in different forms. So some people are very explicit and say like, don't you think you shouldn't be doing this when the Kircher family's lawyer says that you shouldn't be doing this and that
so
it's offensive?
They're saying this to your face.
Yeah. And then I have to sit there and again do like experience the rage that washes over me and then go, how do I have an effective conversation with this human being? How do I convey that my life matters too? And that there's room in this world to acknowledge all of the truth of what happened, which included my own victimization and my own story and the things that I've learned from it, that I've had the privilege to learn from it because I'm still alive.
That's such a crazy position. That's like saying if you were in the Twin Towers and you got out right before it collapsed, you should shut the fuck up.
Right, because you didn't
die like all those other people that were inside of it. That's ridiculous. It's still your life. It's still your real lived reality. And the lawyer for the family is telling you that you shouldn't be talking about it. Fuck that guy too. That's crazy. That's a crazy position. You can't listen to that. You're going to get the most preposterous takes because you're dealing with something that millions of people are commenting on. So the idea that every one of them is going to be a rational position, that's not real. People are silly. Like, people are weird. They have crazy takes on everything. There's all sorts of personal justifications and mental illness. And there's people who hate women. And there's people that, whatever. Law enforcement's always right. You're always going to have ridiculous takes. If you get a billion takes on things, that's your world. No, you shouldn't be struggling with that at all. That's crazy. Anybody that says you shouldn't be talking about it, well, of course you should be, because there's a lot to be learned. There's a lot to be learned from, first of all, the admirable positions that you've taken, the way you've formed your life and who you are as a human being because of your struggle, because of this insane experience that you had to go through at fucking 20 years old. Your brain's not even fully formed. It's insane. Your frontal cortex is not fully formed. And for someone to say that you're not the real victim, well, that's crazy. It's crazy. This is a stupid position. You shouldn't be conflicted in any way, shape, or form about that. And I think there's a great deal that we can learn from your experiences. First of all, again, learn from the way that you handled it, where you can sit across from that prosecutor and this feeling of like being kind to this person who did this thing to you, how it made you empowered. I really do think that's the universe telling you you're on the right track. You just can't listen to the peanut gallery. You can't listen to all the noise. There's just too much noise. And you have to learn how to do that. On a much lesser scale, I see that with friends who are famous, who read comments about them, read articles, and get infuriated. It ruins vacations because they have to type up a response. Or,
the impulse to respond is like, you don't have to.
Not only should you not respond, you shouldn't read what they're saying in the first place. You shouldn't pay attention.
Is there ever, like, I wonder if the fear is, and maybe this is my fear because I'm always questioning myself, is like, is there, I always want to like at least hear it and like cycle the thought through my mind so that I can test the validity of it in my mind.
Yes, there's definitely that, sure. But to a point, you should probably do that yourself without those people. That's the best way. The best way is to have an internal auditing system where you look at your own life and say, what did I do that I could have done better?
Right.
And what about, is there anything about what I'm doing that feels icky, right? Is there anything about the way I'm capitalizing on this that feels icky or feels conflicted? Is there anything about it that I don't like?
Right.
But just do that yourself. You're a smart person. You don't need all those other opinions to where you have to, like, let's take email today from all Amanda Knox haters. Like, you don't have to do that.
Fair, yeah. And thankfully, my husband is the one who takes the brunt of that and
Well, he
filters
shouldn't do it
it
either.
from
Yeah, let me help. As a person who's been famous for a long time, don't do it.
Okay.
There's
Fair.
no value in it. There's zero value in it. I mean, there's times where I was forced into responding, like during the whole COVID situation when CNN was saying I was taking veterinary medicine.
And you were like, I need to clarify reality or not.
Also, I need to say, hey, fuck you, because the world should say fuck you. You're not supposed to be able to do that. You're not supposed to be able to be the news and lie and then hold yourself to this moral high ground and say, we have to stop misinformation. What about you, motherfucker? Like, what about you? And so there's that. Like, I've had to respond in that way. But I mean, if I responded to everything that everybody ever says about me, I'd have no time for my children, for my family, for my life, for my job. I would have no time for anything. But you can't do it.
Yeah.
You have to have an internal auditing system where you look at yourself. You have to be your own worst judge.
Yeah.
Anything anybody says about me that tries to make me feel bad, well, guess what? I'm way harsher to me than you are, and I know me. And that's
right. Know all the dark thoughts and the slimy feelings.
But that's why I work really hard to be a good person. I work really hard to be a good person because I don't like those feelings. I don't like what I judge myself and I find myself to be lacking. I don't like it. So I institute a lot of self-discipline and I institute a lot of introspective thinking.
Yeah, what's your auditing, like what's your self-auditing process?
Well, first of all, it's like, why are you doing what you're doing with your life? Like, why do you do a podcast? Why do you do comedy? Why do you do anything? Why do you do what you do? So the best way I approach it is I do it because I love what I do. I'm intrigued. I'm curious. And I do my best. Always do my best. Now, if I half-ass something, it will haunt me. Like, if I have a bad podcast interview, if I think I interrupted too much, or I didn't ask the right questions, like, that'll fuck with me for the rest of the day. Like, I don't need other people to fuck with me. I fuck with myself. I really do. So the best response to that is do better every time. Every time, like, when you sit down, be as open as possible. Try to, like, don't let all these little weird mind fucky things enter into your head. Just try to be pure. Try to be genuinely curious. Like, what's your genuine feelings about this? And then, did you handle it well? If you didn't, what could you have done better?
Right.
Well, then work on that.
Yeah,
and that's all you can do.
I think one of the things that I worry about is that people only feel safe when they're either being self-righteous or when they're being cynical.
Yeah.
And like genuine compassion or curiosity is looked down upon as naive and a weakness.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like the only way to be truly ethical is to be exposed in that way. Cynicism and self-righteousness are shields. They're ways of approaching the world with a barrier.
Yes.
And so And I can't promise anyone that doing things my way, which is like really trying to like push back against those impulses, which I recognize as being dangerous impulses, is going to necessarily lead to good things. Like it's
not your job to promise people that. It's not your job. Because your job is for you, for your soul, whoever you are. It's to speak to what is the right path for you. You don't have to promise these people. This is the burden of being a public figure. Like you're not a role model for all these people. If you are a role model for these people because they find you admirable, that's great. But your responsibility is to yourself. Your responsibility is to your own mind and the people that you come in contact with. So your responsibility is not to say don't be cynical, be kind, and it didn't work out for you. Oh fuck, I fucked up. It's me. It's on me. No, it's on them. It's on them. It's on you. Everyone has their own soul, their own mind, their own path, and you have to find out what's right for you. In doing what you're doing, you are most certainly a role model, and you most certainly will be a role model for others, including me. I find myself admiring, like when we had the first podcast, I thought about it for a long time. I would think about it all throughout the day sometimes, like randomly. I would just think about imagining myself in your position and how would I be? I don't know. I can't answer it, but I admire the position that you take, and I think it's incredible. I think it's a great it's a great example to the world of what's possible if someone is thrust into a horrible position that's totally beyond their control. But what is in your control? What's in your control is how you respond to it. And how you responded to it was incredibly admirable. That's your responsibilities to yourself. And you did a great job with it, a fantastic job. Exemplary. I don't think there's anybody else that I can point to that's ever been through anything even remotely close to what you've been through and come out the way you have. The only examples that maybe I can point to are some of the people that I've dealt with through Josh, where we brought people in that were wrongly accused, that went through these horrible incarcerations and came out on the other side. These incredibly well-read, brilliant, articulate people that are so thoughtful and so introspective, and then made the time in prison empower them. It can be done, and those are examples. But the responsibility is to yourself. It's not to these other people.
I guess, I think that's so. I mean, thank you, and I agree. Like, I've met very incredible people who have made the most of a bad situation, which ultimately that's what it comes down to. I guess my one pushback might be that I have come to realize that we are so interconnected. Like, we are all influencing each other constantly.
Yes.
And so, on the one hand, yes, I'm only answerable ultimately to myself. But when I really sit down and sit with it, part of the reason why I was able to approach my prosecutor with the perspective that I had was realizing that there is a fluidity between us and all of us, where we're all influencing each other. And people in his life have now, the influences in his life, people I would never have met, have had direct influences in my life, because it's been this fluid path, this connectedness between me and him, me and you. Any person we talk to, any person we encounter is going to then have this ripple effect. And so on the one hand, yes, I'm a drop, but I'm also a drop in an ocean that has a ripple effect. And that ripple is going to interact with your ripple and all these other ripples. And so, yes, I am answerable to myself, but I also feel like I can't ignore the potential impact that my ripple might have on another person. And I've been really rewarded in the way that I've been, those ripples have been communicated to me. I've had someone tell me that they didn't kill themselves because one day they heard me, in an interview. and like that they were going to kill themselves and then they didn't. And like I've had someone tell me that, and like I never in my wildest dreams thought that me just deciding to like have a conversation with someone one day on a podcast would save a human being's life. But like those are those like the interconnected fluidness of all of us that like I also can't discount.
You should,
and that I think about a lot.
Well, you should. I mean, you are an example. I mean, we are all an example. And if you're a public example, or we right now, both of us are public examples. We're two human beings that are communicating right now to millions of people. It's kind of fucked up if you really think about it.
What are we doing?
I know, but we're being real people publicly. So we're thinking publicly, you know, and that is very beneficial to other people that are thinking privately, because you get to hear people think publicly, and especially a person like you that's very exemplary, and that I would love if more people could follow that line of thinking. And your example, it's a beautiful example of someone who did nothing wrong, but had wrong done to them and came out a better person because of it. And that's it's not just inspirational, it's aspirational. It provides the universe with positive energy in a weird way, the human universe, I mean. And this thing that you said, I think, is very important. This people protect themselves with cynicism and with people that like constantly want to criticize things. They're constantly criticizing things.
Finding fault.
You're ignoring your own life. That's a part of what's really going on. The real things are inside their own life. There must be things they're ignoring. If they're spending that much time focusing on external factors like that, and other people, and other people's flaws, and other people's things, especially like trivial, nonsensical things like celebrity beefs.
Oh, I know.
You know what I mean? It's like, what are you doing with your fucking life? Like, you don't. It's like.
I just don't know how anyone has the time, honestly.
No,
like as a.
It's because they're losers, and this is the reality of like some people don't want to hear this because you're a loser, you know. And it sucks being a loser. I've been a loser. I've been a loser many times in my life. You're a loser if you're doing that, because you are on with your own decisions becoming a loser. You're deciding to be a loser by focusing this precious energy that you have in life on shit that should mean nothing to you.
Is there like are they thinking that they're being effective agents in the world by participating in it?
That's the con.
That's the con.
That's
right?
the con. Like, yeah, by taking them down a notch. I'm
a part of something, and I'm accomplishing something.
You're not. It's cynicism. It's you know, the flag of moral virtue that you're waving to show that you're better than other people. But in doing so, you're attacking that person, which is inherently evil. Like you're using this justification that you're correct to try to ruin someone's lives, or ruin someone's reputation, or ruin someone's feelings, to hurt them that day, to reach out to them and attack. And it's almost always based on a feeling of personal inadequacy. Almost always based on your life is not what you want it to be. You know, the people leaving horrible comments on someone's Instagram page or Twitter page, there's no way you're living the life that you want to live. There's no way that you're in an ideal situation of love and harmony and success, and you know, you have great friends and life is amazing. But you're this fucking fat cunt. You know, like, there's no way. There's no way. You're typing those things. There's no way. Like that, it's a human flaw, and it's accentuated by this disconnect that comes with social media. This disconnect of being able to send a message to someone and have no consequences, and no social cues, not to see the person, read it, get hurt by it. You know, you're like sending little bombs over the fence.
Yeah, we are primed to be psychopaths in our algorithms have primed us to be psychopaths, and that worries me.
But that's like a disempowering position. You know, you don't have to be. You don't have to do that. Like, no one's compelling you to do that. I don't do that. Why are you doing that? Like, why do it? You don't have to do it. Then this is the example that you can lead for other people if you are talking and speaking publicly. Just don't do that. It's not good for you. It's not good for them. It doesn't help anybody. Hurting someone that you don't even know, that doesn't help you. You should be, I always try to, this is what I tell my friends when I talk about reading comments and reading things and engaging with social media, because I have friends where it'll like ruin their week, ruin their day. Like one comment will fuck them up, and they'll come to me and talk to me about it. I'm like, listen, I want you to think about your mind and your attention like it's a number. Like you have energy and like a battery, right? You have, or bandwidth that's on a broadband cable.
Right.
You have 100 units. If you're spending 30 units of your precious time concentrating on someone who's saying something that's not even true, that's mean and horrible, that's the worst possible, least charitable position on you, you're robbing yourself of these precious units of attention. You have 100 units. Your 100 units should be all on loved ones and friends and things that you love to do and life. That's what your units should be used for. And if some of that sneaks in and it resonates and you go, oh my God, they're right, well, fucking correct it. Figure out what you did. Don't do that anymore. It's like, it sounds so simple, but that's it. If you are doing something that people are rightly criticizing, recognize it, course correct. Like this is where friends are supposed to come and play. Your friends are supposed to be able to tell you, Amanda, you didn't have to do that. Like, I know the reason why you did it, but like, don't do that. Like, this is why. This is what I felt. I felt you overreacted. You didn't have to do that. Now this person's all fucked up because of it.
Right, but your friends are not going to define you by what they consider the worst thing you've ever done. And they're going to recognize that you're an evolving human. And I feel like
they love you.
And they love you.
The whole picture.
And it's coming, like, their criticism is coming from a loving place instead of an attacking place.
Exactly.
And so how do we get back to communicating with each other, not from an adversarial place, which automatically instigates defensiveness and sort of refusal to acknowledge anything,
right,
to a place of like genuine openness.
Well, this is gonna sound so cliche. You have to act out of love. Like I reached out to a friend of mine recently. They're doing a podcast and it went completely sideways. And I reached out to him and I sent him a text message and I said, hey man, you can't do this. Like, this is why you're doing that. You have to recognize that people are listening to this. You're actually ruining your own product by doing this. And he responded back, I know. I realized that I felt terrible while it was happening. I got caught up in this thing.
That's slimy feeling.
I got all bunched up. He's like, I got all bunched up and I just responded, I felt terrible. It's like, hey, it's okay. Just don't do it again. You know,
because he gets to have another chance.
Yeah, but the reason why I said it to him is because he's done it before, and I'm like, stop doing this. Stop doing this. Like, you don't have to do this. This is fucking you up. And ultimately, like, if you, I hate to use like, is conversation an art form? I kind of think it is, right? If people are consuming
it's a skill.
If people are consuming it, it's an art form. So if you're being overbearing and gross and like whatever it is, it's like that you're ruining this art that you're creating. And it's real art, like that painting's art. This is real art. This is a weird art. It's like I don't even want to call it art.
It's like a dance, but with words.
It is a dance. It is a dance. Conversation's a dance. And this is why I have such a hard time. Like, I would go on a double date with my wife or something like that, where with people, and they start talking over everybody else. And sometimes I have to say, well, stop. Like, she's talking. Like, he's talking.
Haven't you ever listened to a podcast?
What the fuck are you guys doing? It's like if you were Roger Federer and you're playing tennis with people, like, no, you can't fucking hit the ball like that. Like, what are you guys doing?
You have to do multiple balls at the same time.
Do you not listen? I know you want to say something, but this other person's of talking right now, and you can't just talk when you want to talk. You have to also listen. Like, listening is a part of the dance. Don't step on people's feet. Like, you see that foot there? Oh, I want to put my foot there. But the foot's already there. Don't step on their foot. This is crazy. But you have to step on a couple of feet to realize, oh, I stepped on her feet. I can't do that. You have to accidentally fuck up to realize, okay, you won't do that again. Like, back up, figure out what you did wrong, course correct.
Can I ask you about comedy?
Sure.
Because I want to do comedy. I'm doing. I just wanna, guys. I wanna. I'm actually doing stand-up on Saturday, but on Vashon Island. I'm doing.
What's Vashon Island?
It's where I live. It's a little island right outside of Seattle that is awesome.
Okay, I know where that is. Oh.
Have you been to Vashon?
No, I've been to Bainbridge.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. Bainbridge Island. Our island is a little more rural than Bainbridge. So
you're doing comedy for your community?
Yeah.
That's a terrible idea.
Is it?
Yes.
Is it? Why?
Don't do it.
Why?
No, you want strangers.
Really?
Yeah,
I feel like
you don't want to interact with those weirdos that you live with.
I feel like we have a very supportive community. I've done it before, and it's been great.
Do you have an opening act? You just go by yourself?
No, I'm part of it's like this Saturday I'm going to be I'm in a lineup of people who have like 7-minute set.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's safe. 7 minutes is safe.
Yeah. I'm walking up there and I'm like,
how many times have you done it?
This will be like the 4th or 5th time. Whitney actually was the one who first introduced me to stand-up. I love Whitney, by the way. Can we just gush about Whitney for a second? And I love the fact that we both have small kids at the same time, and I just love her. And so she was the one who first recognized, like, this girl's been through some shit. I bet she's fucking funny. And befriended me after I got on her podcast, and then when she did the roast of Whitney Cummings for OnlyFans, I was her like special surprise guest, and I got to do a little bit of a roast of her and a little bit of myself, right? Like, of course, the one place that I can finally get my comedic, true self out there is on OnlyFans of all things, and I get to be. When I go this Saturday, I get to be the ex-con mom on the menu, and that's a Pornhub search for you. I get to lean in to the tragedy of it all, but it then goes back to that question of, do people stick you into boxes, or are you allowed to be more than what people expect you to be? And I've, in the past, not from my own community, but from strangers, received criticism for making jokes about my experience. And again, coming from that place of, how dare you joke about, going to prison for a crime you didn't commit when you're not the real victim, and whatever. Or you're a true crime figure. You're a person who has been through, I associate you with the tragedy, therefore you have to stay in tragedy space, and moving into comedic space is not allowed. And so I'm just curious what your thoughts are about that.
Just the same thing. You're dealing with commenters. Like, you can't listen.
I should just
do
do my thing and mind my own business. Okay.
Yeah. If I listened, I would have never done anything I've done. If I listened to people, I would have never done anything that I've done. Ever. Not one thing.
But we should, okay.
I would have never fought. I would have never gone into martial arts. I never would have fought. I never would have done stand-up comedy. I never would have done a podcast. Even my own wife jokes around about it, because when my kids were really little, there was one time where my wife wanted to go to Disneyland, and I said, I can't have to do a podcast. She goes, no, you want to do a podcast. I go, no, I have to. I told the people that I was going to do it, so I have to do it.
I committed.
But back then, it made no money. It was just like a nonsense thing that I was doing on the internet. Like, what are you doing? And to this day, we laugh about it. Like, thank God you didn't listen to me. But I don't listen to anybody. I listen to me. I listen to my own mind. If I wanted to, I would have never moved to Austin. Like, I moved to Austin in the middle of this giant Spotify deal, and they were like, what are you doing? Like, you gotta... Like, what? Like, so they gave me all this money, and I'm like, I'm going to leave LA. I'm like, what? Like, how are you going to get guests? I'm like, I'm flying them in anyway. Like, who cares? I want to do what I want to do. I'm going to just do it. I have I have a little fucking compass. It's like,
Right, as if everyone only lives in LA and you weren't, like, the only people worth talking to are going to be in LA.
Also, I was like, I would rather be broke and not live under the thumb of retarded government than stay in LA and have a successful career. Like, fuck you. I'll just do stand-up and travel the country and just live in the middle of it. I'm not doing this anymore. I mean, you can't tell me I can't work. You can't tell me I can't go out. You can't tell me I have to put a mask on when I'm walking the dog. Fuck you. Like, the whole thing was just like, I'm out. I'm getting out of here. And, you know, moving to Austin was a crazy risk. You know, like, opening up a comedy club. Everybody's always told me. I've always told people, be nice to comedy club owners because you don't want to be one of them. Like, you want to deal with us? You want to deal with a bunch of fucking crazy people that
unreliable
travel the country, half of them are on drugs. They're all narcissists, fucking insane people. And they're all just like, their whole day.
You're really selling being a comedian right now.
Yeah, bro, just being honest. They just, half their mind most of the day is trying to figure out things that are fucked up enough to talk about on stage. Like, and how do I phrase this? How do I structure it? What's a way to get into people's heads with this idea? How do I make it really funny? Like, what's the best way to do it? Like, this is a crazy way to live. Like, you don't want those people to be your primary source of income because, like, for the comedy club owner, all you have is what the artists create. That's all you're selling. Otherwise, you just have a box. You have a box and a microphone, and you're selling drinks. All you have is other people's creation. And those people, half of them are fucking insane. Like, you don't want to be one of those. But then I came out here and I was like, God damn, I have to be one of those now. But
no regrets.
No, it worked out great.
I mean, I went to your show last night. It was super fun.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Glad you had a good time. Yeah, you have to just do what you think you want to do and then just do the best version of it you can. But to listen to people say you shouldn't be making jokes because you're a tragic figure, fuck you. Who says who? Says you? Let me look at your life, bitch. Let me go through your fucking pathetic mind and find out what weird justifications you're making for the way you think and behave. Like, you're not in any position to be giving out advice. And most of those people are not in any position to be giving out advice.
Yeah, and I do worry about people's lack of imagination. It's like, I don't know. I've had enough taken away from me that I'm not going to be limited by a lack of imagination.
Absolutely.
So.
And it's also people don't want you to succeed. You know,
sucks.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah,
Why?
Because they're not succeeding. It's all it is. People that are succeeding, for the most part, want you to succeed up until you get to their level. And they're like, hey,
you're butting up on my success. Is there a limited amount of success in the world?
No.
Why then?
Well, because they're fools, and it's famine. It's a famine mentality, and you could either think in terms of abundance or famine. You know, but it's a real problem with comedians. Comedians that criticize other comedians, kind of crazy that they're only criticizing the ones that are way more successful than them. Seems odd.
Convenient.
Seems weird. But they don't think about it that way. They just look at this other person that's getting a lot of attention and they feel bad. So they think that should be them. And instead of like using it as inspiration, like, wow, look at her. She's fucking selling out arenas. This is crazy. What is she doing that I'm not doing?
What can I learn from her?
What can I learn from that? Instead, they're like, fuck her and fuck this, fuck that. And what you're doing is stealing bandwidth from yourself. That 100 units, you're now spending 30 units criticizing other people. We're not even thinking about you. Ha-ha. Ha-ha, doing it to yourself. Hey, not only that, but when you're doing it publicly, everybody knows what you're doing. Anybody who's really worth considering, who's an intelligent, objective person, knows exactly what your motivation is. They know why you're doing it. The least charitable takes on things, and the worst possible light that you're shining on things, and the worst descriptions of people. You know what you're doing. You're just trying to make up for the fact that you've fallen short. You don't like how your path has gone. and you see someone all of a sudden she's doing comedy now. Fuck that. You shouldn't be doing, because she shouldn't be doing comedy. These hot takes that people have, while they're on antidepressants and the whole fucking world's in a tizzy. Like, shut up. You don't have to listen. But it's okay that they talk. It's okay. It's like part of the learning experience of human culture. Like, civilization has to have a bunch of fucking people talking about stuff, and a bunch of it's noise, and it's up to you to figure out what's noise. And well, then you see someone who's not noise, and who's someone who's living an exemplary life, and go, okay, that's not noise. Okay, what's in that? What's in that? Like, oh, she met with a prosecutor. Wow, and she felt empowered. People are gonna listen to what you just said about that, and just like, when they're alone, like throughout the day, when they're driving their car, when they're sitting on the train, they gotta think about that.
I mean, I'm still thinking about that. I'm still like trying to figure it out, and I think that's good. I think, yeah.
We're all, like you said, we're all interconnected. We're all learning together. And the only thing you can do is do your best. Do your best. Do your best.
Is that the advice?
Do your best. Yes.
Is that advice, Daddy?
With everything, do your best. Be a nice person. Do your best. Yeah, that's all you can do.
Done and done.
Yeah.
We have solved.
It seems so
everything.
simple, but those demons they never sleep. They'll wake up in the morning, tapping you on the head.
The thing that haunts me is when people think they're doing their best and they're not. That's what haunts me. Like, and that happens. That is happening constantly.
Yeah.
It's people convincing themselves that they're doing their best and they're not. But then how do you get out of that cycle of convincing yourself? Because that's where the issue of cognitive bias comes in, and like reaffirming your sense of self to yourself and your identity. Like, I'm a good guy. I can't do wrong. Or like, I'm a good friend. I can't be a bad. Like, there are ways that we define ourselves that makes it impossible for ourselves to see ourselves clearly, and that freaks me out. Like, I'm always afraid of that.
5 grams in silent darkness.
Prescribed.
And you might have to do it more than once. You might have to do a lot of cleaning. Yeah. Clean your closet.
Clean your closet. Okay.
Throw out all the stupid shit. But it's hard for people because, you're on this path of momentum. Oftentimes people are ahead of their skis. They're on this path of, and they don't know how to stop.
That's the train. That's out of the station.
Yeah. But in a much lesser extent, because it's more in their control. When your situation is beyond your control. And a lot of people, they're the engineer.
They're the ones using the skis.
Yeah, they're the ones who are deciding to go straight downhill.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's hard. And then you have all these things. Once you've sort of created a life, and you have all these pieces in motion, and then you realize, like, oh my God, this is like kind of beyond my control, and I don't like where it's going, but everything's still moving. It takes a lot to pull that back, and you kind of have to slow it down in stages. You have to like throw things off the side of the car. Like, let's go. We got to get rid of this. Got to get rid of that. So you're gonna have to cut people out of your life sometimes. Sometimes it's people. Sometimes certain people, they're not going to learn. And I think, the universe provides them as an example of how not to live, but also as a puzzle that you need to solve. Like, you need to solve. If this person is continually bringing negative things into your life, continually tripping you up and sabotaging you, you have to, at a certain point in time, separate yourself. You have to. You got to ghost people. As horrible as that seems, like, you can't, because you don't have enough time.
Yeah.
There's not enough time in the world. Your time is very precious. And if people don't want to help themselves, you can't help them.
True. That's very true. I definitely found myself in a position of not being helpable. There's a story I tell in the book about trusting the wrong person and wanting to believe that they were someone like me, someone who could understand me, and then I realized they were not.
That's horrible. You let someone in and you realize you fucked up. I've had that happen multiple times. Yeah, there's a lot of con artists out there. There's a lot of sociopaths. There's a lot of slippery people that they're chameleons. They're like little cuttlefish. They kind of adapt to their environment and slip into your world. It's dangerous, you know. There's a lot of people that they look at it like it's a game. Like, how do I get close to this person? How do I benefit from this relationship? How do I make these connections? And in the business world, you're actually taught to do that,
Right.
which is really crazy. Which is what, like, no
It's
wonder
called
why.
networking.
Right.
It's a good word in
Yeah,
that
you
world.
have to bullshit, you know, and you and the wife have to go out and like
Do the
pretend
golf
that, like,
and
I know he's an asshole, but we're going to sit with him because it's really important for my promotion. And then, you know, that's, no wonder why CEOs become sociopaths. Like, of course. Like,
John
that's part of
Ronson
the
has
job.
a good book about that. Have you read The Psychopath Test?
No, I haven't.
Oh, it's
I read
so
the Publicly
fun.
Shamed book, though.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
It's great. Yeah.
It's so funny.
Yeah. Yeah. It's, I mean, it's, being a human's weird. There's no guidebook. You know, you have the most complex, interactive machine that is constantly adapting and changing, and it's completely variable. It's completely variable based on your environment, like not just your environment in terms of the human beings, but even the weather. Like if you live in Seattle, right?
You're on a very different wavelength than when you're in Austin. It's true.
Yeah.
I come here and I feel like I'm in a bath all the time. Just in a bath.
What do you mean?
It's so hot, and that like impacts me in a way where I just feel sort of dreamy, like I'm in a bath all the time instead of.
Oh, that's interesting. I've never heard it put that way. In a bath. That's funny. That's funny. I don't think about it that way.
I wanted to ask how you slow down though, right? You're talking about slowing down and like taking stock. And the way I do it is by meditating. But I have found that a lot of people are resistant to the idea of meditating because they have certain ideas about what meditating is. And like it's shutting off your thoughts. And it's like, well, you know, eventually you might be able to do that, but ultimately it's just sitting down and noticing your thoughts that arise. But I like to say that anyone who can masturbate can meditate, because and ultimately, like,
actually, people that can meditate maybe not be able to masturbate because they don't have any arms. You can still meditate.
Exactly, and you get ultimately to a similar place of like just single-minded focus and bliss. So go for it.
Hopefully.
Don't hold back.
Yeah.
And the funny things that occur to your brain when you are meditating, like I have. Okay, can I tell you something that's kind of like off color?
Sure.
Well, maybe you know this. Like since becoming a mom, like my libido.
Really?
Oh yeah, just because I'm constantly being like touched. That like the last thing I need is for my husband to climb on me like a jungle gym. Like it's just not what's on the menu for
also,
me.
you're probably tired all the time.
I'm so tired,
Yeah.
and like I'm just like my body is different. The chemistry is still working itself out. The one thing that reliably makes me horny is meditating.
Interesting.
Isn't that wild?
Huh.
And you know, we have this like term in meditation, like monkey mind, right? Like the idea being that like when you sit down, you really notice that your mind is going all over the place and is just like reacting like a monkey. But also another thing that monkeys are famous for is just masturbating voraciously.
Right.
And I feel like that's also what's happening in my mind. Like I sit down and notice like how perverted my mind is when I'm actually just sitting there meditating in a nice group of people on a Sunday morning.
That's funny.
So
group meditation.
Oh yeah. It's not just like when I'm home alone, like in my intimate space. Like I'm like, this is. I hope no one at my Zendo listens to this conversation.
Maybe they're gonna come up to you the next time you do, like, me too.
Yes.
But then you don't want to know, because then you're gonna be meditating like, this freak is thinking about sex too.
Well, I mean, and you're sitting there and you're thinking like, what else are the uses of these floor cushions? Like you're just like going like all of the things in your brain, and then you're thinking, am I the only one?
Interesting.
Yeah. So I don't know. There's something again, one of those like weird, unintended consequences of just trying to like sit back and take stock is like rediscovering parts of yourself that have been sort of diminished or made dormant because of the stress of existence. So another reason
Yeah.
why they should advertise that. I don't know why they don't advertise that on meditation apps. It's like, is this just
It would
me?
attract the wrong people. Like, I'm trying to get perverted. I'm trying to find my inner pervert.
Exactly.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't necessarily meditate that way, but I do incorporate a lot of voluntary adversity. A lot of it is working out.
You got a lot of Buddhas around you for someone who doesn't meditate.
I know. Right?
Look at that.
My friend Duncan has some very bizarre theories about that, and I'm very drawn to that. I do, though. It's just I do it while I'm doing other things. I've always said that martial arts is a form of moving meditation because it's so singular in its focus that it requires all of your thoughts and it cleanses your mind. There's a bunch of things that I do. A bunch of things that I do that do that. Archery does that, oddly enough.
It's in the art of archery. There's a reason why there's that.
Yes. There's something about it. Have you ever done archery?
I have done it because my my brother-in-law is a Ren Fair guy. He's a Ren Fair performer. Yeah, it's so cool. Can I call out Seattle Knights, by the way? He's the director of the Seattle Knights, and yes, he jousts. He talks and
what a dork!
I know, it's so cool. It's so cool. I love it. And I'm going to go to the show on Whidbey Island this month. Anyway.
That's funny.
Yeah, they're awesome. But yes, so yeah, what were we saying?
Archery.
Yes. So I've done it like in his backyard because he has all of the medieval weaponry. And
that's hilarious.
Yeah.
I don't use the medieval ones. I use modern ones. But the thing about it is that it's very difficult to do accurately, especially at distance, right? So when I practice it. Most of the time I practice it at about 85 yards. And the amount of movement, like, so if you're at full draw, so you draw the bow back, right? If you're at full draw, if you look at my arm, if my arm does this, I miss by 6 inches.
Wait, what did you just do?
I'm missing by 6 inches at 85 yards. Just slight, a millimeter of movement is 4 inches off target.
So you're saying that Legolas is a badass, is what I'm hearing.
Who?
Legolas from Lord of the Rings?
Oh! I'm not. That's not a real person. I'm applying it to human beings.
Oh, okay, fine.
There's this repeatable technique that you have to do. It involves breathing and focus and concentration. And there's actually a whole process that I go through. There's this guy named Joel Turner who was he was a SWAT instructor and the lead guy in hostage situations where, someone would have a child hostage. You have to shoot the guy who was holding a knife to a child. And he's had situations like that where you have to be completely focused on the task. And so he developed this process of talking yourself through a shot with this. You have these words that you say and you repeat in your mind while you're going through all of these various techniques. So when you're drawing a bow back, you draw back, you have to anchor, so you put this string in a very particular part of your mouth every time. My knuckle, this finger goes underneath my jaw in the exact same spot every time. My elbow goes up in the exact same spot, and then it's staying still and concentrating on the target and pulling through. You can't think about anything else. It's so overwhelming that you have to focus. If you want to be accurate, you have to focus only on that. And in doing so, the world just goes away. The world goes away because it requires so much of you. Martial arts is the same thing. Like if you're doing jiu-jitsu and you and this person are trying to solve each other's puzzle, and you're essentially trying to kill each other, but in a friendly way, like you're friends. But because you can tap out, you don't hurt each other. But you can't be thinking about your bills. You can't be thinking about an argument you got in this, why did my dog shit on the rug? You can't be thinking about those things. You have to be completely focused on what you're doing. And in that way, like jiu-jitsu people are some of the calmest, most chilled out people you will ever meet in your life. First of all, because they get all of their aggression out, like all the unnecessary aggression that people carry around with them, all this angst and
100%.
which is part of being a human being, because we're designed to run away from predators. We're designed to hunt and gather and look out for invading tribes. Like, this is the genetic sequence that evolved for hundreds of thousands of years that we still have. It's still a part of us. These human reward systems are all in place. You have to honor those. And one of the ways you have to honor those is rigorous exercise. Whatever you like to do. You can play squash, you can play tennis, you can run, you can do yoga, you can lift weights, you can do jiu-jitsu, but you have to do something. If you don't do something, you're going to always be the most anxiety-ridden people I know are also sedentary. I don't think that's
a coincidence. And I also always feel like whenever I'm feeling really shitty psychologically, I need to go for a run.
Yes.
Do you find, so here's my question, given that that is your like meditative practice, do you find that in the moment that you release the bow and that like that becoming one and that flow state that you have entered into in order to perfectly align yourself with the bow and the arrow, does that moment of release ever result in some kind of unconscious processing coming into your consciousness? So like some kind of a new awareness of something that you've been trying to figure out, and it like is a catalyst for you figuring out what you need, like that feeling of like being in sync with the universe and knowing what you need to do. Do you ever find yourself like in the moment that you are like immediately exiting that flow state, do you feel more clarity about your life or what you need to do, or that thing that you weren't thinking about, like your to-do list or your bills or that argument that you've had with somebody that you care about? Like, does anything come into focus, or do you find you walk away from an encounter in jiu-jitsu like knowing, not just feeling better emotionally, but like knowing what you need to do next?
I think more so with jiu-jitsu. With archery, it's just because it's so hard to do, and it's such a singular thing, just doing this one thing over and over and over again. Like, I'll do it like 100 times in a day. The thing is, like, okay, what did I do right? What did I do wrong? Like, why did that shot go bad? Like, what?
Minute adjustments.
Minute adjustments. And again, it's just a clarity. I'm sorry about my throat, people.
Yeah.
It's just a clarity of analysis of technique and of execution. So it's so overwhelming. It's so singular in the focus that you don't really think about anything else. So there's no room for like, oh, now I know what I did wrong in my life. Like,
yeah, I guess like one of the benefits that I get from meditation is feeling like when I come out of meditation, I feel like I have a clarity of purpose that I might not have had because I had monkey mind.
Right.
And I was distracted, and I was using my bandwidth was so much, and so you just tune down what your bandwidth is like paying attention to, and then you re-enter the world with a renewed sense of clarity, and you're not as distracted. You're not on that treadmill of thought.
Yeah, I think that comes, to me at least, that comes much more through rigorous exercise.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's at the end of a really hard workout, and sauna and stretching. Stretching is always great too. That's a good time for reflection after it's over. And it's like this wind down, cool down. And then I always feel so much nicer. That's the one thing I really like about it. Like after I work out, I feel so much nicer. I want to be.
I'm a good person now.
I just want to be nice to people. I want to smile and say hi to everybody. Like all the weirdness of being a man, like just goes away. You know.
Weirdness of being a man. I do think that I do not envy you being a man.
Oh my God, it's the best. I don't envy you being a woman. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh no, I much prefer being a woman.
Of course, you're a woman.
I mean, testosterone is a hell of a drug, my friend. Like, what the hell is that? Testosterone, I don't want to deal with that.
It's interesting, but you have some. You have more testosterone than I have estrogen.
What?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
women
well-
have more testosterone than they have estrogen.
But I've never felt the impulse to punch a wall, you know?
I mean, yeah, that's stupid.
Okay,
Don't
well,
punch walls.
you have an outlet for your punching energy, but like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, what I mean is like that innate an elevated level of aggression that just is not like accessible to me as a woman. Is that wrong? Am I like inaccurate in this? I just feel like I don't know what I would do if I wanted to just like jerk off all the time. Like I just don't understand what that is like. And that seems over like that doesn't seem fun to deal with.
Yeah. Well, you don't really want to jerk off all the time unless you're a sex addict. You know? And then you probably got other issues you're dealing with. But the aggression thing, it's not just like aggression for no reason. Like, you only have aggression for a reason. Like, I never have aggression for, like, I'm never like walking around fucking mad at everything. It's never. It's never the case. And, but I work out a lot. So I get it out of my system. It's just a thing like you just have to maintain. You just have to maintain your life. You have to maintain your body. You have to recognize you have biological needs. And as a man, I think one of those needs is you have to exercise to just calm yourself, to relieve anxiety. And again, that's that term that is used often, but I think it's the right term, voluntary adversity. You show up at class, you work out really hard. You show up at the gym, you work out really hard. And then when it's over, you're like, you feel better. You feel good. Like you're nicer. Like strong, powerful people can be the nicest people because they don't have to be nice. They're being nice because they want to be nice. There's a lot of weak, feeble men that pretend that they're nice, but really what they are is just vulnerable. They have to be nice because they don't have any choice. Like if
they were in a position of not having to, then they would drop the nice act.
And that's what happens. They're some of the creepiest fucking people when they have power. It's like really weak men. They're some of the scariest people, and they're the scariest people as politicians. But they're just really weak men that all of a sudden have power. I'm gonna fucking chill you. But they're like having real power is to be kind when you don't have to be kind.
You know what I love about being a woman, though?
What?
That I do think is a genuine thing and a genuine difference is it's easier for me to be nurturing. In the sense that, like, no one would bat an eye if I saw a kid who was like, I couldn't figure out where their mom was, and I were to approach them and say, come here, honey, let me help you.
Right.
As a man, like, I know that, like, my husband has told me this, that, like, he second guesses, like, hanging out at, with the kids at the park because someone might think that he's a pedophile.
Oh, that's crazy. Hanging out with his kids?
Yeah, because like if you're just like a guy sitting on a bench and your kids are playing, like how does anyone know that you aren't just a guy?
I think he's really overthinking things. Like,
So
of
really,
course you're
like-
a fucking dad at the park. That's crazy. You see other dads at the park, you say hi. Like, it's like, you're not a pedophile, doesn't that kid? How old's your kid? It's like, it's normal.
Okay.
I've taken
So
my
you've
kids to
never
parks
felt
1,000
like
times.
you've never felt in some way that your masculinity inhibited your ability, like your instincts to be like nurturing and affectionate?
No, I think that's a weakness. Like if you can't be nurturing and affectionate because you think you're masculine, that's crazy. That's just weak. That's nuts. That's like a distortion of what strength means. Like that's not strong. That's weak. Like, why can't you be nice? Like, why can't you be like the idea that if you're nice and you're affectionate and you're kind, that you're weak? That's crazy. That's crazy, especially if you have options. Like, if you don't have to be nice and you're nice, like that's real niceness. Like it's pure. Like you don't have to be. You don't have to be a nice person, but you're nice because it's a good thing to do. Like that's the right way to do it.
Okay, so what's so great about being a guy?
everything. It's awesome. We fucking build everything. We run the world. It's great. I am a guy. I mean, I would.
And yet,
I
like,
can't
it all
imagine.
comes down to trying to, like, get the attention of some lady.
Not at all. No,
No.
I already have the attention of a lady.
Right.
Good. I'm still love being a guy. It's all, you know, it's not like that's the primary motivation.
No. What is the primary motivation?
Fun.
Fun?
Yeah, life is fun.
Okay.
Life should be fun.
Sounds pretty
It
great.
should be fun if you pursue it correctly. There's a lot of stuff to do. A lot of stuff to do that's interesting. So when I hear people say, I'm bored, like, I don't even understand you. I don't even get it. How the fuck can you be bored? I wish I had 50 lives to live simultaneously. I would do a bunch of different things. I'd have a bunch of different jobs. There's like so many different things that I'd love to do.
Aren't people sometimes beholden to doing things that they don't want to do just because they have to make bills or they have to,
Yes. But that's all choices that you make too. And unfortunately, these choices sort of, they cascade. You could find yourself motivated by the wrong things and doing things for the wrong reasons, like doing things just for money and just for this or just for that. And I've done that before. I know it, but then you have to realize like what you're doing
and stay focused on the prize. Yeah.
Take the steps to not want to do that anymore. You know, but it's like there's people listening to this right now, like, oh, that's easy for you to say. I have to do this, I have to do that. That's true, but you can do things to better your life with your free time. Go open your phone right now and look at your screen time. Okay. Now, I understand the screen time is 10 minutes here, 20 minutes there, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. But that screen time, it's probably about 5 hours, which is crazy. That's 5 hours you could have been improving your life. That's 5 hours you could have been doing something different. That's 5 hours you could have went to the gym. That's 5 hours you could have eaten better. You could have taken steps to have better food in your house. That you could have taken steps to pursue a career or move in the direction of pursuing something that's different than what you're doing, that you would actually find satisfying and fulfilling. You just have to decide, what are you doing with your time? And, this goes back to people commenting and bitching at people online. Well, that's what you're doing. If you're distracting yourself by doing a bunch of shit that's just worthless, and it is worthless.
And easy.
And very easy. Yeah. It's because you need discipline. You need to figure out what do you really want to do with your life and what makes you feel better.
Do you feel like you are innately disciplined?
No. No, I've learned that.
Okay.
I've developed that. Yeah. No one's innately disciplined. No, I don't think that's real. I think we look at people that are disciplined like, oh, it must be easy for them. You're just born with that gene. No, that's not real. No, you recognize the value of discipline and the rewards. You reap the rewards and you like it until you keep doing it. You keep pursuing it.
I'm just curious about like brain chemistry, because when I think about, you've been very complimentary towards me in this conversation, but a part of me is wondering, am I just lucky that I have the kind of internal chemistry that I have that makes me value the things that I value? And, I'm just doing what I feel compelled to do. And I'm curious when people feel compelled to do otherwise. And I don't know where to place responsibility for that. Do you know what I mean?
Well, you wouldn't know unless you are them. You could look to your own life, to times where you haven't lived in an exemplary way or done things where you're helping yourself and done things, in fact, that are actually sabotaging your life, and you can correct them yourself. But it's very hard. I mean, you would have to be a fucking counselor that would have ultimate truth access to a person's thought processes to really find out why they're doing things differently and why they're not living in a way. The only thing you can do is live by example. There's a term for a Taekwondo instructor. It's called a subtle nim, and it's one who lives by example. And that's what you have to do. You have to live by example.
Live like someone's watching.
Yes. This is what I tell people. and I've said this for years, you want to have a successful life. If you want to live your life like there's a documentary crew around you filming your everyday life, and then you want people to be impressed with you, do it when no one's watching. Do it when no one's watching. I think about that when I work out. I think about that. Yeah, if people were judging me and they were watching me right now, and they would, what would you think?
Yeah, now I'm wondering if like that's one of those weird silver linings to this whole experience is that my life became very, very public very early, and so I literally do have to walk around living my life as if there is potentially a documentary crew following me around.
Yeah, I think that is. I think that's real. I think that's the gift that I have gotten by being famous. That I have to live publicly. And if I didn't, like, if I was just some fucking tyrant that no one knew, you know, and I just had all this wealth and power and no one knew me and I could just get away with being an asshole.
Right, yeah, I think the most wealthy and the most powerful do not want fame because with fame comes accountability.
Yeah, but that's good. That's good. Even the haters are good, you know, and then the people that defend you against the haters, that's good too.
Yeah.
It's all good. So everyone's just working this out together publicly, you know, and they're doing it through different vessels. And sometimes they do it through other people. They're doing it through me. They're doing it through you.
Would you wish fame on anyone?
No. No. You can't handle it.
Yeah?
No, but you can handle it. But most people can't handle it. It breaks people. That's why people can't have it when they're young. The worst thing you do to a child is make them famous. The worst thing. I mean, look at, there's countless examples. I've talked to so many of them on the podcast. They're all broken.
Yeah, like who have you talked to? I'm curious.
Macaulay Culkin, Miley Cyrus.
He's doing much better now, isn't he?
He's great.
Yeah.
He's great. I mean, he's as great as you can be to be super famous when you're 6. I'm friends with Schroeder. You know, I've had a bunch of people on that were famous when they're young, and they all are missing something. It's like when you're making cement, you don't add enough water. There's like something that happens when you have fame and adulation during your developmental stages of a child, when you're supposed to be like figuring out, how do I get people to like me? Like, what is it about? You know,
and that is that developmental stage when like your brain chemistry is being configured for the rest of your life. Like that is scary. You want to put that brain chemistry coagulation in the right configuration and the right set of circumstances, or else you're going to be having a complex for the rest of your life that you're going to be grappling with, because I don't know if you can undo the stuff that gets ingrained in your brain chemistry when you're a kid. Like I don't know fuck all about brains, but like it seems to me that like especially developmentally, when your brain hasn't configured yet, that's when you get hardwired to have complexes the rest of your life that you're going to be dealing with.
100%. And if your brain is formulated with extreme adulation and love for no fucking reason, just because you're a cute kid, but you're a cute kid in front of the whole world in Home Alone, that's nuts. That's nuts. I mean, he's a very thoughtful person, and he's come through it. I mean, I really enjoyed talking to him. He's a really nice guy.
Does he regret being in the Home Alone movies?
Boy, that's a good question. I'd have to ask him. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. You know.
Because I mean, you know, you can look back. I don't even know how much of a choice that was for him. How much can you choose anything when you're 6? But like, so in a way, it was a thing that happened to him that he didn't really have control over.
Right.
And does he look back on that and go, would I give up that, like, if I could get that life back, would I have a different life? I'm curious what he would say.
Well, you most certainly would have a different life.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would it be better? I don't know. You know, but I don't know anybody that's, again, gone through that. That's, air quotes, whole at the end of it. You know, I just think that there's also this weird thing where you become the provider. provider for the family, which is
As
very
a
strange.
child, yeah.
And then you have this parasitic relationship that your parents have to you, which is, I have friends that were famous as young people, and they have these very fucked up, complicated relationships with their parents. One of my friends, where they found out their parents stole from them billions of dollars. Yeah, and then you have to grapple with that as you're an adult. These monsters, they used you as an ATM machine. And they stopped working, and they became your quote-unquote manager, really just pushing you out there to try to siphon money off of you. Fucking A. Yeah. But I got fame in a slow drip. I got slow doses, like snake venom. You get a little bit of snake venom. You get one big bite from a cobra, you're fucked.
That's what I got.
Yeah.
So,
well, you're strong.
So here I am.
But you're strong. You came through it on the other side, a very durable person. And I think there's, it's a trial by fire, and you went through it. And, that's what they do in boot camp. Like, you go through something very difficult to be strong at the end. And you don't become strong. Just wake up one day, I'm strong. No, you have to go through some shit, and going through some shit when you're a kid as it becoming famous is different than going through like hardship as a child. I know a lot of children that went through hardship, like all my friends that are interesting, all had horrible childhoods. All of them. All my most fascinating friends.
I'm so grateful that I did not have a fucked up childhood.
Well, that's probably what prepared you or helped you.
Indeed. I feel like if I had gone through this experience after having a fucked up childhood, I would be a psychopath today.
Right.
So thank God I had a good childhood.
Yes. Yeah, I didn't have a bad childhood. I had a complex childhood, but it wasn't bad. My mother and my stepfather were very nice people. It wasn't bad, but it was fucked up. It was moved around a lot, and had a lot of friends, got bullied, a lot of different things. But it wasn't the worst. Nothing horrible happened to me. So it's like the trials can't be too hard. They can't break you. They have to be just enough so that you gain some strength and you rebuild. And if they do break you, then it's a very difficult task of rebuilding. And people that have gone through horrible childhood trauma, particularly abuse and sexual abuse, that they have the most difficult hurdles to overcome.
I agree. I think in large part because how do you trust? I think rebuilding your life relies upon rebuilding yourself in the context of other human beings.
Right.
And how do you do that when you can't trust anyone?
It's true. But I do know some people that have gone through childhood sexual trauma that are also incredibly fascinating people. Because they figured out a way to acquire strength through it all.
What about trust?
And that's the other thing I was going to say. And then they've also figured out a way to, they're also very skeptical people, and rightly so.
Rightly so.
But that's a good thing. Because a lot of people don't have your intentions in mind, especially if you're a woman, right? If you're a woman, everybody's bullshitting you, trying to get in your pants. Like it's constant bullshitting, so you have to figure out, well, who's actually bullshitting me and who's just being nice and who's being nice, but kind of bullshitting, just slowly playing this game. You ever heard of the definition of a gentleman?
No.
It's a patient wolf.
Okay, yeah, all right.
Yeah.
And then ultimately the prey sort of acknowledges, yeah, here you are, you're getting into my pants in the end, but because you've been the most patient, the most impressively patient of all.
Yeah, you've done the dance correctly. You put your feathers out like a good peacock.
Yeah. I like that. I like that dance. Yes.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Is that women are designed to like that dance, right? Because this person has shown you the respect of not just trying to use their physical force and take it from you and that not care about you as a person. They've chosen to acknowledge you as a person, like this is what this person wants. They want to feel comfortable with me. But then you can't be a sociopath, too. It has to be genuine. You have to genuinely like this person. So,
for a woman to feel safe.
Right.
Yeah.
How do you, and then you got to go through a lot of trial and error with that, too. You have to figure out, why'd that relationship fall apart? Oh, that was a piece of shit. Like, my dad would fall apart. Oh, she was a psycho. Like, recognize, like, what do you actually like? Is it just that they're hot? This is the thing, like, I've had a bunch of friends that just married hot people. And then, you know, you go into divorce and it's all chaos. Can we just fucking marry hot people? Like, just because they're hot and they're sexy and they turn you on, like, that's just genes. Like, you gotta understand, like, there's a personality involved. And then there's also, like, when you're hot, you have ultimate power. You have the Willy Wonka golden ticket. Like, everybody's stumbling at their feet to try to, like, open doors for you and be nice to you.
Put you
And,
in prison.
yeah.
Open a certain kind of
Yeah.
door
And
and
we
then
all have our
close
own
it
little
forever.
Yeah. It's fucking
Just flirting. It was flirting in the end. That's all it was.
Yeah. Being a person's fucking weird. You know, it's really weird. It's really weird, and it's temporary. It's like you're always looking at that fucking hourglass. The sand's running out. You know, I'm like, what am I doing? Why am I doing it? What's this about? What do I like? What do I? And then you can get overwhelmed with like existential angst. Just, what's the point of it all? Yeah, you have to find a point. You have to, like, what is man's search for meaning? Like, what is it? What are we doing?
Well, that's the subtitle of my book. My search.
My search for meaning. Oh my God, it is. Right there. In cursive, if you can still read cursive.
Yeah.
Some people can't anymore.
It's
Is
cursive.
that your actual handwriting?
No, I wanted it to be my actual handwriting,
Why
but
didn't
they
they
were
use it? Fuckheads.
so they were like, this looks so much more pretty. I don't
Yeah,
know.
you could have made it that pretty.
I do have great handwriting.
What the fuck?
It's close. Might as well.
It is odd. Yeah, the search for meaning. Search for meaning is very odd, and you know, and you could,
Especially when there's
always-
no inherent meaning. You just have to make it up. I think.
I mean, it means something to you. If it means something to you, it's inherent. It's real. If it means something to you, if you actually care, it means something. Like, what's the point of it all? If you're gonna die someday, who knows what happens when you die? And then there's the real fatalist thing. When you die, it's over. It's just black emptiness, and then just shut off. Like, okay. So you're still alive, bitch. Okay, you got to figure out what you're doing with your day to day. Do you enjoy your day to day? If not, why do some people? How come some people enjoy their life? Why don't you? Like, what is man's search for meaning? Enjoy your fucking life. Enjoy this life. You can. It's possible. It can be done. And I think living by example shows other people that it can be done. And then being like really honest about it. Like, what are the steps? What's the struggles? How do you do it?
Yeah, that's actually been a really sort of fun takeaway that I've had from having just an Instagram. Is like I'll post a silly video of me dancing for my kids, and a lot of the comments are just people being like, "I'm so glad that someone like you can be happy."
Yeah.
You know, it's like, thank God someone like you can be happy, and I'm like, yeah, someone like me can be happy. That means you can be happy too.
It's possible to be happy.
Yeah.
But, you know, when you're a 500-pound person and you want to be thin, that's a long road. It's not going to come quickly. If you're a severely depressed, very unhappy person with a disaster of a life, it's not going to turn around overnight. That's a battleship. It takes a long time to run that bitch around, get it facing the other direction.
And the motivation has to be that you have to see some kernel of opportunity embedded within that darkness, because otherwise, like, how do you even know what direction to go towards?
And you have to be enjoying the process. You have to figure out a way to enjoy the process of improvement, and to
even though it's hard.
Yes.
Yeah.
And because
hard
it's hard
can be fun.
Yeah, you have to enjoy the hard, and that's why voluntary adversity is so important. You have to force yourself to do hard things so that
Also,
you can do hard things no matter what. If I do, what's up? Pump
up remixes. Someone, you gotta get motivated somehow.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Although David Goggins doesn't listen to music because he thinks it's cheating.
Really?
Yeah, he gets all his motivation internal. It's like
come on,
external motivation.
So pure.
He's a fucking complete psycho. You know, but he's like,
I need a good soundtrack when I'm running.
But that's the spectrum. You know, the spectrum of discipline. You know. Yeah, that's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing all day long for no goal other than, like, I talked to him about it. He's like, I'm in the lab every day downloading information. Like, whoa.
Cool, dude. You're in the Matrix.
There's a crazy video of him working out with my friend Israel Adesanya. Israel Adesanya is the former UFC middleweight champion of the world, one of the greatest fighters that ever lived. And he is working out with David Goggins, and he can't keep up with him. And David Goggins is just breaking him. And he's throwing up in garbage cans, and David is putting him through his workout. And it's one of 3 workouts that David does in a day. And he's like this incredibly fit world champion fighter.
Is
this
he
elite
distracting
athlete.
himself?
I don't know. You have to talk to him. You have to dig into that brain. You have to dig into that. It's a very unusual brain. But he was 300 pounds fat at one point in his time in
It
his
just
life.
has become his purpose. That's his meaning,
Yeah,
right? That makes
that's
sense
his
to me.
meaning. That's why he says, he's like, he goes, I'm downloaded knowledge. Like every time he's like pushing himself past the limits that he thinks he's capable of, further and further. He's downloaded more understanding of himself. That's
We
his
should work out
quest.
sometime, by the way. I think that would be fun. I only studied fighting when I first got back out of prison because I was getting a bunch of death threats, so I did Krav Maga. And it was a lot of it was just learning how to scream.
Krav Maga?
Yeah, well, the first, like, my Krav Maga instructors, because they were instructing me on for a specific reason, it wasn't just to work out. Their first thing that they taught me was how to scream, just to, like, without holding back. The amount, like, I was surprised, and they were telling me people don't want to take up space and make noise. Like, we're taught from a very young age, especially women, to not do that. And so you have to, in the first lesson was make noise, take up space. And so we just practiced, like, screaming as loud and as hard and as long as we could. And then once we got through that, then we started doing the fighting moves. And the first thing I had to do before I did anything was scream first, then move, scream, move. And so that the screaming became part of the movement. So it would trigger, so I wouldn't have to think about it. If it ever came down to it and someone actually attacked me, I wouldn't have to think scream. I would just scream.
Krav Maga is legit. It gets criticized a lot.
Does it?
Yeah, by martial artists.
Why?
Well, because it's a combinatory martial art, so it combines a bunch of different things together. So it's essentially like a jack of all trades.
What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, okay.
No, there's nothing wrong with that.
It's like only being into purebred dogs. Like, what's up with that?
Well, no, it's like, is it effective, right? Like, there's no Krav Maga artists that have gone on to dominate in the UFC.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
But you could kind of say that mixed martial arts, in a sense, is essentially the roots of Krav Maga, because it's taking the best aspects of various martial arts and training them.
Yeah, how is it different?
Well, the thing is that if you are training for self-defense, okay, you're training to defend yourself against an attacker. The true, in my personal opinion, the true best way to learn how to fight is to learn how to prepare yourself for trained killers, not the average person.
Really?
Yes.
Like, how often are you going to encounter trained killers?
It doesn't matter. You should be prepared for trained killers, because you could run into a trained killer if you try to do some Krav Maga nonsense on me. I'm going to fucking strangle you. You can't defend yourself against someone who actually knows how to fight.
Okay, here's a question. Can I ever actually defend myself against someone like you?
No. Not against
So
someone
then
like
what's
me.
the fucking point?
Because you could defend yourself against someone who doesn't know how to fight as good as me, but the odds of someone like me attacking you are very, very,
But
very, very,
you're
very
saying
small.
I should train to be able to,
Yes.
to fight against trained killers, but
Yes, defend yourself.
But
jiu-jitsu, you can. Jiu-jitsu, you can defend yourself. You're not going to. The way you would be able to beat me is if I was untrained. I have too many advantages, but also I don't have advantages if someone's bigger than me and just as well trained as me,
right,
or more well trained than I am, better than me. I'm not going to beat, the UFC heavyweight champion. Like, I'm not going to win. It's not possible. I don't care how long I do martial
but you
arts.
can avoid dying.
Right. No.
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 Okay, they'll just murder
No,
you.
yeah, no.
Right.
No, I'm completely vulnerable.
Okay, great.
As
Right.
an expert martial artist with 3 black belts, I'm completely vulnerable. Yeah, that's reality. That's physics. That's, I mean,
It's like you against an elephant who's gonna win.
exactly, exactly. That's the 100 men versus a gorilla.
Yeah.
They could be a
Obviously,
fucking
the gorilla would win. Whoever
just-
thought the gorilla would lose?
retards, men,
Who have never
Dopey
seen a
men.
gorilla?
men who think they can fight better than they can, which is most men.
What? Whoever brought up that as even a thought experiment?
I don't know,
Like,
but it's
who's-
funny that it's like viral in 2025. I thought we would work that out in the 50s. The fact
I
that
feel like people just don't remember what animals are like. We're so out of touch with animals.
they don't even know what an animal is. They have no idea. People know what their dog is. They have no idea what an animal is. An actual, real
And
animal.
also, your own dog could fuck you up if
Yeah.
if it wanted to.
Yeah,
It just doesn't want to.
Exactly. Yeah, well, unless it was a dog. I'll
Right.
fuck up a chihuahua.
Yeah,
But
fair.
my dog Marshall, he's a golden retriever. He's the sweetest dog on the planet. But if he can probably kill me. If he wants, he just doesn't know. You know?
Right. And he would never think to.
Right.
But,
If like a rat was trying to attack you, you'd be fucking
or if
terrified.
he got infected by rabies,
Right.
you know, like and lost his mind, like,
Right.
ciao.
It'd be a real problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's the reality, but if you're training to defeat a trained killer, you're going to be way better off than if you're training to defeat someone who's going to lunge at you this way. You're going to block that and hit him here and hit him there. And like,
But don't you fight differently against a trained killer versus like some dude who's like drunk
no,
in the
the
bar?
right way to fight is the right way to fight, period. Whether it's some drunk dude, if some drunk dude tries to take a swing at me, I'm not going to think, oh, he's a drunk dude. I should avoid this punch. I should do something different. No, it's like, it's all the language. So martial arts is essentially like a language. And some people only know a couple of words, and some people can eloquently recite Shakespeare at the drop of a hat. And that's the difference between an expert and someone who doesn't really know what they're doing. And most people don't know what they're doing when it comes to martial arts. If you're preparing for someone who doesn't know what they're doing, that's not the right way to do it. The right way to do it is to prepare for someone who knows what they're doing. This is very different. We're talking about like women's self-defense versus just, you know, like a grown man who is of normal size defending himself against another grown man of normal size.
A fair fight.
Yeah, a fair fight. But in a fair fight, you should be preparing to fight against a trained killer. If you are a person who just only trains in self-defense tactics, like someone comes at me, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. Good luck doing that to someone who knows how to fight. Good luck. Because they're going to recognize all of your movements in advance. You're going to go like this, and they're going to go, oh, well, his right arm is coming this way, so I'm just going to step this way, and I'm going to avoid that. And I see his left foot step backwards. Well, now his right leg is vulnerable, so I'm going to kick it. Like, this is like, it's language. It's understanding the flow of body dynamics and movement.
And it's happening so quickly that the only way that you can actually be effective is if you're fluent and you don't have to think about it.
You don't think about it. It's when you're training, it's like you very rarely think, oh, now I'm going to do this. It's like opportunities open themselves up, especially in striking. Striking is something that you do where you're doing these techniques so often that as things happen, you're just responding in a trained way. Your mind and your neural system is completely trained for these actions and these movements.
Do you think that fighting, fighting your friends, like not like actual like fighting for your life, but fighting for your friends is a crucial part of brain development? Because I know that I've heard, or at least I've read, that roughhousing with small kids is a really important part of their brain development, and the people who become more well adapted, well adjusted emotionally, just they seem to be more fit emotionally, or kids who had some roughhousing when they were young, especially with their parents. Is that like an elevated form of roughhousing part of a human being's cognitive development?
Well, I think physical altercations are a normal part of human existence that have existed. It's been going on since the beginning of time. And to no understanding or no knowledge of it and no experience with it at all,
Because I'm not like,
Leaves you
I'm not a
inherently
fighter.
vulnerable.
I don't like, I've never gotten into a physical fight with anyone.
Good.
Is
Guess
that
what?
good? Is that good?
I haven't either.
Okay.
Other than ones on purpose.
Right, okay.
Like I don't
That's
get in street fights.
Yeah.
I'm never good. I haven't been in a fist fight since I was a kid.
Mm.
I just they were all martial arts fights.
Okay.
I and I just think for men, being vulnerable is not good. It's just not good to not know how to defend yourself. It just leaves you with this deep insecurity. That's why you see men that don't know how to fight. They use bravado and they puff their chest out and they yell. They try to intimidate people and scare people. It's just posturing. It's just like,
Maybe this is why I feel bad for men, because I don't feel any sort of impulse to do that, to puff up my chest and like, I don't know, maybe is
well,
it,
you shouldn't. Men shouldn't either. And the men that do it are generally vulnerable. It's bullies, right? Why are bullies bullies? They're bullies because they're pussies. That's really what it is. That's why they're trying to intimidate people and hurt people. It's because they're weak. It's like trained fighters are some of the nicest people. Like people that fight in the UFC, they're some of the nicest people you'll ever meet. It sounds crazy. Like my friends that are all jiu-jitsu people, they're the nicest people. They're so friendly. They're so good because they're not scared. They're not insecure. They're not vulnerable all the time. Most men who don't know how to defend themselves, who are really mouthy and get loud, they're just vulnerable. And they're, I have a friend, and he has real rage problems, and he doesn't know how to fight at all. And he was yelling at someone in the parking lot of the Comedy Store once, and I told him, "Son, what are you doing, man?" And he goes, I fucking see red. And I go, you don't know how to defend yourself. I go, one of these days you're going to do that to someone who's like me, but they're mean. And they're going to just say, oh, here's a nice opportunity to just fuck this guy up. And you're going to wind up in the hospital or worse. Don't do this. You can't do that. But some men grow up puffing their chest out and they get away with it. And they get away with it if they're loud enough or they're mean enough or they yell enough. And they that becomes their defense mechanism. They get shitty with people all the time. But that's all it is. And if they don't get shitty with people publicly, they get shitty with people online. They get shitty. They get out there. They get it out that way. But it's all just weakness. That's all it is. It's just you're vulnerable, and just don't be vulnerable. Figure out a way to not be vulnerable. I got into martial arts because I was getting bullied, and I was always scared of altercations. I hate this feeling. So I was like, okay, I'm going to become what I'm terrified of.
okay. I guess my one sort of poke back at that, though, is I find it interesting that you frame vulnerability in such a negative way.
Physical vulnerability is negative.
Yeah, but I think the thing that I'm sort of thinking about is how it doesn't matter really how strong you are or capable you are, we all are still utterly vulnerable. And
well, sure.
And so I guess
but what can you control?
Fair.
You can control some aspect of that. But you can't control guns, right? If someone has a gun, you're vulnerable. I don't care who you are. You can be Superman.
Right.
Not Superman, but you be, UFC heavyweight champion. You're still vulnerable to a gun.
Right.
One little kid can kill you.
Right.
Bang, you're dead. Yeah. But how much can you control? You can't control some of it. So is the idea oh, you can't control any of it, so why control it all? Why do anything? Why be strong?
Well, I guess no. I guess my thing is, for me, it's less about positioning myself to not get hurt, and it's more for me. My big sort of training that I attempt to do is how do I get up when I am inevitably hurt. So I understand that life is going to hurt me, and I don't know how life is going to hurt me. So there's a million different ways that I could be hurt. It might be that I'm physically assaulted. It might be some other thing. And knowing that I can't prepare for all of the ways that I am vulnerable to existence, instead I try to think, okay, I am vulnerable to existence and I am going to get hurt. How do I not be broken by the hurt? And how do I I don't know, maybe I'm treating the inevitable pain of life as that training to get strong. It's just kind of like I almost don't seek out pain because I've had enough pain come at me. Does that make sense? I don't know.
What do you mean by seek out pain, though?
Well, you were talking about like voluntary adversity,
Yes.
right? And like to an extent, I agree with you because that's a very stoic thing to do, to seek out challenges so that you can test yourself and test your mettle and push yourself to become better for the inevitable things that might happen here.
But not even just for the inevitable things that happen, just for your own
just for the
resolve.
sake.
Just for you as a human to achieve balance.
Mm.
We're all vulnerable. There's no invulnerable people. We're all going to die. We all are made of flesh and bone, and we're all weak.
Right.
There's no invulnerable humans.
Mm.
But you can be less vulnerable. And you should probably optimize that.
Mm.
Especially as a man, I think, because without it comes a lot of weird insecurities that are not comfortable, and they can trip you up in all sorts of aspects of your life.
I think maybe this is another like woman-man thing, maybe where like women have to accept vulnerability as like